All human beings have the desire to live. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have had so much effort to get here. Will I finally be able to beat this game?
System message. You do not meet the necessary requirements. The player will die in 5 seconds.
If I could, I would stop time at this very moment. When she appeared, our world changed. She told us that we were about to start a new game. If we completed the missions, we could return to reality. What she didn't explain, it's that if you die in this other world, you'll die in the real world. I never thought I would return more than 100 times to this beginning. I have no other choice. I will have to play. All humans desire to live. If that weren't true, I wouldn't have made it this far, forcing myself to overcome all these difficulties. These words were spoken by the protagonist after leaving behind the wall of bodies and entering the tower that emitted a golden light. After 99 attempts, he finally arrived at this place. This time, he intended to see it through to the end. The final of the 20th round took place in a grand golden chapel, where, shockingly, dozens of golems resembling angels awaited the challenger. Upon observing the presence of these beings in the area, it was obvious they were there to guard the door ahead. Certain that those guardians would not let him pass easily, the protagonist summoned his weapon. A scarlet shadow took shape until a scythe appeared in his hands. Upon seeing the weapon, the eyes of the golems shone with a strong golden light. Like an army, they advanced, each wielding their typical weapon, intending to destroy the intruder. The first golem attacked, but its target was no longer in the spot. Losing sight of him, it only realized when one of its companions was attacked. With his scythe, the protagonist advanced under the golden glow of the chapel. He prepared to use a seal ability. Above one of the golems, a scarlet symbol with a black skull appeared. Before the golem could react, the protagonist charged toward it, overflowing with a bloody aura. With all his strength, he struck the golem, burying the scythe into that being. The golem suffered the great attack to its neck. After activating the seal on an opponent and successfully attacking it, the seal would activate. With the activation of the seal, a damage increase of 100% was applied. Without expecting this extra damage, the golem was crushed. Slowly, the golden hands of the golem began to dissipate, as it had been destroyed. However, several other giant golems were still standing. They gathered to attack the protagonist together. Knowing their intentions, the protagonist took the initiative. With his scythe of scarlet aura, he used a night ability, exerting all his power. In an instant, the chapel, which had previously shone in gold, transformed into total darkness. Even the golems, which emitted some light, could not orient themselves in the environment. They were no longer able to see anything. Taking advantage of the ability, the protagonist attacked golem by golem. Each of those giant beings was destroyed, releasing an intense golden glow that dissipated into eternity before the young man in black clothes. Despite having defeated many, the protagonist became irritated when he realized they would not give him a break. With his scythe, he launched himself at a golem, preparing a fiery attack. The protagonist managed to dodge in time, but his cloak was destroyed in the process. Even though he dodged, he felt the speed of the attack. In addition to the fiery attacks, there were also ice attacks that appeared without warning, forcing the protagonist to dodge quickly. Making a decision, he increased his speed, advancing faster than ever. With great speed, he created copies that crossed the entire chapel, attacking the main golem. Prevented from acting as it wanted, the golem summoned several fiery arrows to counterattack. A rain of arrows headed toward the various copies of the protagonist. They were destroyed, but the main body of the young man remained untouched, being difficult to hit. The protagonist was confident, but a blue light brought him a sense of humility. He was surprised when a gigantic sealing magic circle appeared on the ground beneath him. The protagonist couldn't escape in time. A powerful ice magic was executed by the magic circle, creating a huge ice pillar around him. Unable to move within the pillar, the protagonist saw the golems approach. One of them raised its sword, preparing an attack against the young man, who had now become an easy target. However, at that moment, the ice pillar began to crack. The protagonist's red eyes reflected great seriousness as they stared at the golem. An ability was activated, the destruction of the moonlight. A scarlet light cut diagonally through the ice pillar and headed toward the golem, which was trying to attack the protagonist. Thanks to the scythe he wielded, he was able to free himself easily, attacking and destroying the golem in the process. The protagonist sighed in relief. for even with his abilities, he would have suffered some damage from that attack. Knowing that the fight would last forever if he continued facing each golem individually, the protagonist decided to end them all in a single attack. The powerful scarlet aura completely enveloped his body and weapon, overflowing with immense power. The golems still intended to attack, using fiery arrows and magic circles that launched ice pillars. However, with each step the protagonist took, he destroyed the ice created by the golems. Finally, he activated the ability Destruction of Moonlight, complemented by the ability Red Moon. With a single attack, the scarlet darkness crossed the entire chapel, hitting all the golems at once with its immense power. One by one, the golems began to collapse after being struck by that attack. The protagonist placed the scythe on his shoulder, sighing in relief after defeating all those beings. Now he could investigate what was behind the door that the golems guarded. After passing through the grand arch, the protagonist entered a lightless chamber, different from the previous one. Looking around, he wondered what place this was. The environment, with several windows, conveyed a feeling of being a temple. Spotting a door further ahead, he wondered if he should cross it or wait to see if something would emerge from there. Seeing that nothing happened, he moved toward the door where there was a magic circle. The moment the protagonist stepped on the circle, it glowed with a golden energy. Internally, he was already wondering if he would be able to finish this game. However, a notification appeared before him. To enter the boss room, at least 5 players must be present. Upon seeing the notification, the protagonist was confused. According to the warning, only 1 player was in front of the boss room. Because of this, the player would be eliminated in 5 seconds for not meeting the requirements. The protagonist became extremely irritated when a golden energy surrounded him. He tried to escape it, but couldn't. What the hell? No one ever said anything about this requirement, damn bastards! Despite his complaints, the countdown began. He tried to attack the golden barrier to escape, but soon realized he wouldn't be able to destroy it. Perhaps this was the end. The protagonist saw his body begin to dissipate. Before the countdown ended, he cursed one last time, and thus he was eliminated. However, because of this, the conditions to activate the regression rune were fulfilled. Time began to rewind to the state before the first round. The number of uses of the regression rune had reached its limit, 100 times. Therefore, the rune began to disappear. Thus, the 100th regression was initiated. In front of a large temple, a crowd was gathered. A loudspeaker announced that the time was approaching, asking everyone to count down together. The people began the countdown from 5, and it was at that moment that the protagonist's regression was completed. The countdown continued as the protagonist appeared, irritated at having returned. His hands trembled as he realized he had come back to the moment before he was sucked into that cursed game. He clenched his fist in anger, remembering that he had reached the 20th round last time. Feeling that the moment of greatest difficulty was approaching, he wished he could stop time. However, he remembered that had been the last use of the regression rune. Now he wanted to finish this game once and for all. However, he discovered that he would need to take 4 other people with him to the final round, which made him wonder who would be good enough to accompany him. Several minutes earlier, a young man with stripes in his eyebrow was standing with a bored expression. Around him, many young people were excited about soon becoming adults, which meant they would no longer need their fake identities. A young man with a shaved head wondered what he should do after graduating, thinking about becoming a delivery person. Curious, he asked his friend Young Min what he would do. Young Min smiled at the question. "Didn't I tell you? I'm going to become a gangster." Young Min's friends, who were excited, were shocked by his response, stating that if he did something wrong, he would be in trouble. They thought Young Min was joking, but he reminded them that you only live once, and therefore he would live the life he wanted. Young Min's 3 classmates laughed at his statement, but internally they were already planning to distance themselves from him as soon as they graduated. Changing the subject, they asked Young Min what would happen to the young man who was his loader when they graduated. Young Min remembered the poor, gloomy classmate who always walked around with a hood. With a manic look, he stated that he wouldn't let such a bastard escape him, even after graduation. Young Min's friends couldn't help but laugh, knowing that the young man probably believed his suffering would end after graduation. However, for Young Min, that wouldn't be the end. He planned to continue tormenting that loader for the rest of his life. At that moment, one of Young Min's friends spotted the loader in the crowd. Upon seeing the hooded young man, an announcement was made on the loudspeaker. They were about to start the 5-second countdown. Young Min recognized his loader but noticed that there was a blue aura around him. Not understanding what that aura was, Young Min continued to watch him. It was then that the protagonist took off his hood and looked back at Young Min. Young Min didn't understand what had happened. His loader was somehow different from before. Despite the crowd's cheers celebrating the new year, Young Min was irritated that the loader kept staring at him. His friends, wanting to avoid trouble, urged him to leave the guy alone since it was the first day of the year. Convinced by his friends, Youngmin decided to let the young man go this time. With his decision made, the group gathered and wished each other a happy new year. It was at that moment that a powerful voice reverberated in their ears. Humans are interesting. They celebrate the new year without even knowing what situation they are in. Youngmin stared at one of his friends, asking what he had just said, but the friend defended himself, claiming he hadn't said anything. Above the crowd, a goddess with large white wings appeared. "Seeing all of you fall for this, knowing nothing, to us you seem like monkeys in a cage." The people looked at the beautiful being in the sky, wondering if she was an angel. Many disagreed about the origin of that being, but everyone agreed that she was beautiful. Among the crowd, the protagonist also saw her appearance, someone he hated, even after 99 times. Hearing the voices of the humans, the woman couldn't help but smile, then changed her tone. "Humans are like trash. You have already fallen in love with my appearance, but I advise you not to think of useless things, as I have no intention of getting close to you." As she spoke, several people below began to take out their devices to film her. She smiled as if relishing the sight. "Seeing how all of you are dazed, it seems you can hear my voice well." With an irritated expression, one person couldn't help but shout at the woman, "Hey, who are you? Are you cosplaying as an angel or something? What the hell are you saying?" Seeing someone shout at that woman, the protagonist felt pity for the person. The woman in the sky hid her eyes behind her veil, and soon her smile disappeared, giving way to rage. A dark aura enveloped her, and her eyes shone with a red hue. Before the man who had shouted at her could react, she exploded him. The man's blood splattered on the people around him. These people were initially shocked, but a second later they began to scream. From where Youngmin was, he could see what had happened. In the sky, that winged woman demonstrated how bloodthirsty she could be. "How dare an inferior human speak informally to the almighty me? You humans have no right to ask questions. Don't be arrogant, or what happened to that human will happen to you too." In light of the situation, the people were terrified. Couples embraced, while others called for help. Showing her large wings, the divine being displayed her superiority. "You understand what is happening, right? What do inferior humans know? I will explain everything, so listen well." Sighing, the protagonist wondered if he would have to hear that explanation again. The divine being beamed with a smile. "All right. From now on, I will start playing a game. For 20 rounds, at the beginning of each month, your souls will be transported to a new dimension to participate in a game. This is one of the things you humans need to do. Complete the missions that will be given to you. If you complete the missions, you will receive rewards and can return to the real world." The people began to talk among themselves, wondering what the hell that woman was talking about, realizing that if they completed the missions, they would be spared by her. As if she had heard what they said, the divine being continued to explain. "You must be thinking that if you complete the missions, you will be spared. However, even if you manage to complete the missions, not everyone will survive. Only half of the participants will be spared." Each person became concerned with the divine being's words, but she urged them not to worry too much, as she wouldn't take everyone to that world. As the people began to get agitated, the protagonist sighed. Then he heard the woman say that only humans aged between 15 and 29, according to the age of that world, would participate in the game. Hearing that he wouldn't participate, an older man felt relieved, thinking he was safe. One of Youngmin's friends became irritated with that man, asking if he was trying to provoke others just because he was safe. Youngmin was annoyed with his friend, questioning if he hadn't seen what had happened to the other man's head a few minutes earlier. The woman began counting the number of participants, reaching just over 1,800,000. Finishing her explanation, she asked if they should start the game. At that moment, the protagonist found himself in a completely white place. The divine being explained that this was the individual space, where only they could see. She warned them that they would need to mold their bodies to prepare for the soul transfer. Their bodies would undergo a kind of customization. The woman warned that they would have only a single chance and asked each of them to choose wisely. The protagonist decided to choose the same thing he had chosen last time. Thus, he selected his body and his nickname, which would be Black Scythe. After making his choice, he was teleported to a vast plain. With that, his 100th time in this world was about to begin. Since he had used the same appearance since his 12th time, the protagonist felt as if it were his own body. Soon after, many other people began to be teleported to the plane. They were surprised and curious about that place that seemed like another dimension. Many were astonished that their bodies had indeed changed. Some gathered and showed their faces, which had been modified to resemble those of famous people. The protagonist observed how people had, as always, molded themselves in a cool and beautiful way, something not very smart to do. In the other world, the strong would always hunt the weak. If someone's appearance was too remarkable, it would be easy to become a target, and those who were eliminated in that world would suffer the same fate in the real world. Focusing on what mattered, the protagonist realized it was time to begin. He watched as Hwang Young-min appeared. His body had been molded to become muscular and attractive. The protagonist laughed mockingly at the guy, who had shaped himself to look stronger. At that moment, the goddess appeared above the humans, commenting that their expression showed they liked their avatars. She thought it was great to see those expressions without fear. Counting almost 2 million people, she confirmed that all the summoned humans from Seoul were there. Despite the number of people she counted, the humans didn't see so many. Seeing how they disagreed with her, the angel became irritated. "You insolent humans! Do you think this is the only space? It's none of your business how the angels organize the spaces and the rounds." After the brief complaint, she returned to give an explanation. She instructed them to say status window in their minds. The protagonist also did as she indicated, making a window appear in front of him. There were his name, Ryu Min, his rank, level, nickname, and statistics. Seeing such a thing made the protagonist feel a bit nostalgic. Asking if everyone had seen their status windows, the angel affirmed that if they had played any games before, they should already know how garbage they were. The angel advised them to become stronger, as that was the only way they could survive until the end, and complete the 20 rounds. Thus, they would also become free from this game and have one of their wishes granted. Hearing that they could have a wish, the players became excited and surprised. The angel smiled devilishly. "Since you are the first to come here, I have prepared a gift for you." Youngmin was shocked to receive something in his inventory. He looked and took the random rune he had obtained. The divine being explained that this was a rune that could only be used once. They could only use it at level 1, and this would be the only item given to them at the start. She taught them how to use the rune, instructing them to hold it and mentally say use. Youngmin was one of the people who tested it immediately and saw the rune shatter, surprised by what he saw. The angel saw the expressions of some people and realized that they did not like what they had received, but she stated that they should accept the outcome anyway, as that was their luck. Finishing the topic of the runes, she wanted to move on to the main subject. With a snap of her fingers, the angel made new windows appear in front of the players. The windows gave them missions. They needed to defeat 100 goblins. One of the goblins appeared out of nowhere. Seeing that monster, the humans felt that they were truly inside a game. They wondered if they had been taken to a virtual reality game or if they were being kidnapped for a test or something like that. Seeing how they were starting to get excited, the angel warned them that it was too early for that. Warning that not all the goblins had been summoned yet, she proceeded to summon them all at once. The players began to feel scared as they saw the large number of goblins emerging. With a smile, the divine being revealed the battle numbers. 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins in a fight for their lives. The furious goblins roared and charged at the damned humans. The players were terrified as the goblins advanced, brandishing their blades. However, one of the people stepped forward from the group, the protagonist. The others were surprised to see someone walking towards the monsters. They tried to warn him that it would be dangerous, but it was in vain. The protagonist did not care about them, attacking the first goblin. With a wide kick, he defeated the first goblin with precision, initiating the battle. When you are in a group, first impressions are extremely important. The protagonist wanted to imprint the image of his power in people's minds. Only then would he avoid being surrounded by annoying flies. He needed to show how strong he was, here and now. There was another thing he wanted to do, the most important, to become the center of attention of that being. Taking the dagger from the goblin he had defeated, the protagonist prepared for a good performance. He charged at 2 other goblins, easily defeating them. People were impressed with the protagonist's moves, which looked like those of a special agent or something similar. Seeing his nickname, Black Scythe, they realized that the name was as cool as he was. Believing that the goblins were as weak as in games, other players prepared as well. They thought they could take down the goblins, even if they weren't as cool as the first guy. However, just as they were still getting ready, one of the goblins jumped on one of the men. In front of everyone, that goblin, smaller than a person, used its dagger to defeat a player. Seeing that made fear take hold of those who thought the mission would be easy. Immediately, people began to flee. The protagonist, who was defeating the goblins, looked in the direction of the screams he heard. Before him, the goblins were massacring everyone who ran away and avoided fighting. It had turned into hell. At that point, no one would confuse that world with a game. Now there was only one thought in people's minds: the desire to survive. The instinct for survival dominated each person's mind, leading them to run without a sense of direction. The first time Ryu Min had done the same thing, but after participating in these games twice, he realized the truth. There was no way to escape that dimension. The protagonist's lesson was proven when a woman running bumped into a barrier. She tapped the air several times, hitting the barrier, wondering what it was. The protagonist returned to defeating the goblins, thinking that there was no way modern people, who had never hunted even a small animal, could defeat a goblin. Many of them would hesitate at the moment of the final blow. However, to survive in this game, they would need to overcome this limitation. Otherwise, the monsters would counterattack. The beautiful plain had turned into a scene of terror. People tried to flee from the goblins while others overcame their fears, confronting them. However, all the while, the angel watched the amusing struggle between the two species. She smiled while commenting that those humans had no chance against the goblins, even though they were the size of children, especially since they were armed with daggers. She, however, looked in another direction, seeing something out of the ordinary. Observing how Ryu-min acted, she wondered what was with him. She analyzed the player named Black Scythe, noting that he had already defeated 70 of the 100 goblins needed for the mission. She tried to analyze more about the player, but became irritated with the system that only allowed her to check his mission progress. Setting that aside, despite her pride being hurt by guiding such mortals, the angel noticed that some of them were peculiar, worth watching. Whenever a goblin was defeated, a bit of experience and gold was obtained, allowing the players to level up. The protagonist had already defeated 75 goblins, needing only 25 more to complete his mission. At that moment, a dagger was thrown at him, but he easily dodged it. Looking in the direction from which the dagger was thrown, he noticed several goblins running toward him. He quickly zigzagged between the goblins, defeating them at a speed they couldn't counterattack. After defeating a few more goblins, Ryu-min even played with the blade in his hand, preparing for the next goblin. Exerting powerful pressure, the protagonist brought the goblin to the ground, defeating it as well. He lifted his gaze, noticing that several goblins were already retreating. Rising, he let the blood of the goblins drip from the blade in his hand, causing the monsters before him to fear him. Seeing that they were not advancing, the protagonist realized he could rest for a second. He decided to check his status window, where he saw that he was already at level 4, with 6 stat points ready to be distributed. Noticing that he had gained 2 points for each level he advanced, the protagonist decided to allocate all 6 points to agility. Agility not only increased his evasion rate, but also his attack and movement speeds. There was nothing more important than this stat at the beginning. The protagonist already knew that his speed was enough to catch the angel's attention, so he wondered if he could end his mission now. The dagger in his hand flew toward the goblins, hitting one before it could react. The goblins were surprised, and with a challenging look, Ryu-min asked if they were not going to advance. Though irritated, the goblins were hesitant to fight against that human. The protagonist sighed upon seeing that they would not attack him. A second later, he charged at the goblin that had been struck by the dagger to retrieve it. He had decided to attack the goblins directly, since the reverse was not happening. The goblins became furious, but with the strength he currently possessed, the protagonist defeated several of them in a single attack. Experience continued to accumulate until Ryu-min leveled up again. Eventually, he defeated all 100 goblins, completing the mission of the first round. A golden light enveloped the protagonist after the mission's completion. He knew how easy the first round was to complete. He had indeed attacked the goblins like a madman to catch the angel's attention, but he did not expect to receive a reward for being the first to complete the mission in that zone. The most surprising part was that he also ranked number 1 across all zones. A ranking was displayed, showing the protagonist's time in first place, marking 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Achieving this brought a small smile to Ryu-min's face. He knew how the rewards were more favorable the faster players completed the round, as they were guaranteed based on their rankings, up to 3rd place. As a reward for being first in his zone, the protagonist received a rare weapon selection coupon of the lowest rank. As a reward for being first in all zones, he obtained an incredible special reward selection box. First, the protagonist used the weapon selection given by the zone reward. 3 weapon options were presented to him, of which he already had one in mind. Taking the knife he wanted, although it wasn't that great, he was grateful to have obtained it. The protagonist chose the stiletto, the best dagger available for beginners. With this new weapon, he could discard the goblin's dagger. Holding the new weapon, the protagonist decided to leave the selection box for later, closing his inventory. Protected by the barrier while the other humans fought, the protagonist opened his status window. Looking at his stats, he thought for a moment. He realized there was a title he had received earlier, the title of regressor, a title he had never seen in the last 99 times in this game. Just over 10 minutes before, the protagonist had tried to use the rune he obtained. The random rune fragment caused him to acquire the regression rune again, but since he already had traces of such a rune in his body, the imprint of the new rune failed. For Ryu-min, The result was obvious. After all, a new imprint of this rune would mean he could go back in time infinitely. It was at that moment that the traces of the rune were analyzed and he obtained the title of Last Time Regressor. In this game, titles were concepts superior to runes. The power of this title was shown in its description. After losing his life, Ryu Min would remain in a ghost state for 1 minute. He could resurrect at any desired point in time, with all his health points restored. However, titles were powerful, and the harder they were to obtain, the stronger they became. Another characteristic of resurrection was that it existed only as a priest's ability, in addition to restoring the target with 30% of their health. Knowing that his resurrection restored 100% of his health points left the protagonist excited, as he had obtained something incredible. The protagonist decided to keep the title private. Although the title remained hidden, its effect would still be active. Stretching, Ryu Min hoped that more people were finishing their missions now. He was mainly curious about how Young Min was doing. Watching Young Min hide behind another person who was fighting, the protagonist realized that the guy had survived this time as well. Eventually, more lights fell from the sky, creating barriers around the players. The angel in the sky wondered why the show was becoming boring, and remembered it was because the number of goblins summoned for the first time was too low to match the number of humans. Deciding to make things more entertaining for her to watch, she spread her large white wings. One of the players, who was already shedding tears over the loss of a friend, noticed the angel's words. Suddenly, the friend in her lap began to disappear. Not just that player's friend, but all the others who had lost their lives started to vanish. As those bodies disappeared, a great light fell over the plain again. A new army of goblins had been summoned. Seeing the new monsters, the players gritted their teeth. That divine being smiled maliciously, warning that she had now summoned 50,000 more monsters, enough for them to complete their missions and for her to watch a more entertaining scene. The remaining humans advanced together, trying to survive as they confronted the goblins. The battle became even more intense. With the number of goblins being much larger, they gained the upper hand. The battle followed a terrible pace for the humans, who gave their all to overcome the difficulty. At this point, just over 1,000 people, out of the more than 5,000 who would be saved by the angel, had completed the mission. Young Min, who had not yet completed the mission, did everything he could to survive, even using people as shields. Others fought as best they could, even using their own hands to defeat the goblins. Slowly, the number of people who had completed the mission surpassed 2,000. The protagonist inside the protective circle began to rest. Others in the same situation as him wanted to go out and help, but could only watch as their friends perished. The number of saved humans rose to over 3,000. All the while, that divine being delighted in watching the inferior species fight amongst themselves, unaware that Ryu Min was watching her from where he was. Sometime later, the number of saved people reached 5,143. At that moment, those who had not managed to defeat 100 of the goblins saw the monsters disappear. The angel then announced that half of the players had passed, which meant that the mission had been completed. She apologized but warned that the remaining participants would be eliminated, as that was the rule. The humans who had not completed the mission began to feel the influence of a light. Even those who only needed one goblin to complete the mission suffered such punishment. Several players inside the barriers were frightened to see what was happening to the people outside. This led the angel to ask if they were not happy to have survived. Changing the subject, she prepared to send them back, as they had survived. She congratulated them for passing the first round, wishing them well in the second round, which would happen soon. Before leaving, the angel decided to check the results of the tests. She found that Black Scythe had come in first place, with about 10 minutes, while the second place in all areas had taken almost 6 minutes longer than him. In the same area as Black Scythe, the second place had more than doubled their time. Most of the rewards had already been given to the protagonist, except for a reward of 1,000 gold coins that he could still collect. He did so, but could only use them when he reached level 10. The protagonist looked around and saw the shocked looks directed at him. This made him realize that everyone knew he had achieved first place. The angel delighted in the impressive fact that someone in her area was in first place among all areas. Looking at the protagonist, she asked him to respond. Curious, she asked how he could be so strong, wondering if he had obtained a good rune. However, in the middle of her question, she realized she had made a mistake. The protagonist responded to the angel with another question, asking if she couldn't see which rune he had in his stats window. The angel stammered, trying to hide the truth. Of course I know. I know everything. I'm an angel, so of course I know. I was just asking. The protagonist smiled in response, but knew she was lying. To the angel's surprise, the protagonist asked if he could make a request. Curious, she asked what that favor would be. The protagonist shocked her with his next words. "I think the reward for getting first place is very petty." Everyone turned to the protagonist, shocked. The angel was furious, unable to believe what he had just said, demanding that he repeat his words. The protagonist crossed his arms, stating that he wanted a better reward. The angel still couldn't believe what the protagonist had said, but he repeated his words again. Speechless, the angel stared at him, saying nothing. In the next instant, she smiled psychotically. Did this damn human just demand something from me? I kept an eye on him because he had done well at the beginning, but does he think he can underestimate me just because he managed to defeat a few goblins? The angel raised her hand, preparing to explode his head, but it was then that she realized she had already used that authority before. This made her even angrier for not being able to destroy that insolent being. Then she had an idea. With a mischievous smile, she formulated her plan. She asked if he really wanted a better reward. Finally, she descended to the ground, stating that normally a request like that would be rejected, but she would think about it. So they should talk privately while the other humans waited for their return. Hearing that the angel might give a better reward to Black Scythe, many wondered if negotiating with her worked. Some wanted to make demands too, but soon others assumed they should at least be in first place to ask for something like that. Many wondered what the reward would be, envying the protagonist. Before following the angel, the protagonist couldn't help but glance at Young Min, who didn't understand why the guy was staring at him. The angel walked through a forest, with the protagonist following closely behind. Seeing that he was keeping his distance, she ordered him to come closer so she wouldn't have to keep checking if he was still following her. The angel couldn't help but feel irritated at having to shout all the time for these humans to understand what they needed to do. On top of that, their stupid greed drove her furious. She still wondered how she could change the reward if she wasn't responsible for it. Despite questioning herself, she wouldn't deliver a better reward, even if she could. After taking the protagonist into the forest, the angel was already planning to teach him a lesson for being so greedy. She noticed a specific spot in the forest where she could eliminate the player as soon as they passed by. She knew she would have problems if she eliminated a player for personal reasons, especially if the players cried out for justice later, which could make her superiors blame her for ruining the game. Therefore, she wanted to make sure there would be no witnesses. She couldn't help but laugh maliciously, blaming the human for not keeping quiet. She then turned to the protagonist, asking what kind of reward he wanted. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw a fist coming toward her. The protagonist struck the angel with a punch, using all his strength. Being hit, the angel staggered back. Before she understood what had happened, she fell. Falling to the ground, the angel propped herself up to stand. Seeing the golden liquid coming from her nose, she wondered what was happening, if a human had really hit her. Fury appeared in her eyes as she turned, cursing the protagonist. However, upon turning around, she realized the human was nowhere to be found. She didn't understand how the human had disappeared. However, the protagonist was already behind her, attacking again. This time, the protagonist grabbed her wings. The angel was surprised to see her wing being seized. As she felt it being pulled, she began to scream. Even though she pleaded for the human to stop, he did not. The angel fell to the ground after being plucked. The protagonist threw her wing away, causing golden blood to spread across the forest, staining the white feathers as well. Looking down at the angel, Ryu Min told her to stop being a whiny baby. After tearing off the first wing, the protagonist moved on to the second. He ripped it off as well, making the angel now incapable of escaping. Seeing her grit her teeth, the protagonist asked if that hurt. She couldn't help but scream, affirming that of course it hurt. However, the protagonist felt no remorse, stating that it should be her laughing and asking him obvious questions. The angel couldn't understand what the protagonist meant, thinking he was insane. However, as he lifted one of her wings, the protagonist revealed how she hid a dagger there, something she intended to use to eliminate him. Seeing the angel fall silent, the protagonist realized he was right. She quickly tried to deny it, claiming it was nothing, that she wasn't planning anything. The protagonist couldn't help but smile. There's no point in lying. I can see the truth just by looking at your face, Biriel. The angel was shocked to hear a human know her name. Taking a dagger from his inventory, the protagonist refused to reveal how he knew her name. Biriel didn't understand why he suddenly grabbed a weapon, but the protagonist taunted her, asking if she really didn't know. With no way to defend herself, Biriel tried to scare the protagonist. Have you gone insane? Do you want your head to explode? With a snap of my fingers, you'll... The protagonist contradicted Biriel's words, revealing that he knew she no longer had that ability. Biriel gritted her teeth as she was confronted with the truth. However, she continued trying to intimidate the protagonist. Do you think you'll be fine? My companions will definitely not stay quiet. Once again, the protagonist contradicted her words. Companions? Angels are all a bunch of selfish beings who don't care about others. Whether you survive here or not, I doubt they'll care. Cutting off the small talk, the protagonist prepared to eliminate Buriel. She tried to stop him, claiming he wouldn't benefit from it. However, he revealed that yes, he would, and she didn't know how. She tried to assert that if he eliminated her, he wouldn't return home, but the protagonist knew how the system would automatically send them back as soon as the mission ended. Seeing all her words rebutted, Buriel wondered how he knew all that. Finally, she decided to trade information for her life, begging for a chance. However, the protagonist didn't need that. As if he needed information, he could just rip it from her. Both the ecosystem and her purpose, along with the fact that she was just a chess piece executing a programmed function, he revealed he knew all of this. Seeing how much the human knew about her and them, Buriel was shocked. Scared, she tried to back away quickly. However, before Buriel could escape, the protagonist caught her with his stiletto. Buriel fell to the ground after the attack, no longer moving. A notification appeared for the protagonist, revealing that an angel had been defeated. Confirming that Black Scythe was the first player to defeat an angel, the title of First Angel Slayer was awarded to him as a reward. In addition to the title, the protagonist also received angel blood as a reward, along with a kill rune. The rune obtained by the protagonist was used automatically, breaking apart and releasing a golden energy that enveloped him. The title given to the protagonist this time conferred a passive effect. When facing a holy being, all his attributes would be doubled. The protagonist had learned about such rewards when he took revenge on an angel during his 13th resurrection. Observing the information about the kill rune, the protagonist checked that every time he eliminated a target, all his attributes would increase by 1%, with a maximum cap of 100%. Each reward he had obtained this time was compared to a unique item. However, he knew that if the angels discovered he had already obtained this rune, they would be shocked. There was another reason, the biggest one for Ryu Min having eliminated an angel: its blood. Angel blood could change the player's class to Reaper, the class that was the natural enemy of angels. This item could only be used starting at level 10. It was at this level that players began to obtain their classes. There were 30 different classes in total, and the transition to them was simple. It was necessary to obtain a class change item, usually acquired through hunting monsters or fulfilling simple conditions, although there were exceptions. The exceptions occurred for unique classes, which were given only to players who met certain special circumstances. As it was obvious, unique classes were on a completely different level than normal classes. They had bonus statistics, advanced runes, skill compositions, among other things. With his thoughts aligned, the protagonist opened his inventory. Now he was ready to claim the reward for obtaining first place in all areas. The rewards appeared before Ryu Min: a triple experience buff, 2,000 gold, or information about the second round. For the protagonist, the most important thing now was to reach level 10 as quickly as possible to change classes. Therefore, he selected the triple experience buff for the second round. Since this was his last attempt, the protagonist had no way to back down. He was determined to become stronger by any means necessary. Thus, he watched as Buriel's body turned into golden light and began to disappear. As soon as Buriel vanished, the first round ended. With half of the players surviving, their souls would return to their bodies, so they could wait for the second round on the first day of the following month. When Young Min woke back on Earth, he breathed heavily. He looked around, realizing he was with many other people in the same place where they had celebrated the new year. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened there, if everyone had collapsed just like he did. Young Min, like many others, thought he had experienced a strange dream. Checking his phone, the delinquent saw that it was already past 5 in the morning. It seemed that the same time he had spent in his dream had also passed in reality. The people around Young Min were suffering from headaches, as well as pain all over their bodies. Looking at a colleague, Young Min asked if he was okay. Hearing the question, the guy asked if Young Min had also passed out, and quickly they talked about how everyone had gone through the same thing. They soon began to discuss their dreams, curious to know if Young Min had also had the same dream. Responding with short answers, Young Min looked around. Everyone around was talking about having dreamed of the same thing, with goblins and the competition in that round. Aligning their dreams, they wondered if it was real, and if they would return for the second round on the first day of the following month. Leaving aside the topic of whether the dream was real or not, Young Min nudged a colleague with his foot, asking why he wasn't waking up. They approached Kim Taeshik, trying to wake him at all costs, shaking him to do so. However, when they turned their friend, they realized he was already cold. Incredulous, they tried to check his breathing. However, the one who tested it began to tremble upon not feeling any air coming from their friend's nose. Seeing that there was no breath, he tried to check the pulse, but felt nothing there either. Young Min was shocked, asking if Taeshik was really not alive. His other friends turned pale, wondering if this had happened because Taeshik couldn't survive in the game of their dreams. Looking around, they noticed that several other people were not waking up either. Finally, they realized that all those around them who hadn't woken up were corpses. Discovering that such a thing was real left the group in shock. Only half of the people had survived. Moreover, there would be a new round soon, which could be just like this one. Young Min began to tremble and sweat as he realized that all of this was real. He couldn't help but think that this was complete insanity. However, Young Min began to feel excited. In that game, even if others were born with a silver spoon, their lives were the same and there was no need to cry about life being unfair. He quickly told his remaining friends to calm down, asserting that they just needed to survive, so there was no reason to worry. He stated that they were not alone in this situation. Others were also involved, so there was no reason to feel wronged. Seeing how Young Min acted, the bald guy internally cursed him as crazy. He couldn't help but turn away, remembering how Young Min always lived like a thug. Therefore, he wouldn't feel fear, even if he lost his life at that moment. However, he was different because he had many things he wanted to do. At that moment, he noticed Young Min looking around. When he asked what he was looking for, Young Min replied that he couldn't find the damn charger. Young Min didn't understand where Ryu Min could be. He was sure he had seen him before passing out. Not finding him standing anywhere, Young Min wondered if he hadn't made it through the first round. To Young Min, this assumption made sense. He didn't think a weakling could survive. At that moment, Young Min looked in one direction, noticing a guy ahead wearing a chest plate of armor. He wondered what was up with that guy, and where he had gotten those clothes. A thought crossed Young Min's mind. At that moment, he called up the status window. Just like in the dream, the status window appeared in front of Young Min. He was shocked to see the window actually open before him. Young Min's friends couldn't believe it was possible to see the status window, but when they tried, they were equally shocked. Young Min was surprised because his friends were just looking at an empty space, but they also saw it that way, which led them to assume that the owners could see their own windows. They quickly began to realize that they could use what they had in their dreams in reality, as well as their stats and items. Young Min bent down to pick up a small stone. Squeezing the stone, he made it shatter instantly. Seeing the stone turn to dust in his hand, Young Min proved his strength. The incredible fact brought a cheerful smile to his face. As time passed, newspapers began to announce what had happened that morning, about how 10,000 civilians had lost consciousness in one place. Footage showed a woman dressed in angel clothes, appearing above the location and speaking to the civilians below her. The footage continued with a mysterious explosion after a civilian pointed at the woman, losing his life after asking her questions. Finally, the footage showed how the woman had opened her arms, and in the next instant, more than 10,000 people had collapsed. According to the police, those who had collapsed were civilians between the ages of 15 and 29, and similar events had occurred worldwide. On the internet, many comments discredited the news reported by the newspapers, criticizing the reporters for spreading fake news. Looking at the news and comments, the protagonist saw how what was just the beginning had already started. The spreading news revealed that half of the fainted individuals had awakened, while the other half remained in a coma, with brain function halted. During this episode, 11% of the country's population had suffered such a crisis. As the news began to spread, the protagonist prepared for the real problem that was hidden elsewhere. The fact that the player's abilities had been transferred to reality. There were no people with high stats for now, so the effects wouldn't be significant, but as the player's levels increased, they would begin to become transcendent entities. It wouldn't matter what modern weapons were used. Even if all military power was employed, the players would not be suppressed. Thus, uncontrollable human weapons would be born. Ryu Min did not plan to just watch the world face such chaotic events. If he left things as they were, the Earth could crumble before the 20th round arrived. To resolve this issue, there was only one solution. He would need to control all the players using overwhelming power. The protagonist knew he would have to use methods different from those used in his previous attempts, especially since he needed 4 more players for the last round. Thinking of a few people, he considered some methods he could use to recruit them. However, it was not yet time to act, as there was something more important to do. The protagonist returned home, entering quietly. Looking around, he noticed that the person he lived with had eaten instant noodles for dinner again. Then he opened the door to a room to take a peek. Entering the room, he saw a young man who looked like him sleeping. Ryu Min couldn't help but smile slightly upon seeing his younger brother asleep, not even knowing if his older brother had come home. Ryu Wan, that was the protagonist's younger brother, who had now become a third-year student. The protagonist's family used to be quite ordinary. However, after their parents passed away in a car accident, many things changed overnight. One of the most drastic changes was that Ryu Min became the guardian of his younger brother. Seeing a bandage coming loose from a wound on his brother's hand, the protagonist fixed the bandage back in place. Observing his younger brother, the protagonist made a decision. Ryu-1 eventually woke up with the light in his face. He sat up still sleepy and saw his brother saying it was time to wake up. The protagonist stated that it was already morning, but when One looked at his phone, he realized it was only 6 in the morning. The protagonist suddenly pulled the covers off his brother. Seeing the serious look on his older brother's face, who said they didn't have time to sleep, One asked what had happened. The protagonist told him to get dressed first, as he would explain once they were outside. Not understanding where they were going, One said he preferred to sleep rather than see the sunrise. However, he fell silent when his older brother asked him to listen. With a serious look, Ryu-min stated that the world was in chaos and it was not time to sleep. Remembering that his brother had said he would watch the New Year's welcome ceremony, One asked if something had happened. Preparing to leave, the protagonist told his brother to follow him, as he would explain while they walked. The two brothers stepped out into the street as the sun rose. Worried, One kept looking at his older brother. Seeing the serious look on Ryu-min's face, One wondered what had happened. At that moment, the protagonist asked his brother if he had any idea what was happening in the world at that moment. One began to get scared, asking if something had happened while he was sleeping. Without giving a direct answer, the protagonist told his brother to check the most searched topics. One grabbed his phone and, starting to read the news, wondered what it meant when it said an angel had appeared and kidnapped civilians to another world. The protagonist explained that, to be more precise, only the souls of the civilians had been taken. One was surprised, asking if even his brother had suffered this. Soon, the protagonist confirmed, revealing that only after hunting 100 goblins had he been able to return safely. Ryu-1 became extremely worried, asking if his brother was hurt anywhere. The protagonist told his brother not to worry, but he couldn't. "How can I not worry about you?" The memory of their parents' funeral still lingered in Ryu-1's mind. That day, he learned what family was. In the empty ceremony, he learned that the only person left in his life was his older brother. One clearly knew that to fill the void their parents had left, his older brother had to become the strongest mentally of all time. However, being mentally strong and defeating 100 goblins were completely different things. One knew that his brother must also have a weakness, which is why he worried about him. The protagonist smiled, revealing that he knew what his brother was thinking. Stopping to look at his brother, he revealed that in that world, they had a statistics system, like in games, so his physical abilities were not a problem. One was surprised, but still couldn't help but worry. The protagonist warned that when Juan saw him later, he wouldn't need to worry anymore. The younger brother didn't understand what he meant, but the protagonist didn't want to reveal it, telling him only to follow if he wanted to find out. However, Juan stopped, refusing to take another step until he was told where they were going. Ryu-1 sincerely asked his brother to tell him where they were headed. The protagonist couldn't help but notice the wound on his brother's hand, which led him to think about various things. In the end, the protagonist surprised his brother by stating that they were going after Bang Taegyu. "We're going to Bang Taegyu's hideout, the hideout of the leader of the delinquents in your class." Upon hearing that his brother knew Bang Taegyu was after him, One was surprised. The protagonist couldn't help but question whether One thought he didn't know this. One never wanted to show his problems so that his brother wouldn't have to worry about one more thing. The protagonist internally apologized to his brother. In fact, he didn't know about it. He only discovered the truth a few hours after returning from his first round. That day, his brother had gone somewhere. A few hours later, Ryu-min received a call. When he answered, the person on the other end asked him, Ryu-wan's guardian, to go to the hospital. The protagonist rushed desperately to the hospital, where he brought his younger brother, who had gone blind after being beaten by Bang Taegyu. Ryu-min blamed himself for being a weak fool who couldn't protect his brother. However, this time, he wouldn't allow anyone to disturb Ryu-1. No one. Outside a warehouse, the commotion happening inside could be heard. Earlier that morning, a blonde man was beating a group of young people, angry that they hadn't brought the money he had asked for. Seeing that no one was responding to him made him even more furious. Using his body weight, he continued to kick the group that was on the ground. In a corner of the warehouse, a group was laughing at how Bang Taegyu was acting, being ruthless with his lackeys. Knowing that even the older students from other schools didn't dare to go against Bang Taegyu, this group didn't want to irritate him. After beating the group, Taegyu approached the peaceful group, complaining that he hadn't received the money he would use to buy a motorcycle. Joining the group, Taegyu asked if they knew any place where they could get money. The guys were unsure, but Bang Taegyu told them to think of some way. Finally, one of the guys had an idea. He remembered the man Taegyu always used to carry his things, the curly-haired guy whose name he couldn't recall. Taegyu realized that the partner was talking about Ryu-1, and revealed that he had already planned to call him anyway, to beat him up and celebrate the new year. Hearing Taegyu's plans, the group began to laugh, claiming that he should blind Ryu-won in the process. At that moment, Taegyu remembered the poverty situation Ryu-won was facing. He won't get any money, even if I beat him. His house looks more like a wormhole. The group was surprised by the terrible state of the guy they were talking about, which led Taegyu to comment that Ryu-won didn't even have parents, living only with his brother. At that instant, they heard someone knock on the door. It was then that Ryu-won himself appeared, following his brother. Upon seeing him, Taegyu opened a surprised smile. Speaking of the devil, look who showed up, Ryu-won, you damn bastard! Taegyu, who had been calm a minute ago, became extremely furious. Trembling, Ryu-won couldn't help but hide behind his brother. Taegyu wondered who the person in front of Ryu-won was, as just looking at him made him feel irritated. Staring at Ryu-won, the big guy asked who the subject beside him was, and if he had brought him because he didn't want to carry his things alone. Ryu-won started to stutter, so the protagonist smiled mischievously and answered for him. I am Won's older brother. Seeing how Won's brother had spoken without him asking, Taegyu snapped his fingers, determined to turn him into a punching bag, just like his younger brother. Looking to the side, Taegyu signaled one of his henchmen. The group following him moved forward, ready to deal with the guy who dared to go against Taegyu. As they approached, they taunted the protagonist, asking if he was good at fighting. One of the troublemakers came face to face with him, mocking the height difference between the two. However, before the troublemaker could react, the protagonist hit him with a punch right in the middle of his face. The other troublemakers were surprised to see their partner suddenly fall. One of them rushed in hopes of avenging his companion, but his punch was easily dodged, and the protagonist gave him the same blow as before. With that punch, the second troublemaker was sent flying, landing on a pile of debris. Two more troublemakers joined forces to attack him together, but received the same response. They were instantly taken down. In a matter of seconds, Taegyu's entire group was on the ground. However, this only made Taegyu even more excited, breaking into a big smile. The brute believed that Ryu-won's brother had learned a bit of boxing, perhaps thinking he could defeat him just with some skill. Taegyu walked towards the protagonist. Hey, it seems you think you're something just because you learned a bit of boxing somewhere. But don't you know that physical strength is very important in boxing? The protagonist smiled while the big guy stared at him and asked, Haven't you seen the latest news? Taegyu became curious about what news he was talking about, which led the protagonist to sigh. Seeing his opponent dismissing him, Taegyu attacked to get a response. His punch whizzed past the protagonist, who dodged effortlessly. Taegyu followed up with a series of strikes, but none of them hit the target. After 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks, Taegyu began to tire. His vision started to blur. He gritted his teeth, wondering what was wrong. Why couldn't he land even one hit? It was then that a blue aura appeared around the protagonist's fist, who finally decided to respond. If you had seen the news, you wouldn't have dared to attack a player like me. With his fist enveloped in aura, he struck Taegyu with all his might, shaking that wall of flesh. Taegyu staggered back but held his ground. Recovering, he attacked Ryu-min with all his fury. However, his punch missed the enemy, just like him, who didn't know where Ryu-min had vanished to. When he turned his face, he was surprised. A clenched fist was already before him, hitting him squarely. Taegyu brought his hand to his face while trying to curse. You're no match for me! However, when he removed his hand from his face, he realized he was bleeding. Seeing his own blood ignited his murderous intent. His large hands lunged at the protagonist, but just like before, he dodged. Ryu-min grabbed Taegyu's arm, pulling him down. With the big guy off balance, he unleashed a flurry of punches to his face. Taegyu's henchmen watched, incredulous, as their boss was made a fool of right before their eyes. Taegyu gritted his teeth. Seeing that only his face was being hit, he wondered if the bastard was aiming there on purpose. He cursed that cunning bastard, wishing he could land at least one hit. He lunged again, hoping to land a blow. Internally, he begged for his punch to connect, but to his despair, Ryu-min dodged and countered with a kick. For the umpteenth time, Taegyu's face was struck, this time on the chin. With the impact, the big guy flew away, crashing against a wall. The protagonist then walked towards Taegyu, who was trembling as he tried to rise. Disparaging the big guy, he asked coldly, "Are you feeling the pain?" Despite having regressed 100 times, Ryu-min couldn't forget what he felt the day he found his brother in that deplorable state. Therefore, he would ensure that it never happened again. Taegyu begged Ryu-min not to come closer. The big guy trembled, pleading for him to stop. It was at that moment that the protagonist held his hand with a smile. "That's why you shouldn't have messed with my little brother." In the next second, the sound of bones breaking echoed through the warehouse. Taegyu screamed in despair as he saw what had happened to his fingers, overwhelmed by uncontrollable pain. At that moment, Ryu-min grabbed his other hand. Seeing what was about to happen, Taegyu tried to plead for him not to do it. However, the sound of bones breaking echoed through the warehouse again, causing all of Taegyu's henchmen to flee in terror. Even Ryuwon turned his face away to avoid seeing what his brother was doing to the guy who had tormented him for so long. Finishing the job, the protagonist gave a warning to the big guy. "If you mess with him again, you know what will happen, right, Bang Taegyu?" Trembling with fear, Taegyu swore he would never touch Ryuwon again. The protagonist smiled, satisfied with the response. "Very well, but I'll have to ensure this properly since you might change your mind, right?" Then he grabbed Taegyu's hand again. In the following minutes, a pig's scream echoed out of the warehouse, spreading throughout the neighborhood. After finishing the job, the protagonist left, followed by his younger brother. Ryuwon was confused about how his brother had done that. Had he learned martial arts? The protagonist revealed that players could use their abilities in real life. Ryuwon still seemed incredulous, so the protagonist decided to show him. At that moment, a golden energy emerged in Ryumin's hand. Gradually it took shape, materializing the stiletto he had obtained. Ryuwon was excited to see his brother's knife, which he explained meant they could summon weapons like that. Curious, Ryuwon wanted to know more. How did his brother manage to move so fast, dodging all the blows? The protagonist explained that this was possible because he had 11 points in dexterity stats. Upon hearing this, Ryuwon remembered what his brother had said about that other world being represented as a game. Giving more details, the protagonist explained that ordinary humans had 3 points in stats, while professional athletes had 10. One was intrigued and asked what would happen upon reaching the highest level. The protagonist claimed he didn't know, as he had never reached that point. Obviously, this was a lie, but he didn't plan to reveal that he was a regressor. There was a time when Ryu Min decided to tell the truth to his brother during his 11th regression, but that led to Ryuwon's kidnapping. Although he had taken revenge back then, the protagonist didn't want his brother to suffer humiliation because of him. Now, he was willing to prepare to protect Ryuwon from the battles that would soon begin among the players. There was still much to be done. Remembering that they hadn't had breakfast, the protagonist called his brother to eat at a convenience store. They headed to a market where there were several tables for customers. Seeing his brother going to the opposite side of where the ramen was, one asked what he was going to do. The protagonist inserted his card into the ATM to check a few things. He had saved some money up to that point, just over 130,000 won. Seeing his brother withdraw 100,000 won at once, Ryuwon was surprised. What surprised one even more was seeing his brother go to the shelf where there were several more expensive foods. One was worried because the cheapest of those dishes cost at least 5,000 won. But the protagonist reassured him, telling him to eat whatever he wanted. Smiling, the protagonist asked his brother if he would really only eat ramen on New Year's. Still, one was concerned that they might face difficulties by spending so much money, but the protagonist insisted he should get something. Ryuwon was excited to choose a tray of pork belly with chili. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the packaging, and his mouth watered just thinking about the flavor. Smiling, the protagonist approached his younger brother and commented that one day they should go to a restaurant and order Hanwoo beef. However, holding his tray of pork belly, one awkwardly smiled and stated that this was already more than enough for him. Seeing his brother so happy to eat something better, the protagonist wished he would wait just a few more days. Soon, he would fill him with so much meat that he would get tired of it. After heating up the pork belly dish, the brothers ate it accompanied by rice. As soon as he took the first bite, Ryuwon nearly melted from the taste. The protagonist couldn't help but notice the sparkle in his brother's eyes as he savored that delicious meat. Ryuwon thanked him immensely but was surprised to see him get up to go somewhere. The protagonist grabbed a pen from the counter. Curious, Ryuwon approached and was even more surprised to see him take several lottery tickets. At that moment, he realized that this was the reason his brother had withdrawn so much money. Ryuwon's eyes widened at the number of tickets his brother had picked up. The protagonist then revealed that he had bought 20 tickets, each with 5 entries. Shock took over Ryuwon, as he understood that his brother had spent the rest of the 100,000 won on the lottery. However, the protagonist simply asked him to be patient and wait to see. Ryuwon was even more shocked to notice that his brother had chosen the same numbers on all the tickets. Smiling, the protagonist revealed that he had chosen them because they were the winning numbers. At home, the duo of brothers sat down to watch the lottery draw. Ryuwon couldn't stop shaking as he watched the broadcast on his phone, remembering that they had spent 100,000 won. When the draw began, one started to bite his nails, immediately reprimanded by his brother. As soon as the first number was drawn, Wan's worried expression began to change. He watched closely, seeing each number being drawn one by one. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Wan checked the ticket that was on the table. Picking it up with trembling hands, he was amazed. This is insane! Did we win the first prize? Juan started to cry with emotion and asked his brother to pinch his cheeks. Looking at the drawn numbers and then at his brother, Juan wanted to know if he was dreaming. Seeing his reaction, the protagonist asked with a smile, "Would you prefer it to be a dream?" Juan shook his head vigorously. Even so, he struggled to believe it. His dazed expression made the protagonist laugh. This is real. After finally processing the news, Juan stood up excitedly, celebrating that they had won the first prize. Quickly, the protagonist told his brother to be quiet so that the neighbors wouldn't hear them. He appreciated Juan's reaction and asked if he liked winning. Obviously, Juan loved it. The protagonist remembered when he reacted the same way the first time he won, even shouting like his brother. However, after going through that process dozens of times, it had become just a mandatory annual event, a necessity to gather resources after each regression. Due to the number of people eliminated each month, the economy was continuously weakening. Moreover, item exchanges among players, which would become much more frequent in the future, would be made with money. Seeing that all the tickets were for the first prize, Ryu-1 wondered how much money they would receive. The protagonist had no idea of the exact amount, but deep down he knew it would be a sum capable of shaking the world. Outside the Nongyup Bank, everything was calm. The protagonist arrived to collect the prize, something he was already used to dealing with. Approaching the counter, he revealed his intention to withdraw the money. The clerk was surprised and immediately congratulated him on his win. Although he heard the young man say he had won the first prize, the employee thought he was very young, probably just a student. The clerk asked Ryu-min to tell him where he had bought the tickets. The protagonist then informed him of the store's location. After conducting the research, the clerk was shocked. He remembered a conversation he had earlier. A man had told him that apparently 115 tickets had won that round. They both thought that was an absurd amount. But what the man told him next was even more impressive. 100 of those tickets had been bought in the same place. The clerk, surprised, understood what his colleague meant. Probably a single person had bought all 100 tickets. Seeing that the clerk had understood, the man warned him. If anyone claimed to have bought the ticket at that store, he should immediately call the bank president, as that person would be a VIP guest. Noticing that the clerk was lost in thought, the protagonist woke him up. The clerk apologized and asked Ryu-min to wait a moment. Sometime later, an older man dressed in a suit approached to greet Ryu-min. The old man introduced himself as Guan Junho, the president of Nongyup Bank. Seeing how young the lottery first prize winner was, the bank president congratulated him. Suggesting they go to a more private location, Guan Junho asked the protagonist to follow him. They both headed to the lottery ticket business team room. Inside the room, a woman was already waiting for them. She couldn't help but wonder if the young man next to the president was his son. Without her needing to ask, Guan Junho introduced Ryu-min as a super VIP who had come to collect his prize and asked her to assist him. Surprised by the treatment given to the young man, the woman wondered if he was the winner who had bought the 100 tickets. Trying to calm herself in front of someone so important, the woman greeted Ryu-min and asked him to take a seat. Quickly, she asked if he wanted something to eat, offering various drink options. However, the protagonist said he was fine and just wanted to receive his reward as quickly as possible. Seeing his urgency, the woman asked if she could check the lottery tickets. Ryu-min then pulled out a stack of tickets and handed them over. She checked each one, still incredulous. She couldn't believe he had bought all the tickets with the same number. She couldn't help but wonder if he had some kind of special ability, like seeing the future. After finishing checking the tickets, she confirmed that all 100 were winners of the first prize. Ryu-min then made the woman nervous by asking how much he would receive. Doing the calculations, the woman began to stammer upon seeing the amount. "Sir, your gross reward is 22.5 billion won." After taxes were deducted, the protagonist was left with 15 billion won. After collecting the reward, the protagonist acted quickly. First, he found a place to move to, and then opened a stock account. One of the cryptocurrencies was expected to rise about 500% the following month, so the protagonist planned to invest in stocks and then make money with the cryptocurrency. Returning home, the protagonist asked his brother what he thought of the new residence. As expected, Ryu-1 thought it was amazing. He had never seen such a big house, not even in pictures. The protagonist explained that this was the best house they could choose to move into immediately. Plus, it had good security. Although he was happy, Ryu-1 was still curious why his brother decided to rent the house instead of buying it, since they now had so much money. However, Ryu-min contradicted his brother, stating that he had no money at all. Calmly, the protagonist revealed that he had put most of the money into cryptocurrencies. Ryu-1 couldn't believe what he had just heard and showed a confused expression. Seeing how pale his brother was, the protagonist assured him that he hadn't done it without thinking, so he could relax. Putting his arm over his brother's shoulder, the protagonist revealed that he could make more money with the lotteries because, after all, he had seen 4 groups of numbers in his dreams. Ryu-wan's eyes sparkled as he believed his brother's lie. He, who had heard of people dreaming about lottery numbers, easily fell for the story. Desperate, Ryu-wan grabbed the protagonist, shaking him back and forth, asking him to never forget the numbers he had dreamed of. Despite his brother's concern, there was no way Ryu-min would forget those numbers, as he had used them to win the lottery dozens of times. Changing the subject, Ryu-min called his brother to eat and prepare to go out. Ryu-wan was curious about where they were going. Realizing he hadn't told his brother, the protagonist smiled and said they would be moving that very day. In a location far from the protagonist's house, someone punched the wall. In the spot where Yeon-ming punched, the wall caved in with large cracks. He couldn't help but smile like a maniac, believing that putting all his points into strength had been a good idea. Continuing to punch the wall, Yeon-ming became even more excited, remembering that he had obtained the strength rune, which doubled his strength points. Seeing the marks of his punches on the wall, Yeon-ming believed that even Tyson would be jealous of the power of his punches. Clenching his fist even tighter, Yeon-ming believed that the tests of his strength had been sufficient. Now, he should use it in a real fight. Yeon-ming went straight to the protagonist's house, repeatedly banging on the door with his fists. Not getting a response, Yeon-ming wondered what had happened. He was sure Ryu-min was alive, but even his calls were going unanswered. Fury flashed in his eyes as he recalled the defiant look Ryu-min had given him a few days ago. He longed to make the protagonist regret looking at him that way. Yeon-ming hammered on the protagonist's door again and again with his fist. He was eager to teach Ryu-min a lesson. Even though they were both players, Yeon-ming was confident he was superior to a loser who would remain a loser until the end. Yeon-ming was sure Ryu-min was hiding inside the house, but he didn't understand why he wouldn't come out. Suddenly, an idea struck him on how to lure the protagonist out. Leaning against the door, he began to speak loudly. "I guess Ryu-min isn't home. No way, I think I'll just leave now." Yeon-ming tried to listen to what was happening inside. If he heard even a sound of breathing, he would break down the door and invade the place. At that moment, an elderly man's voice called out to Yeon-ming. He looked up the stairs to see a bald old man asking what he was doing in front of someone else's door. Staring at the old man, Yeon-ming asked if he was the landlord of the house. Adjusting his glasses, the old man confirmed that he was the landlord, surprising Yeon-ming. Yeon-ming was confused for a moment until he heard the old man ask if he was there to meet a friend. Quickly, he jumped into the conversation, claiming that the person living there was his friend, and asking the old man to open the door since he had lost contact with him. The old man was surprised by Yeon-ming's words. "My God, it seems like you were left behind by your friend." Yeon-ming was taken aback by the old man's words, who explained the situation. "This is now an empty room. The student who used to live there moved somewhere else." Yeon-ming was stunned and desperately asked where Ryu-min had moved to, but the landlord didn't have that information. Yeon-ming clenched his fists in anger. He firmly believed that Ryu-min had run away without saying anything. Elsewhere in the city, there was a multi-story building. Seeing the building up close, Ryu-wan was impressed by its height. He marveled at every detail of the place, starting with the large revolving door. When they picked up the cards to enter the apartment, Ryu-wan was also amazed. He was even impressed by a security guard checking the resident's identification. Inside the elevator, Ryu-wan revealed to his brother how impressed he was. Arriving on the 43rd floor, the protagonist called his brother to exit the elevator. Upon entering the apartment, they were greeted by a huge living room. Ryu-wan couldn't help but ask about the size of the place. Without being overly impressed, the protagonist revealed that the space was 330 square meters, shocking his brother. Ryu-wan believed that perhaps the place was too big for just the two of them, but the protagonist reminded him that they had a lot of money, so they could afford a place as large as that. Exploring the place, one asked how much the apartment cost. Trying to recall the contract, the protagonist revealed that the deposit was 500 million, plus 22 million per month. One was overwhelmed just hearing that the rent was 22 million. Not long ago, he had been worried about paying 5,000 won for lunch, and now the amount had skyrocketed. One thought the place was very expensive, which led him to ask if they shouldn't choose something cheaper. However, the protagonist insisted that they should spend at least that amount, because the more expensive it was, the better the security would be. On the first day of each month, all players fell into a state of narcolepsy. This period would be the most vulnerable for all players. They would be vulnerable to fire, earthquakes, and above all, to hired assassins from other players. Therefore, When that time came, players needed to prepare for the crossing to the other world from the safest place possible. It didn't matter how impressive a player was in the other world. Everything would end if they lost their life in the real world. After exploring the rooms, the protagonist asked if his brother liked the house. Obviously, one liked it. That wasn't even a valid question. Seeing how happy his brother was, the protagonist smiled in relief, pleased by this. However, noticing that his brother was hiding various feelings behind his smile, Ryu-Won felt a bit worried. To the protagonist's surprise, Won ended up apologizing. Ryu-Won expressed his regret, saying that Ryu-Min would be dragged into a fight in the other world next month, while he would be enjoying everything he had achieved without any problems. The protagonist suddenly grabbed his brother's shoulder. "Why do you look so sad? Do you think I won't come back after the next round?" After the comforting words, Ryu-Min told his brother to stop thinking nonsense and go eat, revealing that he had heard the Korean food on the second floor was great. At that moment, the protagonist received a notification on his phone. He discovered that Yeon-Ming had noticed he had moved. However, he would ignore him. Ryu-Min didn't want to encounter him in the real world again, but the story would be different if it were in the other world. The day after the move, the protagonist was already showing his lazy side. However, upon leaving his room, he saw his brother getting ready to go somewhere. Ryu-Won revealed that he had ordered rice cakes and was going downstairs to pick them up. The protagonist couldn't understand why his brother had ordered rice cakes. Ryu-Min didn't remember his brother asking for rice cakes before. Obviously, going back in time didn't guarantee that everything would happen the same way, but it was the first time Ryu-Won was going to buy the rice cakes. The protagonist was curious about why his brother was buying them, and Won revealed that he would deliver them to the neighbors since they had just moved in. The protagonist nodded, realizing it was good to show they were good neighbors. Seeing that his older brother agreed, Won informed him that he would deliver the cakes and that his brother could rest. However, the protagonist wanted to go along to meet the neighbors. After Ryu-Min changed his clothes, they went to the first neighbor's door and rang the bell. Inside, the resident asked who it was. Appearing in the peephole, Ryu-Won introduced himself as the neighbor who had moved in next door, stating he wanted to say hello. An elderly lady came out of the apartment to greet them. Looking at the two, she quickly realized they were brothers. One then showed the rice cake he had bought for her, handing it over so she could eat it while it was still warm. The lady accepted the cake, saying she would eat it. Thus, One bowed, thanking and greeting her before moving on. The next neighbor was greeted by the protagonist, and so the brother duo took turns greeting all the residents. When there was only one place left to visit, Juan was already tired. The protagonist was too, wanting to finish the greetings so they could rest at home. When they reached the 44th floor, the protagonist revealed to his brother that this was the penthouse, and that the owners used both the 44th and the 45th floors. One was impressed, believing these people were extremely rich. The protagonist didn't know the details, but thought it could indeed be a wealthy family or some celebrity. After ringing the bell and hearing no response, One suspected that no one was home. Pressing the bell again and still not getting an answer, One thought it would be better to come back another time. It was at that moment that they noticed someone walking toward them. Ryu-Won was surprised to see the person approaching, even stuttering. Before them stood the young actress Seo Erin. One was enchanted to see the actress. To him, she was as beautiful as an angel. At that moment, a security guard stepped in front of the two, blocking their way. Positioning himself in front of the actress, the guard questioned the two brothers about who they were, asking if they were fans. The protagonist crossed his arms, stating that they were the neighbors from the floor below. The guard was surprised and then noticed the rice cake in Ryu-Won's hands. One asked if they would like to eat the rice cake, but the guard simply walked past him, stating he was fine and that the girl didn't eat that kind of thing. The guard then swiped a card on the electronic lock and called Seo Erin to enter. Before entering, Seo Erin looked back with a concerned expression for the two, although he didn't know who the guard was. The protagonist sensed that he was rude. Seeing how his brother was on cloud 9, Ryu-Min told him not to pay attention to them. However, Ryu-Won was focused on something more important. "Did you see how beautiful she was? Oh my god!" The protagonist was surprised by his brother's excitement. Noticing Ryu-Min's indifference, the younger brother scolded him, stating that he had also seen the girl, who was as beautiful as a mermaid. Across the country, reports of various celebrities' deaths were spreading in the news. Seeing the headlines, Seo Erin sighed, wondering how the world was still functioning. At that moment, while reading the news, Erin received a message from someone named Hong Seon, asking if she had seen the news. She opened the chat and saw her colleague talking about what had happened to Gong Seo-jin. While chatting with her colleague, they arranged to go together to the funeral. Witnessing someone much more successful than her being eliminated in the first round was hard to believe. She was grateful for having secured a good rune, otherwise she could also be in the news. Sighing, Erin realized she had grown a lot. She couldn't believe she was thinking there would definitely be news about her. All she could do was be thankful for the company and for having come this far. Even the penthouse had been prepared by them. The guard suddenly approached Erin, asking what she was thinking about. Surprised, she stated that she wasn't thinking about anything. The guard sat next to her, assuring her that she could talk about anything with him. Erin wore a melancholic expression, revealing that she wondered how the world had become like this, and if she would survive the next round. The guard acted confidently to support the actress. "Don't worry about the next round. Would you worry when I'm here? You worry too much. Just trust me and relax." Erin couldn't help but smile at the guard, asking who else she could trust if not him. She observed him with deep thoughts. When he had been assigned to be her bodyguard, she had been cautious, feeling that he had been placed in that position to watch her. But if it weren't for him, she might not have survived the first round. The guard offered to protect her above all else, so he asked her not to give up. With a smile, Erin thanked the guard for helping her. Changing the subject, Erin mentioned the two people they had encountered earlier. She thought they had just moved in since they had offered a rice cake that looked delicious. Despite this, the guard stated that she would gain weight if she ate that rice cake. She became worried that the brothers would be upset since they had made a great effort, but he urged her to forget that concern. He was sure that the two wanted something from her and that they would pursue her forever if she gave them her hand. Despite what the guard said, Erin didn't think the two seemed like bad people, but she kept that information to herself. Thinking about the two, she revealed to the guard that they looked to be over 15 years old, asking if they had defeated 100 goblins to survive as well. With the guard's confirmation, she found it fascinating that people who had gone through the same ordeal still acted as if it were no big deal. The guard scoffed dismissively, stating that only fools would fail the mission of defeating 100 goblins. Erin didn't like the guard's remark, realizing that he had only succeeded in helping her because his skills were good. Still, she remembered that the guard's abilities weren't as impressive as those of someone she had seen, the player Black Scythe, who had almost made her feel pity for the goblins. Erin was curious about Black Scythe, wondering what he did in real life. Thinking of him, she believed she could survive the second round if she joined him. The concern was evident in the actress's eyes. She believed she had only survived by luck and doubted she could do the same next time. On the morning of January 31st, a Tuesday, Ryu-won began cleaning the house. At that moment, the protagonist returned, receiving a warm welcome from his cleaning brother. One was curious to know if he had received the prize. The protagonist confirmed, revealing that it wasn't much this time, around 15 billion, 2 billion less than last time. One wanted to know if the bank had said anything, since this was his fourth time winning the lottery. The protagonist still remembered that Gwon Junho had been surprised to see him back. He was curious about the secret behind winning so many times, but the protagonist reminded him that he had already told him. He had received a divine message in his dream. The bank president was frustrated, saddened that he didn't have such dreams as well. Hearing the story, one showed a vacant smile. Changing the subject, the younger brother asked if he was going to invest all the money in crypto again. The protagonist confirmed his intention, revealing that his price had risen to 150 billion. One asked if they shouldn't start withdrawing the investment. He was afraid the price would plummet and they would lose money. However, the protagonist wasn't going to withdraw just yet. He asked his brother not to worry so much, assuring him that he would take care of it. Then, the protagonist called him to have lunch together. The two had lunch, ordering a large pasta dish. After lunch, they spent the day together until night fell. That night, at 11:55, the protagonist went to bed with his brother always by his side. Ryu-won held the protagonist's hands, showing his concern, asking him to come back alive. The protagonist reassured him, asking Ryu-won to remember how he had defeated Bang Taegyu. Ruffling his brother's hair, the protagonist told him not to worry and to go to sleep. Seeing that it was already time, the protagonist stated that he would be up before Won woke up. Thus, the protagonist was taken to another world, materialized by a golden light. Just like him, the other players also appeared at the same time. Seeing that they had returned to this world, many were afraid. However, they began to look around, trying to figure out where they were, as it didn't seem like the same place from the first round. At that moment, a girl was surprised to see someone. She had spotted none other than the top player from the first round, Black Scythe. Many people began to whisper. Noticing that they weren't approaching him, the protagonist realized that they recognized him. The protagonist looked around and noticed that everyone must have already arrived, including Yeon Ming. He was anticipating when the new being would appear. At that moment, an angel appeared above them, asking if everyone was all right. The players were surprised that this time it was a different angel. Asking what had happened, the new angel revealed that the previous one had suffered an accident, which is why she wouldn't appear. Seeing that the humans were starting to murmur, the new angel asked them not to be alarmed. This angel was no different from Duriel. Her wicked smile was as wide as her companions. From now on, I will be the one to guide you. The angel spread her wings, which shone with a golden hue against the cloudy sky. Seeing that everyone was gathered, she asked if she could announce the objective of the second round. In front of each player, a window appeared. The window displayed the main mission. In 3 hours, they needed to select a representative from the region. The players were surprised as they thought they would need to defeat monsters again, but something caught their attention. The number of participants and eligible players to win the second round was equal, which meant that everyone could survive. Seeing how doubts were spreading, the angel decided to give an explanation. As you can see, there is no fight in this round. I will conclude it as soon as you choose a representative. When someone becomes the representative of the region, they will be able to use the authority of command to enforce commands over other humans. They will kneel if ordered, and will eliminate themselves if commanded. Isn't that a great power? In 3 hours, everyone will receive a ticket to vote. With that, you just need to select someone to become the representative of the region. A player raised his hand, asking if the round would end after that, if nothing else needed to be done. The angel confirmed his doubt, stating that once they voted, they would complete the mission and be able to return home. The players began to feel relieved that they wouldn't have to fight. Now, they would be safe. This round would be much easier than the last. With that, the angel instructed them to talk among themselves for the next 3 hours to decide who would be the representative of the region. The players still thought this was a very easy mission, as they just needed to wait those 3 hours to survive. Yan Ming, unlike the others who were excited, was very irritated that he had prepared to fight but couldn't. One of Yan Ming's friends told him to relax, as there would be no problem surviving just with a vote. Yan Ming was very upset, as above all, he wanted to show his strength. Discovering that Yan Ming had put all his points into strength, the protagonist wondered if he had also obtained a strength rune this time. Including Yan Ming's rune, everything was going according to what the protagonist remembered. The protagonist watched everyone debating about who should become the representative for 3 hours, but for him, that wasn't the important thing at the moment. Ryu Nim knew that if there was a main mission, there must also be side missions. The protagonist entered the forest to look for the secret mission, the promotion mission, the one that would grant the right to obtain a class. The protagonist took his knife to hunt monsters. As to obtain a class, he needed to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. After a hobgoblin emerged from the forest, the protagonist challenged it. Seeing how the hobgoblin advanced, the protagonist used his speed to get closer faster than it. Before the hobgoblin could attack him, the protagonist finished it off as if it were nothing. The protagonist defeated the first of 100 monsters for the mission. Thanks to the triple experience bonus, he gained 9% towards leveling up. All his statistics also increased by 1% due to his rune. Ryu Nim realized that entering the forest to hunt had been the right choice. Moreover, he knew that where there was one goblin, there would be a group of them further ahead. As he ventured deeper into the forest, a group of armed hobgoblins appeared. The protagonist couldn't help but smile upon seeing them. With goblins and hobgoblins coming out from the bushes, he prepared to face them. The protagonist's hunt continued for the next several minutes. He defeated countless hobgoblins until he reached the mark of 50 monsters defeated. It was at that moment that the protagonist leveled up. Checking the time, only 30 minutes had passed. Reaching the halfway point of the mission, the protagonist opened the status window. In 30 minutes, the protagonist reached level 9. Aiming for dexterity for the lower levels, the protagonist invested all the points gained into that attribute. If he had obtained a strength rune like Yan Ming, it would have been more efficient to increase his strength, but it would be very difficult to survive if he allocated all his points into that attribute for now. No matter how strong someone was, there was nothing they could do if they couldn't dodge fatal attacks. Players had 4 statistics: strength, intelligence, dexterity, and luck. Strength increased physical damage, health, and defense. Intelligence increased magical damage, will, and quick thinking. Dexterity increased attack speed, movement speed, and dodge chance. Lastly, luck increased critical hit chance and item drops, as well as providing an additional chance for gold. None of these statistics should be ignored, especially for the Reaper, as he used both physical and magical damage. Therefore, it would be ideal to increase them equally. While analyzing his information, the protagonist noticed a presence. He felt as if someone was following him. He hadn't paid attention before as he was hunting, but now he had picked up their trail. What intrigued the protagonist was that no one had followed him in any of his attempts before. Raising his knife, the protagonist commanded whoever was there to show themselves, or else they would need to leave their will if they didn't declare their intentions. At the protagonist's command, someone stepped out from behind a tree. To his surprise, it was none other than the actress he had met, Seo Aren. The protagonist was shocked to see her. The girl approached, hands raised, apologizing for following him. At that moment, another person appeared behind the actress, also apologizing. The man stated that they were not following Black Scythe with bad intentions, asking him not to be angry with them. The protagonist stared at the player named An Sang-chul with a question in mind. Thinking of An Sang-chul, the protagonist remembered that he was Ma Gyunlok's right-hand man. Ma Gyunlok was the eldest son of one of the largest companies in the country, and his player name was Celestial Demon. He was one of Ryu Min's targets. If he could have him by his side, it would strengthen his growth in many aspects. However, what Ryu Min really wanted to do was recruit the priestess connected to Ma Gyunlok for round 20. The protagonist did not expect to encounter Ma Gyunlok's right-hand man so soon. She also couldn't understand why An Sang-chul was with Seo Aren. It was at that moment that Ryu Min had an idea of who Ma Gyunlok really was, the guard who was with the actress during the cover-up. Thinking about this possibility, the protagonist recalled a story about Ma Gyunlok sponsoring a celebrity as part of his business. So this must be Seo Aren. The future changing had been quite unpleasant, so he wanted to investigate, asking since when the duo had been following him. Seo Aren revealed the truth, stating that they had been following him since he entered the forest. She had seen him and decided to follow. The protagonist continued the questions, asking why she had followed him. Seo Aren tried to explain that it wasn't for bad reasons. She just wanted to make an offer to him. Seo Aren remembered how Black Scythe had placed first in the first round, which is why she wanted to know if he would like to cooperate or something like that. The protagonist frowned at the actress's offer. He sighed, smiling at the proposal. Cooperate? That word isn't used when both need each other's help? Seo Aren confirmed her intentions. However, the protagonist shrugged. What do I need you for? I'm doing just fine on my own. Don't waste my time with useless talk and go away. I have no intention of forming a team with you. The protagonist turned and walked away after finishing his words. Seeing Black Scythe walk away, the guard wondered what was wrong with him, how big his ego could be. Seo Aren suddenly fell to her knees, surprising An Sang-chul. Looking up, Aren stated that she believed Black Scythe deserved first place. The pressure she felt from him was very intense. The guard questioned what pressure she was talking about, stating it was natural for her to be nervous when someone yelled while pointing a sword at her. Aren wanted to form a team with the number 1, but things hadn't gone as she had thought. The guard recalled what he had already told her about how people like him were too proud to even consider allies. Aren regretted the attempt a little, but the guard advised her not to feel that way. However, they had only wasted time trying to follow the player. Remembering how they had followed the protagonist, Aren revealed that she didn't think there were so many monsters in the forest like those. Thoughtfully, she asked if they should also hunt during the remaining time. The guard didn't think it would be a bad idea, so the actress invited him to go with her. The deeper the area of the forest, the denser and darker it became. Amidst some trees, a hobgoblin heard a noise. Before the goblin could react, the protagonist attacked it. Ryu Min was still thinking about the cooperation request at the moment he was busy. All he cared about at that moment was leveling up, not forming a team. With that goblin defeated, the protagonist reached the mark of 60. At that moment, another type of monster appeared. With a wolf's head and walking like a human, it carried a large axe. The protagonist recognized the monster as a gnoll, surprised that they had finally shown up. Not just one gnoll emerged, but many others as well, all carrying their own weapons. Like a pack, they advanced, leaping to hunt the human they had encountered. However, they did not expect that this human would be powerfully fast. Before they had a chance to touch him, the protagonist used his blade to eliminate each of them. The bodies of the 5 gnolls fell to the ground, increasing the protagonist's mission counter and providing him with the experience needed to reach level 10, thus fulfilling the conditions for obtaining a class. The protagonist not only advanced, but also gained permission to use the shop. A secondary mission appeared before him. If he could advance his class before the voting ended, he could acquire a daily ticket for a 50% discount on purchases. People seeing this secondary mission for the first time would usually be confused. Everyone knew that obtaining a class was good, but the problem was that no one knew how to get the class advancement item. This item was typically obtained by fulfilling special conditions. Warriors needed to increase their strength to 10 points and defeat 30 monsters within an hour. Berserkers needed to hunt for a period of time while bleeding. Assassins needed to defeat several monsters with back attacks. This meant they had to perform actions related to their classes to obtain them. Initially, Ryu Min had repeatedly tracked monsters in the forest and fled from them, which granted him the Hunter class. However, after learning about the Reaper class, the protagonist proceeded with it. With angel blood in hand, the protagonist used the item. As a golden light enveloped him, a notification confirming the class acquisition appeared. The protagonist clicked yes without even thinking. The golden blood was consumed, releasing a great amount of power. Thus, he advanced to the Reaper class. As a reward, Ryu Min obtained the Reaper rune. When used during the day, his weapon's attack would be doubled, and when used at night, his attack speed would also increase by 50%. At night, the rune would also reduce the chance of enemies finding him. With the use of the rune, a scarlet energy enveloped the protagonist, imprinting the rune on his body. As a reward for advancement, the protagonist obtained the Reaper's Scythe. With the completion of the secondary mission, the protagonist received the discount ticket. He also upgraded his rank from beginner to apprentice. The protagonist then opened his status window to check his new information, including his rank, which in this world was divided into 6. Beginner, level 1, apprentice, level 10, regular, level 20, expert, level 40, master, level 60, and finally grandmaster at level 99. Just like in a game, advantages would be gained by increasing the rank. Class skills or unlocking functions could be acquired. The protagonist obtained the skill Death Insignia. This skill made the target visible, adding a 100% damage increase when hitting the marked target. Items could also be equipped according to the class, such as the Reaper's Scythe obtained by the protagonist. Advancing in class was essential to avoid getting stuck at the beginner rank. A notification appeared, identifying the protagonist's advancement and gifting him a random bag of gold. As the first player to advance, he also obtained the neutral skill tracking. This skill allowed the protagonist to track a known target. The skill needed to be purchased for 20,000 gold coins, but the protagonist was tempted to use it. As a test, he tracked Huang Yanming. By adding the name and face to the function, the skill was activated. Yanming's location was confirmed to be almost 200 meters from the protagonist. From Ryu Min, an arrow appeared on the ground for him to follow. Seeing that Yanming was so close made the protagonist realize that he had also entered the forest. Remembering how last time Yanming was 2 kilometers away, the protagonist decided to observe him. In a corner of the forest, the actress and the guard were running to the point of exhaustion. Due to fatigue, Erin ended up tripping and falling to the ground. Trembling, she tried to get up but could no longer run. Her legs wouldn't allow it. Seeing the actress's situation, the guard tried to encourage her to keep moving, or they would be caught. He extended his hand, helping Erin to stand up. Although she got up, Erin felt a lot of pain where she had been hit by the arrow. She felt an intense burning sensation. And Sangchul had the theory that even if they got hurt in this world, their bodies would still be fine in reality. So he urged her to survive somehow to be able to return home. She agreed with his words, deciding to make an effort. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted them. "Where do you think you're going?" Leading 3 henchmen, Yanming approached the duo asking if they hadn't suffered enough. The guard gritted his teeth, irritated at being caught because of the damned Erin. Drawing a knife, he wondered if he had no choice but to fight. Yanming was surprised, asking if the guard wanted to fight them. He told them to look and see how many there were, and Sangchul was furious. "Why are you doing this? What the hell have we done to you?" Yanming couldn't help but smile, stating that they hadn't done anything. This left Sangchul even more confused, not understanding why the group was attacking them. Yanming then revealed the reason, which surprised both of them. He stated that he wanted the girl. He didn't want a guy like Sangchul. What he wanted was Seo Arin. The bald guy in the group asked the others if that was really Seo Arin. One of the others then asked if he couldn't see for himself, as both her nickname and her face indicated that she was the actress. However, the bald guy still thought it could be someone trying to impersonate the actress. In the end, they didn't care, as her appearance still matched that of the actress. Hearing their conversation, Erin was scared. Yanming made an offer to the guard regarding Erin. He should leave the actress to them, and in exchange, they would let Sangchul live. And Sangchul was irritated that they hadn't said from the beginning that Erin was the target, because if they had, he would have abandoned her from the start. Among all things, he didn't want to lose his life because of this actress. However, the guard knew that if he couldn't protect Seo Arin, he would disappoint director Ma Gyeonglok. Seeing the guard take a combat stance, Yanming got excited, thinking he wanted to fight. The guard gritted his teeth, asking if Yanming didn't know that what he was trying to do was a crime. Yanming couldn't help but laugh at the comment. "Ha ha 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 ha, that's so funny. But what laws exist here? Well, are you going to report me when we return to real life? You can try, but what evidence do you have against me? You don't even know if this is my real face." The guard gritted his teeth. Although the guy in front of him was annoying, he was right, and Sangchul knew that this group of assassins could back out of the deal, so he had no choice but to fight with his injured body. At that moment, Unsangchul heard a noise and was surprised to turn around and see who had appeared. Leaning against a tree was the person they had invited to form a group earlier, Black Scythe. Yanming was surprised to see the top one, as he hadn't noticed when he arrived. The protagonist stepped between the two groups, asking what they were doing there. Yanming was the first to respond, stating it would be better for Black Scythe to continue on his way, but the protagonist interrupted him, saying he hadn't asked him. Seeing that the question was directed at him, the guard revealed that this group had ambushed them, trying to target Aaron to take her. He offered to owe Black Scythe a favor if he helped them. Seeing that the top one was inclined to side against him, Yanming clicked his tongue. The protagonist looked at him, asking if what the guard had said was true. Yanming, however, just shrugged. Who cares if it's true or not? Just go on your way. This has nothing to do with you. At that moment, a scarlet aura surrounded the protagonist. What do you mean? These are people I know. Yanming was surprised, not understanding what Black Scythe was doing. Standing between the two groups, the protagonist summoned his scythe, which overflowed with that dark scarlet aura. I can't just let someone get hurt. Unlike Yanming, who was irritated, Aaron was happy that Black Scythe was willing to help them. Obviously, the protagonist was helping because it would benefit him. If he helped, Ma Jianglok would have a good impression of him, and if his conglomerate owed him a favor, the reward would snowball, being paid back with a much higher value than the help. Ryu Min was also helping the duo because he didn't like the bastards in front of him. Yanming tried to threaten the protagonist to avoid a fight, but the protagonist stared him down with no intention of backing down. What's the problem? Don't you want to fight me? Yanming gritted his teeth. Obviously, he didn't want to fight against the monster that had crushed the goblins and achieved the ranking in the shortest time. The protagonist leaned his scythe on the ground and told Yanming to be honest about whether he wanted to fight or not. Yanming was surprised, thinking that the protagonist would let him go if he was honest. Crossing his arms, the protagonist smiled. I'll consider it if you kneel and beg for your life. Yanming realized what Black Scythe was trying to do, humiliate him in front of his friends and also Aaron. Despite not wanting to fight, the guy in front of him was starting to irritate him. But at that moment, Yanming remembered he was strong enough to knock down a wall with his bare hands. He believed that if he were lucky, he could send this Black Scythe, or whoever he was, flying with just one punch. Yanming smiled maliciously as he made his decision. You've crossed a line you shouldn't have, bastard. What do you want me to do, kneel and beg? You don't value your life anymore, do you? Yanming took a few steps forward to shorten the distance, planning to attack by surprise. He was confident that even the top one wouldn't survive this. When he was preparing to throw the punch, he stopped. He was surprised to see that Black Scythe had dropped his weapon. The protagonist smiled, provoking the bastard in front of him. It would be unfair if I used a weapon. Besides, it would be a very boring victory. Yanming felt deeply insulted, but his anger turned to surprise when he saw the guy in front of him disappear. With impressive speed, the protagonist lunged at Yanming. The big guy's hand aimed at the protagonist's face with all his murderous intent. However, Yanming's punch hit nothing as the protagonist dodged at the last moment. When Yanming realized he had already been hit by a low knee strike, he couldn't defend himself and was sent flying several meters away. Pulling back his leg, the protagonist observed the scene he had caused. Yanming trembled in pain, cursing the bastard who had hit him. When he lifted his head, the protagonist was already in front of him again. Stop cursing! My ears are tired of it! The protagonist delivered another kick, making Yanming roll on the ground. Sitting up, Yanming placed his hand on the wound on his face. However, the protagonist grabbed his collar, pulling him up. While holding him, Ryu Min unleashed a barrage of punches, leaving him unable to defend himself. Being hit countless times, Yanming didn't feel the blows as punches, but as hammers falling on his face. He could only wonder if the demonic bastard in front of him was really stronger than him. He couldn't understand how someone could be stronger than him, who possessed a strength rune. After all the blows, Yanming's vision became blurry. At that moment, several of his companions raised their weapons and arrows, aiming at the protagonist. Aaron became worried upon seeing that Black Scythe would be attacked from behind and shouted for him to dodge. The protagonist dodged the arrows and advanced against the henchmen. Countless arrows were shot, but zigzagging, the protagonist continued advancing toward the archer. Quickly, the protagonist reached his side. Looks like you got lucky finding a bow after encountering some monsters, right? But unlucky for you, you ended up meeting me. Summoning his scythe, the protagonist confronted the weapon against the archers. His scythe made a long arc, hitting the player and creating a rain of blood that splattered on the others. Having lost an arm, the archer fell to the ground, screaming. The other henchmen quickly drew their daggers. You bastard! Do you think you can play with us like this? Forget about leaving here alive, you bastard! With the dagger in hand, the bald guy advanced toward the protagonist. The protagonist couldn't help but smile at the comment he heard. Using the insignia skill, Ryu Min created a scarlet symbol with a skull over the bald guy. In the next moment, his scythe released a powerful scarlet aura as it was wielded. With a great arc, the protagonist attacked the bald guy, using all the power of his weapon. With a swing of the scythe, an aura was unleashed, hitting the legs of that Yeonming henchman. The bald guy fell to the ground after the damage he suffered, unable to walk anymore. The last remaining henchman couldn't help but tremble in fear at what had happened to his friend's legs, but the protagonist wouldn't let this last one get away. If you're going to attack me with a weapon, it means you have at least a little determination, right? The protagonist swung his scythe, cutting through what the henchman was holding on to. The henchman screamed in pain as he lost his arm. Leaving him alive, the protagonist observed the insignia that gave a 100% damage bonus, doubling the damage dealt. With it, he was able to cut through armor as well. After those brief minutes, the protagonist saw how easily he had defeated that group of bandits, but he didn't want to stop there. He would instill as much fear as possible so they would never approach him again. The protagonist wielded his scythe and continued the attacks, inflicting pain. At this point, the last henchman that Ryu Min had hit was begging to be spared, but the protagonist didn't like the complaint. "What are you complaining about? You're going to survive, even after all this." Seeing that he had finished dealing with the henchman, the protagonist looked for the one who was missing. He glanced toward the tree where Yeonming was hiding, warning him that this wouldn't work. Swinging his scythe, he launched a long-distance strike, hitting Yeonming even while he was hidden. The guy who thought he was tough screamed upon seeing what had happened to his arm. Seeing Yeonming scream irritated the protagonist. The pain that Ryu Min had suffered because of Yeonming was much greater than what he had done to the guy this time. With another attack, the protagonist struck Yeonming's other arm. Watching the flurry of attacks, Aaron and Unsangchul fell silent. The guard was impressed that Black Scythe showed no mercy, incapacitating both arms of an opponent who had already lost the fight. Although others might not like this kind of thing, deep down, Unsangchul did. And Sangchul couldn't help but think that this Black Scythe would be a great rival even for his president. After destroying Yeonming, the protagonist asked the actress and the guard duo if they were okay. The guard thanked him, and the protagonist asserted that they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked anymore, since that group wouldn't be able to move. Therefore, it was time to go back and vote. Aaron and Sangchul bowed, deeply thanking him for his help. However, Aaron was worried about whether that group would survive. The protagonist didn't care if they survived or not, as they were worse than animals. With Aaron's comment, the protagonist realized she had a soft heart. Even if she cared about the lives of those bastards, he couldn't understand if she was some kind of saint or if she was trying to maintain her good image as a celebrity. Interrupting Ryu Min's musings, the guard asked if he could ask him a question, and Sangchul was curious to know why he had spared that group since it wouldn't be a problem to get rid of them in this world. Hearing in Sangchul's question, the protagonist realized how he acted exactly like Ma Jianglok's right-hand man. The protagonist revealed his thoughts. If he eliminated those players, he wouldn't gain any benefit. Still, Unsangchul thought it was a bad idea to leave someone alive who could cause problems in the future. However, looking at the state he had left that group in, the protagonist questioned Unsangchul if they would really cause problems. The protagonist also thought that reducing the number of players would decrease the number of final participants as well, and Sangchul realized that Black Scythe was right. If the number of participants decreased, the number of slots for those finishing the round would also diminish. And Sangchul couldn't help but be impressed by Black Scythe's level of understanding of the game. He finally sighed, accepting that he wouldn't pay attention to those bastards from then on. With that, the protagonist decided to leave, and Sangchul tried to stop the protagonist from going, wanting his number to send a compensation in real life. But the protagonist told him to forget that option. Seeing the player leave without asking for any compensation for his help, Unsangchul was surprised. This made him decide to report what had happened to the president as soon as he returned. In the bushes around, Yeonming continued to groan in pain, and Sangchul wanted to finish him off but decided to hold back because of what Black Scythe had said. To relieve his anger, and Sangchul spat on the leader of the bastards. Thus, he and Aaron could leave. In the plain where the players were, many people were asking others to vote for them. The competition for votes led to some people starting to fight. Seeing the fights begin, others tried to stop them. One guy, confident, wanted to become the representative, asserting that those who got easily agitated had no right to the position. Others wanted to become representatives thinking about the money their families had in the real world. However, there was no way for others to believe those claiming to be rich since they couldn't prove it. At that moment, someone caught everyone's attention. A player named Mint Chocolate Boy announced that there were only 2 hours left until the voting, so they shouldn't waste time and needed to hurry to vote. People then asked for suggestions from Mint, who had something to say. Seeing that he had something important to share, everyone fell silent. Observing how everyone was following his words, Mint smiled mischievously. In reality, everyone was once again under the effect of his persuasion rune. When Mint obtained his rune through the random fragment, he was disappointed. This was a rune that would be effective against beings capable of conversation, but wouldn't apply to anyone with a higher level than his. Mint was irritated because this rune wouldn't have any effect against monsters incapable of speaking. However, he quickly figured out how to use it appropriately. Seeing some people about to defeat a few goblins, Mint decided to try using the power of the rune on them. He pointed at a woman, warning that she was in danger, and instructed the group to help her, leaving the monsters that were attacking. Those people instantly heard Mint's words and ran to help the woman. Mint used this rune to easily defeat the 100 goblins. He was confident that if he used his rune this time, he could easily become the representative of the region. Using the power of his rune, Mint instructed everyone to choose 5 candidates to vote for only them. Falling for Mint's words, people began to agree that this was a good idea. Thus, Mint instructed anyone who wanted to recommend someone to raise their hand to speak the person's name. The guy with the rich family tried to raise his hand, but Mint quickly stated that they couldn't choose themselves. Otherwise, they would remain in the same situation as before. Hearing this suggestion, people began to get upset, but Mint was leading them where he wanted. Everyone started to wonder who they should recommend, but ended up recommending no one. Seeing everyone quiet, Mint became confident that soon the recommendations would focus on those who had stood out. Finally, someone recommended Mint as a candidate. The person recommended him believing that the representative should be someone with leadership skills and logic. Mint pretended to be surprised, and then the guy who recommended him stated that he was the one who had controlled the situation when they needed it. Mint thanked him for the vote and asked if anyone had another person to recommend. At that moment, someone raised their hand, recommending Black Scythe. Mint believed it made sense for the top one to be recommended. Another person raised their hand, recommending the top 2 from the previous round. Life is a documentary, as the representative, and then another person recommended the 4th place. Mint assured that they now had 4 candidates, and asked if anyone had more suggestions. Seeing that everyone was silent, Mint stated that they should go with these 4 candidates. Then he asked those chosen as candidates to step forward for a speech. Obviously, he wanted to go first. He wanted to easily convince everyone with his rune. The moment Mint began to speak, someone behind him interrupted. "Stop all this nonsense." Mint looked back, surprised. The player named Life is a Documentary had interrupted him. That player gritted his teeth. "I can't take any more of this crap you keep talking about." Mint was surprised and asked what the man was doing. Documentary tried to intimidate Mint with his large size. "Do you think life is that easy? People do everything you want with just a few words, right?" Mint was surprised because it seemed the man had discovered his ability. The veins on Documentary's face bulged. "Who do you think you are to decide who will be the representative? You damn instigator." Mint immediately used the power of his rune. "You've crossed the line." There's a saying that goes, "The words of a person reflect their face and personality." Do you really use such hostile words? Mint believed that would calm the man down, but it only worsened the situation. Documentary became even more furious. "Damn! Are you really trying to lecture me?" Mint couldn't believe that his ability wasn't working on this guy. Furious, Documentary threatened all the players present, demanding that they vote for him. Mint seized the opportunity to humiliate the man in front of others. "This guy is really an idiot. Do you think anyone will listen to you like this? Stop embarrassing yourself and go away." It was at that moment that Documentary pulled out a dagger and attacked Mint before he could react. Mint placed his hands on his neck, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was in vain. He slowly lost consciousness. After finishing off Mint, Documentary looked at the crowd, stating that he would give everyone the same fate if they didn't vote for him. Seeing what had happened, people began to scream in fear. Documentary raised his dagger, still stained with red. "What are you going to do? Come fight me if you think this is a problem." The guy who had recommended Mint Chocolate Boy became furious, calling Documentary a madman. Seeing everyone insult him but no one attacking, Documentary decided to attack them instead. As a great assassin, he rushed toward each of the players, using his dagger to finish them off. The expression on Documentary's face showed the ecstasy he felt. There were no police, cameras, or reporters there. He could do whatever he wanted with those people. After taking out a group of people, he pointed at others, warning that if they didn't vote for him, they would be next. People were tremendously scared by the threat, not knowing what to do. Documentary believed that everyone would vote for him out of fear, and as soon as he became the representative of the region, he would go after Black Scythe to take him out first, thus becoming the top 1. While Documentary was creating a great chaos, the protagonist was defeating nulls. He had already defeated over 260 monsters, now reaching level 16. Seeing that his level was already high, Ryumin realized that he would evolve more slowly. Even after defeating monsters for the last 2 hours, he had only leveled up. Despite this, the hunt had been easy, thanks to his Reaper rune and Assassin rune. One of the runes doubled his damage, while the other doubled his stats. After hunting so much, the protagonist realized it was time to return. A golden light fell upon the protagonist. A summoning was being made to take all players back to the starting point. All the players were summoned back to the starting point, along with Yunming's group. When the players who had been in the forest returned, they were surprised by what had happened. Seeing all those bodies, they wondered what had occurred. Arin covered her mouth, incredulous at the scene. Noticing her reaction, the protagonist realized that Cho Jung-sik had once again gained the upper hand. Cho Jung-sik was the leader of the Jung-sik gang, and the second most talented fighter in that district, which was a shame because his personality was horrible. The protagonist had already planned to disarm this bomb before it exploded, but that wasn't the exact moment for it. Documentary walked toward the protagonist, asking where he had been since he hadn't seen him until then. The protagonist was not intimidated and asked what he wanted. Cho Jung-sik replied with a smile on his face, "It's not a big deal, just getting straight to the point. Be my servant." The sudden request caught the protagonist by surprise. Playing with his dagger, Cho Jung-sik offered his clemency in exchange for servitude, but this only made the protagonist laugh. Likewise, he went straight to the point. "Do you want to fight? Then kneel. If you do that, I'll let you go unharmed." Cho Jung-sik became irritated, believing that Black Scythe still hadn't understood the situation he was in. The protagonist interrupted his complaints, releasing the Reaper's aura to summon his scythe. "Is it so hard to understand? Or do you want to be eliminated this round to get it?" Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth, realizing he had messed with the wrong guy. Looking at that large scythe, he couldn't understand where Black Scythe had gotten such a weapon. Seeing Cho Jung-sik silent, the protagonist couldn't help but provoke him. "What happened? Did the cat eat your tongue?" Cho Jung-sik tried to use his identity to intimidate the protagonist. "I am Cho Jung-sik, the leader of the Jung-sik gang. Do you think I'm going to kneel before you? Try to attack me with that weapon if you can, you bastard." The protagonist couldn't help but mock how temperamental Cho Jung-sik was, but now, enough with the jokes. He didn't want to confront Cho Jung-sik at that moment because if he revealed his strength, he wouldn't be able to use that gangster in the third round, but he wouldn't need to fight, as the angel was about to appear. Surprising everyone, the angel emerged, asking if everyone was gathered. Seeing the angel, the protagonist sent a message to Cho Jung-sik. "You were lucky. Make sure to check who you're challenging next time if you want to stay alive." Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth. He had almost had a heart attack from fear, but still harbored feelings of revenge for next time. He longed to become the representative, so he could repay the humiliation many times over. The angel asked if they had decided who would be the representative. At that moment, she saw the bodies and smiled upon realizing they had done more than just talk. But of course, she didn't care what the trash did. Wishing to continue with the voting session, the angel made windows appear in front of the players. There, they could vote for one person, and the one with the most votes would become the representative. They needed to look at the person they wanted to vote for and then confirm their vote. Players who didn't vote within the next 5 minutes would be eliminated as punishment. Instantly, several people looked at Cho Jung-sik, who became confident seeing that he was the center of attention. Looking around, Cho Jung-sik became irritated when he noticed a girl wasn't looking at him. She then quickly stated she would vote for him to avoid being attacked. Cho Jung-sik kept looking around constantly, threatening everyone who wasn't looking at him. And so, the 5 minutes passed. Announcing that time was up, the angel thanked everyone for not leaving any idiot without voting. Clapping her hands, she asked if they should see the votes. Life is a Documentary came in first place, with 2,400 votes. Right behind him, Black Scythe had just over 2,000 votes. Cho Jung-sik became irritated seeing that, even though he was in first place, he had only a few more votes than Black Scythe. He looked around, trying to figure out who those 2,000 people were who had voted for Black Scythe, even after his threats. Concluding the vote viewing, the angel announced Life is a Documentary as the representative of the region. She then granted him the authority of command, as he had been elected the representative. Receiving the blessing, Cho Jung-sik already imagined how he would punish Black Scythe, who hadn't eliminated him when he could, perhaps ordering everyone to attack him. However, Cho Jung-sik found a problem with this ability. It would only have 10 uses, affecting only one person at a time, and not working on people who had already acquired their classes. Cho Jung-sik was shocked to read the rules for using the ability. At that moment, the angel began to laugh. "Dear humans, did you think we would finish after the voting session? That's not the case. There is a hidden mission in this round." The people were surprised by what the angel said. This time, a secondary mission about class advancement appeared in front of everyone. Whether it was the security or Aaron, everyone was astonished. the angel revealed that this message window should have appeared only at level 10, which is why they hadn't noticed it before. A player scratched his head, asking how they were supposed to level up if there were no monsters around. This comment irritated the angel. "What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters." "Oh, but don't be sad. Only 80 people were able to advance their classes in this round. Speaking of which, one person in this region received an advanced class." Each statement from the angel left the players more confused and curious. She then snapped her fingers, asking if they should look at the results of the secondary mission. In first place for the secondary mission across all regions was Black Scythe, who obtained the Reaper class in 40 minutes. Behind him was Celestial Demon, with the Dark Knight class in 2 hours and 36 minutes. With 1 minute more, Stupid Idiots obtained the Shaman class. To everyone's surprise, Black Scythe was the only person in the region to obtain a class. This left everyone stunned, and what impressed them even more was the name of the class he had acquired, Reaper. People grew curious, approaching the protagonist to ask what kind of class he had obtained, and if it was strong. They realized that it was probably because of this class that he carried the Great Scythe. Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth for not being able to use his authority to make Black Scythe attack himself. Excited, the angel stated that, in this round, the reward would be given based on the order of class acquisition. Looking at who had come in first place in the region and seeing it was Black Scythe, she realized that he had not only achieved first place in the region, but in all regions. The angel showed how impressed she was, especially by the name of his class, which perfectly matched his nickname, Black Scythe. She was curious to know how he had chosen that nickname and if he already knew how to obtain such a class. Obviously, the protagonist stated that he had no idea such a coincidence would happen. The angel was surprised to hear that becoming a Reaper had been a destiny. The protagonist knew that angels did not have information on how the Reaper class was obtained. They only knew it was a unique class. The angel began to laugh, discovering what true destiny was. Who would have thought there would be someone in this region who would change classes? So you are the only one who cannot be affected by the command authority? People were surprised by what the angel had said, asking why he would not be affected by the representative's skill. Hearing the curiosity of the people, the angel decided to explain. The command authority does not apply to humans with a class. Besides, this skill can only be used 10 times, so even if someone becomes the region's representative, it doesn't mean they have infinite power. Ha ha ha. Cho Jung-sik cursed the angel for revealing everything about the skill he possessed, as people began to whisper about it. The angel smiled and asked if she should now give Black Scythe his reward for being the fastest to obtain his class. Then, she handed the rewards to the protagonist, a card for armor choice and a chest for special reward selection. With the armor ticket, the protagonist could choose between heavy armor, light armor, or a mage's outfit. Since the first option was too heavy and the last offered little defense, the protagonist chose the light armor. In the choice chest, the same options appeared as in the previous round's chest. Triple experience for the next round, gold, or information about the next round. Since there were many monsters in the third round, the protagonist chose the experience buff. Now that the angel had distributed the rewards, she cast a light over the players to send them back, warning that the third round would be quite fun. She smiled, assuring them it would be. This time, only a small number of people had not returned from the second round. The next round would take place in a month. Yang Ming woke up in despair. He looked at his arms, realizing they were in place. Relief appeared on his face as he noticed they were fine. Despite the relief, concern quickly returned to his face. Remembering what had happened, he decided to never mess with Black Scythe again or get involved with heartless people. Inside the apartment, and Sangchul praised Aaron for doing a good job. However, the girl thought she hadn't done anything, believing it was he who had worked hard. The actress couldn't help but thank the security guard for protecting her. And Sangchul cleared his throat, stating that he had only done his job. Aaron said she wanted to thank Black Scythe, asking the security guard if there was any way to contact him. Since they didn't know Black Scythe's true appearance, the security guard didn't believe there was a way to reach him. And likewise, he also thought that Black Scythe wouldn't want to reveal his identity. Aaron was surprised to hear this. Then the security guard reminded her that he had requested Black Scythe's contact to compensate him, but he had immediately refused. This meant that Black Scythe knew he could be tracked in real life. The security guard had an idea and suggested that Aaron gift the player with an item in the next round if she wanted to reward him. Aaron thought that could be a good idea. She would still have some time to think about how she could compensate him. Thus, the security guard prepared to leave, wishing Aaron to rest until the next day. While in the elevator, Unsung Chul's phone rang. He answered the call from President Ma, who, when asked if he hadn't gone to sleep, revealed that he wanted to drink some whiskey after returning from that world. And Sangchul congratulated the president on the results he achieved and for changing to the Black Knight class. Ma Junlok wanted to know what had happened on their side, so the security guard revealed that he and Seo Arin had managed to reach level 8, but ended up unable to hunt anymore due to injuries. Ma Junlok wanted to know how they had gotten hurt. Arriving at the building's garage, the security guard stated that he was about to report the incident, something related to Black Scythe. Ma Junlok immediately ordered him to go to the hotel so he could hear it. As the security guard got into the car, he didn't notice that someone was hiding behind a pillar. The person, wearing a hood, watched the security guard get into the car and leave the building. The protagonist, who was wearing the hood, wondered if the security guard was going to meet Ma Junlok. The protagonist had woken up 10 minutes earlier. Immediately, he used his ability to track on Sang-chul. Seeing that the security guard was only 9 meters away from him, the protagonist realized he must be on the upper floors. However, suddenly the distance between him and the security guard began to increase rapidly. Assessing by the speed, he assumed that Sang-chul had taken the elevator. Ryu Min wondered where the security guard was going, assuming it could be to meet Ma Junlok. Wanting to confirm this, he decided to follow his target, leaving his brother sleeping in bed. Seeing the security guard leave, the protagonist realized it was a good idea to follow him. Looking at the obscured moon from his building, Ma Junlok believed this was the perfect moment to pursue someone. But since the report came first, he would wait to find out who Black Scythe was and what kind of player he was to obtain first place in the first 2 rounds. Ma Junlok was nervous. He didn't believe that a report about the first place would contain anything good. He wondered if Black Scythe had attacked his subordinate because if that had happened, he couldn't just stand by. For Ma Junlok, messing with his right-hand man meant challenging him. He had no intention of letting anyone block his path, even if that person was first in the ranking. After some time waiting, Sang-chul arrived at President Ma's apartment. Ma Junlok stood up to greet the section chief, who also greeted him back. Sang-chul stated that they were doing well because of him, but the president knew he hadn't done anything since they weren't even in the same region. Sang-chul bowed his head, claiming to feel motivated solely by Ma Junlok's existence. Seeing how the security guard was such a good flatterer, Ma Junlok asked him to sit down. The guard couldn't help but praise the president once again, congratulating him for surviving. Ma Junlok didn't understand the congratulations, recalling that the second round had been very easy. Sang-chul also congratulated the president on his class advancement, to which Ma Junlok smiled, stating he had been lucky. The security guard believed that luck was also a skill. Besides, being in first or second place among all regions wasn't easy. For him, there was no greater honor than being able to serve someone like Ma Junlok. Noticing how the security guard was flattering him, Ma Junlok assumed he wanted something. He asked Sang-chul to say what he wanted right away. Realizing he had been found out, Sang-chul humbly asked where he could obtain a class advancement item. The president smiled, revealing that it wasn't difficult. He had obtained his item just by defeating monsters. Ma Junlok hid the fact that he had acquired his class thanks to the Black Knight rune he got in the first round. At that time, Ma Junlok obtained a rune that increased all his attributes and developed his weapon with a dark aura to deal damage to enemies. The rune would also advance him to the unique class at level 10. Ma Junlok was very lucky in the first round to get such a good item from his random rune. However, even though Sang-chul was such a valuable subordinate, he couldn't reveal such important information, as people could change suddenly. That was human nature. Getting to the main topic, Ma Junlok asked the security guard what had hurt him, wondering if it had been Black Scythe, Sang-chul quickly denied it. What? Absolutely not. In fact, he was the one who saved my life. Ma Junlok was surprised and ordered his subordinate to tell him the details. Ma Junlok listened to the entire story and confirmed it with Sang-chul, who remembered that if Black Scythe hadn't appeared, both he and Aaron would no longer be alive. He recalled that, according to the situation, Aaron might have survived but would end up with psychological trauma that would prevent her from continuing her future work. Ma Junlok realized how close he had come to losing his precious subordinate and how his business had almost gone into crisis. He wanted to know what had happened after the attack, if Black Scythe had eliminated the group of bandits. However, the security guard revealed that, although Black Scythe made them feel a pain worse than anything, he had still left them alive. Ma Junlok didn't understand why he would do that, Sang-chul explained that Black Scythe had said there was no benefit in it, as reducing the total number of participants would also decrease the number of spots for survivors. Ma Junlok agreed with that thought, but believed they didn't know what could happen in the future. Still, Ma Junlok was grateful because, thanks to Black Scythe, his subordinate and his possessions remained intact. The security guard remembered that he wanted to give Black Scythe a reward, but he had said it wasn't necessary. This situation made Ma Junlok realize that Black Scythe was very careful to avoid revealing his identity. Ma Jianlok asked the security guard to convey his thanks to Black Scythe if he encountered him in the next round. He also requested Sang Chul to stay close to Black Scythe to see if there was any way to help him, as he didn't want to leave a debt unpaid. As the security guard was about to leave, Ma Jianlok remembered something important. He recalled those bandits and asked the guard what their nicknames were. The protagonist followed Ma Jianlok's loyal guard, who had come to find him directly in reality, even though it was late at night. After confirming Sang Chul's destination, the protagonist decided to leave, or he would only attract suspicion. He thanked his little brother for discovering that the celebrity sponsored by Ma Jianlok lived in the same apartment as him. If Ryu 1 hadn't delivered the cakes, he would never have found Aaron and wouldn't have discovered that she and Sang Chul were connected. Ryu Min was aware that if he leveraged the connections between the neighbors, he could gain Ma Jianlok's trust, which would allow him to try to bring him to his side in round 20. The protagonist recalled that Ma Jianlok's Black Knight rune was so powerful it seemed like a cheat. The problem with it was that it had weaknesses, such as the lack of runes as advancement rewards, and the need to be forced to advance to that class. However, there were even worse problems. To use the Dark Aura, a power of the Black Knights, it would require a unique mana called Dark Mana. This mana could not be obtained through normal means. However, this ability fit perfectly with a psychopath like Ma Jianlok. The protagonist smiled, a bit worried about having a psychopath as an ally. Therefore, he would keep him only as a potential candidate to be used in the future. Ryu Min had met many individual talents as good as Ma Jianlok, so he would start working as soon as the sun rose. In the small shop where the protagonist had bought lottery tickets for the first time, the owner sighed. He was worried that the store's revenue was almost down by half. At that moment, an excited girl entered the store looking for her father. The store owner smiled upon seeing his daughter, Julie, who wanted to know why he was sighing so loudly. The owner revealed that he was worried because the lottery ticket sales had been suspended by the government, which claimed the reason was the players. Julie remembered a news story she had read about someone winning the lottery 4 times and saying they had seen the result in a dream. The store owner was concerned about how he would pay the rent, in addition to the employees, but his daughter urged him not to worry. With a smile, she stated that she would graduate soon and start helping him. Pausing to think, Julie asked if it would be better to get a part-time job to help with household expenses. Seeing his daughter's thoughts, the store owner asked her to leave those worries to him and focus on her studies. He remembered that she had good grades, so he encouraged her to go to college and pursue her dream of becoming a doctor. However, Julie contradicted her father. The girl had already given up on that dream. College didn't matter anymore considering the current state of the world. Julie's father realized she was right. Money was no longer important. Her survival in the next round was what mattered. The man couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, realizing how he had been thinking about what he should have done lately, apologizing to his daughter. Julie held her father's hands, trying to console him, affirming that he wasn't to blame. Smiling, Julie revealed that, in addition to surviving the second round, she had also obtained a class. Extending her hand, Julie released a green light. The aura quickly spread over her father as the girl used the powers of her class. Julie's father was surprised, asking what had happened. Julie explained about the ability she had obtained. This is the Bless ability, which I got from a class called Buffer. It blesses the target, increasing all of their stats. Apparently, when used on ordinary people, this ability has a revitalizing effect. Julie's father was amazed by this incredible ability, feeling his body energized. Seeing how much her father liked it, Julie smiled, warning him that she would use this ability on him more often. Julie encouraged her father to cheer up, and he promised that he would. At that moment, the shop owner saw someone entering and welcomed them. Upon seeing Ryu Min enter his store, the owner remembered the protagonist. Seeing that her father recognized the young man, Julie asked who he was. Whispering, her father told her that he was the first winner who chose the same number on 100 tickets. The protagonist approached the counter, asking the owner if he remembered him. The shop owner, who did remember, asked what he wanted. Suddenly, the protagonist bowed, starting the conversation with an apology, surprising the man. Ryu Min revealed that he had seen the news that the lottery ticket sales had been halted. Next to the cash register, Julie watched the young man apologize for causing losses to the store. Her father eased the situation, not wanting to blame the young man for what had happened. Putting his hand in a bag, the protagonist stated that he didn't think it was right for the old man to be harmed by his actions, which is why he was there. He handed an envelope to the shop owner as a small compensation. The shop owner didn't understand what it was, and was shocked to hear that it contained 10 million won. The shop owner refused to accept the money, thinking it wasn't right, but Ryu Min insisted. Leaving the envelope on the table, the protagonist walked away. The shop owner scratched his head, wondering how he could accept such a large sum of money. Seeing her father's concern, Julie took the envelope, intending to return it. When the protagonist was already far from the shop, he heard a girl's voice calling him. When he turned around, the shop owner's daughter had caught up, although she was tired. She asked if he was Ryu Min, and then he asked her to introduce herself. The girl was surprised that Ryu Min didn't recognize her, trying to remind him that her name was Julie and that they were in the same class. The protagonist was confused, which disappointed the girl that he didn't remember who was in the same class as him. He apologized for not remembering her, giving the excuse that he wasn't very good with faces. In truth, Ryu Min remembered Min Julie. She was in the same class as him, and was the daughter of the convenience store owner. Moreover, she had the unique buffer class. When the protagonist discovered, a few regressions ago, that Julie was in the same class as him, he was truly surprised. It was as if fate had brought them back together. The reason Ryu Min encountered Min Julie for the first time, under the pretense of coincidence, was to have her by his side. Introducing herself, Min Julie asked if they should talk. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, the protagonist agreed. The two headed to a square where the trees had lost their leaves. Sitting on a bench, Julie returned the envelope with the money. The protagonist was surprised, asking if that wasn't the money he had given to her father. Not wanting to accept that amount of money, she asked him to take it back. By giving that money, the protagonist knew they wouldn't accept it, as it didn't matter what kind of circumstances they faced. Julie wasn't the type of person who liked to owe favors. Seeing that Ryu Min still hadn't taken the envelope, Julie asked him to hurry as her arm was already hurting. Leaning against the bench, the protagonist refused to take the money back. Julie was surprised by his attitude, remembering that he had told the shop owner earlier that the money was like an apology for the damages caused. At least that could ease his conscience. Julie was worried that this was a large sum, but the protagonist insisted that they keep the money, using psychological pressure by stating that he would be sad if they didn't accept it. Julie still tried to insist as that amount was too high, but in reality it was the perfect amount to attract her. Ryu Min asked the girl to repeat his words to her father, saying that the amount wasn't much for him, so they could keep the money without feeling guilty. Julie was irritated by the protagonist's insistence, which made him laugh. Before the girl could refuse the money again, the protagonist stood up, stating that he would leave since the matter was settled. The girl prevented him from escaping. Opening the envelope, she stated that she would only keep 1,000,000 won, as 10 million was too much money. But the protagonist rejected her negotiation. "Do you have the power to decide that? You should ask the shop owner." Julie countered that her father would definitely feel uncomfortable with such a large sum of money, which led Ryu Min to ask, pretending not to know, if she was the daughter of the convenience store owner. Seeing the girl confirm, the protagonist stated that this was a fascinating coincidence. Julie used the same words to express herself, not believing that the lottery winner was a friend from her class. Being called friend by the girl stirred some feelings in the protagonist. Unaware of this, she asked if he really didn't know they were in the same class, as she recognized him the moment he entered the convenience store. The protagonist couldn't help but apologize again, with an awkward laugh. Changing the subject, he asked if this wasn't the first time they had talked so much, surprising Julie, who felt upset realizing that this was the first time he had discovered her name. Seeing the girl look away, upset, the protagonist felt bad for pretending not to know her, but he knew he needed to do that for her to take an interest in him. Julie made a decision as she stood up and pointed to her own face while approaching the protagonist. "My name is Min Julie, and this is my face. Will you remember now?" The protagonist couldn't hold back his laughter at the girl's actions, who blushed upon realizing how close their faces were to each other. Julie quickly turned away, avoiding Ryu Min's gaze as she was hit by reality, wondering what she was doing introducing herself to a classmate when graduation was just around the corner. The protagonist smiled warmly in response. "At least now I know who you are, but it's not like we're going to lose contact after graduation, so could you give me your number?" Upon hearing Ryu Min ask for her number, Julie was surprised, her cheeks flushing even more. The protagonist, noticing her surprise, asked if there was something wrong with asking for a classmate's number. Realizing he was right, Julie asked for his phone to write down her number. After jotting down her contact, Julie returned his phone. Once they exchanged contacts, the protagonist suggested they keep in touch. "It was fate that brought us together like this, so let's stay in touch frequently from now on." With that, the protagonist said goodbye, claiming he had something urgent to do. As Ryu Min walked away, Julie realized she hadn't handed the envelope to him. She felt upset for not delivering the envelope, but was super excited about something else. "Who would have thought he would ask for my number so suddenly? I'm so happy my heart feels like it's about to burst. Even though I know he asked for my number as a friend, I still like Ryu Min." Julie still remembered the first time she encountered the protagonist. At that time, he was being beaten up for not bringing money to Yeonming. Seeing that, Julie immediately called the police. She didn't know if it was out of pity for him or a sense of responsibility, but she followed him to ensure he got home safely. However, upon seeing how Ryu Min worked at his part-time job as if nothing had happened, Julie realized how much stronger he was than he seemed. From then on, Julie became interested in Ryu Min, following him with her eyes wherever he went. Yet she never had the courage to talk to him. After she began observing him, Julie's feelings grew immensely, even without being able to approach him. She had never imagined they would meet again after so long. Julie decided to be brave and seize this chance that fate had given her. Since she could no longer pretend not to know Ryu Min after the incident with the 10 million won, Julie wondered if she should invite him to eat together. When the protagonist returned home, he chatted with Julie through messages. The girl had really taken the initiative to invite him to lunch together, offering to pay. With him accepting, she wanted to know what he liked to eat. Thus, the conversation between the two flowed. The protagonist was already expecting her message, but thought she had invited him to lunch because she felt she owed him a favor. He could only think of using this opportunity to turn her into an ally by becoming her friend. With a focus on the goal he was trying to achieve for the 100th time, the protagonist made the decision to save Julie and take her with him to the 20th round. Seeing his brother so well dressed, Ryu-won was surprised to see that he was going out. Noticing Ryu-won's curiosity, the protagonist informed him that he was going to meet someone he knew. Ryu-won was curious to know if this person would be a girl. Ignoring his brother's jealousy, the protagonist mentioned that he would be eating out, so Ryu-won didn't need to wait for him and could have lunch. Hearing that Ryu Min was going out to meet a girl, Ryu-won couldn't believe he was going on a date. The protagonist met Julie at a barbecue restaurant. Seeing the girl so excited while eating, the protagonist asked if she liked meat. Julie blushed to her ears, quietly affirming that she liked meat. Julie couldn't believe she was eating alone with Ryu Min. This day would be marked in her memories forever. While they were eating, the two talked, letting time pass. However, at a certain moment, when the conversation paused, Julie felt that the atmosphere was strange and thought of something to say. Remembering the news, the girl asked how he had won so many times in the lottery. The protagonist used the same answer as always, claiming to have seen the results in his dreams. Thinking of a dream god who delivered winning numbers, Julie asked how much Ryu Min had won with the 4 drawings. The protagonist thought for a moment before answering. I don't think I'll have to worry about money for the rest of my life, although now I need to worry about my life. Julie realized this was a topic they hadn't talked about yet, so she asked how his first round had been, wondering if defeating the goblins hadn't been difficult. Pretending humility, the protagonist claimed he spent a lot of time on that mission. Julie asked which region he was in, and to avoid revealing it, he stated he only remembered that it ended with the number 5. Revealing that the end of her region ended with a 7, Julie sighed, saying it was a shame they couldn't meet. The protagonist smiled at her disappointed comment, knowing they would meet soon since the regions would unite when the number of survivors decreased. Julie wanted to know what level he was at, so the protagonist lied, claiming to be at level 10. She was surprised, as she was also at that level, and asked if he had obtained a class, to which he replied that he hadn't yet, asking about hers. Excited, Julie didn't hide that she had obtained a class change item, and her class was called Buffer. Hearing the name of the class, the protagonist felt relieved that she was also a buffer in this life. Continuing the conversation, he asked if her class was like in the games. Seeing Ryu Min interested in her class, Julie volunteered to use Bless on him. The protagonist allowed the girl to cast the spell on his body. Extending her hand, Julie channeled the magic, and a symbol appeared in front of her hand. The protagonist received a 50% bonus to his stats, which would last for 3 hours. Reading the notification, he found the effect incredible. He remembered that the effectiveness of the ability would double once Julie reached the maximum level, becoming 100% buff. The protagonist felt relieved with Julie using Bless on him, as that was the reason he wanted to meet her. The reward Ryu Min had received from the side quest for the class change was a random gold pouch. As the name suggested, it was a pouch that would give him a random amount of gold, with the amount affected by the luck stat. The protagonist made sure to thank Julie, which made her happy to hear the gratitude. Julie offered to use the ability whenever he needed. He just had to tell her. At that moment, the protagonist remembered that Julie had sent him a message saying she had something she wanted to tell him, so he wanted to hear it. Realizing she had almost forgotten about that topic, Julie thanked him for the 10 million won, stating that her father had also sent his thanks. Finally, she insisted that she would pay the money back at any cost, which made the protagonist feel awkward, asking her not to worry about it. Seeing him refuse to accept the money again, Julie believed he would like something else in return. Thinking of something, she took it out of her inventory. Julie handed a purple crystal to the protagonist, revealing that she had obtained it while hunting. Asking him to accept it, she was sincere in giving it to him. After finishing lunch and saying goodbye in front of the barbecue restaurant, each went their separate ways. On his way home, the protagonist passed by the park. There, he took the opportunity to open his inventory. The protagonist examined the item he obtained from Julie, the low-level purple magic crystal, from which he could sense a faint mana. Due to the brief explanation about the item, the protagonist still didn't know what it was for, but he was aware that when he reached level 20, he would discover how rare this crystal was. There was a combination function that would be unlocked for players who reached level 20. Using this system, players could combine weapons with magic crystals, allowing them to add additional options to the weapons. There were 7 colors for magic crystals: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, dark blue, and purple. The red color was for damage, orange for strength, yellow increased luck, green boosted dexterity, while blue enhanced intelligence. Finally, dark blue increased damage reduction, and the purple crystal, the rarest of all, had the potential to increase all stats. Obtaining this item out of nowhere brought a dose of happiness to the protagonist. It made him realize that his luck in real life was quite high. Storing the crystal to use at level 20, the protagonist wondered if he should open the gold pouch before his buff expired. However, before doing that, he needed to increase his stats with his assassin rune. The protagonist took out a small bag containing 100 worms. The assassin rune increased the protagonist's stats by 1% for each target he defeated, and this also counted for insects. They just had to be living beings. Since there were no insects in the other world, he would be forced to defeat monsters, but that was different in the real world. Throwing the bag on the ground, the protagonist apologized to the worms as he stepped on them. Quickly, the rune's count increased, boosting the protagonist's stats by 100%. Opening the status window, the protagonist saw that he had 45 luck points, unlike the 15 initial points he had. With that luck rate, the protagonist opened his inventory to see what he would get. The first random gold pouch appeared in his hand. Anticipating how much he would obtain with the help of his luck, the protagonist used the gold pouch, which floated above his hand with a golden aura. He expected to receive between 3,000 and 6,000 gold coins based on his past luck. However, upon seeing the result, the protagonist was surprised. From the random gold pouch, the protagonist obtained 9,999 gold points. He was surprised, as this was the maximum possible amount. It seemed that receiving the blessing had truly been worth it. With over 16,000 gold points, the protagonist was confident that he could now buy at least one epic item. However, since the item he wanted wouldn't appear for another 2 weeks, he decided to save the amount for now. The protagonist then returned home, where he found his brother. One was very excited, wanting to know how Ryu-Min's date had gone. The protagonist didn't understand why one thought he had gone on a date, which left Ryu-Min even more confused. Changing the subject, the protagonist asked if his brother had already had lunch. One sat next to him, remembering the jjajangmyeon he had ordered. The protagonist smiled, asking if one couldn't order something better, which upset his brother, as he really wanted to eat that. The protagonist sighed, realizing that this was normal since he had only improved his life a month ago. Thinking about money, the protagonist remembered that the invested coins had risen to 150 million, just like before, and that they would likely experience a massive drop in 2 weeks, so he should sell his coins before that. While thinking, the protagonist watched a car commercial on television and decided to get his driver's license. The next day, he took the written exam for the license. He couldn't remember how many times he had taken the exam, which made the process easy. Seeing someone suddenly stand up, the test supervisor was confused. He didn't understand why the examinee had left so quickly, so he went to check his result. He couldn't help but be shocked to see that the guy had scored 90 points on 5 questions in such a short time. That was an obvious result, but the protagonist got his license in just 4 days, thanks to his long experience. Thinking about his experience as a driver caused an existential crisis in the protagonist, who no longer remembered his real age or how many years had passed. After obtaining his license, Ryu-Min bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. He had no trouble getting used to the car, as it had also been his choice in previous regressions. At the dealership, he asked how long it would take for the car to be imported, and the salesperson revealed that it would be available in about a month after the order. Making the sale of the Lamborghini, the employee was extremely happy, obviously because he would earn a commission. 2 weeks passed, and the day to sell the bitcoins arrived. Seeing how his brother was grinning from ear to ear, Ryu-Wan wanted to know what had happened. Hearing that he had sold the coins, One wanted to know how much his brother had made. Revealing that he had sold for 300 million, the protagonist left his younger brother speechless. 300 million? Your total lottery winnings were 60 million and you turned them into 300? Ryu-Wan remembered when he almost stopped his brother from investing in cryptocurrencies. feeling relieved that he hadn't done so since Ryu-min earned so much. Despite telling his brother that 300 million wasn't that much, the protagonist had never made that much money in previous times. Ryu-won asked if his brother was going to withdraw the money, and upon hearing that he was, he took a sip from his bear cup. However, he spat out all the hot chocolate upon hearing that Ryu-min was now going to invest in stocks. Ryu-won almost cried, reminding his brother that investing in stocks was dangerous. However, the protagonist asked him not to worry, as he saw in his dreams which stocks he should buy. Ryu-won was even more surprised after this story. Unable to stop his brother, Ryu-won told him to do whatever he wanted. The protagonist didn't blame his brother for worrying, but he couldn't reveal that he knew the future. The company the protagonist would invest in was ranked 85 on the Korean stock exchange, valued at approximately 900 million. The corporation consulted the Celestial Demon. This was a company under the leadership of Gyeonglok. Although it hadn't grown yet, it would formulate a special system after the 4th round, experiencing explosive growth. Therefore, there was no reason not to invest in this company while it was ranked low. If it was possible to acquire a large share of its stock and gain operational control, Ryu-min would be greatly benefited by exercising his influence as a majority shareholder. The protagonist initially invested 280 million to obtain 31% of the shares. Seeing the protagonist make the investment, Won was pleading to the gods that he was right. Setting his brother aside, the protagonist bought the shares. All that was left for him now was to buy the items. After midnight, the protagonist opened the shop. He had saved all his gold for that moment. In the shop, it was allowed to purchase common items and skills using gold. Although the equipment was of normal rank, it wasn't as if there was no way to buy rare or epic items. There was a function where the player could buy a random item that changed every day. Normally, it was difficult to get what one wanted since it was never known which item would be available. But this wasn't a problem for Ryu-min, who knew which items were in the random option that day. That day was the day an epic item he needed would be available. The protagonist visualized the skeletal necklace, which had an effect of 3 intelligence points, along with 1% attack speed gained for each defeated enemy until the end of a round. Moreover, this necklace was very cheap for the effects it delivered. As he needed this item, the protagonist used the daily discount ticket he obtained by completing the advancement mission. Using the ticket to buy the necklace, the price dropped to 2,300 gold points. Seeing that he had almost 14,000 gold coins left, the protagonist realized he could buy more things. He considered the possibility of buying a set of armor, but soon realized that if he gathered another 6,000 gold coins, he could obtain another skill, which would be better than the equipment. Seeing that he needed to acquire more gold, the protagonist felt relieved as there would be many monsters in the next round. Thus, time passed, and March 1st arrived. This was the day when players were summoned to a medieval village, and it would be the day when something inevitable would happen. Looking around, people saw that most of the buildings were destroyed. They realized that this was no longer a city or a village, but rather a ruin. As they walked through the area, they noticed that the village was surrounded by walls. In the center of the village, there was a large crystal emanating a strong purple light. Everything seemed confusing in this place, including their objective. Since this was not a location they recognized, people grew anxious. The only one who seemed relatively normal was Cho Jung-sik. People also spotted the regional representative and began to whisper about him. They recalled how Life is a Documentary had said he was the leader of a gang and how he had threatened others to vote for him. Everyone was irritated, wishing that instead of the murderer, Black Scythe would be the representative. While some people whispered, others tried to warn them that the gangster might hear them, but many didn't care, remembering that the representative could only use that ability 10 times. Seeing how everyone was talking about him, Cho Jung-sik became furious. "Damn bastards, shut your mouths!" People mocked Cho Jung-sik, wondering what he was complaining about. Hearing more voices discussing him, Cho Jung-sik pointed in a direction, asking who had spoken about him, but everyone averted their gaze. Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth. He had expected something like this to happen because of everything that the damned angel had revealed. At that moment, someone approached Cho Jung-sik, bowing. Realizing it was Hwang Yeonming, the gangster asked what he was doing. Yeonming raised his head with conviction. "Life is a documentary. No, gang leader Jung-sik. Cho Jung-sik Sunbae. I came to greet you." Seeing how Yeonming addressed him, Cho Jung-sik asked if he was perhaps from his family. Yeonming denied, revealing he was just a young man in his 20s, hoping to become a gangster as well. Jung-sik was confused, wondering what kind of bastard chose to become a gangster. Yeonming tried to please Jung-sik, stating that he was his role model and that his gang was the one he wanted to join. Jung-sik was surprised by Yeonming's next actions as he knelt. "I will serve you as my leader for the rest of my life. Please accept me." Jung-sik was satisfied. He had seen many lunatics in his life. but it was the first time he had seen one like this. The gang leader ordered Yeonming to stand up. Pointing at the people around, he questioned if there was something wrong with Yeonming's eyes, asking if he didn't know that the reputation he had was ruined, and if he still wanted to serve him after that. Yeonming patted his chest. "I don't care about any of that. I respect you. As long as you accept me, I won't care what they think of me." Liking the young man's response, Jung-sik accepted him into his gang. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yeonming bowed repeatedly, thanking the gangster. People watched Yeonming's insanity, unable to believe he had joined Cho Jung-sik. But in the end, people with the same disposition tend to stick together. The protagonist observed Yeonming, who did the same thing he had done in his past regressions. It was at that moment that the angel appeared in the sky, her wings shining with golden light. The organizer of the round surveyed all those present, noting that there were about 40 fewer people than last time. People were shocked, but the angel did not respond to them, only invoking the main mission in front of them. They needed to protect the relic in the ruins for 3 hours. Many were surprised to see that there were indeed fewer people than last time. The angel finally gave a hint about what had happened. "There's no way you can stop me from bringing you here, so it seems you ended up fighting in the real world. I even worry about how much you fought." Finally, someone drew everyone's attention to something important: the number of participants who could finish that round. People were shocked to see that only a quarter of the 4,900 participants would move on to the next round. They tried to ask the angel if that was a mistake, but she couldn't help but treat them as a joke. "Ha ha 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 ha! What do you want from us? This is not a mistake. It seems you're frustrated because fewer people will be able to survive, but did you forget? Only half can survive each round, but everyone survived last time, so it makes sense that this time only a quarter survives, doesn't it?" People were stunned by the angel's explanation, who did not find it unfair since all they needed to do was work hard to be among the top 25% of the round. With that said, the angel began to explain the third round. Monsters from her army would appear at the castle gates every 30 minutes and target the relic in the center of the village. There would be a total of 4 waves of monsters, and everyone present would have to work together to protect the relic. Each would receive an additional reward if they managed to protect the relic for 3 hours. However, if they failed to protect it, they would receive a massive penalty. Finally, whether they managed to protect the relic or not, they would be ranked by the number of monsters defeated. The angel warned that many more monsters could appear than normal due to the nature of the round, but all of them would have only 1/3 of their strength, which would make things easier, although the gold and experience provided by them would also be reduced by the same amount. Jung-sik was excited to know that he would only need to fight monsters, and since he had the authority of command, this round would become much easier. The angel then remembered something, calling the attention of the chosen representative from the last round. He can use the authority of command starting from this round, but I bet everyone here is curious to know what will happen if the representative is eliminated. Only the first part of what the angel said sent a chill down Cho Jung-sik's spine. She then explained the topic she had raised. If the representative is eliminated, whether by a monster or by natural causes, their seat will become vacant. However, what will happen if they are eliminated by another player? In that case, the one who eliminates them will immediately become the representative of the region and will receive 10 uses of the authority of command. Immediately, all eyes turned to Cho Jung-sik. With that said, the angel announced that the monsters would appear in 10 minutes. "I hope you work together to survive in the next 3 hours, although I'm not sure you'll be able to do that." Looking at the spot where the angel had been before disappearing, Cho Jung-sik cursed her eternally. Grinding his teeth, he looked back and saw that several people had already drawn their weapons against him. Cho Jung-sik pulled out a dagger, challenging them to attack him. "Come! I will eliminate all of you, so start whenever you want." The group that was preparing to attack Jung-sik smiled, eager for one of them to become the representative after eliminating the gangster. At that moment, someone walked toward the group. The protagonist passed by them, positioning himself between them and Cho Jung-sik. The gangster was startled to see Black Scythe approaching him. As he got closer, the protagonist told him not to be so scared, as he only wanted to talk. Cho Jung-sik smiled upon hearing someone call him scared, telling Black Scythe to say what he wanted. Cho Jung-sik was about to give a warning as a threat, but the protagonist interrupted him, revealing that he had a suggestion. "I think you're in a tough situation right now, so how about I protect you?" Cho Jung-sik didn't understand the suggestion, so Black Scythe repeated, "I will protect you so that no one can envy you. This means I will be responsible for escorting you one by one." The players were confused upon hearing Black Scythe's words, as this meant they would have to face him as well if they wanted to become the representative. Thanks to the protagonist's actions, people began to give up on attacking Cho Jung-sik, who, noticing the reactions of the crowd, was tempted to accept the offer. However, knowing that everything has a price, he asked what Black Scythe wanted in return. The protagonist coldly revealed what he wanted. "I don't want much, just that you follow all my commands. That's the condition." Cho Jung-sik was surprised, as this meant he would have to become Black Scythe's subordinate. The gangster wanted to know why Black Scythe was making that offer, but the protagonist refused to answer. Cho Jung-sik then asked what kind of commands he would give him, but the protagonist again refused to speak, only repeating that he would have to follow his orders unconditionally. Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth. He didn't want to follow someone unconditionally, but he wondered what would happen if he refused. He suspected that Black Scythe might attack the moment he declined. The protagonist urged him to respond quickly, as others were waiting for his answer. Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth, thinking about the response he would give, and then he refused the offer. The protagonist had already expected the gangster to do this. There was no way such a bastard would set aside his pride so easily. Hearing Cho Jung-sik refuse the offer, many people became excited and surprised that he hadn't accepted the offer that would bring him safety. Many realized that the reason was pride. Some believed that the gangster valued pride more than his own life, while others thought he was looking down on them. The comments progressed exactly as they had in the protagonist's last regression. Who knew what he should do next? "Fine. Since you rejected, there's nothing I can do. Now that you've rejected, I won't get involved in this matter. Whether you are eliminated or not, it has nothing to do with me anymore." People watched as Black Scythe turned his back on the gangster, hearing everything he said. They felt they now had free rein to attack the damn gangster whenever they wanted. Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth, practically regretting refusing the offer. At that moment, it was announced that the first wave of monsters was about to arrive, asking everyone to prepare to protect the relic. Additionally, it was announced that after 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters were defeated, the second wave would be released. Everyone took positions to begin defending the crystal. Cho Jung-sik was worried about fighting with all those people targeting him, but since this was a personal mission, he had no choice but to face the problem alone. Looking around, Cho Jung-sik saw Black Scythe heading in the opposite direction of the monsters and became confused. He ended up following the protagonist through the empty streets of the village, wondering if Black Scythe also planned to fight alone, and if he was heading to another entrance. It was then that the first wave was released. The gates opened, allowing the 4,900 players to face double the weakened goblins, a number that left many feeling scared. Worried about the number of monsters, even if they were weakened, Cho Jung-sik ran to hide. He climbed onto one of the abandoned houses, wondering where Black Scythe had gone, if he had gone straight to fight the goblins alone. He couldn't believe that Black Scythe was confident enough to fight alone in a place where at least 10 people could stand side by side. From the top of a house, Cho Jung-sik saw the protagonist facing the orcs that had passed through the gate. He mocked the protagonist's actions, thinking he would just fight a little and then flee. Dozens of monsters advanced through the gates, and with his scythe in hand, the protagonist attacked them. With each attack, a crimson aura was released, defeating several goblins at once. However, more goblins advanced, jumping to attack Black Scythe. The protagonist followed their movements and with a jump spun his scythe multiple times, attacking each of the goblins and defeating them mid-air. Watching the battle, Cho Jung-sik was shocked by how strong Black Scythe was showing himself to be. He wondered if that was the strength one would gain by reaching level 16. Cho Jung-sik realized it wasn't the time to envy someone, but to hurry up and become stronger, especially now that the battle against the goblins was in full swing. From there, he could see people fighting against the goblins, where no one remembered his existence anymore. Everyone just wanted to protect the relic. Cho Jung-sik ran to the cave to also fight the goblins and level up. Treating the goblins as experience points, the gangster attacked them. His sharp senses warned him of danger, and with a backward strike, he defeated a goblin that tried to ambush him. His senses were sharp because of his detection rune, which he relied on to make battle easy. However, at that moment, something grazed Cho Jung-sik's face, and he dodged with a scratch. Seeing the arrow that had been shot, he was surprised, as he had not seen goblins shooting arrows. He looked around, searching for the bastard who had tried to hit him when his guard was down. In that moment of concern, Cho Jung-sik was hit by a spearman. However, instead of falling, Cho Jung-sik grabbed the spear, cursing the bastard who struck him. He yanked the spear out, pulled it back, and aimed at the spearman with his dagger. He took out all his hatred on that player who had dared to attack him, but at that moment another arrow was shot, passing close to his chin. Cho Jung-sik managed to locate who had fired the arrow. Grabbing the spear, he prepared to throw it at the archer. The archer tried to shoot another arrow, but he didn't have time. He was hit by the spear. Cho Jung-sik was furious for having to worry more about players than goblins, regretting being the representative of the region. He cursed the position he had obtained, wishing he could pass it on to someone else. By this point, he began to regret not accepting Black Scythe's offer. However, he cast aside that feeling because of his pride. He wanted to find a solution, a way to hunt safely without having to worry about so many players. At that moment, Cho Jung-sik spotted someone. The burly man was the current rank 3 in the region, the black dragon in my right arm. Cho Jung-sik smiled maliciously, planning to use this player. Calling the black dragon, Cho Jung-sik pointed his dagger at him, ordering him to protect him from then on. The protagonist was hunting, and thanks to the effect of the skeletal necklace, his attack speed had already increased by 25%. His goblin kill count had surpassed 500, and he was also being strengthened by the effect of the assassin rune. The protagonist opened his inventory and realized he had already earned almost 2,000 gold coins. Satisfied, Ryu-min noted that he would soon collect the 20,000 coins he wanted during the second wave of monsters. He began to think it would be better to save the gold throughout the wave and buy 2 common skills, as doing so would allow him to obtain the rune of true heart thoughts. After standing still for a while, the protagonist noticed some goblins approaching. He quickly swung his scythe, defeating all of them at once. After the group of goblins was defeated, other goblins refused to advance. Since they weren't moving forward, the protagonist decided to take action. After 30 minutes had passed, a thunderous sound echoed through the village. A golden light emerged, causing the goblins to start disappearing, ending the first wave. Almost 1,000 players had been eliminated in this round, leaving just under 4,000. As a reward, these players received 500 gold coins. Seeing the number of eliminated players, the protagonist confirmed that the goblins could not be faced lightly. Thinking of something else, the protagonist searched for Cho Jung-sik and found him alive, something he had already expected, as it would be difficult for him to be eliminated in this round. Despite being alive, Cho Jung-sik was irritated. Everyone, instead of focusing on the goblins, was only focusing on him. At that moment, someone tried to attack Cho Jung-sik from behind. However, before that person could complete the ambush, Black Dragon and Yeonming threw him to the ground. Seeing the scene, the gangster boasted about having used his authority to create meat shields that helped him survive the first wave. Moreover, Yeonming was even helping him without needing to be controlled by the authority. However, the pain from the wound caused by the spear still tormented Cho Jung-sik. He was bleeding heavily, to the point of not knowing if he could survive for the remaining time. Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth, forcing himself to survive with his tenacity. At that moment, new monsters appeared. This time, in addition to the goblins, hobgoblins also emerged. For each player, there were 2 monsters. The monsters invaded the walls, rushing towards the crystal. However, at one of the entrances, there was a man with a scythe. Using his class weapon, the protagonist attacked the invading monsters, eliminating many with each strike. With his scythe, Ryu-min created a pile of monsters that kept growing. After defeating countless monsters, the protagonist reached level 20. Thus, his rank changed from apprentice to normal, and the combination function was unlocked. The protagonist was satisfied, as he could now use the combination function to create unique items that could not be obtained in the store. Thanks to the evolution, the death insignia of the Reaper class was strengthened, gaining an additional 10% damage bonus. Additionally, the skill Knight of Death was acquired. This skill unleashed dark energy in a radius of 500 meters, creating an artificial night. The protagonist was pleased, especially with the acquired skill that complemented the Reaper rune, which increased his attack speed by 50% during the night. At that moment, more monsters breached the gate again. The protagonist welcomed them with his new skill. With the entire area becoming completely dark, the protagonist hunted each of the goblins and hobgoblins with ease. The crimson aura of his scythe was the only thing visible in the second before each monster was defeated, along with the sound of their screams. Before he could be noticed, a new pile of monster bodies had formed. At that moment, the advance of the second wave of monsters ended. This time, 590 players had been eliminated. Seeing the second wave end, the protagonist wondered if he should buy some skills while resting. The first skill the protagonist decided to purchase was called Presence Detection. With this skill, he could identify all targets within 30 meters. When he used the skill to test, the protagonist only discovered goblins. As he pondered whether he should gather another 20,000 gold coins, the third wave began. This time there would be no goblins, only hobgoblins, 2 for each player. Taking the initiative at the gate, the protagonist attacked the monsters. At the same time, Cho Jung-sik was hunting with those he had controlled. The third wave passed smoothly until the arrival of the fourth wave, where more hobgoblins were summoned. All remaining players worked hard to defeat as many monsters as possible, protect the crystal, and climb the rankings. Thus, the fourth wave ended. Tired from so many battles, Cho Jung-sik tried to hold on for one more hour to survive. He had already used all his authorities but hoped that while all the bastards protected him, his life would not be in danger. The fifth wave arrived, and to everyone's surprise, there were 4 gnolls for each of the 2,700 players, which even frightened Cho Jung-sik. The monsters, which were even larger than humans, invaded the city, creating an intense battle for survival. However, Cho Jung-sik mustered the courage to use this chance to achieve the best ranking. Cho Jung-sik wanted to become stronger to take down all those who had humiliated and belittled him. At that moment, Cho Jung-sik heard someone scream. To his surprise, 2 of his subordinates had been attacked by other players who were targeting him. A group had gathered to try to steal his representative title. Cho Jung-sik pulled his other subordinates to use them as shields. He would do anything to prevent them from attacking him. Thus, those subordinates that the gangster pulled were eliminated by the group of players. Cho Jung-sik began to be cornered. With less than half of his subordinates still standing, he needed to retreat. However, before he could be hunted down, Cho Jung-sik started to flee, being pursued immediately. Cho Jung-sik just wanted to survive, at least until the next wave of monsters to stay alive. After running so much, Cho Jung-sik arrived at the place where the protagonist was fighting against the monsters. He ran towards the protagonist instantly. "Black Scythe! I accept your offer. Protect me. I will do whatever you want." However, the protagonist looked at Cho Jung-sik with a threatening gaze, rejecting the offer. "I told you before that I wouldn't pay attention to this matter anymore. Whether you live or die." Cho Jung-sik became desperate. "Wait, but you were the one who made the offer. I will become your subordinate, so why are you refusing?" The protagonist turned his back on the gangster, stating that he did not want a subordinate who didn't even have command authority. Cho Jung-sik gritted his teeth upon realizing that Black Scythe was saying he was useless, and regretted not accepting the offer at the moment it was made. At that moment, the people chasing Cho Jung-sik talked among themselves, commenting on what they had just seen. They were relieved, as they were worried that Black Scythe would help him. Now they were excited because they could attack the gangster at will. With a dagger in hand, Cho Jung-sik prepared to fight for his life, wishing to take as many as he could to the grave with him. At that moment, Yeon-ming appeared in the crowd to join the gangster. Cho Jung-sik was excited to see his subordinate, but before he could say anything, Yeon-ming attacked him. With the attack, Yeon-ming threw the gang leader to the ground. He approached Cho Jung-sik with a wicked look. "Boss, I will finish you off comfortably." Before Cho Jung-sik could complain, Yeon-ming grabbed him by the collar and began to beat him. Using all his strength, Yeon-ming attacked mercilessly. Cho Jung-sik couldn't defend himself due to the exhaustion and pain he felt, and with each passing moment his vision grew blurrier. He could only curse the bastard who betrayed him. A warning sounded, announcing that the representative had been eliminated, and the power of the representative had passed on, with the new representative being Hwang Yeon-ming. Upon becoming the representative, Yeon-ming declared himself a king. With the command authority in his hands, Yeon-ming instantly thought of controlling Seo Arin. He asked his former boss not to blame him, as he would make good use of the authority, also blaming him for losing such power since he had only been running around. Yeon-ming called his henchmen, asking if they had seen how he defeated Cho Jung-sik. Everyone quickly agreed that he had done well. However, inside, Yeon-ming's henchmen were afraid of the psychopath who had eliminated a person with his own hands. Several people approached the scene, and upon seeing Yeon-ming, wondered if he wasn't the guy who had allied with the gang leader, surprised that he was now betraying him. Everyone gritted their teeth miserably, hating the fact that Yeon-ming had become the new representative. Yeon-ming smiled proudly. Seeing that everyone was behind him, he thought of something that could get him out of a bad situation. Quickly, Yeon-ming ran toward the protagonist. As he approached, he asked Black Scythe if he had seen the message that he had become the new representative of the region, claiming that he now had command authority. Yeon-ming wanted to accept the offer that Black Scythe had made to Evita Ium Documentario, doing whatever Black Scythe wanted in exchange for his protection. Yeon-ming was confident that the reason the gangster had been abandoned was that he had exhausted all command authorities, so Black Scythe would accept the offer since he had all of them. However, the protagonist frowned. "I don't like your attitude." Hearing that left Yeon-ming confused. Contrary to the bastard, the protagonist ordered him to kneel and beg, then he would consider the offer. Desperate, Yeon-ming asked if Black Scythe hadn't heard him say that he had command authority. However, the protagonist treated it as if it were nothing, as if it had nothing to do with him. "It seems you misunderstood, but you were the one who asked for this. So if you want my protection, kneel and beg." Yeon-ming gritted his teeth, but seeing the people behind him, he considered kneeling. In an instant, Yeon-ming knelt and bowed. asking Black Scythe to accept him as a subordinate, begging loudly. The protagonist had seen this scene many times, enough to grow tired of it. However, unlike Cho Jung-sik, Hwang Yeonming had something to offer, for now. The protagonist accepted the offer, which made Yeonming so grateful that he bowed several times to thank him. Seeing Yeonming's actions, the protagonist ordered him to stop. The protagonist then positioned himself between Yeonming and the other players, who were surprised, wondering if the whole situation would end like this, with Black Scythe protecting Hwang Yeonming. Some people wanted to attack together, but others discouraged them, reminding them that Black Scythe wielded his scythe, defeating countless opponents at once. At that moment, the protagonist interrupted the chatter of the people. "I will give you two choices. You can give up the position of representative of the region and go back to hunting monsters, or perish by my hands." The protagonist extended his scythe, recommending the first option, but warning that if they chose the second, they would no longer be seen as humans. Those closest to him swallowed hard. Quickly, everyone gave up the position of representative, fleeing in fear. Yeonming was impressed. Everyone had fled just from Black Scythe's words. He felt confident that now, as an ally of the top one, he could relax. The protagonist observed that the atmosphere indicated everything would come to an end soon, successfully finishing the fifth wave. However, the protagonist thought that if things ended like this, it could be a bit boring. The protagonist approached Yeonming, stating that he had something he wanted him to do. Promptly, Yeonming asked what he wanted him to do. The protagonist ordered him to use both commands to break the relic. Yeonming was confused by the request. He remembered that Anya had said that if they failed to protect the relic, they would face severe punishment. He didn't understand why Black Scythe wanted them to break it. Furthermore, if he used the 10 commands, he wouldn't be able to make Seo Arin his slave. Yeonming tried to ask why Black Scythe wanted to break the relic, but the protagonist ordered him to shut up and obey. The bastard tried to negotiate to use only 9 commands, but the protagonist refused to negotiate. In the end, Yeonming decided to accept using the 10 commands, but before he did, the protagonist stated that he would tell him whom to use the authority on. Thus, the protagonist named 10 people, ordering Yeonming to control them to break the relic. Yeonming was surprised as all his friends were on the list. He wondered if this was intentional. Yeonming's friends were scared to see him walking toward them, but Yeonming apologized, stating that it was an order from Black Scythe. So Yeonming used his authority over his friends and the other people mentioned by the protagonist, commanding them to break the relic. A warning suddenly appeared for everyone, alerting that the relic was under attack. When everyone looked at the relic, they realized several players were attacking it. Quickly, they ran toward the relic to try to stop the group from breaking it. Some people managed to arrive in time to grab the destroyers, trying to stop them, but seeing that they couldn't stop them, they attacked them fiercely. However, it was too late. After so many strikes, the relic cracked and shattered. Because of the destruction of the relic, the main mission failed. As a penalty, the divine retribution writ would be invoked. Everyone was confused, especially with the suggestion that they should survive, as until the time ran out, the round would not end. The divine retribution writ was a secret mission. As a reward, they would receive 3,000 gold if they managed to survive for 30 minutes. When the people saw the reward of 3,000 gold coins, they became excited, as it was much better than the previous reward. Getting a greater reward than that from the waves was the reason the protagonist made Yeonming break the relic. However, there was a reason why Ryu Min himself didn't break the relic. Confirming that the players attacked the relic, the 10 suffered a significant punishment from the system. 50% of their stats were permanently reduced. Seeing their stats drop, they became desperately angry. They tried to blame Yeonming, who could only apologize, claiming he didn't know they would be punished like this. However, at that moment, the region's representative was also penalized for failing to protect the relic. Like the others, he had a 50% reduction in his stats. Yeonming was furious, kicking the wall to vent his anger. Putting the matter aside, the protagonist began to prepare for the divine retribution writ. Opening the shop, he bought items with the extra gold, starting with a hood that increased agility and boots with the same effect, in addition to an increase in movement speed. Next, the protagonist opened the combination feature. He placed the skeletal necklace in one slot and the mana stone, the purple crystal he obtained from Julie, in the other. The combination was successful, and the necklace received a point in all stats. Since the protagonist could only place one mana stone in each item, he proceeded to place the other stones he had on his other equipment, putting a damage reduction stone in his light armor and a strength stone in his scythe. The low-level mana stone wasn't very helpful, but it was better than nothing. A dark mist emerged in the center of the village, sending chills down many players' spines. Some tried to motivate themselves, warning that they only needed to hold on for another 30 minutes. They didn't need to fight, just run if necessary. However, the protagonist knew it wouldn't be easy to run from the divine punishment agent. He remembered his last life, where only 500 of nearly 3,000 players survived. Just trying to survive was difficult. Originally, the divine punishment agent was a monster that could force at least 5 level 40 players to attack her. However, Ryu Min had a plan to defeat her. In the sky, lightning began to strike to summon the monster. Ryu Min planned to defeat it using the title he had obtained by defeating an angel. This title doubled his stats when fighting against divine-type monsters, and that was the type of the divine punishment agent. Seeing the angel that appeared, the people wondered if he was the divine punishment agent. Noticing that he wasn't that big, they thought they could just run and dodge the attacks, believing it would be an easy mission. Yan Ming also felt relieved, thinking he had been scared for nothing. The agent carried a staff adorned with a circle with a bell in the middle. Raising his staff, he prepared for an attack. The agent struck the staff on the ground, generating a wave that spread across the town square. The wave created a restrictive field that prevented anyone from passing through until the ability was deactivated. The people tried to pass through the barrier, but became worried when they couldn't. At that moment, everyone inside the field had their stats reduced by 50%. Realizing it wouldn't be easy, the people began to hit the barrier, trying to escape. The protagonist observed that about 300 people had been caught within the range of the ability. It was a shame, but he couldn't save them. The agent extended his shining wings to the sky, and upon flapping his wings, a multitude of light spears were generated and launched at the players. The protagonist averted his gaze, refusing to watch those 300 players being struck by the divine spears. The players inside the field were terrified, trying to run or hide, all to dodge the difficult spears that were already hard to follow with their eyes. After the first spears were thrown, the angel conjured another set, making them rain down on the players inside the restriction field. It was almost impossible to dodge the light spears, but those who managed to evade them wouldn't face significant problems. Now that everyone was distracted, the protagonist moved. Paying attention to the humans, the agent didn't notice what was behind him, allowing the protagonist to slip past him. Ryu Min had devised a plan to attack the agent as soon as the barrier was lowered. After a few minutes, the barrier began to dissipate. The protagonist charged at the agent, unafraid that he would turn around, as he wouldn't hear him due to not having ears. Arriving within 5 meters, the protagonist jumped and then used the death seal, marking the agent. The protagonist aimed for a fatal blow in a single attack. The spear descended upon the agent, but before it could be struck, the divine being looked up, revealing its eyes on a face surrounded by feathers. However, despite noticing Black Scythe's presence, it was too late for him. Hit with all the protagonist's power, the divine punishment agent screamed in pain. The protagonist had struck the eye of that being with a perfect blow. After the strike, the protagonist returned to the ground, checking that, thanks to his seal's assistance, he had dealt significant damage, leaving the boss monster with only 60% of its stamina. Eliminating 40% with one attack wasn't too bad. The protagonist knew that the agent would use the restriction field to try to find him, so he fled. Just as he predicted, the agent used the ability, sending a wave of energy through the square. However, realizing that he hadn't caught the one who attacked him, the agent released the field. The protagonist seized this opportunity to advance again. Now he wanted to attack the other eye of the monster. The protagonist repeated the attack he executed last time, hitting the divine punishment agent squarely. Struck in his other eye, the monster screamed in pain. Having succeeded in his attack, the protagonist was able to relax. The agent used the restriction field again, but even though Ryu Min was caught by the ability, he didn't mind, as without vision, the agent was like a glorious punching bag. The divine punishment agent conjured the light spears to attack. Soon, Ryu Min understood the monster's plan, to hit him by aiming in all directions. The moment the spears were launched upwards, the protagonist used the night ability. Instantly, complete darkness covered the entire area, swallowing the light spears. The agent became confused as his spears were consumed, but Ryu Min was already before him, ready to attack again. With his Reaper's scythe, he was prepared to finish off the divine monster, demonstrating the superiority of the night. The scythe tore through the angel's wing, splattering golden blood everywhere. With the powerful strike, that wing fell to the ground. The divine agent tried to figure out where his enemy was, but all he encountered were the blows of the black scythe. With his scythe and crimson aura, the protagonist toyed with the monster, which couldn't even touch him. With one more powerful strike, the protagonist ripped off the other wing of the angel. After all the attacks, the protagonist checked the divine agent's stamina, discovering it was at 10%. The protagonist didn't stay still, putting some distance between himself and the agent. It was at that moment that the passive ability of the divine punishment agent, Radiant Last Flame, was activated. Thanks to his passive, the agent became invincible. The protagonist watched as the monster became invincible after his life was reduced to 10%. The staff the agent held launched several spheres of dark energy, which fell throughout the area. The protagonist could watch the monster attack randomly one last time. The duration of the agent's invincibility buff, which would last 50 seconds, passed like a countdown as he attacked randomly. When the countdown reached 1 second, the protagonist prepared himself. The invincibility buff dropped, and just as the agent was about to flee, the protagonist charged in his direction. The protagonist swung his scythe, delivering a horizontal strike that hit the angel. The angel would no longer be able to turn its head, as it no longer had one. Defeating the divine punishment agent, the protagonist leveled up several times and collected a huge sum of gold. Being recognized as the first to defeat such a monster, the protagonist earned the title of Divine Punishment Opponent. With the divine being fallen on the ground, the protagonist examined his title, which reduced divine type attacks by 80%. Ryu Min also received a condensed ether as a reward for being the first to defeat such a being, along with the Rune of Brilliance, which was automatically used. The protagonist had expected to obtain the condensed ether, a supply-type item that was his main objective in hunting the divine punishment agent, as it was used for crafting god-rank items. The Rune of Brilliance was also a great acquisition, as it increased intelligence by 1 point for each level, in addition to increasing the effects of divine-type abilities by 1%. Currently, thanks to this rune, the protagonist was already gaining 30 points of intelligence and 30% bonus to divine skills for being at level 30. With the mission completed, everyone received a reward of 3,000 gold coins, causing great excitement. Everyone celebrated being alive. No one could believe that Black Scythe had defeated the divine punishment agent, the monster that was supposed to hunt them. At that moment, an excited voice surprised everyone. The angel managing this region appeared in the sky. Incredible! Defeating the divine punishment agent alone, you are the first human I, Olive, genuinely recognize. The protagonist ignored the angel, who asked if he would like to give an interview. We are here with Black Scythe, so what do you think about defeating the divine punishment agent? The protagonist clicked his tongue, irritated by the silly question. I only defeated the agent because I wanted to. The angel assumed he did it for the reward, but the protagonist stated it was also to prevent the agent from attacking people. The players were surprised by Black Scythe's response, starting to treat him as a savior. I thought he was an arrogant guy for being strong, but who could imagine he had such a sweet side? The angel, hearing that Black Scythe had attacked the monster to save others, believed what she had heard about humans being a very strange race. In 1 hour, they attacked each other. In another, they fought together in harmony to survive, as if what they had done before had never happened. Hearing that the angel didn't understand, the protagonist expected nothing better from her or any other narcissistic angel. Putting the topic of the agent aside, the angel congratulated everyone for staying alive, but warned that it wasn't time to relax. Smiling, she reminded them that, depending on the outcome, they could still be eliminated. Anticipating that moment, Olive wanted to see the overall results. Among all the zones, Black Scythe, the level 30 player, had defeated over 3,600 monsters. Behind him were the stupid idiots, with just under 1,000 kills, and in third place, the celestial demon. Obviously, the protagonist took first place in his area, and surprisingly, Ansang Chul and Seo Arin followed closely behind him, each with around 600 kills. People were shocked by the protagonist's kill count and the gap between him and the second place. What impressed them the most was his level 30. Many suspected he had somehow obtained experience bonuses because of this. The protagonist had indeed received experience bonuses, but he didn't know if there was a way to obtain them other than becoming the top rank across all zones. He was congratulated and received the rewards for his 2 first places. The first prize he opened would grant him a mid-rank ring. Among the possible options, he chose the Ring of Resistance, even though the name wasn't as flashy as the other 2. The ring granted him 4 luck points and an incredible 35% resistance. The most shocking was the extra effect, which provided resistance against status effects. Even if someone was very powerful, they could still be taken down by status effects. Moreover, resistance couldn't be obtained through stats, making this the best option among the rings, even if he wouldn't use it at that moment. The protagonist moved on to the next reward, where he could choose between a 50% status bonus in the next round, 4,000 gold coins, or information about the next round. This time, there was no triple experience bonus, as the next round wasn't about monster hunting. Ryu Min then chose the 4,000 gold coins option. After the reward choices, the angel asked everyone to check the ranking in the message they had received, as rank 1225 would be the cutoff line. Those below the cutoff line were scared. Many tried to plead for a review, while others begged for mercy. However, the angel ignored them, showing a pleased smile. So, now we will begin eliminating the insects that couldn't even make it into the top 1225. As soon as the angel snapped her fingers, a golden energy enveloped hundreds of people, consuming their bodies while they screamed. Thus, the number of survivors in round 3 became only 1225, and the round was concluded, with the next one scheduled for the 1st of the following month. Aaron, upon returning to the real world, found herself in her room. She touched her face, checked her hands, and confirmed that she had survived. She got out of bed, remembering that not only had she survived, but she had also received the summoner class. Using her fairy summoning ability, a small being resembling a moth appeared above the actress. The small, cute creature, which acted as a shield, landed on her shoulder, rubbing its face against that of its conjurer. These beings also served as guards, distracting monsters to assist. Thanks to this, Aaron managed to get through the 3rd round safely. Aaron still couldn't believe she had made it into the top 3. Looking at her inventory, she removed an item from it. That monostone had been given to her as a reward for her placement. She couldn't help but wonder if Black Scythe would like the gift if she gave him that item. In another house, someone grabbed a lamp and, filled with great rage, smashed it against a wall. Yan Ming cursed Black Scythe for his stat reduction. He regretted following his order and destroying the artifact. In that moment of anger, Yan Ming heard a notification from his cell phone. Picking up the device and reading the message he received, he realized he was in even deeper trouble. Yan Ming was being contacted by Kim Seung-han. He answered the call as if nothing had happened, but all he heard were screams and insults. "Are you crazy? Don't dare to play innocent. Don't you know you've screwed us all over? How can you use your authority over your friends? Do you dare to call yourself human after this?" Yan Ming tried to defend himself, stating that if he hadn't done that, he could have been eliminated by Black Scythe. But Kim Seung-han on the other end of the line was not at all willing to listen. Feeling betrayed by Yan Ming, who preferred to hurt his friends rather than just kick the bucket, he exploded. "If you hadn't been so ambitious, none of this would have happened. You damned traitor!" Yan Ming wanted to explain himself, but Kim Seung-gun cut him off. "Never call me again. Whether in real life or the other world, pretend you don't know me or I'll tear your face off if I see it one more time." Seeing his companion hang up, Yan Ming gritted his teeth, unable to believe that what he had done was so wrong. He tried calling the others to join against Kim Seung-han, but the first number he dialed was unavailable. Seeing that he had been blocked, Yan Ming took out his frustration on his phone, throwing it onto the bed, for the device's good fortune. Feeling abandoned, Yan Ming dismissed the idea of needing anyone. Remembering the threat he had faced, he wondered who Kim Seung-han thought he was. Now he was determined to take revenge on the former colleague for threatening him. Not just him, but everyone else too. At the Imperial Hotel, Ma Junlok met with the security guard, An again. Sanchul humbly stated that he had survived by luck. Remembering that the 3rd round had been difficult, Ma Junlok asked if he was okay, but Sanchul replied that he hadn't had much trouble since the monsters were weakened. Ma Junlok questioned what level Sanchul was, and if he had chosen a class. In response, the guard revealed that he was a level 11 knight, and that Seo Aaron was at the same level, but as a summoner. Upon hearing about Aaron's class, Ma Junlok was surprised and immediately found the information fantastic, as it didn't seem like a common class. Seeing his expression, Ma Junlok couldn't help but laugh, as he hadn't seen that expression in a long time. This made him feel at ease to choose to do whatever he wanted if the situation weren't so problematic. And Sanchul realized that this would be the last part, as Seo Aaron felt nothing for him. Ma Junlok was surprised, as the guard seemed so masculine, but soon remembered how the actress only called him Mr. Security. Changing the subject, Ma Junlok asked which report he wanted to deliver. First, the guard bowed and apologized, leaving Ma Junlok confused. The guard revealed that he had failed in the mission to help Black Scythe and deliver a message to him. Ma Junlok was surprised, as they were both from the same region. Then the guard told him everything that had happened in the ruined village. After hearing about the agent of divine punishment, who had such a powerful name, Ma Junlok asked if Black Scythe had really defeated this divine being. Ma Junlok explained that Black Scythe had defeated the divine being with overwhelming abilities, as if he already knew exactly what to do to defeat it, and Sanchul believed that Black Scythe was so strong that he didn't seem to need help. Realizing that the protagonist had stats beyond his imagination, Ma Junlok felt embarrassed for thinking he was strong just because he had the rune of the Black Knight. Hearing the stories about Black Scythe made the businessman even more curious to meet him. Ma Jionlok didn't blame the guard, as there was nothing to be done. Changing the subject again, he asked what the result of the search for the bandits had been. The guard started with Huang Yanming and, assuming that this was the player's real name, said that there were dozens of people with the same name in the country. However, filtering by age, he found 5 suspects. Ma Jionlok wanted to know the locations of the 5, but the guard stated that the investigator would only find their addresses in a month. Upon hearing how long it would take, Ma Jionlok noted that this would take until the end of the 4th round. Serving the boss's drink, the guard stated that there was no rush as they had time. Curious, Ma Jionlok asked how much gold An Sanchul had collected. When the guard replied that he had 10,000, Ma Jionlok commented that he was still halfway to buying the tracking skill, which cost 20,000 gold coins. Before the conversation ended, An Sanchul remembered another topic, revealing that in the last month, someone had bought a large amount of shares from his company. Ma Jionlok did not suspect which company the guard was talking about until he revealed that it was the Celestial Demon Consulting, the company that was currently receiving total attention. Hearing the boss ask what percentage was bought, the guard asked him not to be surprised. It had been 31%. Ma Jionlok couldn't help but be shocked to hear that a single person had bought such a large amount of shares, something that also surprised the guard. Ma Jionlok did some quick calculations and discovered that the person must have invested 280 billion gold coins to acquire 31% of the company. He couldn't believe that someone had that amount of money to invest, thinking it must be some wealthy individual he didn't know. At that moment, Ma Jionlok suspected that one of his brothers might be involved. Knowing that the person had bought the 31% to be part of the management, Ma Jionlok picked up his phone to contact someone. Meanwhile, he asked department head Anne for the contact information of this buyer. The protagonist, lying in his bed, awaited contact from Ma Jionlok. He didn't want to call the man first to maintain his pride as the majority shareholder. It was at that moment that the protagonist accidentally dropped his phone on his face, startled by the sudden entrance of his brother, who shouted, "Brother, what level are you at?" The protagonist sat up and asked why he wanted to know that all of a sudden. One was talking about a kid who boasted about his brother's high level. This irritated the protagonist's brother, remembering how the friend kept saying that the brother was already level 11 and had a class. Hearing that the friend's brother was at level 11, the protagonist sighed and asked him not to worry, as his level was higher than that. One then asked what level Ryu Min was, which made the protagonist hesitate. He wondered what he should answer, as telling the truth could attract trouble. Smiling, the protagonist claimed to be level 12. This excited one who was eager to know what class his brother had obtained. His face seemed to shine as he asked Ryu Min what his class was. Going back to sleep, the protagonist replied that his class was a secret. Ryu Wan became frustrated, not wanting there to be secrets between brothers. Expelling his brother from the room, the protagonist stated that he was going to sleep. The moment Wan left the room, the protagonist received a call. Upon answering, the person on the other end asked if he was speaking with Ryu Min. Upon confirming his identity, Ma Jionlok introduced himself as the CEO of Celestial Demon Consulting. Receiving the contact, the protagonist decided to play innocent, as it would help him catch Ma Jionlok off guard. When he heard Ryu Min stammering and greeting, Ma Jionlok asked if he had invested a fortune in his company. With a timid voice, the protagonist asked what the matter was. Ma Jionlok, revealing that Ryu Min had become the largest shareholder of the company, stated that he wanted to meet him in person. With the protagonist's confirmation, Ma Jionlok suggested they meet on Friday. The protagonist looked at his calendar, remembering that it was an important day to obtain the Rune of Inner Thoughts. Claiming to have plans for Friday, the protagonist suggested Saturday instead. Thus, they both agreed on the meeting. The protagonist already knew that Ma Jionlok would call, as the CEO had founded the company to gain his father's approval, so there was no way he would treat his majority shareholder casually. Thinking about the meeting, the protagonist prepared to get the rune he needed before that day. There were many ways to obtain runes, such as going to certain places during specific rounds, receiving them as special rewards, or defeating boss monsters. In extreme cases, even defeating common monsters could yield runes. One of the things that few people discovered was that it was also possible to obtain runes in real life. But of course, the method for the appearance of runes was extremely restricted. Entering a warehouse, the protagonist hid on a staircase, waiting for Jang Seo-kyun to appear. The player using his real name had a name that Ryu Min would never forget, as he was the criminal who had kidnapped his brother. The protagonist clearly remembered the face and voice of that bastard. On that day, with one tied up, Jang Seo-kyun had ordered the protagonist to deliver what others did not have. The protagonist had been surprised at the time, claiming he didn't know what the thug wanted, which made Jang Seo-kyun laugh out loud, but he cut through the protagonist's lie, accusing him of being a regressor. Seeing the surprise in Ryu-min's eyes, Jang Seo-kyun revealed that he had the rune of inner thoughts, which he used to probe Ryu-1. Since that incident, the protagonist had sought revenge against Jang Seo-kyun since his 11th regression. Therefore, Ryu-min held no unnecessary feelings. He just wanted to obtain the rune of inner thoughts before that bastard could get it. Putting on a mask, the protagonist waited. A few minutes later, Jang Seo-kyun entered the warehouse carrying someone over his shoulders. He threw the woman to the ground. Ripping off the tape that sealed her mouth, he ordered her not to scream. Immediately, the woman began to plead for her life, begging to be released. Jang Seo-kyun grew irritated upon hearing the same old lines telling her to try something different. He didn't want to hear about letting her go, money, or anything else boring. The woman apologized, asking if he was doing this to her because she had looked at him the wrong way a few days earlier. Jang Seo-kyun looked at her with disdain, finally hearing what he wanted. That day, I felt terrible, did you know? 2 days ago, Jang Seo-kyun had been walking down the street, looking for someone who could help him forget his problems. Finding a pretty woman, he followed her. Even after entering a dark alley, the woman didn't realize she was being followed. When they were far from the main street, Jang Seo-kyun moved, appearing before the woman in the blink of an eye. His body shone, and upon facing the sudden light, the woman's eyes were blinded. Jang Seo-kyun approached her, causing her to scream in despair. After the scare, Jang Seo-kyun fled. He loved his current life, where he could run away after doing whatever he wanted. His life after getting out of prison was so boring that he didn't want to live anymore. But the rune of luminescence, which made his body shine and blinded opponents, brought fun back into his life. After blinding the first woman, Jang Seo-kyun went to a cafe. The waitress greeted him with a smile, and upon seeing that smile, Jang Seo-kyun was surprised by how beautiful she was. Approaching the counter, he ordered an iced Americano. Paying for the coffee, Jang Seo-kyun asked if she was working part-time there since he had never seen her before. Awkwardly, the young woman revealed that all the other part-time workers had quit due to the chaos happening lately. Jang Seo-kyun thought it made sense for people to want to live their lives instead of working if they could end up in a coffin the following month. Investigating further, Jang Seo-kyun asked if the woman was the owner, and she confirmed that she was. When he asked her age, Jang Seo-kyun found out she was 32 years old. Learning that the woman was not a player satisfied Jang Seo-kyun. He then asked for her number, saying that he liked her, which left her confused. Seeing the expression on the woman's face, Jang Seo-kyun began to get irritated. "What's wrong? Don't you like my face? Are you disgusted by the spots on my face? This is ridiculous. I'm not drinking this coffee, so give me my money back, you filthy brat." Trembling, the woman returned his money. Jang Seo-kyun left the store with a scowl on his face, cursing the woman for thinking she was too pretty. That night, Jang Seo-kyun ambushed the woman. His intention was to make her pay for having looked down on him with that cursed look. Remembering the incident, the woman deeply apologized. Bending down, Jang Seo-kyun taught her that she should never underestimate someone's appearance again. The woman swore she would never judge anyone again, but for Jang Seo-kyun, that was not enough. She was surprised to hear him say that she wasn't being sincere. Jang Seo-kyun then threw the woman to the ground again, saying she was just pretending to escape. He approached her with a devilish look, asserting that she should pay the price for feeling guilty. Seeing the woman squirming, Jang Seo-kyun ordered her to stay still. At that moment, he was surprised to hear a voice from behind him. "You're the one who should stay still, understood?" Jang Seo-kyun was startled, believing there was no one else there. He looked back, thinking the person might be a detective. He stood up furious, asking who was there. In the dark, the protagonist advanced with his scythe. "Don't get upset. You'll be complaining a lot more later anyway." Jang Seo-kyun was confused to see someone with a huge scythe and wearing a white mask. Seeing the appearance of the man who appeared, Jang Seo-kyun couldn't help but mock. "Crazy miserable. Do you think this is a place for playing around?" Noticing that the man hadn't understood the situation he was in, the protagonist extended his scythe, asking Jang Seo-kyun if that really looked like a toy to him. To show he was serious, the protagonist swung the scythe through the air. Jang Seo-kyun realized that it was a real weapon, which led him to ask the protagonist if he was a player. Looking at the woman, the protagonist said, "Now is your chance. Go away." However, before the woman could get up, Jang Seo-kyun displayed his aggression. "Who said you could leave?" Seeing the man distracted, the protagonist charged forward. Before Jang Seo-kyun could react, the protagonist attacked him with the shaft of the scythe, causing him to make an omelet in his pants. Jang Seo-kyun fell to the ground, howling in pain. The protagonist couldn't help but remember that he had warned him he would end up complaining. Once again, Ryu-min told the woman to leave. She did so after thanking him. With the woman gone, only Ryu-min and the man remained in the place. With a smile behind the mask, the protagonist sent chills down the thug's spine. Let the games begin. The pain that Jang Seok-hyun felt turned into fury. You bastard, I will end you! The protagonist liked his attitude, as it would be fun if he didn't give up. Seeing the young man laugh at him, Jang Seok-hyun tried to attack him. As if fighting in slow motion, the protagonist skillfully dodged the dagger attacks. Jang Seok-hyun gritted his teeth, wondering why he couldn't land a hit. The protagonist couldn't help but comment on his dissatisfaction. I can't believe you're still wielding that piece of goblin trash. When Jang Seok-hyun reached out again to attack, the protagonist swung his scythe, cutting him. A red fountain gushed from the spot where the protagonist's scythe struck, making Jang Seok-hyun roar. Seeing how much he screamed, the protagonist asked if it hurt. Jang Seok-hyun was already gritting his teeth but turned pale upon hearing the man say that this was just the beginning. At that moment, the protagonist lunged again, attacking with his scythe. After 2 strikes, Jang Seok-hyun realized he wouldn't survive if he stayed there. Seeing the masked man stop moving, Jang Seok-hyun planned to blind him. At that instant, a light exploded from Jang Seok-hyun's chest. Screw you! However, the light in Jang Seok-hyun's chest was suppressed, barely shining. Not understanding why his ability didn't activate, he began to tremble with fear. The protagonist smiled internally, telling him to try to shine as much as he wanted, but that it wouldn't be allowed within his night ability. Knowing Jang Seok-hyun's ability, the protagonist conjured his ability in advance. Regardless of the ability or not, the protagonist already planned to leave Jang Seok-hyun immobile in every way. Passing by Jang Seok-hyun, the protagonist attacked his legs with the scythe. The thug fell to the ground, unable to stand anymore. He crawled toward the protagonist, screaming, "You damned demon, why are you doing this to me? Why?" Attacking Jang Seok-hyun with the tip of the scythe, the protagonist questioned him about why humans eliminate insects. Attacking him again, the protagonist answered his own question. Humans eliminate insects because they cause problems. Suffering at the hands of the protagonist, Jang Seok-hyun cursed how much of a psychopath he was. Seeing that Jang Seok-hyun was still cursing him, the protagonist wished to see how long he would maintain that attitude. In the following minutes, the protagonist continued to make Jang Seok-hyun suffer. The man didn't even know why he was suffering so much, or what the protagonist had against him. It reached a point where he felt he was suffering an injustice, to the extent of thinking that living was no longer worth it. Jang Seok-hyun began to cry, giving up on his life. It was at that moment that Ryo-min lifted his head using his scythe. The protagonist looked at Jang Seok-hyun with a threatening gaze. "Are you thinking of biting your own tongue? Do you think I'll let you do that?" The protagonist attacked Jang Seok-hyun once more. "I will keep you alive until you kneel and beg me to stop." Then a barrage of attacks fell upon Jang Seok-hyun. Jang Seok-hyun's mind was no longer functioning properly. Left with a vacant look, he begged. The protagonist pretended not to hear, forcing Jang Seok-hyun to plead for him to end his suffering. The protagonist asked if he really wanted that, and with tears streaming down, Jang Seok-hyun confirmed that he did. The protagonist didn't end him immediately, but questioned, "Don't you know why this is happening? We are total strangers after all." The protagonist revealed to Jang Seok-hyun that they were not total strangers, as they had met before. Hearing the masked man call him by name, Jang Seok-hyun was surprised, thinking he was somehow connected to that woman. However, the protagonist denied being related to her. The protagonist revealed that Jang Seok-hyun had kidnapped his brother to obtain information from him. Jang Seok-hyun didn't remember doing anything like that, and Ryo-min explained the reason he didn't remember. That would happen in the future, although for him, it was an incident from the past. That's why he was intervening now, so Jang Seok-hyun wouldn't obtain the rune of inner thought. Hearing all this, Jang Seok-hyun didn't understand anything. Speaking about the rune of inner thought, the protagonist asked if he knew what condition needed to be met for it to be revealed, and that condition was to hear another person's true voice. Jang Seok-hyun didn't know what the true voice was, and Ryo-min revealed, "That is the voice that comes from the heart, sincere and genuine." The protagonist revealed that the one who should have released the voice from the heart was the woman Jang Seok-hyun had kidnapped. She would plead with all her heart, giving him the opportunity to obtain the rune and use it to commit even more crimes. Jang Seok-hyun continued to listen to the masked man say that this had happened before, and seeing this happen multiple times, he was convinced that he didn't deserve to live. Jang Seok-hyun begged the protagonist to end him quickly, but the protagonist refused to touch him. The protagonist took his scythe and placed the handle between Jang Seok-hyun's teeth. "What do you think I've been doing all this time? I've been letting time pass so you could suffer." Jang Seok-hyun was suffering from intense pain. He, who had asked not to live anymore, wondered if the masked man didn't want the rune he mentioned. He didn't understand why the masked man had placed the handle in his mouth, or why he wouldn't let him speak. since he wanted so much to hear the voice from his heart. As if reading Jang Seo-kyun's mind, the protagonist replied, "Why am I not letting you speak? Because I want to test the rune of inner thoughts." Jang Seo-kyun was surprised by what he heard. Deceiving Jang Seo-kyun for so long, the protagonist apologized, revealing that he had already obtained the rune. He reminded the man of the moment he pleaded for the first time from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Ryu Min obtained the rune by hearing the true voice. In the protagonist's chest, a rune shone. It shattered, being imprinted on his body. With the power to read the thoughts of the target in front of him, Ryu Min only needed to observe the person to read their internal intentions. The protagonist revealed that he was just doing some tests, showing how well the rune was functioning. Using the ability to read thoughts, Jang Seo-kyun begged Ryu Min to end his suffering, since he had already obtained what he wanted. However, the protagonist refused to end his suffering so easily, as that would be unfair to Jang Seo-kyun's victims. Hearing that he would suffer even more, Jang Seo-kyun cursed the protagonist. After some time, Jang Seo-kyun stopped breathing. There were no witnesses, but Ryu Min cleaned up all that mess with the bonus he obtained in that situation. The cleaning of traces, an ability that made any trace of a crime disappear. A dark green aura enveloped Jang Seo-kyun, making him disappear, along with everything related to what had happened. Now that he had obtained what he wanted, the protagonist was ready to meet Ma Jung-grok the next day. The next day, Ryu Min wore an elegant dark gray suit. Seeing how handsome his brother looked, Won thought he was going on a date. The protagonist didn't understand why his younger brother thought he was going on a date. His formal attire had been chosen for a business meeting. Won was surprised, wanting to know what kind of business his brother had. Remembering that the older brother had bought large shares a few days earlier, and now seeing him leave for a business meeting, Won felt confused and worried. The protagonist couldn't help but observe his brother's expression, questioning whether he was more concerned about him or their finances. To calm him, the protagonist smiled and assured him that he would inform him of the details if the business meeting went well. He wanted Won to trust him. Won was motivated by his brother's words, having no one else to rely on. Gathering his things, the protagonist asked his brother to stay home, as other players were making the world an unsafe place. Won followed the protagonist, stating that he had already seen in the news that there were players using their abilities for crimes. He had even heard about prisoners abroad escaping from jails using their powers. The protagonist confirmed that this was happening, as criminals who became players could seek revenge. Players would become stronger, and the population would decrease each month. It would be very strange if nothing changed. The protagonist remembered that, in his last regressions, the world always reached a point where humans would be hunted like animals. However, before the world became so lawless, Ryu Min planned to become overwhelmingly strong, building his reputation as Black Scythe in the process. Ready to leave, the protagonist warned his brother to be careful if he needed to go out. Waiting for Ryu Min to depart, Won asked when he would hear from him, but upon hearing that it was a secret, he pouted in irritation at being curious. Ryu Min scolded his brother to stop being so annoying, reminding him that he would have to have lunch and that something more expensive than instant noodles would be a good option. The protagonist wasn't surprised by the place Ma Jung-grok chose for lunch. That hotel was known to belong to the Osun Group. Although it was one of Ma Jung-grok's hotels, this was confidential information. Believing that the employees would know to whom the hotel belonged, the protagonist wanted to use this information to appear more valuable in their eyes. Furthermore, Ryu Min wanted to create an image of himself, looking as naive as possible. Arriving at the information desk, the protagonist began to stutter. "Hello, I came for an appointment. I was told to come here." The employee quickly recognized what it was about, asking if this was the appointment with the president of the Heavenly Demon Consulting. Asking the protagonist to wait in an area for a while, she informed him that the president would arrive shortly. Bowing his head to show humility, the protagonist thanked her. After making an innocent first impression, the protagonist sat down, staring into space to appear out of place. Looking up, he feigned surprise. "Oh, that chandelier is so nice." At that moment, someone approached the protagonist. "Are you Mr. Ryu?" Believing Ma Jung-grok had arrived, the protagonist stood up to greet him, but came face to face with Aaron's bodyguard. Looking at the protagonist, the bodyguard asked if they had already met at the hotel before. The protagonist had to confirm that they had met when he was delivering rice cakes after moving, remembering that he was Aaron's bodyguard. And Sanchul had to bow to apologize for his previous rudeness. Despite apologizing, and Sanchul still didn't believe that the young man in front of him, who didn't even look 20, was the majority shareholder who invested 280 billion won. The protagonist knew that the bodyguard must be suspicious of him, but wondered if this was truly a natural reaction to not believing he could have so much money at such a young age. Bowing to appear weak and naive, the protagonist minimized the situation, stating that they didn't even know each other at the time, and revealing that he didn't expect the president of the Celestial Demon Consulting to live in the apartment above his. Realizing that Ryu Min had mistaken him for the president, and Sanchul quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. He introduced himself. He was the section chief and Sanchul, and since the president would arrive a bit late, he arrived first. Showing the way, and Sanchul asked Ryu Min to follow him. Upon taking the protagonist to a room, the security guard asked him to wait a moment. Leaving Ryu Min at the table, and Sanchul hid behind a door to send a message to the president, informing him that he had met the investor face-to-face and did not believe he had invested that amount of money alone. Someone must be using him, and therefore he should be careful. As the protagonist expected, Sanchul sent an analysis about him to the president. There was no way someone as meticulous as Gyeonglok could accidentally be late for an important meeting. A few minutes later, the president arrived, introducing himself to the protagonist. He extended his hand, and Ryu Min shook it, introducing himself in return. The president asked the protagonist to sit down and invited the section chief to join him. The protagonist found it curious that the president included Sanchul in the meeting without asking permission first. It seemed he was subtly trying to take the initiative. Ma Gyeonglok invited the protagonist to eat before discussing business, revealing that he had prepared Korean food, something he hoped would please his palate. Various dishes were placed on the table, which the protagonist pretended to enjoy. Ha ha ha, everything tastes good in a luxury hotel like this. Seeing Ryu Min eat and claim that the lunch was delicious, Ma Gyeonglok said he was happy. Ma Gyeonglok began to agree with Section Chief An, believing that the person in front of him was too young to invest 280 billion won alone, and he hardly seemed to have the courage to invest all that money. Therefore, he must be working for someone. Ma Gyeonglok wondered who had sent Ryu Min. He suspected his brothers or uncles. Wanting to uncover the truth, Ma Gyeonglok initiated the conversation. I was quite surprised when I saw you, Mr. Ryu. I never expected our majority shareholder to be so young. May I ask your age? Dryly, the protagonist revealed that he was 20 years old. Ma Gyeonglok looked at him for a moment before smiling. 20. I'm 29, so it's nice to meet someone in the same age group. Ma Gyeonglok tried to investigate how the protagonist had obtained so much money at such a young age, questioning whether he was the son of some conglomerate. The protagonist couldn't help but notice that Ma Gyeonglok was getting straight to the point and quickly denied his identity, stating that until recently, he was just a student. Ma Gyeonglok was confused by the protagonist's words, asking if he hadn't seen the news recently. Seeing how confused Ma Gyeonglok was, Ryu Min asked if he hadn't seen the article about the new millionaire who had won the lottery 4 times in a row. Finally, Ma Gyeonglok remembered that case. Ryu Min revealed that he was that person, the winner of 4 consecutive lotteries. Ma Gyeonglok was shocked, asking if he was the winner from the news. Upon hearing Ryu Min confirm, Ma Gyeonglok questioned that, according to the article, the total prize amounted to about 60 billion, and he wanted to know how he had obtained 280 billion. The protagonist simply revealed the truth. He had invested in cryptocurrencies. This left Ma Gyeonglok even more surprised as the story ended there. Ma Gyeonglok couldn't believe the story. This led him to want to know why Ryu Min had invested 60 billion in cryptocurrencies. During the meeting, Sanchul stated that Ryu Min seemed very lucky, but the protagonist denied having been lucky. And Sanchul finally remembered the article, where Ryu Min claimed to have seen the lottery numbers in a dream. But at that moment, he stated that he hadn't obtained the numbers through a dream, which left the duo curious. The protagonist looked at Ma Gyeonglok, ready to use the card that would bring him to his side. This is the first time I'm revealing this to others, but I have the rune of future sight. Ma Gyeonglok was shocked. Then the protagonist shocked him even more by stating that this rune allowed him to see a few years ahead. In other words, he was a prophet who could see the future. Silence fell in the room after Ryu Min's revelation. Ma Gyeonglok couldn't believe what he had heard. Neither he nor Sanchul believed the explanation that had been given. Ma Gyeonglok asked the protagonist if he was serious, and Ryu Min returned with another question. Why would I lie? Ma Gyeonglok connected the dots and asked if the lottery numbers had been chosen thanks to the rune of future sight. The protagonist confirmed that he had made money in the same way with cryptocurrencies. He had invested all his money because he could see the future. For reassurance, Ma Gyeonglok asked Ryu Min to prove he had such a rune by predicting his actions in the near future. Since the protagonist could read Ma Gyeonglok's thoughts, knowing what he would do was easy. However, at least for later, he would create some restrictions for this ability. The protagonist apologized, stating he couldn't use his power, as it activated by itself. Ma Gyeonglok was not surprised, as restrictions would be natural for a rune that could see the future. Ma Junlok finally thought of something, speculating on why Ryu Min had invested 280 billion in his company. Before Ma Junlok could speak, the protagonist confirmed his thought, stating that he had invested because he knew that the Celestial Demon Consulting would experience rapid growth in the future. Ma Junlok wanted to know precisely how great this growth would be. To the question, the protagonist replied that the company would be listed on the Kospi, the main stock group in Korea, within a year. Ma Junlok was pleased to hear about the success of his company. He wondered how great it would be if this were true, as not only would his father recognize him, but he could also become the next president. Ma Junlok quickly composed himself, not believing he had been so happy about something he didn't know was true. At that moment, Ryu Min broke Ma Junlok's train of thought by stating that for him to succeed, he would need to renew his industry. And Sang Chul, who had been silent, became furious. This is extremely irrational. Change industries now? You might as well tell us to change the name of the company. Ma Junlok tried to stop the section chief, but he became furious again upon hearing Ryu Min claim that if they were changing industries, they obviously also had to change the name of the company. Seeing how Sang Chul was behaving, the protagonist gave him a cold look. Do you think I came here to make jokes? You both are players, so you know the great penalty it is to casually reveal your runes like this. And yet I risked revealing my rune to you because, as the majority shareholder and a business partner who will participate in management from now on, I want to help the company grow. Who else would invest 280 billion? For your company to succeed, you need to join hands with me. The protagonist's brief speech left Ma Junlok silent. Seeing this, the security guard asked if he believed it. Seeing Ma Junlok silent, the protagonist sighed. It seems you don't believe in my power. Without beating around the bush, Sang Chul stated that was exactly the case. Seeing how the security guard was being an obstacle, the protagonist sought to convince him. Department Chief An, have you ever considered why I moved to the floor below yours? Do you think it's pure coincidence? And Sang Chul was shocked by what those words meant. Ma Junlok, who didn't know they lived one above the other, was surprised and questioned his right-hand man about what Ryu Min was talking about. And Sang Chul then had to reveal that 2 months ago Ryu had moved to the floor below Seo Aren's penthouse. The protagonist confirmed this fact, stating that he had done so a few days after obtaining the rune of future sight. Ma Junlok became irritated to hear this from Sang Chul only at that moment, and the security guard quickly apologized, revealing that he had only covered this that day. Putting the facts together, Ma Junlok believed it wouldn't be possible for Ryu Min to move close to someone related to him and invest in cryptocurrencies without seeing the future. But he quickly changed that thought, assuming it could also be the work of someone who knew he was sponsoring Seo Aren. Reading Ma Junlok's thoughts, the protagonist knew that what he had said so far wasn't enough. Your face says you still don't believe me, so how about this? The hotel we are in now, you own this place, don't you? You are in fact the eldest son of the Osung Group and created the Celestial Demon Consulting to have your father recognize your abilities. And Sang Chul stood up furiously. Who is behind all this? No one but Mr. Ma's family knows about this. Seeing his subordinate's actions, Ma Junlok ordered him to calm down. Sighing, and Sang Chul apologized. Ma Junlok stated that Ryu Min was right about everything, but it still wasn't enough to convince him that he could see the future. As like Department Chief An had been, all the family members were aware of this information. Ma Junlok revealed that he thought Ryu Min was being hired by someone to set a trap for him, especially for suggesting that he change the businesses of his industries. Ma Junlok concluded that it sounded ridiculous. He acknowledged that the rune that saw the future really existed and that he wouldn't say no to the growth of his company, but it was still hard to believe such words. Although he appreciated the investment in the company, Ma Junlok suggested they discuss the matter in a shareholders meeting and that Ryu Min should convince them. Ma Junlok stood up and said goodbye, but the protagonist interrupted him. Ma Junlok paused his movements, asking if Ryu Min had anything more to say. The protagonist wondered if the method he had left was his last option. Determined, he asked Ma Junlok if he would believe him if he provided information about the 4th round. Ma Junlok was shocked, asking if Ryu Min had information about the 4th round. The protagonist activated his actor side. Yes, I saw the tragedy that will happen through my vision. That should be enough to prove my ability, right? After the matter was settled, the protagonist left. When only Ma Junlok and Sang Chul remained in the room, the security guard apologized for raising his voice earlier. Ma Junlok reassured him, reminding him that the section chief had acted that way because of him. Since everything was fine, Sang Chul asked if he could say something. Ma Junlok allowed him to express his opinion, and Sang Chul revealed that he was suspicious of Ryu Min regarding his ability to see the future. It didn't make sense for him to want to help them, as with that power he could live a better life. Remembering that Ryu Min had said he wanted the company's growth, Ma Junlok believed he wanted to earn more money. And Song Chul didn't understand such greed, as 280 billion was already a large sum, enough to live a lifetime, even having fun. Ma Junlok believed that this amount wasn't enough for some people, as human greed knows no bounds. And Sang Chul still didn't think it made sense, given the risks. He even didn't believe that such a rune existed. Ma Junlok also found it hard to believe, but knew that if Ryu Min could really see the future, they needed to have him as a companion at all costs. Ma Junlok urged his subordinate to think carefully about how useful it would be to have information on each round to prepare themselves. In comparison, the company's progress would be just a bonus, and Sang Chul still believed they didn't even have certainty that Ryu Min was a seer. But with a smile, Ma Junlok stated that they would find out soon. After leaving the hotel, the protagonist walked down the street. He was sure that after the 4th round, the duo would be convinced that he was a seer. He hadn't shared very important information, like side missions or anything that could help them achieve higher ranks. But the warning that the 4th round wouldn't be a monster hunt, but a massacre among players, should be enough to make them believe his words. The protagonist was convinced that after this, they would treat him differently, with the utmost respect, even protecting him, as he would be a seer, especially since having someone like that as an ally would be better than having him as an enemy. Since the protagonist had started pretending to be a seer, he decided to follow this path. Taking out his phone, he decided to contact a certain person. Julie was walking quickly down the street, afraid of being late for her appointment. When she stopped at the crosswalk, she prayed for the light to change soon. At that moment, she saw a red luxury car blocking the front of her store. She couldn't believe someone could be so thoughtless. However, at that instant, Ryu Min rolled down the car window and called out to Julie, who was surprised to realize he was the driver. As she crossed the street, Julie went to the driver's window and asked the protagonist if that car was his. Immediately, the protagonist apologized for stopping in front of the store and invited his friend to get in the car for a drive while they talked. Still surprised, Julie accepted. The car sped down the road, and Julie felt a bit nervous since it was her first time in such a car. The protagonist smiled, revealing that it was also his first time, as he had just received it. Julie was curious about the car's price, and after thinking for a moment, the protagonist revealed that he hadn't paid much, just about 900 million won. Julie was shocked by the amount, and since Ryu Min said it wasn't much, she asked if he knew how many convenience stores she could open with that money. Seeing her reaction, he stated that it wasn't much considering what he had won in the lottery. This made Julie remember that Ryu Min was now rich, having won 60 billion in the lottery. It made her feel like they were in different worlds. Seeing the situation, Julie associated the moment with a date and felt embarrassed. At that moment, as the girl blushed, the protagonist shocked her. "Actually, there's something I need to confess to you." Julie started to stutter, asking him to speak. Seeing her reaction, the protagonist assured her that it wasn't anything strange, so she didn't need to misunderstand. Julie felt like jumping out of the car from embarrassment. Trying to hide her shyness, she urged him to speak. The protagonist recalled that he had told her the lottery numbers had appeared in his dream and confessed that he had lied. Seeing the girl confused, he explained that he obtained the information from his rune of the future, not from a dream, and that with this rune, he had acquired the class of seer. Julie became excited, as being a seer sounded like a totally unique class. She congratulated the protagonist, believing that the rune of the future also sounded amazing. She couldn't help but thank him for telling the truth, as it must have been difficult to reveal, even to a friend. The protagonist asked her not to treat it as something significant since she had also revealed her class, but Julie reminded him that she hadn't informed him about her rune. Seeing they were on that topic, she asked if she should just reveal it at that moment. The protagonist didn't mind her keeping the information, but Julie revealed that she had obtained the rune of protection in the first round. This rune created a barrier around her, based on the number of people within a 10-meter radius. If there were 5 people, for example, there would be 5 barriers. Julie felt relieved to have shared this information. Still, she was curious about why Ryu Min had mentioned her rune to her. The protagonist stated that keeping it a secret was tormenting him, and since he felt she wouldn't believe what he would say next, he couldn't hide the truth. Julie was curious to know what Ryu Min was going to say. When the protagonist revealed the information about the 4th round, Julie almost jumped out of her seat from surprise. The protagonist urged her to be careful and stay alert since they didn't know what the players around her might do. Julie was very grateful to Ryu Min for giving her that advice. Remembering that he had even invited her first, she wondered if Ryu Min was starting to have feelings for her. She hoped so. The protagonist returned home as sunset approached, and even after some time, he still couldn't believe that Julie had liked him all along. He had never known that. For Ryu Min, the reason Julie had always been so nice to him made sense. Although the situation was still confusing, The protagonist thought it was better this way, as it would be easier to make her his ally since she would more readily believe in his prophecies. Lying in bed, the protagonist prepared to rest, as he had nothing more to do. Time flew by, and soon the last minutes of the month arrived. Before going to the other world, Ryu-min bought an epic item from the daily section, the dark glove, which gave a semi-transparent tone to the equipped weapon. Since the glove had passive abilities and high attributes, the protagonist planned to combine it with his night skill. Hearing someone knock on the door, Ryu-min turned and saw it was his brother, reminding him that it was time to go. When asked by his brother if he would manage this time as well, the protagonist affirmed that he would try. One recalled that his brother had said he was a seer and had seen information about the fourth round, but Ryu-min stated that seeing and acting were different things. One was worried about his brother's lack of confidence. "You have to come back, understand?" The protagonist brushed off his brother's words, avoiding letting bad luck hit him. And so, Ryu-min entered the world of the fourth round. Upon arriving in this world, Yeon-ming immediately opened the statistics window. Seeing that he had a 50% penalty, he gritted his teeth, as this was the result of his betrayal against Cho Jung-sik. What frustrated him more was that he had spent all 10 command authorities. He quickly looked around, trying to figure out if anyone would hunt him down for being a representative, or if any old friends were coming for revenge. However, another thing caught his attention: the unknown place they were in. Wherever he looked, he only saw white walls as if he were in a maze. While looking around, Yeon-ming found the source of his hatred, Black Scythe. Yeon-ming still remembered how he had manipulated him into destroying the relic, and how he had defeated the divine punishment agent without hesitation. Yeon-ming wished he were powerful enough to smash that bastard's face in at that very moment. He couldn't help but feel frustrated as he had no options. If he wanted to survive, he had no choice but to hold hands with that demon. Immediately, Yeon-ming walked toward the protagonist, calling out to him. With a smile on his face, Yeon-ming asked if the agreement between them was still valid. The protagonist was confused about which agreement he meant, and Yeon-ming reminded him how he had said he would protect him if he became his subordinate. The protagonist finally remembered, but stated that he no longer needed a subordinate like him. Yeon-ming didn't understand why Black Scythe would abandon him, so the protagonist explained how the guy no longer had the command authorities, which made him useless. Moreover, since most players had already chosen their classes, the authority would no longer be of any use. The protagonist crushed Yeon-ming's morale. "You're no longer useful, you're just a walking target." Hearing how he was labeled, Yeon-ming gritted his teeth. Quickly looking around, Yeon-ming noticed that there were people nearby. The protagonist told him not to worry, as he would only be a target for a new period, since there wouldn't be many people trying to eliminate him. Yeon-ming didn't understand why people wouldn't target him, and the protagonist reminded him of what the final fate of the region's representative would be, a position that wasn't all roses. Moreover, the number of potential targets to be controlled would decrease over time, so the reward wasn't worth the risk. Yeon-ming realized that Black Scythe was right. Even he wanted to give up that position now. While the protagonist was talking to Yeon-ming, Seo Arin and her bodyguard approached. Yeon-ming nervously gritted his teeth upon seeing the two coming closer. As they approached, Seo Arin greeted the protagonist. More formally, An Sang-chul asked if he remembered them. The protagonist confirmed that he did, asking what they wanted to discuss, and Sang-chul wanted to thank him for saving them last time when they were near the bandit. Being called a bandit irritated Yeon-ming. Raising his hand, the protagonist controlled him. The protagonist stated that one thank you was enough and that it wouldn't be necessary to meet again. Still, An Sang-chul wanted to express his gratitude, stating that the president of their company also wanted to send his thanks. And Sang-chul wanted to talk about his president, but Black Scythe interrupted him, saying he didn't care, Seo Arin tried to approach the protagonist, showing a purple crystal, which she called a gift to show her gratitude for being saved. She extended the crystal, asking him to accept it. The protagonist was surprised by the unexpected gift. Since Seo Arin didn't think that just her words were enough gratitude, she wanted to at least give him this. The protagonist took the crystal, thanking her. For him, there was no reason to refuse when such a good item was given for free. With this low-rank crystal, he would try to create an item of only low rank. Seeing that Black Scythe took the crystal, Arin wondered if he liked the gift. She didn't want Black Scythe to be upset thinking she was giving him a stone that seemed useless. Reading the girl's thoughts, the protagonist confirmed that she didn't know how magical crystals worked and how valuable they were. Yeon-ming was next to the protagonist and, seeing the crystal, remembered that he also had one of those, which surprised Ryu-min upon reading such thought. Yeon-ming recalled that the name of his item was Black Gold Strength Stone, or something like that. Seeing this thought, Ryu-min was surprised. The Black Gold Strength Stones were items that dropped from monsters at a very low rate. This was a rarer item than the magical crystal, being almost impossible to obtain intentionally. The protagonist wondered if it was good luck or bad luck to discover that Yeonming had such a precious item. Breaking the silence, Aaron shyly asked the protagonist if he needed a barrier. The protagonist appeared confused by the question, which made Aaron reveal that she had advanced to summoner and could summon a fairy to conjure a barrier if necessary. The protagonist thanked her for the offer but stated that he didn't think he would need one. Aaron felt a bit disappointed by having her offer declined. She then bowed, announcing that they would now part ways, wishing Black Scythe to give his best during this round. When Aaron and Ansangchul left, Yeonming headed in the opposite direction. However, before the bandit could leave, the protagonist stopped him, stating that he would regret going that way. Yeonming didn't understand what Black Scythe meant, so the protagonist reminded him that he was a walking target. Yeonming was confused since Black Scythe had said that no one would attack him. However, the protagonist asserted that he wouldn't be attacked by many, not that he wouldn't be attacked by anyone. The protagonist stated that the benefits of being the representative were not over yet. Although most were already at level 10, there were some who hadn't reached that level. The protagonist told Yeonming to think carefully about whether no one would really attack him. Seeing that Black Scythe wanted to say something, Yeonming asked what he should do. The protagonist offered to help him so that he wouldn't become an easy target. Yeonming was surprised and immediately thanked him, but the protagonist interrupted, stating that he wouldn't do it for free. As payment, he reminded Yeonming of the stone that Aaron had given him, saying he would accept anyone like that. Yeonming immediately remembered that he had a stone. He took out the black gold strength stone and handed it to the protagonist. Ryu Min asked if he had any other items, but Yeonming said he had nothing else, asking him to at least leave the equipment. The protagonist sighed, stating that he didn't want his equipment, even if he was offering it. Yeonming asked, worried, if Black Scythe would help him since he had given him the item. The protagonist turned his back, stating that he would keep his promise. At that moment, an angel appeared above the players, laughing. "Hee! You returned as humans, but it seems your numbers have decreased again." Hearing that there were fewer players, those present wondered if there had been a fight in the real world. Ryu Min would be more surprised if the players didn't get into trouble for an entire month. Since everyone was there, the angel asked if she could announce the mission for the 4th round. A mission appeared before everyone. They would have to eliminate each other, and out of the 1,042 participants, only 521 would advance. The players were surprised and confused by the mission, something noticed by the angel. It's as it's been said, you just need to attack and eliminate the player near you. Simple as that, right? To give a more detailed explanation, the angel stated that the goal of this round was to reduce the number of players by having them eliminate each other. Unlike previous rounds, there would be no monsters this time. Hearing that there would be no monsters, many were worried, as they needed to evolve. At that moment, a player caught the angel's attention, asking if, since only half could survive, each person only needed to eliminate another. Putting her finger to her lips as if asking for silence, the angel smiled. "That's a secret. It wouldn't be fun if I told you everything." The protagonist mocked the angel. There was no fun for her. She was just following orders from her superiors who had forbidden her from revealing anything. Angels were merely messengers of information to ensure that the survival game took place. Above them was a game master, and the fact that the angel was hiding a specific rule meant she had been ordered to do so. The angel stated that they wouldn't complete the mission just by eliminating others, since only the top 521 could survive. As the ranking would be determined, that would be a secret. The angel couldn't help but smile as she revealed that the ranking was not determined based on the number of people eliminated. With that, she finished her explanation, wishing everyone to start eliminating each other. She prepared to leave with a great golden glow. The players were confused, wondering what to do, whether to start attacking someone. Many didn't want to do that, as they had nothing against the others. This type of round was madness for them. Yeonming was excited about the round's mission, as there were many bastards he wanted to eliminate. The protagonist observed Yeonming from a distance, realizing that he was already planning to attack others. At that moment, Yeonming realized it would be good for him if the players hesitated to eliminate each other, as that would make him invincible. Gritting his teeth, he wished he could find the bastards who had turned against him so he could eliminate them. Lost in deep thought, Yeonming jumped in surprise when the protagonist approached him. Seeing Black Scythe come closer, Yeonming asked if there was a problem. The protagonist reminded Yeonming that he had promised to prevent him from becoming a target, and said he was there to fulfill that promise. At that moment, the scythe began to materialize in the protagonist's hand from a scarlet liquid. Yeonming was confused, but before him, the protagonist was already swinging his scythe. With the protagonist's attack, Yeonming fell. There was a hidden side mission. Eliminate the representative of the region within the time limit. with the reward being a low-rank Mana Stone lottery token. The token randomly guaranteed between 1 to 5 Mana Stones, mandatory for that round. The protagonist received the reward he wanted, although that was not the only reason for his attack. People were quickly shocked to see Black Scythe eliminating someone. Noticing how they watched, the protagonist noted their hypocrisy, as not long ago, they were the ones wanting to eliminate the representative of the region. Quickly, several people surrounded the protagonist, criticizing him for having eliminated someone in cold blood. The protagonist didn't care about the criticism, as he knew it was genuine. He himself had eliminated Jang Seokyun in real life, and he wouldn't stop there. He would do the same to countless people until he reached round 20. However, Ryu-min would never do that without a good reason, especially in this round, where he had no choice if he wanted to move on to the next. Everyone criticized him, but no one knew the truth. Internally, many people were already imagining how to eliminate Black Scythe, formulating plans to attack him together, or at least ruin his image. Reading everyone's thoughts, the protagonist couldn't help but smile. Seeing the smile, many became irritated. Do you think this is funny? Are you a psychopath? After what you did, how dare you laugh? At that moment, the announcement that Black Scythe had become the representative was presented to everyone. This startled many, as now the guy who was already powerful had gained even greater power. The protagonist smiled, provoking them. What happened? Why aren't you cursing anymore? Or have you suddenly become afraid now that I've become the representative of the region? If you're afraid of the authority of command, I bet you still haven't obtained a class, have you? Read like a book. Many were surprised. At that moment, someone pointed in the direction of the protagonist, catching everyone's attention. The color of Black Scythe's name had changed. Many were surprised, wondering why only his name had changed color. The protagonist had already expected his name to turn red. In a round like this, his nickname would turn red after eliminating someone. And the more people were eliminated, the darker the color would become. The color change served to facilitate the identification of who was a murderer and who was not. People tended to choose to attack murderers instead of innocent players, as this made their conscience feel lighter. However, the person who dealt the final blow would also have their name color changed, and as a result, others would encourage them to be attacked. The protagonist knew that people were hesitating now, but that would be the reason many would be eliminated in no time. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked why they were standing still, as there was no time for small talk. Hearing Black Scythe's provocation, several began to criticize him again. The protagonist couldn't help but retort the criticisms. You make it seem like I'm the only one who wants to become the representative. And what about the people who attacked Jongsik in the last round? This round is about eliminating or being eliminated. Don't tell me you survived until now without knowing such a simple principle. Stop the hypocrisy and face reality. If your head were at risk, there would be no way not to point a knife at the person threatening your life. Now is not the time to stand still. If this bothers you, hold a debate and decide, just like the last time we voted. After the brief speech, the protagonist fell silent. Even if he hadn't provoked those present, they would have started fighting anyway. But that might happen too late. If Ryu-min had stayed quiet, everyone would have just wasted time, and if that happened, it was possible that the number of people qualifying wouldn't reach 521. Even if it meant fighting each other, encouraging them to fulfill the mission was the best way to keep the maximum number of people alive. After hearing what Black Scythe had said, a woman questioned whether they shouldn't do something. A man next to her gave a sarcastic smile, asking if they should just talk. The woman was irritated by his tone and sarcasm, explaining that she just wanted to discuss what they would do. Quickly, the conversation between the two became more aggressive, until they started arguing. Seeing the argument, Aaron asked the security guard what he thought, whether they really should eliminate someone, as Black Scythe had suggested. And Sang-chul agreed with Black Scythe, as if they didn't eliminate others, they would be targeted and eliminated. This wasn't the time to care about the lives of strangers. And Sang-chul revealed that he completely agreed with Black Scythe and asked Aaron to make a decision as well, since this wouldn't exactly be a pleasant experience. Aaron was worried about the way the security guard spoke, as if he had already committed such a crime. And Sang-chul just brushed it off, stating that he was merely speculating. After making a decision, Aaron asked the security guard who they should eliminate, and he preferred to let the atmosphere decide the answer. Little by little, people began to discuss who they should attack, and quickly someone suggested starting with those who already had red names. This suggestion left some people worried, as it meant attacking Black Scythe first. Thinking of him, someone considered it madness to attack him after all. The guy was already at level 30. At that moment, someone became concerned that Black Scythe was listening to the conversation and told the others to be quiet. But it was too late, as the protagonist had already heard everything. Then a good Samaritan stepped out of the crowd, stating that life was precious and they couldn't eliminate anyone. not even criminals. Seeing that some people disagreed, someone suggested that they give a proposal. As for someone to live, another would need to be eliminated. In fear, a girl asked them to stop discussing and focus on attacking the criminals. A woman mocked this comment, asking how they would identify the criminals and sarcastically wondering if they should just come forward voluntarily. Seeing the woman's sarcasm, a man became irritated. "Who asked for your opinion, bitch?" When insulted, the woman shot back, asking if she should eliminate him. Hearing this, the man laughed mockingly. "What? Go ahead and try, idiot." Nearby, a guy started encouraging the fight instead of the discussion. The man involved in the argument glared at this guy, grinding his teeth at seeing him trying to stir the pot. The woman did the same, criticizing him. With that, someone else got involved in the argument, and people began to display their magic. The protagonist was irritated. The discussion had escalated, but no one seemed willing to take the initiative to fight. Still, he wasn't worried, as he knew this would happen soon. At that moment, someone trying to calm the fight noticed something strange. He was shocked to see Yan Ming suddenly yawn, as if he had woken from the dead. In fact, this was the secret rule of this round. After 10 minutes, they would come back to life. Yan Ming stood up, not understanding why everyone was looking at him that way. He was surprised to realize they were staring at him as if he were an aberration or a zombie. Not comprehending the situation, Yan Ming remembered that a moment ago, he was talking to Black Scythe. A man began to tremble at the sight of Yan Ming coming back to life. Immediately, someone commented that the system had probably resurrected him. One person analyzed this information with curiosity, which made another think there would be no problem in eliminating others. Several people began to draw their weapons, convinced they could kill without consequences. A woman tried to prevent the fight from starting, stating that no one was sure they would be resurrected. However, at that moment, someone attacked her from behind. The person who attacked the woman continued to strike her repeatedly. After eliminating her, the man cursed at her, telling her to come back to life so he could attack her again. People were shocked by the scene before them and by the state of the woman. They waited for a moment, but seeing that the woman did not come back to life, some suggested waiting a bit longer. One person thought rationally and remembered that about 10 minutes had passed until Yan Ming was resurrected. Hearing this, someone shouted, suggesting they wait to see if she would also resurrect, and everyone agreed. 10 minutes later, a light enveloped the woman's body. Her wounds began to close, her body regenerated, and upon coming back to life, she stood up. The woman stretched, as if she had just awakened from a deep sleep. However, right after stretching, she remembered what had happened. Immediately getting up, she asked who the hell had attacked her. At that moment, the same guy who had attacked her before repeated the blow, but before he could even touch her, a man struck him with an axe. The man saved the woman, knocking the assassin to the ground. He smiled maliciously and asked if everyone would indeed come back to life after 10 minutes. People were frightened by the scene but began to reflect on it. Even with the resurrection confirmed, there were still those who considered eliminating someone to be unpleasant. However, people tended to change when the atmosphere shifted, revealing their true madness. As the first attacks were launched, many others began to confront each other. Chaos ensued, creating an atmosphere of insanity. Even while attacking others, some apologized, trying to pretend they had no choice. When attacked, few hesitated to retaliate, as they saw no problem in fighting if they believed they would come back to life afterward. Over 1,000 people began to fight each other like wild dogs. The entire place transformed into a true battlefield. The protagonist conjured his scythe, wondering if he should also start acting. A man was surprised to see Black Scythe approaching. With a wide attack, the protagonist not only eliminated him, but also the entire group that was with him. Seeing Black Scythe joining the battle, people made a decision to attack him, thinking they would have a chance. However, the protagonist eliminated them too. There was no way he could be ambushed, as he possessed the ability to detect presence. The protagonist observed others fighting. Watching Black Flame Dragon enjoy himself, he didn't think it was an exaggeration to believe that the 4th round had been made for him. With the absorption rune, that situation felt like a party. Considering how dark his name color was, the protagonist assumed that Black Flame Dragon had already eliminated 10 people, which meant he would soon gain a new ability. Black Flame Dragon was excited about the increase in his statistics with each player eliminated. He already knew that his stats grew by defeating monsters, but he hadn't expected the same to happen by eliminating players. Like a maniac, he resumed attacking without hesitation, causing the absorption rune bar to fill rapidly. The speed at which the bar filled seemed greater than normal, so Black Flame Dragon wondered if this was due to the high level of the players he was defeating. It was then that an idea crossed his mind. What would happen if he defeated Black Scythe? However, he was worried about the disaster he would face if he messed with such a big shot. Giving up on attacking the protagonist for now, he decided to start with the small fish. Despite his sinister smile, Black Flame apologized, saying he had nothing personal against those he attacked. Brutally striking with his axe, he relieved his stress, taking it out on the players around him. Before, he couldn't hunt because of the Yanming bandits, but now this round seemed made for him. Unlike the others, he gained stats while hunting. At that moment, someone sneaked up behind Black Flame Dragon. He dodged the attack and violently counterattacked with his axe. In addition to increasing his stats, Dragon saw his prey resurrecting from time to time. He couldn't think of a better opportunity than this. He had already lost count of how many players he had eliminated so far, but he was willing to continue until he reached the top of the leaderboard. Black Flame Dragon wanted to go in one direction, but was surprised to see Black Scythe walking towards him. Suddenly, the protagonist used night magic. The people around were scared, not understanding why everything suddenly went dark. Black Flame was surprised to realize that Black Scythe's scythe was becoming more transparent. However, he didn't worry, believing he just needed to be as careful as possible. But at the moment the protagonist attacked, Black Flame started to see him upside down. Upon spotting his own fallen body below him, Black Flame Dragon realized he had been eliminated. He understood his mistake and regretted facing that opponent. Swords clashed everywhere as a true carnage unfolded. Yanming, observing the battles around him, saw someone resurrect right beside him. He was surprised, as he still didn't fully understand how the round worked, but upon noticing the pattern, he became excited. If the round required some to eliminate others, then this was his chance to take revenge on those who betrayed him. Walking through the battlefield, he searched for Kim Seung-han and smiled widely upon finding his former friend. Kim Seung-han held his bow, anxious, fearing he would be attacked for having lost some stats. Yanming eagerly ran towards him. However, as he got closer, his smile turned malicious as he attacked Seung-han. Without expecting the blow, Kim Seung-han was thrown far away. The archer brought his hands to his face, feeling the intense pain from the attack. Yanming approached him, remembering the words his ex-friend had said on the phone. "You bastard, you said you'd eliminate me if you saw me again, didn't you? So why not try now?" Laughing like a psychopath, Yanming raised his fist to attack Kim Seung-han again. After finishing off his ex-friend using only his fists, Yanming felt a deep relief. He then looked around, wondering where the other bastards were. If hell existed, it could be like round 4. A massacre had spread to every corner, where murderous intent moved each person. In this terrifying scenario, Aaron had frozen, and Sangchul, who was attacking a player, looked back and asked if the actress was tired. However, instead of feeling tired, Aaron was suffering mentally. Aaron was suffering mentally. The security guard could handle the situation, but Aaron's state was a problem. He feared that if her mind wasn't in good condition and it affected her performance, he wouldn't be able to face the CEO the next day. And Sangchul became alert upon noticing something happening suddenly. A hand emerged and grabbed Aaron's hair. Like a butcher, a man jumped on her with a dagger, and Sangchul moved quickly, preventing the attack. With his sword, he disarmed the assailant and with a single blow eliminated him. Aaron looked at Sangchul but was startled to realize she was still holding the dagger. She gritted her teeth, feeling the weight of her conscience, and fell to her knees. And Sangchul noticed that, in the end, she was just doing everything she was told. Even so, Aaron managed to get up and asked how much longer they would have to fight this way. Observing the situation, Sangchul estimated at least another hour. Just watching that massacre was already causing great anguish in Aaron. She couldn't understand how some people were so determined to eliminate each other. And Sangchul clicked his tongue, irritated by how weak Aaron seemed. He advised her to rest if she was exhausted, reminding her that she had already eliminated about 50 people. And in Sangchul's view, that would be enough to place her on the leaderboard. So he asked her to leave the rest to him. Aaron thanked Sangchul, but deep down, it was he who wanted to thank her, as he no longer needed to help her get kills. Wanting to focus on his own record, Sangchul charged at 2 opponents at the same time. Hours passed, and soon the final 10 minutes approached. The fight was intense when the protagonist checked the remaining time. Thinking about how round 4 was always exhausting, he attacked the man, trying to ambush him. Despite the fatigue, he still couldn't afford to lose the top spot in the ranking of all regions. Ryu Min would do anything to progress as much as possible until he reached round 20. Since he had no knowledge of the final boss's strength, the protagonist wanted to become as strong as possible. In this field of terror, he began to hunt every player that crossed his path, determined to fulfill his mission. One player was fleeing from Ryu Min but suddenly tripped. Seeing him pass by, the man thought he was safe. However, Ryu Min had intentionally avoided him. He didn't want to eliminate someone he had already defeated before. In round 4, the ranking was not defined just by the number of kills, but also by the variety of victims. Even if he eliminated the same person multiple times, only 1 point was counted. That's why he wasn't hunting the same way Yan Ming was. The brute spent all his time chasing the friends who betrayed him. Ryu Min couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yan Ming was attacking the three, one after the other, always in the same place. Surely this would prevent them from surviving the round. Yan Ming, seeing another of his ex-friends resurrect, immediately attacked him. As he attacked them every time they resurrected, none of the three could score points, while Yan Ming's points remained the same forever. In the final minutes, the protagonist hurried to accumulate as many points as possible. He analyzed the battlefield, observing each of the people he had already eliminated, until a new face entered his line of sight. Not remembering having attacked that player before and with little time left, the protagonist charged at him quickly. In the last minute of the round, a golden light fell upon the players, forming barriers around each one. With the players trapped in their individual barriers, the angel appeared, smiling as she looked at them. "Did you have fun attacking each other?" The angel's words irritated the protagonist, who didn't find anything fun about it. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, the angel made a disgusted expression. "Just look at this bloody floor. It seems like the place has turned into a mess, hasn't it? Anyway, good job attacking each other." Before showing the results, the angel decided to bring everyone back to life. To the protagonist, it seemed like she wanted to sound as if she was saving them, but in reality, it was the system doing all the work. Golden energies fell upon each human, healing their wounds and resurrecting those who had been eliminated. When they came back to life, Yan Ming's former friends were furious. They pounded on their barriers, shouting threats against the bastard who had hunted them the whole time. Hearing the insults, Yan Ming smiled with pleasure, while the angel ordered everyone to be quiet. She cast a dark look at those who were yelling and said, "Any human who speaks from now on will be punished." Immediately, everyone fell silent, fearing the consequences. With silence restored and everyone resurrected, the angel decided to show the results. However, before that, she reminded them that they needed to find out what the secondary mission for that round was. The revelation surprised everyone. Seeing the humans' reactions, the angel mocked them. "Of course there was one. Did you think there wasn't? A bunch of fools." The secondary mission was revealed. To complete it, they needed to eliminate the representative of the region within the time limit. The players were shocked by the discovery. Looking at the mission results, the angel revealed that in that region, only Black Scythe had managed to complete it. It was then that people finally remembered that Black Scythe had eliminated Huang Yan Ming at the beginning of the round. Black Flame Dragon gritted his teeth. If he had known about the secondary mission earlier, he would have eliminated Yan Ming from the start, becoming the new representative of the region and receiving the mission reward. Finally, Yan Ming discovered that he had been eliminated by Black Scythe. Upon opening his inventory, he realized he no longer had the command authority, which had previously been a temporary ability. It was then that Yan Ming remembered that Black Scythe had promised to help him not be a target anymore. Now, he realized that Black Scythe had fulfilled that mission by taking his title. Setting the secondary mission aside, the angel moved on to the final score. But before revealing the results, she asked if they were curious to know how the ranking had been decided. "You were ranked based on the number of unique individuals you eliminated. Even if you eliminated the same person multiple times, it only counts as one." Upon hearing the explanation, many were surprised, as it had never crossed their minds that it would be this way. The angel shook her head in disgust, and changing the subject, snapped her fingers to display the results. At the top of all regions, first place belonged to Black Scythe. Seeing this surprised the angel, who showed sudden interest in him, something that elicited no reaction from Black Scythe. Many were surprised to discover that Black Scythe had eliminated over 700 people, while they, combined, had eliminated around 1,000. The angel couldn't help but applaud upon seeing that Black Scythe had eliminated over 700 people, which called for a reward. The protagonist received the rewards for both ranks. For his regional rank, he received a chest of rare intermediate rank armor, and for the all regions rank, he received a special selection box of intermediate rank. The protagonist was pleased as he wanted to swap his armor. He selected the blood-red assassin suit as his choice. The armor set provided agility, as well as attack and movement speed. For the next reward, the all regions one, the protagonist saw that he could obtain a statistic boost for the next round, gold, or information about the next round. The protagonist analyzed what he knew about the 5th round, which had a difficult side mission. Considering this, he chose the 50% statistic boost. The angel asked if everyone had checked their ranks. Everyone ranked below position 521 will be swept away. Now, shall we begin the annihilation? The golden light fell upon the players who did not meet the target. As their bodies dissipated into golden dust, they screamed, not in pain but in despair. They begged the angel to spare them, but there was nothing she could do to help. The screams spread, and Yeon Ming, who narrowly made it onto the leaderboard, smiled in relief. Erin couldn't help but cover her ears. The girl trembled, trying to muffle the screams echoing beside her. Even Ryu Min closed his eyes, avoiding witnessing what was happening. Only after the silence reverberated did he open his eyes again. Round 4 ended, and now everyone would be transferred back to the real world. At the Imperial Hotel, and Sangchul rushed to see his boss. Ma Junlok groaned as he woke up, surprised to see the department head. The boss did not understand what his subordinate was doing, as he hadn't called him, and Sangchul sighed in relief, revealing the worry he felt when he couldn't contact his boss. Ma Junlok couldn't help but laugh, asking his subordinate if he really thought he would be eliminated in round 4, and Sangchul was asked if he hadn't seen the results. Scratching the back of his neck, the security guard confirmed that he had indeed seen them, but he was still worried, especially because that round had been very crazy. Ma Junlok rubbed his face. Exactly why I fainted on the bed as soon as I returned. I was so mentally exhausted, and Sangchul believed his boss, especially remembering that he had defeated over 400 people. The CEO recalled that this number would be higher if they counted the repeated numbers. He thought he was so good, but still wondered what kind of monster Black Scythe could be. And Sangchul speculated that Black Scythe might be an active soldier in the special forces, but he wondered if there was anyone like that in Korea. The more Ma Junlok thought about Black Scythe, the more he admired him. No matter who this player was, Ma Junlok wanted him to join them so he could feel more at ease. Wanting to know more about Black Scythe, Ma Junlok thought about asking the seer about him. The security guard changed the subject, finding it fascinating that round 4 had indeed been exactly as the seer had said. Both had doubted that Ryu Min was a seer. When he had said that the 4th round would not be a monster hunt, but rather a massacre among players, Ma Junlok had doubted. But Ryu Min advised him to stay on guard. The security guard wanted to know what the boss would do about the seer, if he really planned to let him be a business partner. Ma Junlok couldn't remind his right-hand man that Ryu Min held 31% of the shares. He couldn't do anything, and the company was now basically in Ryu Min's hands. The security guard questioned whether the CEO would really change the industries, as Ryu Min had advised him. Ma Junlok didn't even want to doubt that option, as it would make the company grow. Moreover, it would keep the seer on their side. The CEO advised his right-hand man not to underestimate Ryu Min, or pride himself just because he was against a young man. Even if he didn't like his behavior, they should dance to his rhythm, as that way they could reap all the sweets from this pot of honey. And Sangchul nodded at his boss's advice, affirming that he would be more careful. With the matter settled, Ma Junlok instructed his right-hand man to call Ryu Min. The CEO asked Sangchul to let Ryu Min know that they should throw a party to celebrate their survival, along with their families if he had any. Thinking about the party, Sangchul wondered if they should also invite Miss Seo, as they needed a celebrity with them during such moments. That morning, the protagonist waited by a cafe. Upon seeing the person he was waiting for, he waved at her. Seeing how well Ryu Min was dressed, Julie couldn't help but compliment him. The protagonist couldn't hold back and returned the compliment. Julie was surprised that Ryu Min was making lunch plans and everything. The protagonist just shrugged, stating that he thought they should celebrate. With Ryu Min insisting that he would pay, Julie revealed that she wouldn't hold back from taking advantage of her rich friend. While they traveled in the car, Julie thanked him for the tip about round 4, as it had helped her survive. The protagonist couldn't help but question her if she thought he had lied, but Julie quickly affirmed that she would never do that, and he wouldn't gain anything by lying to her. The protagonist thanked her for her trust, but Julie was the one who wanted to express her gratitude. As if he hadn't told her that she needed to eliminate at least 30 people, she wouldn't be alive. Ryu Min didn't think the girl should have any reason to be grateful, as even if he hadn't advised her, she would have survived thanks to the protection rune. To him, Julie seemed resourceful. Compared to Seo Arin, who was like a flower protected by a greenhouse, Julie appeared to be a weed outside. The duo arrived by car at a restaurant. Sitting at the chabudai table, Ryu Min asked her to enjoy her lunch. Hearing Julie thank him, the protagonist wondered how many times he had heard that from her. Despite being in front of several delicious dishes, Julie felt shy. She had several self-deprecating thoughts, questioning whether, as an assassin, she should be sitting there eating in peace as if nothing had happened. The protagonist encouraged his friend to eat, as she seemed to be feeling guilty. Revealing that she wasn't feeling very well, Julie made Ryu Min ask if she felt that way because she had eliminated someone. She ended up going silent, confirming it. The protagonist urged her not to blame herself, as she had to survive. Julie wanted to retort the protagonist's words, but he wouldn't let her. It wasn't just you. This was inevitable for others as well, and for me too. That's enough. So what? If something similar happens again in the future, should we just let it happen? What will happen to my family here if I don't wake up? We have families waiting for us. Julie lowered her head, thinking about her family. She imagined how sad her father would be if she didn't wake up. Clenching her hands, she realized that Ryu Min was right. She had forgotten about her family for a brief moment, not recognizing the reasons she had survived for so long. With a resolute look, Julie thanked him for the comfort. The protagonist asked her not to worry so much, and instead to enjoy the delicious food and cheer up. After tasting one of the dumplings, Julie felt it melt away all her exhaustion. After they ate, Julie thanked Ryu Min, who was surprised that this was the first time she had called him without using his surname. Realizing this was true, she asked if she could call him that from then on. Seeing Julie feel better, the protagonist wondered if he should get straight to the point now. Julie, I called you here today mainly because I would like to share information about round 5 with you. Julie was surprised, asking if he had seen the future again. The protagonist stated seriously that the 5th round would be harder than all the previous ones, and besides that, there would also be regional merges. Basically, the regions that were separate would form one. Julie became agitated with this information, as she wanted to know if they could meet. Drinking her tea, the protagonist stated that they wouldn't meet in the 5th round. In fact, that was a lie. But if he said they were in the same region, he knew she would want to meet him. However, for Ryu Min to find her, he would need to reveal his identity, and he didn't want to do that now. The protagonist asked her to listen carefully to what he was about to say. As I said, the 5th round will be very difficult. You may not be able to get through it, but there is a way. Go talk to Black Scythe and ask for his help. Upon hearing that she should go talk to Black Scythe, Julie was shocked. Julie asked if he was talking about the top guy in all regions, and Ryu Min confirmed that he was. Julie wanted to know if she should really go ask for help from this person. Instead of calling it help, the protagonist changed the discourse to cooperation. He advised her to create a temporary alliance with him in order to survive. Julie questioned whether Black Scythe would really collaborate with her since he was level 30. The protagonist stated that since she was a buffer, Black Scythe would need her help. Julie was still worried, as she didn't know if Black Scythe would want to join her just because she was a buffer. Despite her humility, the protagonist knew she was incredible, so he asked her not to worry, as Black Scythe would cooperate with her, not just in this round, but in the next ones as well. Since he had seen the future regarding this, she didn't need to be concerned. Despite Ryu Min's confirmation, Julie still felt some doubt. In the end, she thanked him for telling her such important information. Thinking of something, Julie asked if she could see his hand for a second. Using her magic, she wanted to give him something in return. A green aura covered the protagonist from the symbol created by Julie's hand. The protagonist thanked Julie for the blessing. In fact, he had expected this, as he thought she couldn't live in debt to anyone. But thanks to this, he could go home and use something specific. All of Ryu Min's stats were increased by 50% thanks to the blessing. He also stepped on 100 more worms to gain an additional 100% increase with the rune. With these two combined effects, his stats grew significantly. Opening his stats window, he saw that his luck already totaled 84 points. Taking the lowest rank magic crystal ticket, he hoped to obtain good amounts of crystals. If he were a normal person, he would have prayed to God for good results, but he would never do that again, as he knew that behind the angels ruling this game, there was the work of a god. He didn't know who could pull almost 2 billion people into a game, but it definitely had to be a god who liked to play with humans. The protagonist hoped that if he had the right to a wish after conquering the last round, he would wish for the annihilation of this god who created the game. The protagonist used the crystal ticket and obtained 5 crystals, the maximum amount. He didn't pray, but instead cursed this god, and got the best result. The protagonist proceeded to combine, placing 2 red crystals together and merging them. This transformed the 2 lowest rank crystals into 1 low rank crystal. This was the effect of combining crystals, to obtain one of the next rank. With the crystal he obtained from Seo Arin, and the one he just got from the ticket, the protagonist created a low-rank purple crystal. Now, Ryu Min was ready to combine the crystal with an item, placing the red crystal in the hood and gaining 2% damage. He moved on to the next combinations, placing the crystal that gave 2 points to all attributes in the glove, and 2 points of luck in the ring using a yellow crystal. Finally, he placed 2 points of dexterity in the boots and 1% damage reduction in the armor. With that, he used all the magic crystals, making the buff he gained by exchanging information with Julie worth it. With everything prepared, Ryu Min was ready to meet Ma Jianlok. Hearing what his brother had said, Ryu Wan was confused. So, the company you invested in belongs to the successor of the Osung Group? The protagonist confirmed what he had said, revealing that he had been invited to a business partners party and that they would work together in the future. Won trembled, wondering if he could really be in a place like that. Ryu Min adjusted his brother's tie, revealing that the president had said he could bring his family. Hearing the doorbell ring, Won stood up trembling as he realized that the other guests had arrived. The duo of brothers went to the door, and Won was surprised. In front of them, An Sang-chul bowed, stating that he was there to escort them. Won quickly hid behind his brother, remembering his last encounter with the security guard. And Sang-chul was curious to know who the boy hiding was, and the protagonist introduced him as his brother. The CEO apologized for the late introduction, handed over his business card and asked if they had met before, and Sang-chul apologized once again for his rude treatment last time. Surprising Won, the security guard stated that this party also served as an excuse, so he hoped Ryu Won didn't feel uncomfortable. With that said, he asked if they should go, as the limousine was ready. Thus, the duo of brothers followed the security guard to the Imperial Hotel. As soon as the protagonist arrived, someone came to greet him. Ma Jianlok, this time, was not late, greeting Ryu Min as soon as he arrived. "It's great to see that you're well and alive." Approaching the protagonist, he asked if the boy beside him was his brother. This prompted Ryu Min to introduce his younger brother, Ryu Won. Ma Jianlok introduced himself to Won as the president of the Celestial Demon Consulting. In front of a CEO, Won couldn't help but stutter when greeting him. Ma Jianlok asked if Won was also a player, but the young boy shook his head, stating that he wasn't. Ryu Min revealed that his brother was only 14 years old, so he hadn't been summoned. Ma Jianlok believed it was divine luck to escape such a game by just 1 year. He stated that he felt envious of Won for that. With the introductions made, Ma Jianlok showed them the way up. He mentioned that his party was a bit simple, but it had been prepared nonetheless. On the floor where the protagonist had dined, a table was set. On the table, there were various dishes that could be eaten with the eyes. Upon entering the room, Won was impressed. Seeing the young boy's reaction, Ma Jianlok began the dinner. "You must be hungry. Although it wasn't prepared much, I believe everyone will be able to fill up." Won thought the CEO was joking with him when he said that amount of food wasn't much. Seated at the table, Ma Jianlok invited them to eat freely. At that moment, the door was opened, and everyone turned to the entrance. The protagonist was left speechless upon seeing who had entered. Seo Aren. He was surprised, as the actress had also been invited. When the young woman wearing a beautiful black dress entered the dining room, she caught everyone's attention. Ma Jianlok stood up upon seeing her finally arrive. Seo Aren apologized for being late, revealing that she had attended the funeral of some actor friends. Ma Jianlok told her not to worry, as it was an understandable matter. Changing the subject, he introduced the major shareholder he had already mentioned to her. Seo Aren turned to the shareholder to introduce herself, but upon seeing him, she was surprised. "Aren't you the people who were delivering rice cakes after moving in?" Hearing the two brothers confirm her suspicion, Aren was excited to be neighbors with the shareholder. She was impressed and confused, wondering if the president was joking with her by saying that someone who looked younger than her was the major shareholder. One quickly nudged his brother, asking if the woman in front of them was really the actress Seo Aren. The protagonist realized that his brother didn't know about Ma Jianlok and Aren, which is why he was surprised to see her there. Noticing how his brother looked at the actress, he thought it was a natural reaction to see someone with her beautiful appearance, something he might also have shown. Seeing Ryu Min appear interested in Seo Aren, Ma Jianlok was pleased to have invited the actress. Once again, Ma Jianlok invited everyone to eat. The five gathered around the table, filled with food. While eating, one couldn't help but comment to his brother about the food. Wanting to flatter the shareholder and seer, Ma Jianlok asked the protagonist if he liked the food he had asked the chefs to prepare with special attention. Eating here and there, Ryu Min stated that the food was delicious, extending the question to his brother. Surprised by the question, one replied that it was his first time eating something so tasty. Ma Jianlok was pleased to hear that they enjoyed it. In fact, he had made the chefs redo the dishes several times until they were perfect. Ma Jianlok commented that he noticed Ryu Min hadn't brought any other relatives, asking why only his brother was with him. The protagonist showed a sad expression as he stated that his brother was his only family, as their parents had already passed away. Realizing the insensitivity, Ma Jianlok apologized. He internally blamed himself for asking such a question that completely ruined the mood. Seeing how the boy named Won had been affected, he blamed himself even more, deciding to remain silent until the atmosphere improved in some way. However, until dessert arrived, the mood remained heavy. Ma Jianlok wanted to lighten the atmosphere and counted on Aren for that. He tried to call her several times with his gaze, but she never looked at him, so he ended up alone with his dilemma. Seeing that he couldn't attract her attention just with looks, Ma Jianlok stood up, asking Aren to follow him for a moment to talk. The two went to the hallway where Ma Gyunlok began to speak with the actress. He asked if the food was good, and with a smile, she affirmed that it was very good. At that moment, Ma Gyunlok turned to look at the actress with a cold gaze. "Oh, do you think I called you here to feed you? I called you here to lighten the mood. How can you be so stupid?" Being reprimanded, Erin lowered her head, apologizing and stating that she thought he had invited her to the party. Sighing, the CEO asked why he would invite her to such an event. Furrowing his brow, he asked Erin if Section Chief On hadn't told her who that person was. Erin believed he was the major shareholder, but Ma Gyunlok shocked her in the next moment. He is the major shareholder, but he is a prophet. Ma Gyunlok explained that, as the name suggested, the young man had a unique class that could see the future. Erin began to understand what that meant. Seeing that she had understood, Ma Gyunlok stated that they needed to maintain a good atmosphere. "What great help will we have by knowing the information of the next rounds in advance? That's why you need to use your pretty face. Agree with him, smile at him, and do whatever it takes to win the prophet's heart." Feeling pressured, Erin disagreed with Ma Gyunlok's thinking. "With all due respect, I don't think something like that is..." But before she could finish, he interrupted her. "As president, I created an opportunity for you to become an actress. Shouldn't you repay that debt? No matter what methods you use, just make the atmosphere good for shareholder Ryu Min." Ma Gyunlok's words left Erin feeling sad. Seeing the girl with her head down, the CEO asked why she wasn't responding. Forcing herself to answer, she stated that she understood. Passing by her, Ma Gyunlok walked toward the room, claiming he would be watching to see if she could handle it or not. In the room, where only the two brothers and An Sung-chul were present, a strange atmosphere permeated the air. When Erin and Ma Gyunlok returned, the latter asked if they had waited too long, apologizing for the delay as they had been dealing with a late business matter. Noticing that everyone had already eaten, the CEO asked if they should go somewhere else. As Ryu Min walked through the door, Ma Gyunlok saw the actress hesitating to approach him, which irritated him, as he had already explained everything to her. Ryu Min passed through the door, but one stopped to talk to the actress. I'm a big fan. You're even more beautiful than in the photos." Seeing the boy blush, Erin couldn't help but smile, thanking him. One asked if they could take a photo later, if it wasn't a bother, and Erin agreed. Noticing that his younger brother was more interested in Erin than Ryu Min, Ma Gyunlok thought about changing his plans. He quickly sent a message to the actress, asking her to approach Ryu Min's brother first. Erin felt upset about having to deceive a fan who approached her without hidden motives. Reading her thoughts, the protagonist noticed how uncomfortable she was. He took the opportunity to read Ma Gyunlok's thoughts, who believed that if they could attract Ryu Min's brother to their side, the older brother would have no choice but to naturally join them as well, thus easily obtaining the information for the next round. Ma Gyunlok showed a private room reserved only for super VIPs. Showing the luxurious room decorated in red tones, he explained that they could drink without limits and enjoy the music there. Hearing about drinking, one stated that he was just in high school, so he couldn't drink alcohol. Ma Gyunlok quickly downplayed the situation, saying that he could drink other things. He then asked An Sang-chul to order the special super VIP drink and a non-alcoholic beverage for the student. When the security guard left, the protagonist stated that he also couldn't drink. Ma Gyunlok was surprised but advised Ryu Min to take the opportunity to try, as he was of legal age. At that moment, Ryu Min asked Erin if she could step out of the room to take a photo with his brother. Realizing that Ryu Min wanted to speak privately with the president, the two left after looking at them with concern. After seeing the two leave, Ryu Min's voice turned serious. "Mr. President, do you think I'm that easy? Did you forget that my class is being a prophet? With me who can see the future? Did you really think I wouldn't know about your conversation with actress Seo Erin? How can we do business like this?" Feeling pressured by Ryu Min's words, Ma Gyunlok felt his back against the wall. The protagonist crossed his arms, frowning. "Mr. President, you should stop hiding things from me." Ma Gyunlok was shocked to hear that Ryu Min knew about his conversation with Erin. He wondered if the prophet had seen this in his vision of the future as well. The protagonist asked if he had also told her to gain her support. Seeing that he had been discovered, Ma Gyunlok apologized, stating that he simply wanted to get closer to him. However, Ryu Min put Ma Gyunlok in a dead end by asserting that he had gone too far in trying to use his brother as well. Ma Gyunlok, surprised to see that Ryu Min even knew about that, lowered his head, apologizing for making such a foolish judgment and claiming that he would fix everything he had done to make Ryu Min feel offended. Hearing the sincere apologies, the protagonist stated that he would let it go, pretending he had never heard their conversation with Seo Erin. Ma Gyunlok deeply thanked him for the second chance given to him. At that moment of gratitude, the security guard entered the room. Upon seeing the guard, Ma Junlok cleared his throat, asking him to leave. Sounding cold, the CEO stated that he had something serious to discuss with Mr. Ryu Min, so he could join the others in the next room. Understanding the boss's command, An Sang-chul left the room. Ma Junlok was stressed. He thought everything would work out because of Aaron, but he only managed to offend Ryu Min. Suddenly, the protagonist asked the CEO if he wanted information for the next round. Responding affirmatively, the CEO asked if he knew anything about it. The protagonist continued on the subject. I accepted your invitation mainly to talk to you about the 5th round. However, considering your actions, it wouldn't be easy to be your business partner or give you information. Desperate, Ma Junlok sincerely apologized, asking Ryu Min not to hold a grudge. The protagonist reprimanded the CEO. Not only should you not hide anything from me, but you should also completely trust me. There should also be no unnecessary discussion about the management of the company. You can convince the other shareholders in a meeting, right? Faced with the demands, Ma Junlok agreed to make the other shareholders accept, no matter what. Hearing the CEO's words, the protagonist stated that this way, the company could grow. With that settled, the protagonist moved on to the information the CEO wanted. The 5th round will be harder than any previous round, but you don't need to worry. You won't have difficulty getting through it. Hearing the contradictions, Ma Junlok asked what the mission of the round was for Ryu Min to be saying that. The protagonist explained that the mission would be to defeat 300 orcs, but it wouldn't be that easy, as there would be another thing, a merger between the regions. Upon hearing about the merger, Ma Junlok was surprised. The protagonist explained that the mergers would happen due to the smaller number of players. Hearing about the merger also excited Ma Junlok, as he believed this meant they would be able to find players like Black Scythe. However, the protagonist stated that the CEO would not be in the same league as Black Scythe. With Black Scythe entering the conversation, Ma Junlok asked the protagonist if he knew who he was. The protagonist shattered Ma Junlok's expectations by stating that he was not aware of that, but encouraged him by saying they would meet soon. Changing the subject, the protagonist asked the CEO if he was looking for someone named Huang Yanming. Ma Junlok was surprised to discover that the seer also knew about this. The protagonist scoffed, reminding the CEO that hiding things from him was useless. Ma Junlok thought that the rune of the future was beyond his imagination. He was about to ask for information about Yan Ming, but the protagonist told him to stop tracking the criminal. Ma Junlok didn't understand the request. In response, Ryu Min stated that if the CEO messed with the criminal, he would suffer greatly. Ma Junlok wanted to know what would happen, but the protagonist refused to elaborate on the matter. Ma Junlok couldn't help but be pensive. In fact, Ryu Min was only saving Yan Ming because he would be of some use. Ma Junlok agreed with the protagonist not to try to locate the criminal anymore. With the conversation concluded, the CEO called Ryu Min to return to the party without any drinks. After the conversation, Ma Junlok sighed, wishing he could relax after that night. Later that night, in a place distant from the hotel, a man was running through some alleys in the rain. The man who had lost an arm was looking for a place to escape, but realized he had reached a dead end. At that moment, footsteps were heard coming from the path the man had taken. The man trembled in fear as a sword was raised before him, and before he could defend himself, the attack struck him. The man, who continued to be attacked, fell to the ground. His screams echoed that night. However, Ma Junlok, standing before the man, advised him to stay quiet, or he would never be able to speak again. The man crawled on the ground, asking why the young man was doing this to him when he had done nothing. Ma Junlok couldn't help but scoff, revealing the crimes the man had committed against children, and now he was begging to be spared. The man pleaded, claiming he had already served his sentence, that his crimes were in the past. However, despite the plea for mercy, he was not spared by the sword. Ma Junlok ordered the man to be quiet if he didn't want to suffer slowly, as if he continued screaming, he would only cause the witnesses to suffer the same fate as him. The man cried pitifully at the orders. Seeing the man quiet down, Ma Junlok praised him. Good boy. I'm glad your ears are working, old man. For a piece of trash like you, being alive is a sin, don't you agree? From Ma Junlok's sword, shadows emerged, spreading throughout the alley. The man became even more terrified upon seeing those shadows, which began to consume him. Not long after, the shadows spread all over the man's body, and before Ma Junlok, they completely covered him. Ma Junlok clicked his tongue. If it weren't for the fact that dark magic needed to be recharged, he would have finished off that man with a single attack. But there was nothing he could do, as he needed dark magic to use the shadow aura. And to recharge the dark magic, Ma Junlok would need to take the life of living beings. After the shadows completely enveloped the man, Ma Junlok waited for him to be consumed. In addition to being able to obtain magic this way, Ma Jianlok always enjoyed hunting criminals. He couldn't help but smile as he reveled in what he was doing. I think being a dark knight really suits me. Now that he had dealt with the walking trash, the stress Ma Jianlok felt disappeared. After the shadow aura returned to his sword, he commanded it to consume. Ma Jianlok pointed the sword at the man on the ground and ordered it to devour him. Thus, the shadow aura present in the man was absorbed. Looking at the sword, Ma Jianlok did not feel completely satisfied, as it only consumed auras and not bodies. Just as Ma Jianlok was busy, he heard a noise coming from a trash can. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound, but realized it was just a stray cat wandering around. He sighed, realizing there was no way anyone had seen him hunting. Ma Jianlok had deliberately lured the man into a deserted alley. Moreover, it was early morning. However, he realized there could be a witness, and that was the seer Ryu Min, who might have seen this scene with his rune of the future. Ma Jianlok assumed that Ryu Min had approached him even knowing what he was doing. Realizing this, he couldn't help but smile at how interesting this seer was. Finishing up the mess, Ma Jianlok called his right-hand man, ordering him to clean it up. 2 weeks after the party with Ma Jianlok, the protagonist spent the entire day at home, as he had no plans. Considering the future, this prolonged rest was necessary. However, that would change that day. Looking at his phone, the protagonist opened a forum about players changing the world. Pressing the button to enter the forum, he was ready to take action. One of the 5 runes that could be obtained in the real world was the Rune of Incarnation, which was about to appear in that rune he wanted, Rune He. The news of the tragedy spread. The nearly 2 billion people taken to the other world had become just 90 million. The economy was at risk due to the tragedy affecting the younger generations. Schools had been closed, and an endless mourning spread, with parents and siblings crying all over the world. In a room completely stained with blood, a young man was reading the news on his cell phone. He smiled upon seeing the news of how the city had become lawless, where the number of attacks by players had increased after the 4th round. Despite seeing that everyone was afraid of the players, the young man thought they were being hypocritical because, in the place of those young people, everyone would do the same. He put away his cell phone and grabbed his axe. What's the problem with doing what I want while I'm still alive? Damn old folks. That's why they shouldn't have pressured us so much. Don't do this, don't do that. It's all because of these rules and restrictions that we're going crazy now. With the axe, the young man struck heavily at the ground, causing the classroom floor to tremble. Releasing his anger, the young man set the matter aside, thinking that no one could stop him now. Now that I'm a player, I'm better than everyone, hi-he-he. In that completely destroyed room, the bodies of various teachers showed the marks of the players' attacks. Looking around, he wondered who he should attack next. Even doing this to those people, he felt nothing. He questioned whether this was because he had already faced the hell that was the 4th round. Focusing on the situation, he wondered if he was getting a point per person because they were civilians. For Black Flame Dragon, the 4th round was amazing. The amount of points obtained through the absorption rune had been much more useful against players than when he was hunting monsters. Wanting to hunt other players, he remembered that there was a community forum for players. He couldn't help but laugh maliciously at the thought of whether he should join the group to find other players in real life and attack them. To enter the forum, there was a list of questions to prevent non-players from trying to enter. He would need to answer things like name, address, level, class, region, among others. Black Flame Dragon couldn't help but feel irritated at seeing that the forum owners wanted practically all his information. However, since he still needed to get into the forum to meet other players, he had no choice. He registered, believing that no one would think a player would hunt others. Shortly after, Black Flame Dragon headed to a cafe in the countryside. This had been the place where the interviewer asked him to go for his identity to be confirmed. Confirming he was at the correct location, he was extremely irritated to have to go to such an isolated place. He entered the cafe, grinding his teeth at the thought that he would deal with that interviewer if he got on his nerves. The interior of the cafe was much more modern than Black Flame Dragon expected. In the corner of the cafe, there was a man accompanied by another person wearing a pink hood. Looking at Black Flame, the man stood up and asked if he was the person they were going to interview. The man approached the young man and asked his name. Black Flame Dragon introduced himself. The man shook the young man's hand, also introducing himself. His nickname was his age, 30. Discovering that the man was also a player shocked Black Flame Dragon, as he looked much older than he appeared. 30 invited Black Flame Dragon to sit next to the hooded person, introducing them as Little Cockle, someone who was also there for the interview. Black Flame Dragon observed the person next to him, unable to believe that the young man was also a player since he seemed even weaker than the man who looked like an old man. Black Flame looked around and commented that it seemed like business wasn't going well since he saw neither customers nor part-time workers. 30 confirmed that there weren't many customers due to the remote location. That was exactly why he had rented that place for the interview. Black Flame Dragon was surprised to hear that the man had rented the place. He looked around for the owner and saw no one. 30 explained that the owner was preparing food in the kitchen since, although it was a cafe, they also served meals. Black Flame continued observing the place and noticed that there were no cameras. This meant that no one would find out if he attacked the two present there. However, Black Flame dismissed this thought, as he didn't want to lose the opportunity to join the group. The young man wanted to know if they would start the interview, but 30 asked them to wait a little longer, as they were still expecting one more person. Hearing that there would be someone else, Black Flame Dragon asked if the interview would be with all three of them. 30 confirmed it, and noticing that a bit of time had passed, asked them to wait just a little longer. It was at that moment that he spotted a man in a suit approaching the cafe. When the man entered, 30 stood up, asking if he was there for the interview. Asking for the man's name, 30 was surprised to hear that his nickname was Black Scythe. A few days earlier, some people had gathered in a video call. The one who seemed to be the leader noted that everyone had joined except for Honey Jelly, so they could start the meeting for the third week of April. He started the meeting by asking Lost Yark how many people had joined the forum that week. The man with short hair explained that 2,000 people had registered more than the previous week, which was incredible since the number of players was decreasing. Remembering that a news article had mentioned the forum, the president asked who had hired the journalist. A woman raised her hand, revealing that it had been her, which surprised the president, as he didn't know she had connections in that area. Returning to the conversation with Lost Yark, the president asked how many of the new people were skilled. The man then reported that about 1,200 people, excluding the classless and those below level 10, were among the most skilled. The president questioned how many of them would actually be useful, which made Lost Yark adjust his glasses before replying. A noteworthy player is Black Flame Dragon. He is a level 10 warrior but managed to achieve third place in his region. Hearing about the good ranking, the president assumed that the player must have a good rune for his low level, or else he was lying. Still, Lost Yark commented that this player would be good enough to be considered for an executive position. With the topic of Black Flame closed, the president asked about the next one. Lost Yark then spoke about Little Cockle, a player who always ranked between 4th and 10th place in his region. In addition to these two, another 50 players within the top 100 of their respective zones had also signed up for the forum. The president was excited, seeing that he would be busy interviewing some people. He asked 30 if he didn't agree with his opinion. Suddenly called, 30 woke from his near nap. Seeing how drowsy the employee was, the president questioned what he had done the previous night to be in that state. When 30 was about to speak, the president cut him off, stating that he didn't want to hear excuses. He ordered 30 to take care of the 50 interviews, or another high-level candidate would take his place. Realizing he could lose his position, 30 accepted the job. Changing the subject, the president asked Lost Yark if Black Scythe had been in contact. Hearing the question, Lost Yark confirmed that he would inform him if that happened. The president couldn't help but sigh, remembering that he had kept an executive position waiting for Black Scythe to join. Returning to talk to the woman named Yami, he told her to ask the journalist to write more articles, thus creating marketing work to attract Black Scythe. Yami confirmed that she could do that as long as she was paid. The president had no objections, stating that he would pay for her hard work. Hearing that she would receive more money, Yami made a heart gesture for the boss. Just as the president was about to change the subject, Lost Yark interrupted him, announcing that a name had just requested to join the forum, and that person was Black Scythe. Everyone in the meeting was shocked by the breaking news. Back in the cafe, 30 greeted the player he admired, asking if it hadn't been difficult to get to the place. Hearing from Black Scythe that it had indeed been difficult to get there, 30 scratched the back of his neck, giving the excuse that it was the best place for privacy. 30 couldn't help but compliment Black Scythe on his appearance, saying that it must make him popular among women. Showing the way, he asked Black Scythe to sit down, introducing the other two people who were also there for the interview. Black Flame Dragon gritted his teeth upon seeing Black Scythe, who had eliminated him in the last round. The young man in the pink hood with his head down greeted Black Scythe. With an arrogant look, the man in the suit introduced himself as Black Scythe. Meanwhile, the protagonist, the real Black Scythe, raised his head and introduced himself as Little Cockle. Black Flame Dragon began to sweat upon hearing the nickname Black Scythe, the one who had eliminated him 5 times. All this time, he wanted to ask the other player why he was so obsessed with attacking him. Seeing Black Flame Dragon in silence, 30 asked if something was wrong, as he wasn't introducing himself. Thus, with his head down, Black Flame Dragon introduced himself. The fake Black Scythe looked at him, giving only a nod. Seeing that Black Scythe refused to respond verbally, Black Flame Dragon believed that the man didn't even recognize him or remember his username, despite having eliminated him 5 times in the previous round. Reading Black Flame Dragon's thoughts, the protagonist took a sip of his strawberry drink, wondering if he had acted so arrogantly. The protagonist was also impressed, as the Black Scythe before him was a total fraud. His real nickname was Kukurubingbong, and he was a professional scammer who had committed all sorts of crimes to make money. He wasn't much at the moment, but in the future, he would obtain the clone rune and become very famous. This was because he would use the rune to commit all kinds of crimes. Reality became bitter when even criminals gained powers from another world. But Ryu Min was pleased to have found this guy as planned, as he would use him to obtain the clone rune for himself. With the introductions complete, 30 grabbed his laptop to confirm each person's personal information, starting with Little Cockle. The protagonist repeated the information he had given on the form. My name is Kim Seung-yeon. I am 20 years old and just graduated, so I don't have a job yet. Reading the information, 30 wanted to confirm if Little Cockle was a level 13 assassin, and Ryu Min confirmed that yes, and that he had reached 4th place in his region's ranking. Obviously, everything was a lie, except for the nickname used by Ryu Min. Little Cockle was a real nickname. In other words, Ryu Min was just stealing his identity. However, he needed to do this to meet the conditions to obtain the clone rune. This rune required the player to commit a fatal attack at the location where it was hidden while pretending to be someone else. In the past, the bastard Kukurubingbong had committed murders while pretending to be Black Scythe, thus obtaining the clone rune. 30 then moved on to Black Flame Dragon after finishing the interview with Little Cockle. Black Flame introduced himself as Sim Hung Tak, a 16-year-old high school student. 30 was surprised, noting that Black Flame was the youngest there. Internally, 30 was shocked to discover that the coconut piece of pork was actually a high school student. Hearing 30's thoughts, the protagonist wondered if the man would continue to underestimate Sim Hyung Taek if he knew what he had done to his classmates. 30 asked Black Flame if he was sure he was a level 10 warrior, as he had ranked 3rd in his region. Hearing the question, Black Flame became irritated. Are you doubting me? Do you think I'm lying? 30 cleared his throat and apologized, saying that the question was part of the process and he didn't want to offend. Moving on to the man in the suit, 30 asked for his name. The fake Black Scythe introduced himself. I am Kim In-hong. I am 28 years old, and I'm a fund investor. I have never lost 1st place in my region, and I am level 30. I'm sure you know my class is Reaper. What else do you need to verify? Feeling intimidated, 30 held the tablet in front of his body for protection, quickly thanking him and ending the identification. The protagonist couldn't help but internally mock. In-hong was a fraud, not a manager. He was still trying to use the name Black Scythe to steal money from players. After confirming everyone's identity, 30 was ready to start the interview. Everyone just needed to state why they wanted to join the forum. The protagonist was the first to respond with a frightened look. Oh, well, the world is dangerous these days. It's so scary to go out and do things. I thought it would be nice to be with other players. 30 nodded at the response and moved on to Black Flame Dragon. Obviously, Black Flame couldn't reveal his true intentions, so he decided to mimic the young man next to him. I'm just like Little Cockle. I can't even go to school. Besides, I'm worried about the next round. Agreeing with the student's response, 30 passed the question to the fake Black Scythe, who, with an irritated expression, stated that the forum had caught his interest. 30 suspected nothing of the fake Black Scythe. The protagonist couldn't help but notice that the fraudster had basically free reign due to the identity he had stolen. Nodding that all the answers were satisfactory, 30 moved on to the last part of the interview. With a malicious smile, he stated that they needed to take care of someone else to pass the final phase of the interview. The protagonist feigned confusion, asking why they needed to do this. Seeing that the young man hadn't understood, 30 decided to give him a more detailed explanation. I'm sure you've seen the articles, but the government has started regulating us players. They are afraid because we are more powerful than they are. However, we, players, will soon rule the world. This will be the new reality in no time if we all work together. The more he spoke, the more 30 displayed a psychotic smile. Moreover, there's no need for us to fear the laws. We need to show the government that we, players, are the law, resisting the regulations they want to impose on us. Showing signs of nervousness, Ryu Min asked if that was why they needed to take care of someone. 30 confirmed, saying they needed to demonstrate the player's strength to the government, to make it clear that they could not be controlled. Hearing the explanation, Black Flame was surprised, while the fraudster remained silent. After the explanation, 30 asked if Little Cockle had understood, and the protagonist quickly confirmed. 30 stated that if anyone didn't have the courage to fulfill the last part of the interview, they could leave at that moment. However, if they did so, they couldn't expect help from them in the future. Ryu-min realized that what the man meant was that they would be put on a blacklist. They were practically being forced to commit a crime so that they couldn't easily leave the community. Black Flame and the fake Black Scythe remained silent, which excited 30, as he believed everyone was prepared to move forward. However, Black Flame did not understand what 30 meant by saying they would proceed, as there was no one else there to carry out the mission. Smiling maliciously, 30 reassured him, stating that they were already ready for this. As the rain began to fall outside, 30 invited them to stand up. At that moment, the cafe owner was surprised to see the group leaving, as they had rented the entire place. 30 stated that they were in a hurry and, changing the subject, asked where the bathroom was. The owner then pointed the way, and at that moment, 30 asked if he could ask her a favor. 30 handed the key to his car to the cafe owner, asking if she could fetch it from the parking lot since he was in a hurry. Without thinking much, the owner accepted the request. She went to the parking lot with an umbrella. Finding 30's car, she prepared to get in. However, at that moment, she didn't notice that 2 hands were sneaking up behind her. The hands grabbed the owner's neck, and 30 pulled her close to him. As if it were easy, the maniac made the woman faint. Ryu-min feigned surprise, asking why 30 had done that. Putting the woman inside the car, 30 ordered the 3 of them to get in. The rain did not stop as the car left the cafe. 30 took everyone to a large warehouse, carrying the owner over his shoulders. Entering the dark place, he threw the woman on the ground, stating that they were now ready to begin. He looked around, asking Black Scythe if he would like to start. With In-hong agreeing, 30 became excited as he expected nothing different. However, at that moment, someone asked them to wait. 30 realized that Little Cockle had interrupted, and he was surprised. Not allowing the fake Black Scythe to obtain the rune, the protagonist asked if he could go first. 30 was surprised by the request, as he didn't expect that from him, given how shy he seemed. Agreeing with the young man, 30 asked the fake Black Scythe if he would allow the young man to go first. In-hong stepped back, and Ryu-min approached. As he passed by the protagonist, In-hong smiled, telling him to do a good job since he was doing him a favor. The protagonist thanked him, as he would make good use of the clone rune. The comment caught In-hong's attention, and he turned to ask what he was saying. At that moment, 2 hands grabbed In-hong's face. The protagonist exerted force on the fraudster's head, violently twisting it. The protagonist twisted In-hong's head, which fell to the ground. Trinta was startled to see what the shy boy had done. He brought his hands to his head while shouting, "What have you done? You just eliminated Black Scythe! Are you crazy?" The protagonist clicked his tongue, complaining about the noise the man was making. Under the protagonist's gaze, Trinta trembled in fear, feeling as if he were facing a beast. The atmosphere around the young man had completely changed. The protagonist had fulfilled all the conditions to obtain the hidden rune, the clone rune. Because of this, he obtained the rune, which was automatically sealed in his body. Seeing the young man silent, Trinta asked him to say something, to explain why he had done that to Black Scythe. The protagonist was confused upon hearing the man, but gave him an answer. "Because he's a damn idiot who dared to steal my identity." Trinta couldn't understand what the young man meant by that. Seeing Little Cockle walking towards the woman, Trinta pointed at her, reminding that he should eliminate her, not do this to Black Scythe. The protagonist covered the woman's face, reminding Trinta that he had already told him the reason. He had eliminated that man because he was a piece of trash, just like Trinta was too. Trinta was surprised by the boy's insult, telling him to repeat it. Immediately, Trinta drew a sword. However, before him, crimson shadows emerged as a scythe materialized. Holding the scythe, the protagonist repeated his words. "I said you were a piece of trash, so what, am I wrong?" Trinta couldn't help but wonder why a scythe was the boy's main weapon. He had never seen a player carrying a giant scythe like Black Scythe before. Trinta finally realized. A player using a large scythe and allied with what the young man had said about his stolen identity could only mean one thing. Trinta trembled when Ryu-min asked if he now understood who the real Black Scythe was. The protagonist didn't stop mocking the man as he apologized for lying. Trinta leaned his back against the wall. The boy was seriously saying he wasn't Little Cockle, but the real Black Scythe. Immediately, Trinta knelt. "Black Scythe! I'm sorry for not recognizing you. You were acting so convincingly. Please spare me." However, the protagonist refused to do so. Trinta wanted to apologize, but before he could, the protagonist swung the scythe at him. Like a soccer ball, the head rolled to Black Flame's feet. Seeing that sudden attack, Black Flame trembled in fear. Seeing the real Black Scythe, and in real life, Black Flame realized he was on another level. He didn't even manage to see the moment he swung his scythe. The protagonist suddenly pointed the scythe at Black Flame. "Now it's just the 2 of us. You can tell exactly what's going to happen, right? I'll give you some time to say your last words if you have any." Despite trembling, Black Flame stated that he would not beg for mercy, but instead wanted to ask the question he had always wanted to ask the day he met him. As if the protagonist had read his mind, he asked him a question. "You want to know why I eliminated you 5 times in the 4th round, right?" Surprised, Black Flame affirmed that was exactly what he wanted to know. The protagonist replied, stating that he recognized him as his rival. Black Flame was surprised and wanted to know why. The protagonist ended up praising him, stating that he was the most skilled person among all the others, which is why he needed to eliminate any potential rivals. Black Flame was surprised, which left him speechless. The protagonist asked if he had more questions, and seeing that he remained silent, he asked if he really accepted to end it this way. Thinking of something to ask, Black Flame questioned why he was eliminating him. The protagonist answered that question, stating that, like the other two, he was also a piece of trash. Black Flame was confused, so the protagonist reminded him that he followed them to deal with that woman. Black Flame tried to argue, claiming he hadn't done anything yet, but the protagonist asserted that he had been waiting all this time to act. With Black Flame falling silent again, the protagonist sighed. As if he had made a decision, he stated that he would give Black Flame one more chance. This made the young man very excited, but the protagonist asked for something in return. Black Flame would have to give up everything he had. Black Flame took out all his items and placed them on the ground. Many of them seemed usable for the protagonist. Ryumin assessed that he could get at least 2,000 gold for those items at the store. Black Flame scratched his neck, stating that this was all he had. Really everything. The protagonist didn't doubt him, so he took some crystals. Seeing the protagonist take only a few crystals, Black Flame asked if he wasn't going to take anything else. But the protagonist told him to keep the rest, as he wouldn't have use for them. The protagonist watched Black Flame hurriedly reclaim the items due to his nervousness. After storing the items, Black Flame asked if Ryu Min would let him live as promised. "A promise is a promise," the protagonist said. "I'll let you go." Immediately, Black Flame bowed, thanking him. The protagonist told Black Flame Dragon to be a better person from then on, and to take care of those bodies. The protagonist bent down to pick up the woman he had left aside. Black Flame approached to try to help the protagonist, but he told him to stay back. Ryu Min didn't trust him. Seeing Black Scythe leave, Black Flame felt relieved. He saw his life flash before his eyes and didn't expect to be given a second chance. Even losing some items, nothing compared to being spared. Still, Black Flame felt restless. He wondered if he had really done something so bad. He didn't think it was fair to have his items taken just because he was a spectator. Seeing Black Scythe's back, Black Flame thought of something. Now, his target was vulnerable. He could attack him from behind. Black Flame wondered if he should do it. His stats would skyrocket if he defeated someone of high level like Black Scythe. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that would never come again. Knowing he would never forgive himself for missing this opportunity, he drew an axe. He approached the protagonist slowly, praying not to be noticed. He walked slowly, getting closer to Ryu Min. When he was close enough, he prepared his attack. Raising the axe, he brought it down with all his strength. Black Flame hit his target, causing Ryu Min to fall to the ground along with the woman. He smiled confidently at having defeated Black Scythe so easily. His confident smile turned into laughter. He couldn't believe that the all-powerful Black Scythe had been defeated by him, a level 10. He began to stomp on the body of the one he attacked. "You idiot! Never turn your back on your enemies! What's the logic of having such a high level when you're so stupid? Thanks for the stats, you fool!" In that moment of joy, Black Flame realized something was wrong. No notification appeared before him, warning that his rune stacks had increased. Seeing that something was off, his expression darkened as he wondered what was happening. At that moment, Black Flame trembled completely upon hearing a demon's voice. "What do you think is happening?" Black Flame looked back and was startled to see the protagonist. Ryumin couldn't help but mock him, asking if he had seen a ghost. Black Flame was frightened, wondering if Black Scythe had a resurrection ability. When he tried to step back to distance himself, Black Flame tripped over the woman's legs on the ground. Looking back, he saw that the Black Scythe he had hit was disappearing, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. The protagonist revealed that he had attacked a clone, a result of his clone rune, which allowed him to create a doppelganger exactly like him. This clone couldn't fight, but was very useful for deceiving people, as he had done with Black Flame now. Feeling deceived, Black Flame gritted his teeth. The protagonist found the young man's actions very strange. "Why are you pretending to be the victim when I'm the victim here? You almost hit me." Black Flame was irritated by Black Scythe calling himself a victim, but Ryumin didn't care. Drawing his scythe again, he advanced toward the bastard. As Black Flame's head fell forward, he could only wonder why he couldn't move his body. For Ryumin, it would be a waste of time to keep talking. Using the Erase Traces ability, he magically disposed of the bodies. Now, no one would be able to say that place was a crime scene, except for one person. The protagonist approached the woman, asking how long she would pretend to be unconscious, reminding her that she couldn't fool a player, especially since he could read her thoughts. With the bag over her head, the woman got up, apologizing. Placing her hands on the bag, she asked if she could remove it, but the protagonist told her to keep it on until he left. The protagonist stated he would leave after a few questions, so he asked her to cooperate. He wanted to know how many clients there were, and if she could remember their faces. The woman stated there were 4, one of whom looked to be in his 40s, and she could remember his face since they had talked. But the story was different for the others. The protagonist verified that she was telling the truth, so he was satisfied. Hearing that was all, the woman asked if she was safe now, if it was all over. The protagonist told her to go home and advised her not to report what had happened to the police, as there could be retaliation. Finishing his advice, he informed her that she could remove the bag after 1 minute. She nodded at the order and began to count. When she reached 60, she removed the bag, able to breathe freely. The woman looked around, wondering what had happened. Seeing that there was nothing around, she questioned if she had been dreaming. As the sun was about to set, the protagonist arrived home and found his brother, who welcomed him. One was surprised because Ryu-min was wearing his hood. Asking where he had been, Ryu-min felt awkward answering. He ignored his brother's question, stating that he was tired. One followed his brother, asking if he had eaten. The protagonist, taking off his jacket, informed him that he hadn't eaten yet. This made One ask if they should order food, and he received a confirmation. The protagonist knew the jacket was clean, but couldn't return it to his brother. Seeing Ryu-min throw his jacket in the trash, One was surprised. He quickly tried to retrieve it, but couldn't. The protagonist made the excuse that the jacket was old, and that he would get him a new one since he had used it for a long time. Seeing tears in his brother's eyes, the protagonist assured him he would buy a better one. One, however, stated that it was okay. Despite everything, school had closed, and he couldn't go out. The protagonist realized it must be boring to stay at home and not be able to go to school because of people like Sim Hyung-taek. Thinking a bit, the protagonist asked One if he wanted to go out, suggesting they go to Everland the next day. One got excited about the invitation to go to the amusement park. With the invitation, the protagonist called his brother to eat so they could sleep early. When they arrived at the amusement park, One was in awe. It had been a long time since they had been to the park. The protagonist hadn't been able to bring his brother to the park before because life had been tough in recent years. One looked around and noticed that there were more closed shops than open ones. Even so, people were still going to the place because hope was an important feeling in times like these. One stared at a child and their parents, who were wearing matching ears. Looking at his brother, he came up with a mischievous plan. Pulling his brother, One called him to go to that shop first. The shop was filled with panda plushies. Embarrassed, Ryu-min put on the panda ears and asked how he looked. One, holding tiaras with ears of various animals, was surprised by his brother's appearance and wanted him to try on the others too. The two walked around the store and One looked from side to side, enjoying every cute thing. After picking up some plushies and churros, the protagonist asked his brother what he wanted to do next. Wanting to do everything they could, One took his brother to the roller coaster. Then they went on a water ride, and finally, they went to see the baby pandas. Seeing the twin pandas, One couldn't believe how cute they were. He quickly took out his phone to take pictures of them. The protagonist observed how his brother had been so sad the day before and felt relieved to have brought him to the park. One remembered that the next day would be May 1st and asked if it was okay for Ryu-min to be out with him. He was happy, but worried. The protagonist told his brother not to worry, as everything was fine. He also informed him that it would take about 10 hours and asked One not to worry the next day, even if he slept a little longer. Hearing that the round would take 10 hours, One realized it would be dangerous and begged his brother to come back home safely. The protagonist gave his brother a small head pat, asking him not to worry. After all, Ryu-min had promised he would never leave him alone. Changing the subject, the protagonist asked if they should do something else, like a safari ride. With 10 minutes to midnight, the protagonist was already back home. However, almost expecting to be called to the other world, he received a message from Julie. The girl sent a tearful message stating that it was almost midnight. She urged him to do his best, encouraging him to strive harder. This showed how nervous Julie was. The protagonist set his phone aside. Julie didn't need to worry. From now on, he would be protecting her. As midnight arrived, the players were transported to the other world as usual. In that place with red grass, people looked around, wondering if that small number of people was really the total. Some assumed that the rest hadn't arrived yet, but a woman reminded them that there should be about 500 players in the last round. Many agreed with her, realizing that the place seemed somewhat empty. The protagonist knew that the reason the place felt empty was that there were about 10,000 people in the first round. However, that feeling of emptiness would soon fade. At that moment, the angel appeared in the sky with her golden wings. "It's good to see all of you. Congratulations on making it to the 5th round." The angel noticed the expressions on everyone's faces. Asking them to smile, she reminded them how fun the last round was, as they had worked hard to try to eliminate each other. Seeing that they were getting irritated, the angel decided to stop teasing them. Recalling how boring their reactions were, the angel announced that a total of 442 survivors had been summoned. There should have been 521 of them, but the number had dropped by about 80. As people discovered that there were even fewer of them, they remembered how this happened every time. The angel interrupted their thoughts, stating that everything they had done in real life had nothing to do with her. However, they wouldn't be able to have a game with such a small number of people, which is why she had prepared something very special for them. The angel revealed that there would be an integration of the regions. A player raised his hand, asking for more details. The angel became irritated and told him to understand the matter on his own instead of making her work more. She explained that exactly what she had said would happen. There were hundreds of regions like the one they were in, 875 to be precise. People were shocked, wondering if there was such a large number only in their country. The expression of shock in the eyes of the humans amused the angel. Revealing that this was a small number compared to several other nations. Some players realized that it made sense, as if there were 10,000 people per region, then there were nations with many more regions. They understood that if there was one angel per zone, there should be a large number of these divine beings. The angel explained that they were correct. There was one angel per region. This explanation prompted someone to ask an important question. "So it wasn't you who created this survival game?" The angel gritted her teeth at the question and retorted, asking why the young man thought that. The player stated that he believed it was impossible for tens of thousands of angels to work together just to create a survival game. The angel descended from the sky before that human. Looking into his eyes, the angel showed her demonic side. "What if we are working together? Will you praise us? Don't ask unnecessary questions or you might not make it to the end of this round." The man couldn't help but tremble, apologizing. The angel clicked her tongue, angry with the humans. The protagonist realized that the player had hit the nail on the head. He also thought there was a rule preventing angels from talking about the creator of the game. Moreover, he didn't believe that a being like the angels, who could be defeated by humans, could create a survival game like that. The angel crossed her arms, refusing to answer any questions. Not wanting to waste any more time, she proceeded with the integration of the zones. She asked them to remember that she was doing this because there were few of them, so she requested that they not create theories. The angel flapped her wings and some of her feathers fell. The ground beneath the players began to crack, with a golden light rising from below. At that moment, several squares were divided by the golden lights. In a matter of seconds, the golden light grew, and the ground rose up like a great tower. The players were shocked at those pillars. More and more plates of land shone, moving in ways the players did not expect. After all the plates of land moved, golden flames surrounded the players. The people who shone were moved to other areas of land, while people from other regions appeared. The people looked from side to side, seeing the new players. Finally, the angel stated that the integration of the regions was complete. In addition to the people, several new angels appeared. They laughed among themselves, asking when they should stop looking at each other and then introduce themselves. The people were surprised to see 10 angels in the sky. With their wings wrapped in a divine glow, they joined each other with smiles on their faces. The first angel greeted the humans. "Hello, I'm sure you are already aware, but we integrated regions with few people. We just combined 10 regions into one, totaling 4,844 people. Now that almost 5,000 humans were gathered again, everyone was surprised. An angel mentioned that other regions had done the same, and their names had also changed. Now that region was called CX007, and it consisted only of players from Korea. The people were surprised but relieved, as at least they could communicate. Although it was a gift, the integrations of regions would continue to happen whenever a zone fell below 500 people. Much later, when there were fewer than 5 players in all of South Korea, they would have to compete with players from other nations. Since this would only happen in round 11 or 12, the protagonist decided to focus on the current round. The protagonist remembered that soon the angels would start a bonus game. Just at that moment, an angel stated that before announcing the main mission, they would have a bonus game to celebrate the integration of the regions. She reminded them that there was a representative for each region and asked what they should do now that the regions had been combined, as they obviously needed a new representative. The angel explained that the rule was simple. The old 10 representatives would fight with only one remaining, and that person would be chosen as the new representative. The representatives were surprised to hear that they would have to fight each other. However, those who were not representatives thought it would be quite fun. They wished they had popcorn to watch. One representative gritted his teeth at seeing those who could laugh because they wouldn't have to fight. Another representative was afraid of the battle that would choose the new representative. Many regretted having taken the position, while others wondered if they would resurrect after being defeated. In the end, practically everyone was wondering if they should give up the position of representative. There was no merit in being the representative of the zone anymore. But starting from that round, it would be different. That's why Ryu Min wanted to win this battle and become the representative, no matter what happened. Seeing the scared looks, the angel asked them not to be like that, as everyone would remain alive. Everyone would be resurrected after the game. The angel's comment relieved everyone, but it irritated her. You must be thinking that there is no merit in becoming the representative of the region. The new representative will receive the position of ruler instead of the position of authority. This will give them the power to govern players with a lower level than theirs. This is an improved version of the position of authority, allowing control over players regardless of their class, as long as they have a lower level than yours. Of course, you can still use it 10 times and the position will be handed over to whoever eliminates the representative in the future. Quite tempting, isn't it? Having a governing ability in your hands? Hearing that they could control anyone below their levels made some people rethink whether they should give up. And hearing that they could govern, regardless of whether the other had a class, removed any remaining doubts. Seeing that they had received the motivation they needed, the angel decided to start the game. Another angel revealed that now that they had integrated the regions, they would also choose a representative. They organized themselves in a circle, and that angel asked if anyone would volunteer for the position, but everyone remained silent. She realized she shouldn't have even asked. One angel joked, stating that anyone who volunteered wouldn't be in their best shape. An angel with purple hair asked what they should do, questioning if any of them had a good idea. One angel suggested rolling a die, but another thought that leaving it to chance didn't sound too bad. Although it was a bit boring, one angel suggested taking turns. But that didn't seem fair since those at the end of the list might never become the representative. This seemed right as more mergers were going to happen. They then wondered if there was a fun way to decide. In the end, an angel with red hair brought a solution. The representatives of the regions will fight soon. So, we will make the angel from the zone where the representative is eliminated first our representative. The idea pleased all the angels, and they all began to agree with the method. However, one angel brought up a final idea. She suggested that instead of choosing the human eliminated first, they should choose the angel of the human who survives until the end to be the queen. Obviously, the angel who suggested this idea was the one who was the representative of the protagonist's region. And upon hearing this suggestion, the angel who had made the previous proposal frowned in discontent. Listening to the suggestion that the winning angel would play the role of queen, some angels did not immediately understand what that implied. But the most perceptive soon explained that they would all have to completely submit to the queen's commands, as if her orders were absolute. Upon discovering that if their human won, they would also be victorious, some angels began to imagine what it would be like to play the role of king, just as humans would. Little by little, the idea gained acceptance, as it seemed extremely fun. Together they applauded Olive's clever suggestion. Huffing, the red-haired angel commented that Olive must be quite confident to propose such a method. With a smile, Olive confirmed her suspicion. Trying to provoke her, the red-haired angel stated that her representative would not be easy to defeat, as he had always been in first place in the region's ranking. Olive couldn't help but pretend to be surprised, although she mentally mocked her companion. To her, being first in the region was not something to brag about. She could already imagine how the other angel would lose her cool if she knew who her representative was. Hiding the fact that Black Scythe was her chosen one, Olive asked the red-haired angel if she accepted the suggestion, but the other had no reason to oppose it. Sequentially, the other angels also agreed, as the method seemed fun and they were confident in their representatives. With everyone in agreement, one of them suggested that Olive, as the creator of the proposal, should go inform the humans. Olive fulfilled her role and descended to speak with them. We will begin the bonus game that will decide the representative of the unified region. Representatives, gather below me. Following Olive's instruction, 10 people who were looking at each other moved forward to the designated spot. Among them was the protagonist. The group of 10 representatives positioned themselves in the indicated area, looking up in anticipation of the next instructions. Extending her hand, Olive triggered a change in the terrain. Everyone felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, and amid the flames, an arena took shape below them. The transformation continued, and large pillars were erected around the circular arena until, in the center of that vast area, a small coliseum formed. Many of the representatives inside the arena were frightened, but that did not matter to Olive. With a beautiful smile, she continued, "We will now begin the mortal battle. You will face each other until only one person remains in this arena. You will not be reborn if you perish outside of it, so do not try to leave if you care about your lives. That said, let's begin." Immediately after Olive's command, the players drew their weapons. None of the representatives attacked immediately, but among them was a man with a sword, eager to become king by eliminating the other 9 in the arena. He analyzed the situation and, noticing that everyone was cautious, understood that this was due to their recognition of each other's skills. Still, he was confident that there was not a single bastard stronger than him. From the beginning, he had not left the #1 ranking in his region. Moreover, he fully trusted his dismantling rune, which was absolutely incredible. With this rune, it only took a touch of his sword for his target to be destroyed by its effect. He felt as if his sword was possessed and knew exactly where to strike. Because of this, he had eliminated 312 people during the 4th round. One of the angels began to get bored upon noticing that the humans had not yet started fighting. Beside her, another angel was trying to motivate them, cheering for them. The owner of the dismantling rune looked at the anxious angels and wondered if they had placed any bets to be so impatient. Determined, he began to move, confident that no one there was stronger than him. Furthermore, this would also be a great opportunity to make a strong impression and make everyone fear him. Upon reaching the center of the arena, he looked around. He wanted to choose one of the participants to be the sacrifice that would lead him to a great performance. He remained in the center of the arena, waiting for someone to attack him, as he was ready to eliminate any of them. At that moment, Ryu Min stepped out from the group and walked towards the man. Carrying his scythe, he stopped in front of the other representative. The man gripped his sword, wondering if his first sacrifice had finally appeared. Still, he felt a slight fear in front of that immense scythe, knowing that such a large weapon could not be ordinary. He had seen several people with nicknames that contained the word scythe before, but the number of warriors who actually used one was practically 0. Looking more closely at the player with the scythe in hand, the representative realized that the nickname above his head was Black Scythe. Discovering that this player's name was Black Scythe, the man became frightened. He tried to convince himself that it must be someone with the same name, but he remembered that it was not allowed to have the same nickname as someone else. Finally, he realized that the person in front of him was the #1 ranked player from all regions, Black Scythe, the one who had already reached level 30. Seeing that representative, who until then had been extremely confident, become so shocked, the angels were confused. One of them asked Priscilla, the red-haired angel, if that wasn't the representative of her region. Nervously biting her nails, Priscilla remained silent. She didn't understand what her stupid human was doing. She couldn't comprehend why on earth he was standing there doing nothing. At that moment, Olive began to laugh, to the point of bursting into laughter. Angrily, Priscilla turned to Olive, questioning what was so funny. Finally, Olive contained her laughter. I'm sorry, but what can I do when this is so hilarious? Look at that human. He's staring at the representative from my region and dragging his sword on the ground as if he were cutting grass." Priscilla then looked at the human walking toward her region's representative. He carried a large scythe, which was indeed impressive, but she couldn't sense any chilling aura, even after observing him closely. Irritated, Priscilla questioned whether Olive was implying that her representative was frozen in fear at the sight of his. Smiling, Olive asked if that wasn't how it seemed. Priscilla was becoming increasingly furious. "Stop talking nonsense, Olive. Do you think being #1 in a region is just for show? My representative has never lost his first place in my region's ranking since the 1st round." Hearing Priscilla's words, Olive couldn't help but mock. "In your region? Is it even possible not to be #1 in a region? Unlike yours, my representative has never lost his first place in the overall ranking among all regions since the beginning." The angels did not believe Olive's words and began to accuse her of lying. However, Olive didn't care and instead told them to look at her representative's name, a name they would recognize if they had paid attention to the rankings. All the angels immediately looked at the protagonist's nickname and, at that moment, remembered his name. This was the human who always appeared when the results window was released. Priscilla refused to believe that Black Scythe was Olive's representative, because if the human below them really was that person, her representative would be no match for him. Suddenly, all the angels were shocked by what they saw. Without the representative of Priscilla moving, Black Scythe attacked him with a clean strike. Without any resistance, the protagonist eliminated the first among the other 9 representatives. Olive smiled, commenting on the obvious. "Oh, it seems Priscilla is eliminated." The other representatives also noticed the name above the protagonist's head and began to wonder why Black Scythe was in that arena. The representatives realized that they wouldn't be able to defeat Black Scythe even if they worked together, and that they might be eliminated like the man who hadn't even managed to react. One of the representatives, who was only at level 13, saw no way to win against someone who was already at level 30. After eliminating the first representative, the protagonist walked toward the others. The man at the front took a step back, trying to flatter him. "Hi, Black Scythe. I'm so happy to be in the same region as someone famous like you. I could even cry tears of joy. Ha ha ha." However, upon realizing that Black Scythe was ignoring him, he tried to change his approach and asked to talk. The woman behind him put her weapons away in her inventory, showing that she had no intention of fighting. With the flatterer raising his hand towards the angels to surrender, several other representatives followed his example. The angels could not believe what they were seeing. They could not accept the words of those humans. The fun of that game was being ripped away before their eyes. Irritated, one of them warned them. The head of anyone who surrendered would meet the same fate as an inflated balloon beyond its limit, and if that happened, they would not be revived. Faced with the threat, the representatives lowered their hands, fearful. The girl carrying a bow and arrows picked up her weapons again. One by one, they prepared to fight. Since there were 8 of them, they thought they might have a slim chance. Seeing the change in the player's attitude, the protagonist wondered if the angels were scarier than him. However, even if they planned to attack him together, defeating them would be no harder than crushing ants. Seeing Black Scythe smiling, the players were frightened by his confidence. Not wanting to be looked down upon and to show why they were the top ranked in their regions, they attacked together. All at once, the 8 charged with daggers, swords, and axes, while others prepared to shoot arrows. Without any warning, the protagonist crossed the arena in an instant with his scythe. Zigzagging among a group of representatives, he attacked them before they even noticed. The group that wasn't attacked was shocked to see how oppressive Black Scythe was, but in the next moment, they felt the power of that scythe firsthand as Ryu Min hunted one of them down. The angels flying in the sky fell silent, as they had no words to describe what they felt. After a brief moment of shock, they began to express their disbelief and surprise at seeing Black Scythe win the challenge. With that, they understood that they would now have to serve Olive, who was in charge of Black Scythe, as if she were the queen. Priscilla was furious with the new queen. "Olive, you knew this would happen, didn't you?" Irritating Priscilla even more, Olive confirmed that she had known Black Scythe would win. Immediately, Priscilla tried to rally the other angels to go against Olive, since it was she who had suggested the idea. Seeing Priscilla's actions, Olive reprimanded her. "Of course I knew. Isn't it obvious? I suggested it precisely because I knew it would be favorable for me. Why else would I have done it? Did I threaten any of you to accept the bet? No, not a single one. You all said it sounded fun and agreed. Now you want to backtrack?" Irritated, Priscilla clenched her fist. Seeing this, Olive challenged her to attack. "Angels fighting each other in front of humans? That's so undignified. I bet if the head angel finds out about this, you'll be sent to the insect cell." Hearing about such a place, Priscilla recoiled. She would be willing to go anywhere but there. That was the place she hated the most. Seeing Priscilla remain quiet, Olive asked if she wasn't going to fight. Without a response, she declared herself queen, handing Priscilla the task of being the guide. Priscilla asked how long she would have to perform this function, and without caring much, Olive gave her a short answer, "Until I feel better." Seeing Priscilla standing still after her order, Olive quickly urged her to start doing her job. Approaching the humans, Priscilla regretted having accepted that bet. Thus, Priscilla began to work. As you saw, humans, the new representative has been chosen. Everyone received the notification that Black Scythe was the new representative of the zone. He had gained the temporary skill of ruler's position, which allowed him to give orders to players under certain conditions. Many people who knew Black Scythe realized he could become the representative. He was at level 30, so he could control whoever he wanted, which is why everyone began to prefer not to be on his bad side. After declaring Black Scythe as the representative, Priscilla proceeded with the resurrection of the other representatives. Extending her wings, she dropped some of her feathers over them, making their bodies shine with a beautiful golden glow, restoring the vitality they originally had. One by one, the former representatives began to wake up. Some didn't even remember what had happened, while others only recalled the feeling of having a scythe against them. As they were confused, Priscilla explained what had happened. They had been eliminated by Black Scythe, the new representative of the unified region. Quickly, they understood the truth upon hearing the angel. Now that they had a new representative, Priscilla prepared to remove the rights that the former representatives had. Still, she asked them not to be sad, as they would have the chance to regain their powers. Now that the bonus game was over, Priscilla would explain the main mission. In front of all the players, a window with the mission appeared. For the main mission, each of them needed to defeat 300 orcs in 10 hours. The window also mentioned a secondary mission, to obtain 4 equilibrium stones. What would happen in case of success was unknown. Furthermore, this time, only a quarter of the participants would survive. Seeing the mission and the number of participants who could advance to the next stage, some people were surprised as well as worried. Noticing that they were complaining, Priscilla sighed. "Are you complaining about the number of people who can complete the mission? Do you want me to reduce the number even more?" Faced with the threat, those who were complaining fell silent. Priscilla continued with her threats, stating that the round so far had been too easy. Therefore, this time she had prepared something more difficult. Despite the angel's words, some people didn't think this mission would be hard, at least for them, who didn't consider themselves weaklings. Seeing the confidence of those few, Priscilla left them to discover personally how difficult the mission would be. With Priscilla putting the matter aside, a competitor asked about the secondary mission and why its reward was a secret. Priscilla decided to answer the question, pointing out that unlike the previous rounds, the secondary mission was now visible, which is why the reward was a secret. Ryu-min was already tired of so many secrets. He remembered perfectly that the reward for the secondary mission of the 5th round was the Equilibrium rune. This was one of the 8 runes needed, and only one person per zone could obtain them at a time. Obviously, there were opportunities for other players to obtain the Equilibrium rune, but the difficulty would be even greater than that of a main mission. Ryu-min knew that even if they completed the secondary mission, it would be difficult for many to meet the conditions of the Equilibrium rune. Priscilla then reminded them that they would need to obtain 4 Equilibrium stones if they wanted the mysterious reward, revealing that only one person could receive the reward and that there would only be 4 of these stones within the zone. Discovering the limited number, one of the former representatives asked what would happen if a person couldn't find all 4 stones, realizing that the secondary mission would be useless in that situation. Seeing their concern, Priscilla urged them to calm down, as they could still steal the Equilibrium stones by eliminating those who possessed them. Hearing how to obtain the Equilibrium stones from others, they realized it was exactly like obtaining the position of representative. Priscilla confirmed it was indeed just like obtaining the position of representative, but reminded them that only the Equilibrium stone would drop, no other items. Furthermore, anyone who was eliminated would be permanently eliminated. Finishing her explanations, Priscilla wished that each of them would do their best. As the angels disappeared, the protagonist cursed how irritating they were. Formulating a plan, the protagonist decided to first fulfill the quota of 300 orcs, and then return to help Minjuri. As Black Scythe walked through the crowd, everyone looked at him, but no one had the courage to attack him to seek the position of representative. Seeing him walk away, many even sighed in relief, as they felt a chill in their stomachs when Black Scythe walked in their direction. Setting that aside, the former representatives wondered where they would go, and one of them suggested they follow Black Scythe. One man couldn't believe someone had such a crazy idea, as if Black Scythe used the king's ability, he could trap someone as his slave forever. However, the man who had that idea thought it would be better to do that than nothing, since Black Scythe had always been faster than them in everything, which is why he always took first place. People began to think it would be a good idea, but they were afraid that Black Scythe could capture them. For that problem, the person who suggested the idea stated that they could stay far enough away to avoid that. Since no one wanted to follow his suggestion, that man decided to go alone, leaving the group of former representatives behind. Seeing that someone had taken the initiative, the group finally decided to do the same. Surrounded by a red forest, there was a small orc village. The protagonist, followed at a distance by several players, sneaked between the trees to reach the village. The people watching from afar could see the village and how Black Scythe seemed to be heading straight for it. An orc at the entrance of the village roared upon seeing the intruder, who quickly advanced to attack him. Without giving the orc a chance to react, the protagonist swung his large scythe, striking him. In a matter of seconds, the orc's body remained in place while his head followed the scythe. Thus, the orc fell to his knees, and the first enemy was eliminated by the protagonist. With his path clear, he entered the orc village. All around, orcs were cooking or carrying their hunting tools, but upon seeing a human, they stopped everything they were doing. Immediately, they ran towards the protagonist, who also did not stand still. Repeating the actions he had taken against the village gatekeeper, Ryu-min made each orc lose what was above their shoulders. After eliminating the first, he attacked 2 more orcs that came next. His scythe, wielded with a crimson energy, sliced through the air as Ryu-min's attacks hit each of his targets. After defeating a group of orcs, the protagonist walked as if he had made no effort at all. He headed towards one of the largest tents in the village, entering as if that tent were his. After some time, he exited the tent, as if his work there had already been completed. Not long after, the group that had followed the protagonist saw him coming out of the orc village. Seeing how Black Scythe had easily dealt with the orcs, some players believed they could defeat them easily as well, as they seemed as weak as the gnolls. However, the man who had the idea to follow Black Scythe questioned whether they had that perception simply because it was Black Scythe attacking the orcs. He advised that no one let their guard down, and such advice was heeded by all as it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Seeing how Black Scythe was already acting and it seemed easy, they decided to band together to attack a village as well. Despite being together, the players had diverse thoughts. One hooded guy wanted to stick with those people, whom he saw as a bunch of losers, just for the time being. Another would stay with the group only until he knew if he could act alone, while another was planning to use them as meat shields. The group continued together until they found a large village. Seeing the size of the orc village, they became excited, as it was 3 times bigger than any village they had ever seen. However, while they were talking, the orcs stationed as sentinels in the guard towers noticed the presence of the humans. Immediately, the guard orc pulled out a trumpet and blew it to alert of the intruder's arrival. The sound of the trumpet echoed throughout the village, where dozens, if not hundreds, of orcs lived. Hearing the trumpet, the group of players was surprised, realizing the intent of that orc. Immediately after the sound ended, dozens of armed orcs ran towards the exit of the village. With the crowd of orcs advancing, the ground trembled. In a matter of seconds, dozens of orcs surrounded the group of just over 10 players. Each orc had a sinister, terrifying gaze as they stared at their prey. Immediately, the group realized that the village was not just large, it was far too big, much more than they had imagined. The wizard who had suggested following Black Scythe asked the others what they would do, but the only plausible option they thought of was to fight. The orcs took the initiative and advanced toward the humans, immediately to prove they were not mere weaklings. The group of players also moved forward. One player's sword clashed with a spiked club wielded by one of the orcs, exploding in the air. With the force, the orc's arm was thrown back, creating an opening for the player's attack. Defeating the first orc, that player became confident, boosting the morale of the group, which realized that the orcs were not as fast. Wielding his sword, that player attacked a second orc. Hitting the attack and driving his sword in, he smiled, seeing that the fight would be easy. However, the orc he struck did not fall. Worse still, the orc counterattacked him, and to make matters worse, he couldn't retrieve his sword. With so many bad things happening at once, the player was hit by the large club the orc carried. In an instant, the orcs turned the fight, pressing the humans who had nowhere to retreat. The orcs struck the players one by one, sparing no one. Being trampled by an orc, the player who had suggested following Black Scythe wondered if this would be his end, facing an orc. Thus, the orc attacked him mercilessly, while his scream turned silent. On the other hand, as the protagonist advanced through the forest, he realized that the group following him had disappeared. He had noticed the group of about 20 people as soon as they started to follow him, as it would be impossible for so many people to move silently together. Ryu Min did not plan to interfere with the group, as he also knew they would be fine, as long as they did not attack a large orc village. Even the protagonist thought it was better to stay away from orc villages that had watch posts, because the moment the guard orc sounded the trumpet, more than 50 orcs would advance. Moreover, there were over 200 such orc villages. The protagonist was used to hunting these orcs, who had a very different muscular structure from humans, which made it impossible to retrieve swords if they were stabbed into these monsters. That is why, throughout his journey, Ryu Min always aimed for the most vulnerable point of the orcs, their heads, even attacking several orcs at once as long as he aimed at the right spot. He could easily defeat them one by one with his scythe, which made the job easier. After defeating yet another orc village, the protagonist walked on, taking down the last one from that place, a large, burly orc who fell under his attack. After an hour had passed, the protagonist opened his progress window. He had already defeated the 300 orcs needed for the main quest, becoming the first player in the entire region to achieve such a feat. Seeing that it had only taken him an hour to complete the mission, the protagonist decided to return to help Minjuri. Immediately thinking of his friend, he used his tracking skill. Elsewhere, Choi Manji, a member of the Young Explorers Club, approached Cho Young-ho, the club leader, to check if everything was all right. Despite being quite tired, the leader was fine. Still, he didn't believe that the orcs were that strong. Even though these orcs seemed to walk like pigs, the club decided it would be better not to underestimate them. The club leader asked member Mankey how many orcs they had defeated so far, and the club member testified that it was around 50. Cho Young-ho realized they were behind schedule and would fail in their attempt to defeat 300 in 10 hours. Even though Cho Young-ho was worried, his group was confident they wouldn't fall behind. They needed to move forward if they wanted to survive. However, thinking realistically, Cho Young-ho believed they would need to attack a large village. Mankey asked if it wouldn't be too dangerous to do that, and another member agreed with him, noting that if fighting 3 orcs at once was already difficult, fighting a larger village would be impossible. Another member also thought it would be safer to hunt smaller villages. Since everyone thought the same way, Cho Young-ho didn't want to argue with them or force them to do anything. However, he reminded them that at this pace they wouldn't meet their goal. Therefore, he stated that even if it was difficult, they had no other choice. With a stern look, he asked his club to keep one thing in mind: there was no future for a sinking ship. Hearing Cho Young-ho, his club entered the forest of red leaves. In the distance, they could see the large village they had spotted earlier. Mankey immediately noticed the village's guard post and alerted the leader, who instructed them to approach from the side of the village. The group followed a narrow path, avoiding detection by the orc in the watchtower. Once they reached the village's fence, they found a small opening through which they could enter. Mankey peeked through the gap in the fence, and looking inside the village, couldn't find any orcs. With Mankey leading the way, the club entered the village. Exploring the village stealthily, Cho Young-ho asked the others if the orcs would be in their tents. Mankey thought so and believed there should be at least 5 orcs in each tent. With Cho Young-ho worried because the size of the village was larger than he had imagined, one of the club members asked if they should ambush each tent one at a time. Cho Young-ho thought it was a good plan. Mankey also agreed, believing it would be safe to attack 5 orcs if they ambushed them. The group then moved toward one of the huts, with Cho Young-ho asking them to wait for his signal. Slowly, the group, led by Cho Young-ho, entered the tent. Further inside, they found a wooden door leading to the interior. In an instant, they broke down that door, entering the tent to confront the orcs. However, they were surprised. Inside the tent, there were many more orcs than they expected. About 10 of them. The orcs, upon seeing the humans, stood up. Counting the number of enemies, one of the club members asked what they should do, and the leader suggested they defeat the orcs one by one. With the orcs advancing, Cho Young-ho also moved forward, commanding them to attack the orc on the left first. The orc in front attacked with his club, but the blow was blocked by a shield. Cho Young-ho seized the opportunity to advance toward him. Cho Young-ho managed to strike the orc's leg, causing him to lose strength and fall. Mankey attacked next with a sharp sword, aiming above the orc's shoulders. Teamwork paid off, and in an instant the group managed to defeat the first of the 10 orcs while the others watched. Seeing one of their companions fall, a blonde-haired orc became furious. Like a giant boar, he charged toward the explorers' club. In an instant, the bloodthirsty orc reached one of the club members, swinging his mace and hitting Mankey, who fell to his knees, worrying the leader of the group. Furious, Cho Young-ho charged at the orc. His attack was precise, hitting the orc's weak point as it prepared for a new attack. Thanks to Cho Young-ho's quick movement, Mankey was saved, and a second orc was defeated. The orcs who had not entered the fight remained on alert. On the other hand, the small group of players now had an injured member. In light of the situation, both groups felt pressured. Cho Young-ho faced the 8 remaining orcs and wondered if they could defeat them. Another member of the group no longer believed they could, so he suggested they retreat. Cho Young-ho was thinking the same thing and was about to suggest it. Quickly, the group beat a hasty retreat, surprising the orcs. Immediately, the group of monsters chased after the players, who were slower because they had to carry Mankey. As soon as they exited the tent, the group was taken aback. The area that had previously been free of orcs was now filled with them, all heading in their direction. Looking around, one of the group members asked how many new enemies there were, and quickly, another member counted about 10 new orcs. Faced with so many enemies, the companion carrying Mankey thought they were doomed. Mankey wondered if this would be the end for the group, but Cho Young-ho was still ready to fight. Coldly, he asked everyone to raise their weapons. The group looked toward their captain, asserting that they had no chances. Accepting defeat, they began to say their goodbyes to one another. Seeing the group's reaction, Cho Young-ho questioned them if they knew why the orcs weren't attacking them immediately. To deliver the answer, Cho Young-ho told them to look at the faces of the orcs. The group quickly realized that the orcs were maliciously laughing at them. In light of these smiles, Cho Young-ho gave them an answer. They are laughing because they find it amusing to see us trembling like scared little mice. Doesn't that irritate you? Being ridiculed by orcs like these? Do you like being treated like zoo animals? Don't give up until the end. Take down at least one more orc. That way, we won't be so humiliated. The group was motivated by Cho Young-ho's words and raised their swords to fight. Even the injured Mankey joined them, deciding to fight until his last breath. Seeing the humans' actions, the orcs decided to stop playing and slowly walked closer to them. In response, Cho Young-ho instructed them to attack the same orc as soon as he gave the signal. At the moment Cho Young-ho gave the signal, the orcs surrounding the group were alerted by a loud noise. Several of them began to ignore the group of players, running toward the sound they had heard. Seeing where the orcs had run, the club saw a large flame spreading. They didn't quite understand what was happening, or why the orcs had left them behind at that critical moment. Although some of the orcs ran in that direction, Cho Young-ho drew the group's attention, as other orcs were still focused on them, the original 8 that were in the tent. Noticing that the number of enemies was smaller and feeling motivated, Cho Young-ho encouraged his companions to fight. Trusting their captain, everyone united to attack the group of orcs, starting the battle. Sometime later, the group, surprisingly still standing, panting but victorious against the 8 orcs. Seeing that they had succeeded, one of the team members credited the merit to Cho Young-ho. Everyone knew they were alive only because of him. However, Cho Young-ho did not want to accept all the credit, as they had all decided together to fight with everything they had. If it weren't for his companions, even he wouldn't have survived. Putting that aside, Cho Young-ho asked Mankey how he was feeling after getting hurt. With red eyes, Mankey revealed that he was in a lot of pain but could handle it well. Seeing that Mankey needed to rest, Cho Young-ho asked everyone to hide while he went to see what was happening. The team thought it would be dangerous for Cho Young-ho to go alone, but the leader asked them not to worry. Thus, Cho Young-ho left the group to head in the direction the orcs had run. Sneaking between the tents, Cho Young-ho noticed that the place was strangely quiet. He hadn't seen any orcs for some time. As it seemed safe, Cho Young-ho walked more calmly through the village, trying to explore it. Hearing some noise, Cho Young-ho looked in a certain direction. Immediately, his eyes widened. In that location, there were several fallen orcs. From their bodies, a golden power caused them to begin to dissipate. Cho Young-ho walked among the orcs, wondering what had happened and who had caused this. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a person standing further ahead, and that person was none other than Black Scythe. Seeing someone calling him, the protagonist looked back, realizing that there were people there before him. Looking at Cho Young-ho's nickname, the protagonist thought for a moment and remembered who owned that nickname: the famous Mercenary King. Mercenary? This is one of the close-range combat classes. Mercenaries used various types of weapons, like warriors, and had similar skills to theirs. But there was something that set them apart. They could become stronger through contracts with other players. For this reason, most mercenaries formed groups with people they knew, or with the Mercenary King. The Mercenary King was a solo class that allowed someone to govern all mercenaries through contracts. Those who signed with him received additional effects. There was no reason for anyone to refuse a contract with the Mercenary King. The protagonist recognized that the man in front of him was Cho Young-ho, the one who possessed the solo class Mercenary King. He did not expect to meet him. Cho Young-ho scratched the back of his neck with a shy smile, greeting Black Scythe. The protagonist was a little surprised to be recognized, but Cho Young-ho explained that everyone already knew the top-ranked player of all. Cho Young-ho himself didn't believe he would meet the guy who had broken all the records in all zones. He wanted to ask for a handshake, but preferred to keep the request to himself, as Black Scythe might not like it. Observing Cho Young-ho's behavior, the protagonist realized he was not the type to betray others. That was why he had so much success as the Mercenary King. It was necessary to have a leader's mentality and a good heart to qualify for such a class. After looking around, Cho Young-ho asked Black Scythe if he had defeated all the orcs. He was surprised by the confirmation, but that only reinforced how incredible Black Scythe was. Suddenly, Cho Young-ho bowed. "Thank you. I survived because you distracted them." Despite the thanks, the protagonist explained that he didn't even know Cho Young-ho was there. Even knowing that Black Scythe didn't intend to save him, Cho Young-ho stated that it was still a fact that they had been helped. Sighing at the persistent apologies, the protagonist told Cho Young-ho to gather his companions and leave, since all the orcs in the village had already been defeated, so they didn't need to worry. Cho Young-ho became curious about how Black Scythe knew he had a team. That was when he noticed Black Scythe was looking behind him and turned around. When he saw his team approaching, Cho Young-ho was surprised. "Guys, why are you here? I told you to wait." But his companions were afraid of being left behind. Cho Young-ho was shocked by such accusations, as he would never abandon them. The protagonist looked at the four approaching and concluded they must be mercenaries hired by Cho Young-ho. He assumed they had come to check the situation because they were worried. It was amazing that Cho Young-ho had already won companions who genuinely cared about him. Cho Young-ho's team was surprised to see Black Scythe and asked why he was there. Holding his scythe, the protagonist indicated the surroundings. "I'm here just for a quick hunt." The protagonist wanted to quickly get those 5 away. The mid-level boss would appear soon, and that would be dangerous for them. Immediately, one of Cho Young-ho's companions saluted. "See you around, Black Scythe," while another with shining eyes said, "It was an honor to meet you." Thus, they thanked the protagonist as the monsters continued to dissipate. It was at that moment that Cho Young-ho's companions heard something. Everyone looked around, trying to listen carefully. The protagonist explained what was happening. The mid-level boss was approaching, so it was better for them to leave. Cho Young-ho was surprised by what Black Scythe said. Then, with the crimson sky darkening, a giant orc appeared among the tents. Everyone turned, surprised to see the orc approaching in the distance. The orc, enveloped by an extremely dark energy, let out a deafening roar. He began running toward his prey, each step making the ground tremble beneath his feet. Alert, the protagonist faced the orc warrior, the reason he hadn't left yet after defeating all the other orcs in the village. It would be necessary to defeat that monster to obtain the balance stone, an item needed for the side quest. Black Scythe gave a slight smile. Once he defeated that orc as well as the bosses of the other 3 tribes, he would complete the mission. The orc warrior quickly advanced to the village courtyard wielding his swords. Cho Young-ho's team immediately noticed the monster seemed furious. Afraid, Cho Young-ho told everyone to run. However, that orc, with his teeth bared and thirst for blood, had already come too close. The great monster launched an attack with a speed Cho Young-ho couldn't keep up with. Looking up, Cho Young-ho faced the sword falling toward him. The blow came down hard, creating a large shockwave that destroyed the ground around it. Luckily, Cho Young-ho managed to dodge the blade, which fell right in front of him. He trembled, shocked by the strength of that attack. It was at that moment that Black Scythe ran to him, lifting him with the long handle of his scythe. In an instant, the protagonist threw Cho Young-ho away, out of the monster's reach. Facing the mercenary, the protagonist asked what was wrong with him. Seeing he had been saved, Cho Young-ho thanked him once again. While keeping his eyes fixed on the orc warrior, the protagonist warned, "Keep your distance, at least if you want to stay alive." The great orc, wearing a mask, walked toward the protagonist. Seeing the 2 humans before him, he let out a slight laugh. Noticing the provocation, the protagonist advanced, wielding his scythe. As he approached, he struck the orc's foot hard. The laughter stopped and gave way to a cry of pain. Furious, the orc raised his sword, releasing a powerful energy wave. The protagonist jumped back, dodging the attack that hit the spot where he had been seconds before. The orc didn't retreat and raised the other sword for a new strike. This time, he launched a horizontal attack, but once again the protagonist easily dodged. Black Scythe still had time to mock. "What's the use of having such strong attacks if I can dodge them all with ease?" The orc, frustrated for not landing his blows, became even more irritated. But before he could react, the protagonist changed his movement route and leapt toward the enemy. Jumping over the great monster, Ryu Min swung his scythe. Imbued with crimson energy, the blade struck the orc warrior hard. After the precise blow, the protagonist landed behind the orc. Without turning around, Black Scythe launched a new attack. His scythe, still enveloped by the same crimson energy, cut in a horizontal arc, hitting the monster just below the chin. Furious, the orc warrior swung his sword. The attack hit the ground hard, but thanks to his agility, Black Scythe managed to move in time and escape unharmed. The protagonist analyzed the effects of the attacks. In reality, he hadn't caused significant damage yet. The orc's neck was absurdly dense. Without wasting time, Black Scythe launched a new attack. Reaching the front of the orc, he swung his scythe and caught it on the monster's neck. Leaning on the weapon's handle, he pulled the orc down, and using the monster's own leg as leverage, spun his body and intensified the movement, delivering a powerful blow. For the first time, his attack was strong enough to pierce the enemy's defenses. Spinning his body once more, he released the crimson energy of the scythe, finishing the attack. Like a king losing his crown, the orc warrior lost what was above his neck. The monster's body fell heavily to the ground, while Black Scythe landed lightly on his back. With the red moon illuminating the battlefield, Black Scythe defeated the first of the 4 bosses on that floor. With the monster defeated, Cho Young-ho's group approached again. They could hardly believe that Black Scythe had actually defeated that giant monster. Slowly, the protagonist climbed down from the boss. He had gained a good amount of experience and gold, as well as the pommel ring sword, the orc heart, a mana stone, and the balance stone. Black Scythe concluded that defeating the boss had been much more rewarding than eliminating all the previous monsters. Moreover, the items obtained were excellent. The pommel ring sword had a higher attack than his current scythe, with the additional benefit of increasing attack speed with each strike. There was also the orc heart. Some might not understand its value and discard it, but that would be a grave mistake, as it was an essential ingredient for crafting a unique rank item. Cho Young-ho approached the protagonist now that the danger had passed. "Thank you for taking care of that monster, Mr. Black Scythe. You saved us." Grateful, they asked how he knew the monster would appear. The protagonist quickly thought of a good excuse. "A boss like that also appeared when I defeated all the orcs in other villages." Impressed, Cho Young-ho and his team understood why Black Scythe had insisted they stay away. Stating that he had already completed everything he wanted there, the protagonist warned that he would leave. As he said goodbye, Cho Young-ho and his team bowed, thanking him once again. Encouraged, Cho Young-ho urged his group to continue hunting. However, Mankey felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground, alarming everyone. Kneeling, Mankey confessed he could no longer continue. Cho Young-ho was shocked. Earlier, Mankey had said he was fine. Mankey's expression made clear how debilitated he was. "I only said that because I didn't want to worry you, but I've reached my limit." Cho Young-ho tried to help him up. "Come on, you have to hold on until the end if you want to survive in real life too." But Mankey reminded him that mere survival wasn't enough if they couldn't complete the mission. "Just leave me behind. I don't want to be a burden to you." Cho Young-ho gritted his teeth. He thought of alternatives, maybe weaken the orcs so Mankey could just finish them off. But Mankey knew that would only hinder the group's performance. And even with help, he wouldn't have the strength to continue for long. The whole group began to cry, which caught the protagonist's attention. He hadn't expected that. Cho Young-ho was destined to lead hundreds of mercenaries, but at that moment he acted with extreme kindness. It made sense if the group was very close, but still, it surprised Ryu-min. However, seeing how much they cared for each other reminded him of how he cared for his brother. Stopping his steps, he approached the group again. "I think I'll help you. I know how that feeling is." As he got closer, the protagonist asked to examine the injured man. Immediately, Cho Young-ho brightened, asking if there was any way to save Mankey. The protagonist found that Mankey's injuries were serious but still treatable. Black Scythe extended his hand, placing it on Mankey's wounded shoulder, activating a skill. A stream of magic flowed through Mankey's arm, restoring it little by little. Before Cho Young-ho and the others' eyes, the wound began to disappear. They couldn't believe what had happened and asked Black Scythe what he had done. The protagonist explained he had used the emergency care skill, something anyone could buy in the shop. Cho Young-ho's team recalled having seen this skill before, but that it cost an incredible 20,000 gold. They didn't know it was so powerful. The protagonist realized the misunderstanding. That skill wasn't that amazing. It could stop bleeding and heal light wounds, but normally wouldn't be enough to heal a severely injured shoulder. However, the healing power of emergency care varied according to the intelligence stat, as it was a divine-type skill. With his intelligence at 123 points, thanks to the Radiance rune, this became possible. The protagonist instructed Mankey to move his arm. There would be a scar, but he was healed. Following the instructions, Mankey was amazed. The protagonist warned that he might not be 100% healed, so he shouldn't overexert himself, as the wound could reopen. Still, hunting wouldn't be a big problem. As soon as he heard he could continue hunting, Mankey got up and bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you very much. You are my savior." Everyone else on the team, including Cho Young-ho, also bowed in thanks. On both sides, the members thanked the protagonist. To try to repay him, Cho Young-ho took a golden stone from his inventory. The other members also gave a red stone as a sign of gratitude. In an instant, everyone began offering their items to Black Scythe. The protagonist tried to refuse, but they treated it as gifts of thanks, which made it hard to reject them. In the end, they gave several items that alone didn't have much value, but together, they could yield something. However, besides the average equipment, Black Scythe obtained something more interesting. For having given new hope to the team, Cho Young-ho said they would return the favor one day. He treated Mankey like a brother, and that made Ryu-min realize who Cho Young-ho really was. The king of mercenaries was now indebted to him and saw him as an ally. For the protagonist, that was much more valuable than spending gold on a skill. Thus, they said their final goodbyes. Inside the Red Leaf Forest, a girl was in trouble. Looking at her mission, she was clearly worried. An hour had already passed and she still hadn't defeated any orcs. At this rate, she knew she wouldn't be able to hunt the required 300. She blamed herself intensely for having gotten scared and lost sight of Black Scythe. After the 5th round, finding him hadn't been difficult, as he had been one of the representatives in the bonus game. However, she couldn't follow him. She wondered what was happening. Remembering how Black Scythe had defeated those players made her afraid. When the game ended, she wanted to talk to him, but her feet wouldn't move. Julie tried to convince herself that Black Scythe wouldn't hunt her, that she didn't need to fear him. She told herself he wasn't a psychopath who would attack her at their first meeting. But while thinking that, she ended up losing sight of him. Out of her range, she no longer knew what to do. She had told Ryu-min that hunting 300 orcs wouldn't be easy since they moved in groups, and Ryu-min had told her to look for Black Scythe so she wouldn't have to hunt alone. Now she was following his last advice. Wait for an hour in case she couldn't find him. Sitting on a rock, Julie had already waited the time Ryu-min suggested. However, she knew there was no guarantee Black Scythe would return to the starting point, and she might not find him until the end of the round. Standing up, she made a decision. She would find him. With a sword in hand, Julie walked through the forest, believing she was on Black Scythe's travel. Pushing aside some branches, she reached a destination. Upon seeing a village ahead, she wondered if orcs lived there, and if Black Scythe had passed through. Since it was very dangerous, she thought it best to move away for now, but at that moment, a shadow appeared behind her, an orc. Startled, she turned around and came face to face with the large monster who, upon seeing her, shouted as loudly as he could to alert the village. Julie regretted it. She didn't want to fight anyone. Immediately, she used her blessing magic, increasing all her attributes by 50%. She believed in two things. First, that there was only one orc to face. Second, that she knew its weak spot. As the orc attacked her, she dodged, trying to find an opening to strike the monster's neck, a way to minimize its flaw: low accuracy. Raising her sword, she launched the fastest and most precise strike she could. The blade's tip approached the orc quickly, but he was even faster, blocking the blow. With a simple block, the orc stared at the girl with red eyes full of fury. Julie gritted her teeth, realizing she had missed. She had only left a small cut on the monster and quickly retreated. She managed to avoid a counterattack and recover her sword, which luckily didn't get stuck in the enemy. However, the orc was fast and strong. He advanced with a series of violent attacks. Julie had to dodge them all while the blows hit the ground and trees, destroying everything around. After retreating several times, she found a new opening. Her second strike was more precise than the first, hitting the monster's trapezius. The orc roared, wounded at its weak spot. Julie felt relieved to see her attacks were having an effect. Advancing with several thrusts, she hoped to land more decisive hits. She struck the orc multiple times at the same spot until she managed to knock it down. Defeating it in a one-on-one fight filled her with confidence. She raised her sword in celebration, happy with her victory. Then she felt a presence. Black Scythe was walking toward her, appearing on a trail between the trees. Julie rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was imagining things. She couldn't believe that after searching so much for him, he was the one who had found her. But Julie was surprised when Black Scythe just passed by without saying a word. Realizing she couldn't just stand there, she turned around, trying to call him. The protagonist stopped asking what she wanted. Trying to gather courage, Julie stammered, before finally managing to ask Black Scythe if he would like to join her. The protagonist feigned surprise, and Julie, still stammering, repeated her request. Maintaining his disguise, Ryu-min asked why he should join her. Julie realized she hadn't given any reason and stepped closer to show him something. She then cast her blessing skill on the protagonist. She explained that it was a healing skill called blessing, and that it could increase attributes by 50%. The protagonist opened his stats window, confirming what she said was true. Julie then asked if, with that demonstration, she had answered his question, since she could help him hunt. Black Scythe asked if he would have to join her group to receive the buff. Confidently, Julie replied that she wanted him to help her hunt. The protagonist thought for a moment. I don't know. I have the temporary ruler skill, so I could just use you as my assistant instead. Julie was shocked to hear that. However, she brightened when he asked if she could promise not to betray him. She immediately agreed. With her confirmation, Black Scythe extended his hand. The protagonist introduced himself as Black Scythe, a level 32 Reaper. Julie introduced herself as Democracy. At level 13, she had a support class. The protagonist showed curiosity, seeing that she needed help hunting since she had done well against the orc earlier. Smiling self-deprecatingly, Democracy revealed that had been her first orc defeated. The protagonist was truly surprised to learn that had been her first orc in 90 minutes. Seeing she didn't have much time left, Black Scythe offered to help her. Surprised, she asked how he would do that. Without answering, he just went ahead into the forest, and she followed him. The protagonist told her to stay close to him, as he wouldn't be able to protect her if she left his line of sight. Getting closer to Black Scythe, the girl realized he wasn't as cold as he seemed. She was glad she had followed Ryu-min's advice. Democracy's thoughts dissipated when they spotted monsters ahead. They had walked until they came face to face with 3 orcs. Democracy gritted her teeth, realizing she would have difficulty against 3 since she had barely managed to defeat one. With sword in hand, Black Scythe told her to stay back and wait. The next moment, he advanced against the 3 orcs. During the charge, he prepared his attack. With a powerful horizontal slash, the protagonist hit the legs of the 3 orcs with a wave of energy, making them unable to walk. With the blow, the 3 fell to the ground. That was when they realized the real danger ahead. The player attacking them didn't stop. He jumped toward one of them. With a second strike, the protagonist disabled one of the orc's arms, and soon after, the other. Seeing the scene, Democracy was incredulous. In an instant, Black Scythe had incapacitated the orcs from attacking or fleeing. Wiping his cheek, Black Scythe ordered her to finish the job. Seeing the girl standing still, the protagonist asked why she was lost in thought. Realizing her mistake, Democracy apologized. She cautiously approached the orcs just to be sure. Getting close, she attacked one of their weak points. With that, she managed to defeat her second orc, gaining experience and gold. She couldn't believe it had been so easy. At first, she thought it would be at least a little dangerous. Upon realizing how easy it had become to defeat the orcs because of Black Scythe, she understood that he must be really powerful. Seeing her start to attack the orcs, he called her to leave. Noticing that she hadn't defeated them all yet, Democracy hurried. Having defeated the 3 orcs, she ran toward Black Scythe, happy to have formed a team with him. Sometime later, Democracy was facing a new orc. Seeing how many Black Scythe had immobilized, she couldn't help but comment, "You really are skilled. I didn't expect hunting to be so easy because of you." Ignoring the compliment, the protagonist asked how many she had defeated. She replied that she had defeated 52 in 30 minutes, which she considered a pretty fast pace. The protagonist, however, didn't think that was a fast pace, at least not for him, although it was for ordinary players. The method they were using took time. However, he knew going to a village would be dangerous. He wouldn't be able to fully protect Julie if they were surrounded by 50 orcs at once. With that in mind, he realized they needed to find an orc shaman. Democracy then excitedly commented that she thought they could complete the 300 orcs in 3 hours, easily. However, Black Scythe said that was very slow and that they should finish in an hour. Surprised, Democracy asked how they could do that. Black Scythe then explained his plan, to find an orc shaman. The girl didn't understand why they needed to find that monster. The protagonist then explained, "That's a monster that can summon orcs. If he summons orcs for us, then we won't have to wander around looking for them." Democracy understood the plan. Instead of defeating the monster, they would make it keep summoning orcs. That was exactly Black Scythe's plan, to let the shaman summon orcs until they reached 300. Democracy then asked how he knew about that monster, questioning if it wasn't his first time on that map. As an excuse, the protagonist said he had fought a shaman before meeting her, so he knew about its existence. Democracy realized the explanation made sense. The protagonist reassured her even more. "Don't worry, I'll make it as safe as possible." Hearing Black Scythe's way of speaking, Julie stared at his back with something on her mind. With a slight smile, she realized he was much cooler than he seemed. Really, you can't judge a book by its cover. After some time walking, they arrived at a village with a large structure resembling an orc temple. Democracy was curious to know if there was a boss in that small village. The protagonist explained that yes, if they entered the village thinking it would be easy, they would end up facing a multitude of orcs summoned by the shaman. Ryu Min knew that trap very well, made to lure players. It was exactly like that, even in their past lives. If they really went to the back of the village, they would surely find a pile of players that the orcs had hidden. That was how the shaman showed his cleverness and wickedness. However, the protagonist knew that also showed the shaman was cowardly and lacked confidence to fight directly. The protagonist led the way. Following him, Democracy couldn't find any orcs. Black Scythe then explained that the outside was just decoration to attract players. The orc shaman was the only one living in the village. The protagonist pointed in a direction, toward the cabin where a trap awaited them. Seeing Democracy hesitate about the trap, Black Scythe explained how it worked. It's simple. When players enter the houses and step on the trap, orcs are summoned, from 10 to 20, enough to overwhelm surrounded players. Democracy gritted her teeth hearing how the trap worked, realizing it would be difficult to deal with so many monsters. The protagonist confirmed her thought, but explained there was a way to get around it. Surprising Julie, Ryu Min crouched to whisper in her ear. Hearing his plan, the girl, who blushed slightly, was surprised. "Really? He's really going to fall for that?" The protagonist reassured her, saying he had already tested his own plan. Trusting him, Julie volunteered, "Then leave it to me." The protagonist was surprised to see her trying to take responsibility alone. Democracy shouted with conviction, "That's right. We don't have to do everything together, right? I feel bad that you have to do all the hard work. I can do some things too." Seeing how confident and determined she was, Ryu Min let her act, warning he would be waiting outside. Democracy then approached the door of one of the houses. Carefully, she opened the door slowly. Looking into the dark hallway, she found only a small tray of embers serving as lighting. Alert, she entered the house, carefully observing her surroundings. After walking down the hallway, Democracy reached the central area, finding a large red carpet. Remembering that this was the trap Black Scythe had mentioned, Democracy realized she would need to act wisely from then on. The protagonist had explained to Democracy that the orc shaman was hiding inside the house. When she entered, she would see the red carpet. The moment she stepped on it, orcs would be summoned and the exit would be blocked. Black Scythe explained that she should step on the carpet and quickly retreat, so the orc shaman would send some scouts to look for her. That way, they could capture them. The strategy Black Scythe had taught her was simple. Democracy wanted to do as he said, step on the carpet and then run away. As soon as Democracy stepped on the carpet, the shaman at the back of the room unleashed a wave of energy, frightening her. She stared into the red eyes of that shaman with shining magic. Immediately, Democracy turned and ran out of the house. Closing the door behind her, Democracy sighed with relief. "That was nothing, but my heart is racing." Hearing Black Scythe ask if she was okay, Democracy smiled. "Ha ha ha. Of course, I went straight to the carpet and came back like you said." Looking at the door, Democracy asked if the shaman would really send some scouts. The protagonist stood still, asking her to wait and see. Shortly after, the door opened. Armed, some orcs came out of the house. It was then that Black Scythe's voice caught their attention. "What are you looking for?" Releasing the crimson energy of his scythe, he jumped onto one of the orcs. "I'm here!" In an instant, the protagonist passed through all the orcs, breaking their defenses as well as their chances to counterattack. With the protagonist's strikes, the orcs fell to the ground, just like the previous ones, unable to flee or attack. Thus, he asked Democracy to come out of hiding. The girl was hiding behind some tents and came out to defeat the orcs. After some time, she finally finished eliminating them all. The protagonist then ordered her to repeat the process. Democracy questioned if the shaman would fall for the same trick twice. The protagonist explained that although the shaman was smart, his memory was as good as a goldfish's. With a charming little smile, he asked her not to worry. With a bright smile, she listened to his advice. After some time, a considerable number of orcs lay on the village floor. The player Democracy was excited. Having counted the number of monsters she had defeated, she approached the protagonist. "Black Scythe, I defeated all 300. Ryu Min was satisfied with the time spent completing the mission. Exactly 1 hour. Having taken so little time, Democracy continued to express her gratitude. "Thanks to you, the hunt was quick and easy. I have so much to thank you for." Putting the thanks aside, the protagonist asked how many levels she had gained. Confidently, she punched the air, declaring, "I'm already at level 19. The considerable level increase of the young woman meant she was only 1 level away from ranking up her class. As soon as Democracy evolved, she would learn new skills, as well as strengthen the ones she already had, benefiting those she supported. In this case, Black Scythe. The protagonist was determined to make Julie as powerful as possible within that cursed game, so she could help him defeat the final boss. Ryu Min decided to help the girl level up to 20. She would also be able to handle the orcs more easily upon reaching that mark. Receiving all the support from Black Scythe, the girl, surprised, blushed slightly, not understanding why he was going so far for her. While shyly looking away to accept the offer, a group of players approached the village. The duo quickly had their attention drawn by the noisy group. "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Black Scythe? Who's the person next to him?" Besides being surprised to find the most famous person of all, they were also shocked by something else. "But what's with all these orcs?" The player leading the group scratched the back of his neck, feeling embarrassed as he greeted Black Scythe. Without beating around the bush, the protagonist asked what they wanted. The player looked around, revealing they had come to the village to hunt some orcs, but didn't know someone was already there. Looking around, he couldn't believe that only 2 people had defeated those several hundred orcs. Many questions arose in the minds of those players. How did this small village have so many orcs? Who was the girl beside Black Scythe? And why was he forming a team with someone? One of the players in that group smiled maliciously, staring Democracy up and down while thinking, maybe she's his type. She's really pretty. Suddenly, the sharp shaft of a scythe was stuck into the ground, exuding a strong, dark energy. Black Scythe gave a single warning to the group: "Don't bother us and leave." The protagonist would not accept them crossing a line they shouldn't, and stared at the group with the eyes of a predator. "If you have no more business here, leave." Confident in their greater numbers, the players confronted Black Scythe. "Who do you think you are to talk to us like that? Speaking so informally when we just met? Don't you think that's rude?" Democracy was tremendously surprised. To her, those people must be crazy to talk to Black Scythe that way. Hearing the angry group continue to attack him with words, the protagonist swung his scythe. While one of the group members was still shouting, the blow hit him. The wound glimpsed on the man's forehead was not deep, just enough to scare him. Instilling fear in the other members, Black Scythe advised them, "Leave if you still value your lives." Immediately the group fled. Afraid, they apologized as they ran. Although they were fleeing, that group still had ulterior motives. They did not simply want to leave, but to hide and spy on Black Scythe. Black Scythe discovered the group's plan by reading their minds. Some flies buzzing around him wouldn't stop him from hunting, but some idiot could manage to steal the boss kill on the map. The protagonist would take care of them before that, but first wanted to get Julie to level 20. Addressing the girl, he called her to continue since the pests had gone away. Entering the forest, the group stopped fleeing. Thinking they had left Black Scythe's sight, the man who had been hit looked back. Seeing the expression on his companion's face, another player asked what he was planning. Grinding his teeth, the man who was not intimidated asked, "Aren't you curious to know how that bastard Black Scythe hunts?" A second player agreed with him. "I want to know too. Where did he find so many orcs?" Crossing his arms, the player who had introduced himself when they arrived at the village asked if they were going to spy on Black Scythe. The man who had been attacked confronted the other player, taunting him. "We won't be attacked if we stay at a safe distance. Don't be a coward." Being ridiculed, he ended up agreeing to participate in the spying. The group carefully sneaked back to the village, hiding behind some rocks near the entrance. a place where they could see Black Scythe. More orcs came out of the main house looking around. They soon spotted the man in black with a scythe in his hand. Aggressively, the orcs ran toward Black Scythe, raising their threatening clubs. With eyes sharp as an eagle's, Black Scythe raised his fist. Staring at the orc in front, he punched it with all his momentum. The orc was thrown back toward another, who had also come out of the shaman's house. Like in a bowling game, the first orc knocked down all the others, who barely understood what was happening. While the orcs were still falling, the protagonist advanced toward them. The scythe, as if cutting grass, swept what was in front, giving no chance to the two orcs. The remaining orcs were surprised by the humans' quick movement. Outside the village, the players were impressed by Black Scythe, who easily defeated the orcs, while they, even united against one, struggled to win. One of the players, however, frowned when he realized the orcs were still alive. Black Scythe had not finished them off. Suddenly, the girl they had seen earlier appeared. She was the one who delivered the final blow to the immobilized orcs. The players in the forest were surprised to see Black Scythe helping the girl get the points. They quickly began to wonder what Black Scythe was getting in return for letting her keep the points, or how she deserved such a thing. In moments, envy grew in their hearts as they saw how easily democracy leveled up. While the group complained, they saw the girl enter the wooden house. Shortly after, she came out again. Having watched this several times, one of the players realized what was wrong. Every time that girl goes in and out of that house, orcs come out behind her, and Black Scythe immobilizes them. But isn't it strange for such a small house to have so many orcs? That player's comment made the others think, and they soon concluded that this must be a spawn point for orcs. There was no other explanation. The group became even more envious and angry. Black Scythe and the girl didn't need to make much effort for several monsters to fall into their laps. Now it made sense why Black Scythe had driven them away, to not lose the monster spawn point. One of the players asked if they should wait until Black Scythe and the girl left, so they could take the place for themselves. Another player thought this was a good idea, especially since they wouldn't be able to take the place by force. After a few rounds, Democracy received a notification that made her excited. She quickly told Black Scythe that she had reached level 20. Receiving congratulations from Black Scythe, the girl explained how much she had improved. I gained a new skill, and my blessing buff went from 50% to 60%. To test the improvement in the blessing skill, Black Scythe asked if she could cast it immediately. Democracy did as he asked and extended her hand, using the skill. With a green energy like pure flowers enveloping both of them, the blessing skill increased their attributes by 60%, lasting for 3 hours. Having cast the enhanced blessing, the young woman excitedly announced that she would next cast the new skill she had learned. A faint cayenne energy ran through Black Scythe's body. The swift skill increased the protagonist's attack and movement speed by 60%, lasting for 30 minutes. Discovering the buff's effect, the protagonist thought it was not bad at all. Democracy shared his opinion and said she could cast the skill on him every 30 minutes. The protagonist thanked her for the consideration and called her to move forward. They were now going to defeat the orc shaman. Democracy quickly asked if she could help in any way, but Black Scythe coldly just asked her not to get in the way. Ryu Min looked toward the village gate and saw the group of players outside. Remembering their plan, the protagonist wanted to wait and see how things would unfold. Black Scythe entered the orc shaman's cabin alone. Democracy, on the other hand, stayed outside, keeping watch. The players outside the village were confused to see Black Scythe enter the house and tried to observe closely. Suddenly, several attacks hit the cabin door. Kicking down the wooden door, Black Scythe jumped out without any warning. Behind him, several orcs chased him. But this time, the protagonist did not intend to eliminate the orcs, but to lure them to a place. Democracy was surprised when Black Scythe came out of the house and wondered why he was running away. Outside the village, the group of players still didn't understand why the powerful Black Scythe was fleeing. Seconds later, the large orc with a staff came out of the cabin. The shaman raised his bone staff and unleashed a powerful spell while chasing the intruder. The magic followed the direction Black Scythe had fled, passing over the orcs and striking an area in front of the village gates. Suddenly, from the places where the energy landed, ghost orcs rose up. In an instant, a new group of summons appeared, blocking Black Scythe's escape route. One of the players outside became afraid upon seeing the big orc. Seeing the ornaments the orc wore, as well as the staff, something no other orc possessed, one of the players guessed, "That must be the boss." Finally, the smartest player in the group understood what was happening. So the orcs weren't spawning, they were being summoned. Seeing Black Scythe surrounded by several orcs, Democracy became desperate, wondering what she should do, whether she should run to help him. However, she quickly changed her mind when she saw the look on Black Scythe's face as he faced the orcs. He wasn't tense at all. The orc shaman, seeing his minions being eliminated, raised his staff once again, summoning new monsters that roared like a horde of beasts. Seeing 10 more orcs appear, one of the players watching the fight was surprised. In the center of the battlefield, Black Scythe kept swinging his scythe. His body, agile thanks to the increased movement speed granted by Democracy's skill, easily dodged the orc's clubs. Watching Black Scythe's dodging moves, the group of players made surprised comments. "How does he dodge like that? Isn't he a monster?" Seeing his companions focused on watching the battle, one player warned them, "Guys, that orc who looks like the boss, doesn't he seem to have his guard down?" When everyone agreed with him, the young man smiled maliciously and suggested something dangerous. "Should we steal the boss kill?" One player hesitated, unsure if they should do it. Another, thinking the same, asked if Black Scythe wouldn't catch them, but the player who suggested it reassured them, "He won't catch us. He's too busy dealing with the orcs. Even Black Scythe must have problems being surrounded like that." One player agreed with the plan and quickly stood up. "If he asked why we attacked the boss, we can say we wanted to help." While watching Black Scythe fight, everyone quickly agreed to follow the plan. The players sneaked around one side of the village and upon entering, ran toward the orc shaman's house. Democracy noticed the presence of the intruders and wondered what they were trying to do. A sudden realization came to Democracy's mind. She understood that the group was trying to eliminate the orc shaman while Black Scythe was busy. Earlier, while still heading toward the village, the young woman had asked if she was hindering Black Scythe's mission. Hearing the girl's concern, the protagonist revealed that he had already defeated his quota of monsters. He confidently revealed, "My goal is not the main quest, but the side quest. I've already secured one of the balance stones." Seeing Julie surprised, Ryumin explained that he had obtained the stone by defeating a boss monster called the Orc Warrior. The other stones would also be obtained by defeating monsters like him. Democracy was reassured by Black Scythe, who said his target was only the boss monsters. Democracy became furious, seeing the group sneaking to attack the orc shaman, and shouted in her heart, "No, the shaman belongs to Black Scythe. At this rate, some random idiot will steal the balance stone." The girl made a decision. Leaving her hiding place, she was determined to stop them. Raising her swords and preparing her spells, two of the players sneaked behind the shaman. However, at that moment, a skill was used. Night of Shadows. A sudden darkness appeared, covering the entire village. The light emitted by the celestial body disappeared, and everyone present could see nothing beyond what was directly in front of them. The players who had invaded the village walked back and forth, looking up, surprised and confused. When one player was about to ask what was happening, the one who had the idea to attack the boss covered his mouth. Then both looked forward, and fear appeared in their eyes. The orc shaman had noticed their presence and was now staring at them. The shaman's eyes glowed with an intense red, and madness overflowed from his being. Discovered, the two players who had approached the shaman fled toward the other companions, who were frightened. The goblin shaman would not allow them to act freely. He cast a spell that chased the humans on the ground. Quickly, the summoning magic took effect, and 10 orcs appeared, surrounding the group of 5 players. With bloodshot eyes, the orcs raised their axes and clubs. Before the players could defend themselves, they were attacked. The first axe hit its target. On the other side, an orc lifted a player, while another was thrown to the ground. As they screamed, one of the players crawled away. However, he stopped and looked up when he faced 2 giant feet. The orc in front of him raised his foot, attacking with whatever was closest to the prey. The player screamed in fear, but his voice was not enough to stop the blow. Meanwhile, a scythe danced with the wind, removing the crown the orcs wore above their shoulders. Within minutes, Black Scythe had already gotten rid of the 10 orcs surrounding him. Putting the scythe aside, the protagonist sighed before looking to the side, at the chaos that had started while he fought. Ryu Min had decided to lure the orc shaman outside just to see what those players would do. He never imagined they would try to attack the shaman while he was supposedly in danger. Seeing the battle's outcome nearby, Ryu Min expected nothing different. However, he didn't care much. Those players were already doomed to fail, as they had wasted a lot of time just spying on him. Of the players in the village, only Democracy remained, watching Black Scythe walk toward the orc shaman. The orcs who had finished off the group of players were startled to see the human, who had eliminated an entire group of them, approaching. But confident in their numbers, they advanced, hoping to protect their leader. Before the orcs could get close, the protagonist struck them with clean blows. In an instant, a rain of orcs fell, each one knocked to a different side after the overwhelming combo of attacks. Ryu Min took advantage of the hunt. His attack speed had greatly increased, with the buffs from Blessing, Swift, and 50% from his Night skill. The combo made him attack incredibly fast. Besides these buffs, there was also the Reaper's Rune, the rune that doubled damage caused by scythes, and during the night, increased attack speed by another 50%. Dealing with the group of orcs, Black Scythe advanced toward the orc shaman. Hissing fiercely, the shaman moved his staff to cast a spell, but before he realized it, Black Scythe was already behind him, and the scythe was within reach. The orc tried to dodge, but Black Scythe said his goodbye, removing from the shaman the plume and mask he wore with such pride. After his farewell was delivered, the orc shaman fell to the ground. His movements had ceased. By defeating the orc shaman, Black Scythe gained more than 37% experience, enough to level up. He also obtained 4,000 gold coins and the Orb of Eternal Rest, along with other items like a mysterious wooden totem, mana stones, and most importantly, his second balance stone. Having reached level 33, the protagonist looked at the necklace around his neck, an insanely good item he had just obtained. The Orb of Eternal Rest was a necklace with a special effect. For each monster killed, the necklace would lose 1 durability point, but grant 1 cumulative point. When 100 points were accumulated, they could be exchanged for 1 stat point. This necklace was similar to the absorption rune used by the Black Flame Dragon. However, there was a problem with the necklace. When its durability reached 0, it would break. Nevertheless, there was an item in the 8th round, the durability rune. With it, and the help of a blacksmith, Black Scythe could restore the necklace's durability. This meant that as long as he kept defeating monsters, he could increase his stats infinitely. In the darkness, Democracy tried to search for Black Scythe while shouting his name. Seeing the lost girl made the protagonist attest to the power of the Reaper's rune, which made him hard to detect in the dark. Before disabling the night ability, the protagonist glanced at the players who had been eliminated by the orcs. He used the Trace Erase magic, causing everything related to them to disappear. Thus, the night ability was deactivated, and the red sky could be seen once again. Seeing how the sky darkened and brightened without any warning, Democracy was confused, but thanks to that, she managed to find who she was looking for. Quickly, she ran toward Black Scythe. "There you are, I've been looking for you everywhere." Showing the orc shaman to the girl, the protagonist indicated the reason he had been busy. Democracy was happy to learn the shaman had been eliminated by Black Scythe, but she was confused. "Could you see anything around you? There were some people trying to take the orc shaman from you." Feigning innocence, the protagonist calmly replied, "I didn't see anyone." Democracy, still confused, told what she had heard. Someone scream. Ryu Min preferred to keep the girl in doubt rather than show her the horrific scene. Waking Democracy from her thoughts, the protagonist called her. "Come on, we need to hunt the next boss." Sometime later, Black Scythe had already caused tremendous chaos in another orc village. From all sides, several orc archers had been eliminated, and their quivers still held the arrows they couldn't use. A large orc, holding a bow bigger than himself, shot powerful arrows at Black Scythe, who advanced toward him while dodging the shots. The orc was surprised by the sudden movement of the human, who crouched in front of him. Black Scythe cut the bowstring, which released along with what was holding it. In moments, new attacks rained down on the boss, with the ferocity and sharpness of a tiger's tooth. As if made of blocks, the orc archer was dismantled by Black Scythe, falling to the ground after becoming immobile. Quickly, the various parts of the archer, along with his bow, ended up on the ground. The protagonist gained the same amount of experience obtained against the orc shaman, plus gold. He also obtained rusty arrowheads and a low-grade green mana stone. Finally, he obtained the third balance stone. Having acquired so many items, Black Scythe decided to check them out. The agile archer boots gave 60 defense points, plus 10 agility points. They were better than the ones Black Scythe was currently using, offering 4 times more defense. There was no reason not to swap them. He quickly tried to combine the boots with the green mana stone to make them even better. The combination was successful, and he gained 4 more agility points. Now Black Scythe felt ready for his final attack. He would set out in search of the superior orc, the final boss who, unlike the others, had a time limit for attacks. Therefore, he needed to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Knowing that the faster the kill, the better the reward, Ryu Min remembered the best record from the last round was 43 seconds. Having prepared, he called Julie to follow him. With the buffs from the smiling girl, the protagonist felt he could break that record this time. Wanting to minimize the kill time as much as possible, Black Scythe thought he should level up a bit before facing the boss and use the Orb of Eternal Rest to increase his stats. The protagonist continued hunting until there were just over 30 minutes left in the round. Clearing another orc village, he was impressed with the speed he had reached. With little time left, he decided it was time to face the boss. He was only 1 level away from reaching level 40, but time was very short. Still, there were no regrets, for he had achieved his goal, defeating 999 monsters. The durability of the Orb of Rest dropped to just 1 point, and 9 stat points were granted to Black Scythe. While following Black Scythe, Democracy asked if he would continue hunting. Upon hearing that Black Scythe had hunted enough, the girl questioned whether he would go after the final boss next. Confirming that he was heading for his final challenge, the protagonist said goodbye. "Let's part ways here, thanks for coming with me." Shaking Black Scythe's hand, Democracy asked if this was really the end. Internally, she felt a bit sad. She really wanted to ask if she could stay with Black Scythe until he defeated the last boss. However, she shook her head, pushing those thoughts away and said it was better to separate there. Discovering the girl's thoughts, who had grown attached to him in such a short time, Ryu Min wanted to take her with him, but since it was very dangerous, he preferred that she not be with him. As a farewell, Democracy raised her hand to give Black Scythe one last buff. While using the blessing skill, Julie overflowed. Black Scythe, thank you for helping me hunt. It would have been very difficult to do all that alone. Thinking about how to reward Black Scythe, Julie opened her inventory. She took out a blue mana stone. She wanted to give it to Black Scythe, even without knowing if it would be very useful to him. The protagonist refused the gift, asking her to keep the stone, but Democracy quickly waved her hands. No! Just gaining that huge amount of experience was enough for me. Julie actually had 2 of those stones. She wanted to give one to Black Scythe and the other to Ryu Min. Discovering Julie's thoughts, the protagonist smiled inwardly. The girl wanted to take care of both people, not knowing they were the same person. Knowing how much the girl cared, the protagonist ended up giving in. He took the stone from her hand and then left. I'll accept the item then. I hope we can meet again in the future if we get the chance. Seeing Black Scythe walk away after saying those words, Democracy watched him with much to process in her mind. Elsewhere, an arrow pointing in a certain direction guided Black Scythe along the path he sought. The location of the boss monster, the superior orc, had been confirmed. The monster was just over a kilometer away. Since it was possible to track the monster, it meant no one had defeated it yet. That was to be expected, as no one had managed to beat it in Ryu Min's previous regressions. Among the 4 boss monsters of the 5th round, the superior orc was the strongest. Its power was so great that the other 3 could be considered minions in comparison. According to Ryu Min's analysis, at least 100 level 20 players would need to risk their lives to defeat such a monster. Ordinary players would never be able to win against it. Even Ryu Min, with his extensive regression experience, had lost the battle 4 times against the superior orc. But, thanks to trial and error, he had recorded a record of 43 seconds. After advancing quickly through the darkened forest, only 300 meters remained for the protagonist to reach his target. At 160 meters away, the protagonist spotted the gigantic superior orc, taller than the trees, with a tail extending for dozens of meters, grabbing some players. The protagonist was surprised to see that there were actually people challenging such a monster. With a powerful grip, the superior orc was capable of crushing everything it held. The enormous 2-headed, 3-armed monster roared furiously, attacking everything around, showing why it had such a powerful title. A player who had come to the location out of curiosity was trembling with fear. In his eyes, terror was evident, as he had never expected to face such a great horror. He couldn't even imagine how things had ended up that way. For the player, everything had been going well until just moments ago. Since orcs traveled in packs, he and other players decided to gather and do the same. That player was the first to introduce himself. His nickname was Junseok, and he was a level 12 warrior. An archer was the next to introduce himself, Brady Pitt of the hunter class. A man wearing a cloak was the third. He was level 13 of the martial artist class. His nickname was Byuk, but for a reason. I know the name is hard to pronounce, but I panicked and just typed anything. All the others also introduced themselves, and thus a mutual benefit agreement was made. For a newly formed team, their teamwork and atmosphere proved better than expected. With Junsek attracting the monsters, Brad was able to use his bow. Junsek had a controversial technique to lure enemies, shouting, "Hey, you ugly orc, come here!" With good coordination, attacking small orc camps became easy. The young lancer in the group also helped immobilize orcs so that Brad, who attacked from a distance, could finish them off. The 5th team member helped in the rear, warning Byalk when a monster approached from behind. After nearly 6 hours of uninterrupted fighting, the entire group had reached their quota of 300 orcs. The main mission had been completed by all. Since there was still some time left, Junseok suggested, "Should we keep hunting?" Brad thought it was a good idea. The blonde hunter wanted to reach level 20. The hunt was restarted, and soon they reached level 20. Advancing from apprentice rank to officer. They could now also use the combination function. Upon reaching level 20 and learning new skills, they became confident. They could easily trample the orcs now. They had become strong. Byalk suggested hunting one last large orc camp, but before they proceeded, Junseok glimpsed something through the trees. A gigantic monster was on the other side of the forest. Even the tallest trees didn't reach its waist. Since no one had seen an orc so large, Junseok asked the group if they thought it was a boss. Confidently, the girl in the group asked if they wanted to try to defeat it. The 5th member liked the idea, imagining the items obtained would be valuable. Agreeing to split the items equally, the group decided to attack the giant orc. However, as soon as they approached the superior orc, it sensed the presence of the 5 and stared at them with its 2 heads and 4 fierce eyes. The group felt the orc was looking directly into their souls. The terror was immense. Junseok had thought he had become stronger, but before that two-headed monster he seemed more like an ant. With long strides, the monster, despite its colossal size, leapt into the sky. As it landed, an earthquake shook the ground around, unbalancing the group of players. With one of its 4 hands, sharp claws were swung. The girl was the first to be attacked. She didn't even have a chance to dodge. Then the orc looked at the 5th member of the group, who had fallen sitting on the ground out of fear. The superior orc's foot moved quickly, crushing him as if stepping on an ant. That monster was not prey. It was the hunter. After eliminating 2 of the 5 group members, the orc reached out to grab the hunter Brad, who was trembling with fear. The orc grabbed him, lifting him off the ground. The muscles in its arm showed its strength, transmitted to its hand, which closed around Brad. Roaring fiercely, the superior orc instilled terror in the hearts of the group, or at least those still alive. Junseok, shocked, faced his end. The superior orc's tail didn't stay still and was swung toward Byok. The orc grabbed the martial artist with the tail, lifting him toward one of its mouths, but deciding not to eat him, it simply threw him to the ground. Having finished off 4 group members, the superior orc's eyes turned to the last member. With extreme fear, Junseok couldn't even retreat. He was sweating as if in a sauna. Laughing, the orc approached the boy as if mocking him. Tears ran down Junseok's face as he begged the monster not to come closer. However, the orc didn't listen. Raising one of its arms, the superior orc prepared a crushingly powerful attack. At that moment, Black Scythe flew above the orc. Without giving the monster a chance to perceive his attack, the protagonist swung his scythe. Of the 2 heads the orc had, one was hit. The orc's 2nd head slowly turned as it realized the human had landed on its shoulders. However, Black Scythe repeated his attack, now against it. In seconds, the great superior orc collapsed before Junseok. Incredulous, Junseok looked at the person in front of him. He recognized who had landed on the orc and was now staring at him. It was Black Scythe. Ignoring the boy, the protagonist focused on the orc. He hadn't expected the monster to fall with a single blow. Defeating the superior orc, Black Scythe gained a large amount of experience, enough to level up and reach level 40. He ranked up, moving from officer rank to expert rank. He could now also use the trade function. With the level up, Black Scythe's skills were enhanced. His mark skill had its damage multiplier increased from 120% to 140%. Additionally, the knight skill's range was expanded from 500 meters to 1 kilometer. He also learned the Reaper's exclusive skill, Moonlight Strike, and received a notification that the next skill would unlock at level 60. The protagonist felt relieved to finally have obtained the Reaper's only offensive skill. Moonlight Strike was a channeled skill. After 1 second of charging, it dealt 1,200% attack damage in a cone-shaped area. Possessing hybrid damage, half physical and half magical, it also gained a 50% damage bonus when used at night. In most cases, having only 1 offensive skill was a great risk if it missed the target. However, since Moonlight Strike covered a large area, it was easy to hit. Moreover, it was extremely useful for having hybrid damage, dealing damage even to monsters immune to one of the attributes. The current monsters were low level, but remembering that monsters in the following rounds would be ridiculously strong, obtaining such an essential skill put a smile on Black Scythe's face. When it was time to check the rewards, the protagonist discovered he had obtained the superior orc gauntlets, along with its fangs and a purple mana stone. Finally, he obtained the 4th balance stone. Completing the side quest, Black Scythe received the balance rune, the item that had been his goal from the beginning. Upon acquiring the rune, it was automatically engraved on Black Scythe's body. The balance rune possessed a tremendously powerful effect. If the difference between the highest and lowest of his attributes, ignoring bonuses, was less than 10 points, all statistics would be doubled. The rune required the player to balance their 4 attributes: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Black Scythe had already allocated his points in advance, expecting to obtain the rune. In strength, intelligence, agility, and luck, he had 27 points, 18 points, 26 points, and 28 points, respectively. With the rune's stat doubling bonus activated, the protagonist wanted to check how his attributes looked. With all bonuses active, he had 374 points in both strength and luck, 614 points in intelligence, and 518 points in agility. Seeing all the stats above 300 points, even he was shocked. Although he knew his stats were inflated, thanks to the rune's bonus and Julie's buffs, he still felt they were higher than expected. In the end, the balance rune really seemed to be the item that would help him increase his attributes the most. The protagonist grew restless to see the reward for having defeated the superior orc. With his attacks being so fast, he had defeated the boss in just 1 second. The boss, eligible for attack time rules, calculated the rewards and gave extra gold to its attacker. Quickly, Black Scythe received the notification. You have received the maximum possible amount, 100,000 gold coins, for defeating the boss monster in less than 10 seconds. Congratulations! The protagonist remembered having earned a little over 23,000 coins last time. Having obtained so much gold, the protagonist told himself he would acquire all the general skills he had not yet learned. Unexpectedly, a new notification appeared. You have set a world record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Records. You will receive a unique item choice as a reward. It was the first time Ryu Min had seen something like this while playing. He didn't know there were time records. Seeing the unique item choice reward, he wondered if he could choose anything he wanted. Opening the inventory, he used the unique ticket. Immediately, a window with 8 item categories appeared before him. Faced with the vast list of categories, he imagined he really could choose anything. So he began to think carefully. I don't need a weapon since I can craft one. Thinking of something that could be useful, Black Scythe clicked on the helmets option. While Black Scythe took care of his own affairs, the young Junseok approached, curious. He couldn't believe that monster had been defeated in just 1 second. Looking at his fallen comrades on the ground, he could compare the difference in strength between Black Scythe and them, who, even as 5, couldn't defeat the monster. Junseok quickly changed his thoughts, telling himself he shouldn't be questioning Black Scythe's methods, but rather be grateful. Aware of the boy's thoughts, the protagonist turned his face to look at him, which startled him. An awkward atmosphere hung between the two, but only for a few seconds, as the protagonist turned to leave. Seeing Black Scythe leave, Junseok felt disappointed for not having had the chance to say goodbye. Sometime later, Priscilla, flying in the sky, looked down at the humans below. So, have you all finished your missions? Seeing many silent, Priscilla counted the numbers around, realizing many had been eliminated. Priscilla's words, though expressing pity, were said with a smile. I didn't think you would be defeated by those weak orcs. Or did you fight each other? Putting the provocations aside, Priscilla extended her hand, opening the results window. Surprisingly, in first place among all zones was Black Scythe, level 40. He had completed the mission to defeat 300 orcs in 1 hour and 6 seconds. Below him, a player named Idiotas Estupidos, a level 25 shaman, had completed the mission in 2 hours and 30 minutes. In the ranking of that same zone, obviously Black Scythe was first, and surprisingly, Democracy was second, completing the mission with their support class in 2 hours and 55 minutes. Upon discovering that Black Scythe had reached level 40 and completed the mission so quickly, many were shocked. They wondered if it was even possible to defeat 300 orcs in such a short time. The protagonist scoffed, annoyed by the looks. He just wanted to get his reward quickly. As soon as he wished, 2 notifications appeared for him, delivering the zone's own reward, the choice of an epic necklace, and the first place reward for all zones, a special random reward box. Another notification hit the protagonist. It has been confirmed that you ranked first in all zones in the first 5 rounds. This is an incredible achievement. You have received the title the first ahead of all. This was a title that Ryu Min hoped to obtain, as it increased experience gain by 150%. Now he could become even stronger quickly. Next, he proceeded to choose a necklace. 3 options were given to him: the Skeleton Knight necklace, the Java necklace, and the Strength necklace. Anyone could randomly choose one of the 3, but having already used all of them in previous attempts, Ryu Min knew which was the best. He chose the Java necklace. The Epic Rank necklace increased all stats by 3 points, in addition to 35% resistance. The protagonist was not worried about his offensive power at the moment. He wanted to increase his resistance to control statuses, like freezing. An item with resistance to effects was really rare, so even in the future, when he could trade it for something better, Ryu Min could still sell it. Then, the protagonist moved on to the choice for the next round. Having the option of triple experience bonus, he promptly chose it. After Black Scythe chose his rewards, Priscilla, in the sky, clapped, drawing the attention of all the humans. She promptly asked, "Have you all checked the ranking, right?" Her golden eyes, though beautiful, conveyed fear to those who looked at her as she spoke. A total of 1,585 people completed the main mission. The one ranked 1,212, and everyone below will be eliminated. As soon as Priscilla declared this, many people began to disappear, begging for mercy. On all sides, countless players cried for help, but nothing could be done to save them. For Priscilla, it was amusing. Begging for your lives, how pathetic. You are worse than insects. Hearing the winged redhead speak, the protagonist mocked her internally since she was no better than any of them. Priscilla thought no one had completed the side mission, but was surprised to see she was wrong. Then, she looked at Black Scythe, who was not intimidated, but stared back at her. Not wanting to prolong it further, Priscilla said goodbye. So humans, see you in the next round. Thus the 5th round ended, with 1,211 survivors in the zone where Ryu Min was, and a little over 19,300,000 survivors overall. On the afternoon of the day Ryu Min woke up, he and his brother had a meal in the living room. Having finished eating, he leaned back on the sofa, ready to start his tasks. Opening the combination window, he placed his scythe as the primary ingredient. For the secondary items, he put the orc's heart, a mysterious wooden totem, the rusty arrowhead, and the orc's fang. Ryu Min hoped that his scythe would reach epic rank when combined with such items. Although he could only use these items for the combination, he still had the black diamond he obtained from Hwang Yong-min. If he used that item, it would be possible to advance his scythe to unique rank instead of just epic. He decided to use the diamond and clicked the combine button. The combination was a success, and with the system's glow, the scythe, which had previously been red, changed, becoming a dark purple like the afterlife. The afterlife scythe was created, a unique rank weapon with 300 damage points and stat increase effects, as well as a 10% skill damage bonus. Ryu Won was startled to see his arrogant brother's smiling nose grow, unaware that Ryu Min had obtained an incredible item. Opening the shop, the protagonist checked the skills he could buy. He started with the surrounding research skill, which allowed him to see the surrounding areas as a mini-map. Next, he bought the dynamic visual acuity enhancement skill, which improved vision. He also learned the basic resistance skill, which increased his resistance to abnormal statuses by 15%, as well as hand-eye coordination, which increased skill accuracy by 20%. After his purchases, the protagonist sighed, as he only had 14,000 gold coins left. There was nothing else he wanted to buy besides epic items that would appear in a few days. Believing that was enough, he straightened up and opened the statistics window. Now, without the general bonuses from the round and the buffs given by Julie, he could see his stats. 106 points in strength and luck, 150 points in intelligence, 136 points in agility. He could also see his list of skills, runes, and additional abilities, those provided by the system, such as combination shop and negotiation. The stat points left Ryu Min satisfied. They had grown a lot with the balance rune. Moreover, everything would be doubled with the elimination rune. Becoming the strongest he could be so far, Ryu Min remembered that he should proceed with his dealings with Ma Jeonggrok. After that, he should also take care of Hwang Yong-min. As he was about to stand up, the protagonist wondered what had happened to Hwang Yong-min. Immediately, he used his tracking skill to check on him. Since he managed to track him, it meant Hwang Yong-min was alive. For Ryu Min, this was a good thing, as Yong-min would still be useful for some things. However, this would be the last time Hwang Yong-min escaped. This would be the last time Ryu Min used him, this time in reality, before discarding him. In the real world, the day was sunny, perfect for going to a cafe. At one of these cafes with a cozy garden beside it, a young woman sat alone at a table, waiting for someone. The girl was none other than Julie, who, frequently glancing at the door, wondered why Ryu Min had asked to meet. A fantasy formed in the girl's mind, imagining Ryu Min touching her hair, looking deep into her eyes and saying, "Julie, I missed you." Julie quickly shook her head, pushing away such fanciful thoughts. Trying to calm herself hastily, she didn't want to show her feelings. After waiting for some time, Ryu Min arrived at the cafe. Attracting attention as he entered, the protagonist walked to the table where his friend was. "Oh, you were already here. Did you wait long?" Startled for not noticing Ryu Min's presence, Julie hurriedly stood up. "No, I just got here too." Blushing, she said she was going to place an order and asked if Ryu Min wanted anything since she was willing to pay. Since she offered, Ryu Min chose an iced Americano. Sitting down after receiving his coffee, the protagonist smiled, thanking Julie for the refreshing drink. For some reason, Julie couldn't look Ryu Min in the eyes, feeling a strange emotion because of the earlier thoughts she had. Trying to stop the girl from having romantic feelings, Ryu Min started an important topic. "How was the 5th round? Did you meet Black Scythe?" Ryu Min's question made him look away, embarrassed for pretending. Julie, who hadn't noticed the change in Ryu Min's expression, promptly replied, Yes, it was just as you said. I met him and hunted with him." Seeing how excited Julie was for having passed the 5th round, Ryu Min reminded her, "I told you, if he saw your buffs, even Black Scythe would want you by his side." Julie couldn't help but remember how easy hunting had been thanks to Black Scythe's help, revealing that she had even placed 2nd in the game zone for the first time. As if he already knew, Ryu Min looked excited and asked what reward she had obtained. Faced with the question, Julie offered to show what she got. In the girl's hands appeared a small flower-shaped necklace, emitting golden energy like spring notes. Revealing that the necklace increased the user's agility, Julie asked if Ryu Min wanted to take a look at it. Seeing that Ryu Min found the necklace impressive, Julie handed the item to him. "Here, you can have it." Surprised, Ryu Min stepped back, asking why she was giving him the item. Julie wanted him to keep the necklace as thanks for the tip. However, Ryu Min refused to keep the reward. "You worked hard to get it," Julie insisted, using Ryu Min's own words against him. "It wasn't hard. Black Scythe practically did everything, so the hunt was easy." Trying to refuse the gift, the protagonist asked her to give it to Black Scythe instead of him. But the girl didn't think someone of a high level would need her low-rank necklace. Ryu Min played his trump card to refuse the item, saying he couldn't use it since he didn't have a high enough rank. Surprised to hear her friend say he hadn't reached the regular rank yet, Julie asked worriedly what level he was at. Sighing like a good actor would, the protagonist answered, "I'm at level 19. I barely managed to defeat 300 orcs alone." Remembering that Ryu Min had said his class wasn't exactly combat-oriented, Julie put away the necklace, hiding her bitterness. Changing the subject, Julie asked Ryu Min how a seer fought. The protagonist said he had some magic skills, although it was a bit embarrassing to show them. Since magic users needed intelligence points, Julie realized Ryu Min wouldn't need her agility necklace. Since she couldn't give the necklace to him, Julie took another item from her inventory to give him, a red stone. Revealing she had obtained the item while hunting, Julie asked him to at least keep it. She didn't want him to refuse this time. With a smile, Ryu Min understood her wish as he took the item. He thanked her. "Thanks for always thinking of me." Julie almost fainted upon hearing Ryu Min's thanks. "No, it's not like I'm always thinking of you or anything. You just gave me information. I'd feel bad if I didn't return the favor." Since Julie was giving him something, the protagonist felt he should give her something too. The girl was shocked to hear that Ryu Min already had information about the 6th round. Although she didn't want to pry into Ryu Min's affairs, Julie was happy to receive the information. So the protagonist told her what would happen in the 6th round and what Julie should do. Surprised, she was worried about having to team up with Black Scythe again. The protagonist reassured her, "He probably won't refuse. You already proved your worth in the 5th round." Julie became extremely thoughtful, imagining herself on a team with Black Scythe again, which caused some shock in Ryu Min. "You're pretty happy about that, aren't you?" The girl promptly confirmed, "Of course I am. Black Scythe was really nice to me." The protagonist was confused, as if wondering why it wouldn't be nice to be kind to someone, but Julie soon revealed the reason. "He is more considerate than I expected, and not so scary. He's a bit arrogant, but that's to be expected from someone who's always in first place." Ryu Min felt the girl's words were like arrows, striking each of his flaws, but he recovered and curiously heard from Julie. "He seems quite perceptive, almost as if he could read other people's thoughts." Julie wasn't wrong, since Ryu Min could predict many things thanks to the Heart Depth rune. The protagonist knew he wasn't perfect. Above all, he had failed 99 times to save the world and himself, despite feeling cheated upon discovering that the final round required a team of 5 people. Anyway, Ryu Min knew he had no more chances. He needed to conquer the last round. No matter what, he needed Min Julie, and also the American priestess. Seeing Ryu Min downcast, Julie asked what he was thinking. Recovering upon hearing the girl's question, the protagonist changed the subject. With a worried look, Julie asked if he was concerned about the next round. To avoid revealing his thoughts, Ryu Min nodded, saying he wasn't that strong. Julie was quite upset by this. "If only our zones had merged, I would have helped you, for free." Downcast, Julie revealed she was very aware of what it's like to always be helped, since she could never really be of help herself. The Black Scythe inside Ryu Min wanted to praise how helpful the girl was. It had been precisely because of her that he managed to defeat the superior orc in a single attack. Offering a word of support, Ryu Min asked her not to get so stressed. "Eventually, we will meet in the other world." Julie became extremely excited by Ryu Min's encouraging words. "Then let's both do our best until then." The protagonist had to pretend to be equally enthusiastic, but inwardly, he was worried about how she would react when she found out he was Black Scythe. During the afternoon, the protagonist arrived at the Chianma group building. The head of security, An, announced Ryu Min's arrival to his master. "Sir, the majority shareholder Ryu Min has arrived." Immediately, Ma Jianlok stood up to receive Ryu Min, his esteemed shareholder. Walking beside Ryu Min, the businessman guided him to a seat while asking the steward An to bring some teas. After sitting down, Ma Jianlok immediately began treating Ryu Min in the best possible way. "Majority shareholder, no profit master, was your trip here comfortable?" Dressed in casual clothes and unusual glasses, the protagonist settled comfortably in the armchair. "The trip was very good. The driver you sent was very polite." Smiling, Ma Jianlok revealed he was happy to hear about his comfort, asking him to inform him if anything made him uncomfortable. "I will take action immediately if something is worrying you." Ryu Min knew exactly what Ma Jianlok, who cleaned up the neighborhood criminals weekly, meant by saying he would take action, so it was better not to say anything unnecessary. While manager An brought the teas for the two who were talking, Ma Jianlok asked if they should eat together, but the protagonist said there was something more important than dinner. The comment made Ma Jianlok excited. "You're here to give us information about the next round?" Ryu Min could notice in Ma Jianlok's haste that he was desperate. He then reassured the man, "Of course, I will share information about the 6th round." Just as Ma Jianlok was about to thank him, Ryu Min brought a condition. In exchange, I would like to call an emergency meeting among the shareholders. The protagonist was direct with his request. It's time to talk business. We need to change both the sectors of operation and also the company's name. Pressed, Ma Yeonlok asked Ryu-min what he wanted to be done. The protagonist asked that, in the meeting, Ma Yeonlok support him with the project to be proposed. Ryu-min was clear in reminding him, "As I said before, I don't want objections, which means you will need to convince the other shareholders." The protagonist finished by reassuring both Ma Yeonlok and his guard. "From the future I saw, they won't need to worry about anything." Frowning, Ma Yeonlok asked what kind of business he wanted to propose. From Ma Yeonlok's expression, Ryu-min knew he was extremely curious. Of course, he had heard a bold claim that changing sectors would bring success. Ryu-min revealed what he planned to propose. "I intend to launch a social marketplace open exclusively to players." Confused, Ma Yeonlok asked if he planned to launch something like a website. However, Ryu-min explained it would be a bit different. Only players would be allowed to use it, as it would be exclusively for selling items, rather than common objects. Ma Yeonlok questioned whether it would be possible to buy and sell items with money, and Ryu-min explained that yes, it would be possible to let the seller decide what they wanted in exchange for the item, whether they would receive a sum of money or some compensation. Everything would have to be listed at the time of sale. Although he understood the plan, Ma Yeonlok asked if players really needed money. The protagonist nodded. "Some people need money. There are no other means at the moment." With just that brief comment, Ma Yeonlok asked curiously, "At the moment? So there will be in the future?" Ma Yeonlok's intelligence and shrewdness did not surprise Ryu-min's eyes. The protagonist stated he had had a glimpse of the future. "I saw someone close to level 40 making exchanges with gold instead of money." Since Ma Yeonlok looked even more confused, Ryu-min explained that in the future, once they reached level 40, a trading function would be unlocked, allowing the exchange of gold between people. The plan was to create a system on the site to guarantee a safe gold exchange when that time came. Meanwhile, they could charge a small fee for using the service, either in money or gold. The idea of a marketplace among players caught Ma Yeonlok's attention. It was a good idea, especially because no one had thought of it yet. If the bet succeeded, they would basically have a monopoly on purchases, but they would only succeed if players actually used the system, and that was what he questioned Ryu-min about. The protagonist explained why they would use it. "Players have a good amount of items stored from previous rounds. As you probably know, it's not possible to sell items obtained from monsters to the shop, so I'm sure players want to get rid of them. Also, most are around level 20 now. I'm sure they're testing different item combinations. What if there was a new site that allowed them to easily buy items for these trades?" Ma Yeonlok understood why many players would use the site, and this was exactly the best time to create it. The businessman could see that, as Ryu-min said, it was a perfect opportunity. If such a thing was created, it would be a great success. It would even be possible to spread various articles about the store as a form of advertising. Ma Yeonlok's investor side was triggered. He imagined they could create a mobile app to facilitate access, maybe even an auction system. Seeing Ma Yeonlok's thoughts, the protagonist realized he had liked the idea. It made sense to trust a seer. The creation of this system would also benefit Ryu-min. Obtaining a monopoly on synthesis ingredients, which people still didn't know how to use, he would be able to create unique, legendary, and even divine items. Determined to change the company's style with Ryu-min, the businessman asked what name they should change to. Ryu-min asked if Ma Yeonlok had any ideas, but the businessman returned the offer. "Don't think about my ideas. We should go with yours. You are the largest shareholder after all." The protagonist made a suggestion. "How about using the name Player's Place, to emphasize that we are a store for players?" Ma Yeonlok liked the name. It would even be easy to abbreviate with the double P initials. Now that everything was defined, Ryu-min asked how long it would take to develop the idea. The businessman said about a month, which coincided with the start of the 6th round. Remembering the next round, the protagonist changed the subject. "Since we're here, let me talk about the 6th round." Ma Yeonlok almost stood up from the sofa due to anxiety. In a thoughtful pose, Yeonlok reflected on the 6th round after learning they would need to work as a team again. Lowering his head, Ma Yeonlok deeply thanked Ryu-min. He really wanted to keep Ryu-min by his side. That was the wisest thing to do. The businessman felt everything was running more smoothly thanks to Ryu-min, both in reality and in the other world. With everything agreed upon, Ma Yeonlok said they would proceed with the company as Ryu-min had described. Soon he would share the meeting time with the investors to present the idea to everyone. Reminding Ryu-min that he would also need to be present, Ma Yeonlok asked if it was okay to do so. With Ryu-min's confirmation, the two greeted each other, with Ma Yeonlok saying he would soon announce the meeting date. Thus, the conversation ended, and the businessman asked his head of security to escort Ryu-min home safely, and to take the opportunity to inform Miss Seo Arin of everything. A few days later, when Ryu-min woke up, he checked the date. That would be the day of an epic item sale, something he had been eagerly awaiting. Opening the store, the protagonist went straight to the item of the day tab. He easily found what he was looking for, the ragged vagabond clothes. The item, an armor type, was classified as epic rank, restricted to players at regular stage or above. The outfit cost 20,000 gold coins to obtain. Although the armor had an extremely low protection value, only 1 point, it increased the player's attack and speed. For Ryu Min, who needed both stats, this was an item well worth it. The protagonist hoped that soon he would no longer depend on the system's store, being able to get everything he needed in the social marketplace. When that time came, diagrams would be sold at a high price. Possessing diagrams that explained how a specific item was created, players would no longer need to blindly combine materials. Since diagrams were items that could be resold, they were extremely popular. If Ryu Min used his points well, he could profit even more with the social marketplace. Returning to lie down on the bed, Ryu Min sighed, remembering that before thinking about the market, he needed to do well at the shareholders' meeting the next day. The long-awaited day arrived quickly, and the sun shone over the consulting building. As the shareholders entered the office where the meeting would be held, Manager An distributed some documents for them to read while taking their seats. With Ryu Min presiding over the meeting, everything went smoothly. As expected, there were people who disagreed with the idea, but being able to easily answer all questions, those people began to question less and less. In the end, everyone agreed with Ryu Min's proposal. After the meeting ended, Ma Junlok had to congratulate Ryu Min, who didn't even get nervous. The protagonist smiled, saying he had practiced beforehand, which wasn't exactly a lie, since he probably had attended that meeting many times in past lives. Saying he would take care of the rest, Ma Junlok allowed Ryu Min to rest and focus on surviving the next round. It was evident that the businessman was worried about Ryu Min's life. Even the protagonist could notice that. Asking if Ryu Min was hungry, Ma Junlok invited him to lunch. Having already finished all his tasks for the day, the protagonist accepted. With everything he had already done, there was only one task left on Ryu Min's to-do list: finish making use of Hwang Yong-min. At the same time, an online meeting was taking place. Yami greeted everyone cheerfully, but Poporing's weak response worried her. Did something happen? What's with this atmosphere? With vacant eyes, the man asked if she hadn't heard the news. Curious, Yami asked what had happened. Her expression soon turned frightened when she heard Poporing say, "We have no news about 30 years old or Honey Jelly. Since we couldn't contact them in the 5th round, I think they didn't survive." Yami understood why everyone seemed so down. She hadn't expected them to be so sad about what happened to their colleagues when they hadn't even met beyond video calls. However, she easily understood. Everyone was probably just pretending to seem like good people. The person who had created the institution was one of the most powerful figures in that place, so it was natural for everyone to flatter him. He always seemed genuinely sorry when someone was eliminated. Yami, pretending, hid her smile and decided to join the act. The woman pretended to cry, stammering, "Oh no, not those two." Immediately, all the other players on the call began to fake crying as well. Behind her fake look, Yami observed everyone copying her. To her, humans were incredibly easy to understand and manipulate. At that moment, another person joined the call, none other than the company president. Formally dressed in a suit, the president looked confused seeing everyone crying. Lost Yark sighed and told the president what had happened. After understanding the reason for the commotion, he, although sad, said he was glad the rest had survived. No round has been easy, and now we go to the 6th. Amid the president's display of feelings, a player asked, "President, can't we choose executives again?" The president revealed that, although he liked the idea, there was no one talented enough to be chosen as a new executive. Curious, he asked Lost Yark what had happened to the 3 they tried to recruit. The player, Lost Yark, revealed he had called the 3 multiple times, but no one answered. For the president, this meant all had been eliminated in the 5th round. Lost Yark disagreed in part. "I don't know about the other 2, but Black Scythe is definitely still alive." Lost Yark asked if everyone hadn't seen the results of the 5th round. Someone as powerful as that wouldn't just survive the game. He believed Black Scythe was doing very well in real life too. The president was confused, asking why Black Scythe would apply to join their association and then simply ignore them afterward. Lost Yark had no answer for that, but another player guessed, maybe he was just messing with us? Manager Poporing, worried, raised another possibility. Could that really have been the real Black Scythe? Maybe we didn't get a response from him because he didn't survive the 5th round. Poporing's suggestion made sense. Perhaps that man had been an imposter. On the call, a skinny player mocked, "Yeah, a big shot like Black Scythe joining some random cafe like that would be strange." In the middle of his speech, the hunter realized his mistake. Everyone looked at his camera, incredulous at the disrespect. Coldly, the president questioned, "Myeokbang, you called the cafe a random cafe? Would you like to clarify what you meant by that?" Before the player could explain, he met the president's dark gaze. "This is a cafe that unites players and acts as the vanguard for a new era. Do you have a problem with that? The player hurriedly stood up, trying to explain to the president that he didn't intend to belittle the cafe. However, the president didn't want to hear excuses. So Miokbang, you are removed from your executive position. No, you are permanently banned from the cafe. We are at a time when we need unity, not someone who belittles the cafe. I cannot accept someone like that as a member. The player fearfully tried to explain himself, but he was already being banned and blacklisted, receiving a final warning from the president. When the new era comes, you'd better learn to adapt. Before Miokbang could say another word, he was removed from the chat room. Now that the deserter was removed, the president asked them to continue the meeting. But immediately, he noticed an alarmed change in Lost Yark's expression. The player revealed the reason for his expression. Someone just applied to become a member, and their nickname is Black Scythe. The revelation from Lost Yark surprised everyone, even the president. Lost Yark confirmed the new application, but upon checking the information, he reported that the real name of this new Black Scythe was different. This applicant was named Hwang Yong-min. The cafe president asked Lost Yark to visit the supposed Black Scythe's house personally, as there was no way to know if he was the real one without meeting face-to-face. Worried, Lost Yark asked what he should do if the person was an imposter. Despite his calm expression, the president said, if he is an imposter, he will have to pay the price for daring to mess with us. Meanwhile, the protagonist, in an internet cafe, looked at a computer screen. He himself had registered Young-min, knowing that the secret association wouldn't let it pass if someone else pretended to be the real Black Scythe. Most likely, an interview would happen with a visit to the supposed candidate's home. That's why Ryu-min had written in detail where Hwang Young-min lived. Ryu-min knew the recruitment method used by the group and how they rejected civilians. Such atrocities were precisely what would lead the world to destruction. Therefore, the protagonist couldn't just watch from afar. He wanted to eliminate the root of the problem, the executives, and he would use the organization itself to do that. One day, the organization called Flasiba would grow to gather more than 30% of the players as members, so instead of destroying it, it would be more beneficial to use it to control the player population. That was why Ryu-min applied to join Flasiba in the first place. Ryu-min's plan was to use Hwang Young-min to overthrow the executives and thus claim the president's seat. Elsewhere, a door opened, and a man carrying a bag entered an establishment. Before the owner could welcome the customer, the bag was thrown onto the table. Exuding a powerful aura, the masked man pointed to the backpack. Put all the money in here if you still want to live. The old owner of the establishment trembled upon seeing that the person was a player. Furious, the bandit struck the table where the man was sitting, destroying it. Why are you taking so long? Do you think I'm joking? The old owner, frightened, stood up and ran to the cash register amid the bandit's shouts. Trembling, the man handed over the bag full of money. However, the bandit became furious upon seeing the amount. Is this all you had? Fearfully, the convenience store owner lowered his head. Lottery ticket sales were suspended, so business has been bad lately. We're selling other things in the store, but still, profits are low. Staring into the man's eyes, the bandit said he knew there was a safe. Go get the money you have saved. Hurriedly, the store owner ran to the back of the shop. Sometime later, the man returned with a bag full of money. The bandit saw that there was about 10 million won, an amount that would last him a while. Leaving the convenience store, the bandit warned, try reporting this to the authorities. When I get out of jail, I'll come for you personally. The bandit quickly left the store. After running to a nearby corner, he removed his mask. If Ryu-min had been there, he would have immediately recognized Young-min. Young-min looked at the backpack and smiled. Today was quite fruitful. I can last a whole month with this amount. However, Young-min's happiness quickly turned to irritation. Although he could survive in the real world, the other world was on his mind. He worried if he would survive the next round. Clenching the mask in his hand, he cursed. This is all that bastard Black Scythe's fault. Because of him, I lost a friend and my stats dropped. Furious, he began shouting, it's all your fault, bastard. At that moment, Young-min was startled. A cat had jumped onto some trash bins in the alley behind him. Returning to his path, while cursing Black Scythe, he swore that if he met him in real life, he wouldn't leave him unscathed. In an apartment building, one of the lights was off. That was where Young-min lived. He hadn't arrived home yet, but was climbing the stairs to rest soon. As he entered the hallway leading to his apartment, Young-min saw someone at his door. Confused, he stared at the man, none other than Lost Yark. Who are you? Lost Yark returned the gaze, eyeing the man with the suspicious bag. Are you by any chance Hwang Young-min? Judging by Young-min's reaction, the player realized he was right. Worried, Young-min cautiously asked, are you someone from the government? Lost Yark looked confused, but soon smiled. Ha ha ha, did you do something wrong to be afraid? The hunter then formally introduced himself. I'm Lost Yark, the interview manager for Flasiba. You applied to join us this morning, right? Irritated, Young-min raised an eyebrow. Is this bastard trying to sell me something? What kind of nonsense is this? Seeing the confusion on Youngmin's face, Lost Yark asked if he wasn't Black Scythe. The question made Youngmin even angrier. Are you joking with me? And what's this nonsense about Flaseba? Lost Yark realized he wouldn't get anything from this interview. Apologizing, he prepared to leave. However, Youngmin was furious. Hey, at least tell me what you want to talk about. Lost Yark, understanding the situation, explained, it seems someone who knows your information decided to mess with you since both your name and address are real. This made Youngmin even angrier. What kind of bastard would do that? At the end of the hallway, a voice answered the question. A person wearing a white mask said, It was me. I used your name, Huang Youngmin. Youngmin's brow furrowed in a daze as the damned man introduced himself. Who are you, you crazy bastard? Do you know me? Monotonously, Ryu Min nodded in response. When asked who he was, the protagonist summoned a scythe that emanated a crimson dark energy. As he displayed his main weapon, he questioned back, Does that answer your question? Upon seeing the scythe, Lost Yak wondered if this could really be the Grim Reaper. However, upon observing who wielded it, he didn't feel much conviction. The man holding the scythe was short, barely seeming to be 5 feet 7 inches tall, and his body was extremely thin. To Lost Yak, Ryu Min was completely different from what he had imagined, with an appearance that seemed easy to deal with. However, Youngmin was completely different. He was trembling, as he knew perfectly well that this was the Black Scythe Grim Reaper he knew. The body might be different, but the tone of voice and the aura were exactly the same. Above all, the eyes of the masked man in front of him penetrated him in the same intimidating way. Seeing that Black Scythe had come to meet him in real life, Youngmin took a step back. A dark despair arose in his eyes, causing 1,000 questions to arise in his mind. Why did he come here? Why did he use my name? We shouldn't have business to discuss, right? Him showing his scythe can't mean anything good. Lost Yak looked back, seeing Youngmin retreat while trembling, and wondered if he was acting that way because the man in front of them was really Black Scythe. Never having seen Black Scythe in person, Lost Yak was sure that being at level 20, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Suddenly, Lost Yak heard Black Scythe call out to him. Ryu Min went straight to his order. You didn't come alone. Tell the others to come out. I already know they're here. Lost Yak was surprised that they were discovered so easily. In the next instant, 2 more people came down the stairs. Having been found, one of them asked Black Scythe how he knew of their presence. Ryu Min responded by extending the scythe toward them and warning, Don't come closer if you value your life. Behind the man in the suit who asked how Black Scythe knew of their presence, a man in a leather jacket didn't seem to have the same confidence and commented mockingly, Huh? You talk too much for a skinny guy. The man in the suit quickly interrupted him, asking Ryu Min if he was really Black Scythe. Showing his scythe, the protagonist claimed that they should already know just by seeing it in his hands. Explaining that he had never seen the scythe in person, the man stated that he couldn't be convinced just with that. He asked the young man to confirm his identity with his own mouth. The protagonist agreed and affirmed, All right, I am Black Scythe. Satisfied? Immediately, a notification popped up for that man. The target you are observing is telling the truth. The man was surprised, as his truth rune confirmed the young man's words in front of him. Curiously, the man in the jacket asked him what the rune said, and for everyone, the information was confirmed. Lost Yak was startled, as he still didn't believe it, even though it was real. Immediately, the man in the jacket started trembling, cursing his own mouth. Afraid, he wondered if he should beg, but soon imagined that Black Scythe hadn't heard because he was so far away. He hurriedly reached out his hand, but Ryu Min interrupted him. Skip the greetings. Ryu Min pointed the scythe directly at him. You wanted to know if the skinny guy is really Black Scythe, didn't you? Then confirm it with your own eyes. The man, realizing he had been heard, trembled with fear. The only thing he could do was apologize, so he lowered his head, stammering, I sincerely apologize for what I said, sir. Ryu Min still pointed the scythe at him, asking if he didn't need any confirmations. The man in the suit hastily got involved, trying to defuse the situation. You don't need to show your skills. The confirmation is already done. Well, I have a rune related to verification. Ending the man in the suit's conversation, Ryu Min made a proposal to the one in the leather jacket. If you can block my attack, I'll pretend nothing happened. The man hurriedly pleaded, Please, Mr. Grim Reaper, just this once, spare me. However, Ryu Min didn't care about the words of fear and brandished his scythe. In the blink of an eye, what was above the shoulders of the man who dared to challenge him rolled on the ground. Upon seeing that on the ground, the recruiter and Youngmin were shocked. Lost Yak gritted his teeth, wondering who that damned person was. The people in the hallway couldn't even see when Black Scythe brandished his scythe. Immediately after eliminating the first one, Ryu Min stared at the man in the suit. Fearing for his companion, Lost Yak shouted irritably, Mr. Grim Reaper, what are you doing? As if confused, Ryu-min claimed to be proving his identity with skills. Lost. Yak gritted his teeth, stating that he had already said it wouldn't be necessary. To the recruiter, a psychopath who eliminated people without any warning would be a dangerous being to recruit. The man with the truth rune shared the same thought. It was too dangerous to make Black Scythe an ally, so it would be better to eliminate him immediately. However, the two knew that it wouldn't be easy to face someone at level 40. The choice would be to feign surrender, make him lower his guard, and ambush him. Knowing the duo's intention, Ryu-min scoffed. Ridiculous. You are practically exuding your intentions. Do you think I wouldn't notice? Worried, the man in the suit tried to feign ignorance, but Ryu-min was direct. You are planning to attack me. The man hurriedly tried to deny it, but Ryu-min narrated their actions. You are just lowering your head to feign surrender, and then you plan to ambush me. Looking back at the recruiter Lost Yak, Black Scythe asked if there was anything wrong with his assumption. Thus, Ryu-min revealed the reason for using Hwang Youngmin's name and address in the registration. I wanted to find you. Surprised, the recruiter asked what he wanted. Exuding the energy of his scythe, Ryu-min calmly revealed, it's simple. Today you will be punished by my hands. The man in the suit knew he needed to stop Black Scythe somehow, maybe by buying time. However, while he was thinking about how to do it, he was shocked. Before he realized it, Lost Yak had fallen to the ground. The man in the suit bit his lips as he somberly discovered the truth. They had been lured to be eliminated. He ranted, overcome with fear. Why? What grudge do you have against us? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something touch his neck. Ryu-min questioned him coldly. So, what grudge would the people you eliminated under the excuse of recruitment test have? Trembling with fear, the man asked how Black Scythe knew about that. With a cold look, the protagonist revealed that he knew that in the interviews, they had forced players to eliminate innocent civilians. Trembling, the man tried to justify the organization's actions. They weren't innocent. They dared to insult players despite being inferior, all while secretly envying our skills. People who are two-faced deserve to be eliminated, don't they? Black Scythe's response was as sharp as his scythe. You, being harsh on others but lenient with yourselves, don't you become exactly what you accuse others of? Annoyed, the man stated that Black Scythe knew nothing about him. However, the man couldn't have been more wrong. Ryu-min could see everything with the true intention rune. Tired of the small talk, he brandished the scythe, eliminating the third recruiter, the third piece of trash that attacked innocent people. After eliminating the trio, Ryu-min looked at Youngmin. In front of Black Scythe. Youngmin couldn't even stand normally, trembling as if in an earthquake. Black Scythe's tone of voice was calming, but his words were terrifying. Don't be afraid. I'll send you to meet your friends soon. Youngmin was shocked to hear Black Scythe's words. As Black Scythe approached, he backed away, asking how he knew his friends. Black Scythe's reply was confusing. Why wouldn't I know them? We used to hang out together. To be exact, I was dragged along by your group. Hwang Youngmin became even more confused with every word from Black Scythe. Surprised that he still hadn't figured out his identity, Ryu-min took off his mask. With the mask in his hand, he showed his own face. It's me, Ryu-min, the one you used to bother. Incredulous at what he saw and heard, Youngmin mumbled Ryu-min's name. He remembered how Ryu-min was at his feet and how Black Scythe was hunting him, turning him into a stray. For Youngmin, associating the two people didn't make sense. Seeing that, Youngmin still didn't believe his identity. The protagonist smiled. In front of him, Youngmin was gritting his teeth, trembling with rage. As he put away the mask, Ryu-min realized why he didn't believe it. Just in the last year, the situation had been reversed. Scared, Youngmin ranted, What are you? Were you toying with me this whole time? Why act like a loser? Confused, Ryu-min asked when he had ever pretended to be a loser. Annoyed by the insult, he brandished the scythe in his hand, destroying the bag Youngmin was holding and making all the money inside fall out. Along with the bag, Youngmin's arm was also hit, and both fell to the ground. Making Youngmin kneel. Ryu-min commented, Hearing someone like you call me a loser really gets on my nerves. Youngmin screamed miserably. So Ryu-min ordered, Stay quiet, unless you want to lose your tongue. Youngmin hastily bit his lips, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain. Satisfied with Youngmin's obedience, the protagonist extended his hand, using first aid magic to keep him alive. Youngmin had lost his left arm, but for Ryu-min, that didn't matter so much, since he would be eliminated soon. Stuttering, Youngmin asked, frightened, Are you really the Ryu-min I used to know? Coldly, the protagonist faced Youngmin and replied, No, that Ryu-min is gone. Saying goodbye to Youngmin, the protagonist raised the scythe, preparing his final attack. Youngmin hastily asked him to wait. Given a minute to speak, Youngmin poured out while trembling, I really messed with you a lot, didn't I? I was wrong. I truly regret it. Please let me live. With a slight smile, Ryu-min asked if he was being sincere. Young-min's expression was grim due to fear. Trying to save himself, he nodded and pointed to himself. If you eliminate me, it won't be beneficial, right? You should use me instead. Curious. Ryu-min questioned how he could use him. Young-min hastily tried to think of something. I can be your personal servant. Crawl when you order and run when you say to run. I can do anything. Run errands, become a decoy, anything you want. Ryu-min observed Young-min's expression, thinking about a few things until he gave his verdict. No, I'm already good enough. Hearing such words, Young-min felt his world collapse, along with his last hope. The reason why Ryu-min wouldn't let him live was obvious. He knew very well that Young-min planned to betray him. This whole servant thing is just to buy time, isn't it? Being found out, Young-min's expression turned sour. He stammered, not knowing how to respond. In the end, Ryu-min's thought was clear. He didn't want a dog that bites its own owner. Raising the scythe, Ryu-min was ready to end Young-min's uselessness. Young-min screamed hastily, begging Ryu-min to reconsider. However, the scythe was lethal. Being brandished by the dark wielder, it tore the air in front of him with a violent energy. Thus, Young-min's body fell to the ground, being eliminated once and for all. As a farewell, Ryu-min reminded Young-min that his chance had already been given in the past rounds. In the regressions where Ryu-min didn't obtain the inner thoughts rune, he was deceived by Hwang Young-min's sharp tongue and let him live. The result was clear. During the matches, Young-min turned against him, attacking him from behind. This time, he said goodbye to such a bastard once and for all. The long, unpleasant connection they had was now over. This would be the last time Ryu-min would have to see Young-min's cursed face. Sighing, the protagonist remembered that he needed to clean up the mess. Extending his hand, he used trace cleanup to destroy all evidence of what had happened there. Soon, the bodies on the ground turned into a dark energy like a swamp and dissolved with the wind. Having done the cleanup, Ryu-min put away his scythe, ready to enter the house. Sometime later, Yami entered the coffee's chat room. The wavy-haired woman excitedly greeted the president. Chatting with the president, Yami asked where the other administrators were, since the interview with Black Scythe should have already ended. Sighing, the president revealed the truth. They had all been eliminated in the interview. Surprised, Yami asked the president who would have done such a thing. Shock appeared on the woman's face as she considered a possibility. The president confirmed her suspicion. Black Scythe, he is hunting our coffee members. Yami didn't believe that Lost Yak, Sobaru, Jorma Teng, and even Pope Waring had been eliminated by Black Scythe, but this was confirmed by the president. She didn't understand why Black Scythe had done that to those people, but the president's questioning and thought were already formed. He probably did it just to satisfy himself. Or maybe he hated seeing us gaining influence. Yemi continuously clenched her hands. To her, some people always tried to take what was better than what they had. Did envy and greed make him intervene? With a grim look, Yemi formed a firm opinion. They needed to eliminate Black Scythe. Tapping her finger on the table, she asked the president if the request to join the coffee had been just to lure the officials, which he confirmed. Putting her coffee aside, she scratched her head irritably. Sighing, she remembered how they had been so eager to meet Black Scythe. The fact that he would become a hostile psychopath was not in their plans. At least the relief of avoiding making him an official was guaranteed. Even the president was relieved that they hadn't invited Black Scythe, afraid that he would lose his mind. Stating that Black Scythe had become an enemy, he ordered, "We need to find him and avenge our fallen members." Yami, however, had a doubt. Are we sure it wasn't an imposter and that this wasn't done by the real Black Scythe? The president then revealed that they had a witness and asked, "Please explain to Yami too, Lost Yak." Unexpectedly, the one who had been eliminated by Ryu Min appeared in the call. After a while of talking, the president said goodbye to Lost Yak and Yami. With that, the president left the call. With only Lost Yak and Yami remaining, the man said goodbye to the woman, who wished him a good rest because of what had happened. With his head down, Lost Yak accepted the advice and also left the call. With a smile on his face, Lost Yak seemed satisfied. Nobody had noticed his disguise. Using a command, Lost Yak's body began to change and the skin armor disappeared. Soon, Ryu Min's face was revealed, as the disguise was undone. With a contained smile, he commented to himself, "I think I have a talent as an actor." The reward from the 5th round chosen by Ryu Min had been the assassin's mask, probably the most useful item he could get at that moment. The item, a helmet category unique rank item, had the effect of allowing a perfect disguise as the last people eliminated. The best thing about the mask was precisely the disguise option, as the best way to eliminate someone was by posing as a reliable ally. Ryu Min would love to eliminate the president and disguise himself as him, but the mask wouldn't work in this case, since the president wasn't a player. It was quite ironic that the head of the organization, responsible for gathering players, wasn't one. Furthermore, anymore. Yami would get in the way. Ryu-min wasn't confident that he could do anything against her abilities at that moment. Many things were necessary. Avoiding contact with the executives until he found a way to work around these problems. It would be necessary to maintain the disguise as Lostark during the regular meetings and keep an eye on the situation. Since the organization wouldn't look for Lostark until the next meeting, he would have time to recover the durability of the Necklace of Eternal Sleep. Looking at the sky, Ryu-min thought, it's time to travel abroad. In Cotswold, England, a small 2-story wooden house could be seen in the oak forest. The house was in fact a forge, as a man continuously hammered on an anvil inside. After hundreds of hammer blows, he cooled the hot iron in a bucket of water. After the tempering, he lifted the blade, analyzing it. With the tempering completed, the man moved to the grinder, sharpening the blade's edge. Finally, he showed a satisfied smile. The dagger was ready. However, the smile soon disappeared from his eyes. Placing the dagger on the table, he sighed. What's the point of making them if no one is going to buy them? I have even fewer customers since the appearance of the angels. As he looked at the dagger, the man thought about his finances. He wouldn't be able to survive, as he was broke. To that point, he questioned if he would need to find another job. Having dreamed of being a blacksmith his whole life, he wondered if he could still continue with that profession. However, he remembered something that cheered him up. We can make a wish if we reach the 20th round. Excited, he hit the table, determined not to give up. I am a young man. A man must have determination. Clenching his fists with confidence, he affirmed that he would reach the last round and guarantee his wish. Having obtained a blacksmith title in the other world, he had faith that this was his destiny. Although he wasn't very good at combat, due to the effect of his blacksmith skills, which increased the effectiveness of blades, he managed to advance. Excited, he confidently stated, I will be able to reach the 20th round. Despite the excitement, sadness soon resurfaced, as he still faced financial problems. He couldn't even buy supplies. Making a decision, he chose to temporarily close his forge and return when he got some money. As he prepared his things, he wondered if he could find a job outside the mountains. At that moment, a young man approached the wooden house where the blacksmith was. The man looked back and soon noticed the young Asian man, which confused him, since people didn't go to his forge frequently, much less foreigners. Hesitantly, the man asked, "Can I help you? Are you lost?" The protagonist extended his hand with a friendly smile. "You are Russell Daniel, right? The famous young blacksmith?" Nodding, Daniel asked for the young Asian man's identity. Upon hearing that he was in the right place, Daniel wanted to know where the young man had heard about him. However, Ryu-min corrected, "I didn't hear about you. I saw you." As Daniel became confused, Ryu-min explained, "I am a seer. I can see the future." Daniel didn't believe that a prophet could exist, but immediately Ryu-min began to reveal, "You are level 21, you are a blacksmith, and you are in European Zone C, number 8, right?" Daniel was startled, as the level and class could be discovered with luck, but the information about the zone went a little beyond that. Wanting to find out if the young man could really see the future, Daniel stated that he had never heard of a seer class before. Ryu-min explained that it was a rare and unique class, one of the classes that only one person could obtain. Crossing his arms, Daniel accepted the answer and questioned what he wanted there, even being so important. Smiling, the protagonist asked him to calm down, as he only wanted to make some negotiations. Ryu-min explained that he wanted the blacksmith to repair an item in exchange for useful information. As the blacksmith became confused, Ryu-min clarified, information about the 6th round. Upon hearing something so valuable, even the blacksmith couldn't remain calm. He looked away, immersed in thought. Obtaining information about the 6th round in advance could definitely help him. However, he didn't think it would make sense to receive such a great reward just for repairing a simple item. Suspiciously, Daniel asked Ryu-min if he didn't want anything other than the repair of an item's durability in exchange for the information. Ryu-min already expected some resistance. He himself would be disappointed if Daniel accepted the offer immediately. The young Asian man was direct. "To tell the truth, I want to be your friend." This time, Russell Daniel was confused, not believing his own ears. Ryu-min stated something that Daniel didn't expect. "I saw the future. You will become a master blacksmith and will be able to reach the 15th round alone." Looking away, Ryu-min added melancholically, "But that's all. You won't have a future after the 15th round, tragically." Showing a smile again, Ryu-min offered, "I can help you. If you work with me, you can become stronger quickly and go beyond the 15th round. You will also be able to achieve your dream of being a blacksmith forever." The last part of Ryu-min's offer greatly attracted the blacksmith Daniel. Moved by the young Asian man's words, Daniel asked what he wanted in return. With a calm smile, Ryu-min revealed, I don't want much, just for us to help each other. Ryu-min knew Russell Daniel very well. He was a blacksmith who had survived until the 15th round. Being on good terms with talented people was what Ryu-min was after, so they could help him in various ways. Seeing the hesitation in the blacksmith's eyes, Ryu-min wondered how he could help him make a decision. So he explained, I won't ask for much, just repair my equipment when I need it and use some skills on me. In exchange, I'll give you information about the next round. Ryu-min also reminded him, with that, you'll be able to get advantages you normally wouldn't and become stronger quickly. Despite it being an offer he should accept without a second thought, Russell wondered if he could trust the person in front of him. There seemed to be honesty in the conversation, but he decided to be cautious. So Russell made a decision. I appreciate it, but I'm not sure yet. Can I decide if we'll continue with the agreement after the results of the 6th round? Ryu-min didn't mind, reminding him that they hadn't even made a contract. Russell then asked him to show the item to be repaired, requesting to receive the information about the 6th round only after that. The protagonist took the necklace of the Pearl of Eternal Rest from his inventory, the necklace that gave 1 stat point for every 100 monsters killed and 100 lost durability points. He handed the necklace, which had only 1 durability point remaining, to the blacksmith. As soon as he took the necklace, Russell closed his eyes and, placing the item between his hands, made a flame of fire appear around his body, as well as a hammer of golden energy. As simple as washing his hands, Russell returned the necklace to Ryu-min after repairing it. Upon getting the item back, the protagonist checked its durability. It had returned to 1,000 points. With a satisfied smile, he told himself that he could now go back to accumulating stat points. Despite not knowing exactly what kind of necklace it was, Russell imagined that it must be very good, since the young man was willing to do anything to have it repaired. Hearing Daniel's thoughts, Ryu-min discovered that the blacksmith had considered his privacy and avoided spying on the item's stats. While Ryu-min thanked him and put the necklace back in his inventory, Daniel asked if he could receive the information about the 6th round at that moment. Agreeing without further ado, the two had a quick conversation. After hearing about the 6th round, Russell crossed his arms worriedly. It's true, it'll be better to gather strong allies. Ryu-min confirmed his words. The monsters would be really powerful. As soon as Russell was ready to affirm that he had sealed the deal, Ryu-min made a request. Would you happen to sell me an item? With an investigative smile, he asked. Black iron powder. You have it, right? Russell was shocked to see the seer guess even what he possessed. Ryu-min suggested that he sell the powder. You seem to be looking for work to cover the costs of materials. I will pay you well. The fact that the seer knew that he was also looking for another job brought even more truth to his words. Completely stunned, the blacksmith revealed, I believe you now. I believe you are a prophet. He apologized for having thought the young man was using some trick. Ryu-min didn't mind and smiled, reassuring him, I just say what I see. You decide whether to believe it or not. Russell thought for a moment and then declared, I will give you the black iron powder. I feel like I'm getting more than I'm giving you. Taking a pyramid-shaped package, a possession-type item, he handed it to Ryu-min. The protagonist was surprised to see Russell give him such a rare item for free. The black iron powder was a material for divine rank items, and the blacksmith must have already known how difficult it was to obtain it before the 11th round. Ryu-min felt that he should be the one thanking in this exchange. The protagonist asked once more if Russell was sure about giving away such an item. Scratching the back of his neck, the blacksmith revealed he didn't even know what the powder was used for, so he wanted to give it to the prophet, who should know its true value. Russell imagined that the powder must be important for the seer to ask for it, but decided not to snoop, as he had already received too much. It would be greedy to ask for anything more in return. While having these thoughts, Russell saw the young man smile like a satisfied child. Internally, Ryu-min greatly praised the blacksmith for being a good person. Taking the iron powder, Ryu-min handed Russell a bag. Upon opening the zipper, Russell discovered that it was stuffed with money. As the blacksmith faced so much money, Ryu-min explained with a smile, there is a total of 20,000 pounds in the bag. I don't think it's fair to receive an item for free. When asked if the amount would cover the costs of the materials, he answered hurriedly, of course. Russell Daniel was so happy that he was trying not to cry. With such a large amount of money, he wouldn't need to look for another job. After looking at the bag and noticing the smile on the Asian man's face, Russell realized how shameful his own expression was. He quickly changed the subject, asking if it was okay for the young man to give him that amount. Ryu-min reassured him, stating that he could keep the money without problems, and revealed, it's not like I'm giving you this amount just for the materials. Russell was confused, but soon heard Ryu-min's suggestion. Open a stock account abroad. Invest about half of the money I gave you in Korean stocks. The blacksmith was surprised, but Ryu-min instructed him to invest in Player Place. Not wanting to force him into anything, Ryu-min just warned that the company would grow quickly. Therefore, if the blacksmith invested in it, he would never be short on materials again. As this was a prophet's advice, Russell decided to believe it, also because he had earned the money without any effort. Thus, Ryu-min wished Russell good luck for the next round, and they exchanged contacts before saying goodbye. Finally, Suddenly, the blacksmith realized he hadn't asked for the young man's name. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked, "Call me Mr. Ryu." When midnight on June 1st arrived in a vast desert, the first player, Black Scythe, arrived. After him, several other players began to appear. They looked around at the extensive deserted land and wondered what kind of mission would arise in that place. Black Scythe, who already knew that the 6th round would be cooperative, decided to look for people to work with him. The first person he wanted to find was none other than Minjuri. The protagonist didn't want anyone other than the girl on his team, but as he would need 3 more people to form a group of 5, he would have no choice. While walking, Black Scythe noticed something. He turned around upon hearing someone shout his nickname. Excitedly, Minjuri ran toward him while calling his name. She approached him without any hesitation. "It's been so long. How have you been?" Maintaining a formal distance, he asked back, "Has it been that long?" Smiling animatedly, she commented, "Still, it's been a month since we last met." The newcomers looked at Minjuri, wondering who she was and why she was talking so casually to the first place on the overall ranking. A young woman wondered if Juri was a top ranker who would be worth being with Black Scythe. Soon everyone began to remember. Minjuri had been the second place in the results of the last round. They began to feel jealous, since she was so close to a high-level player. Curious, Juri asked Black Scythe if he had defeated the last boss in the last round. Monotonously, he affirmed that he had. Remembering that time was short, Juri was surprised by his speed. Curious, she asked if he had managed to complete the side mission to get the Stone of Balance. Affirming that he had, Black Scythe joked, "I'm not going to tell you what reward I got." Surprised, Minjuri asked how he knew she was going to ask. This was something he could figure out just by looking at her. Walking beside him, the young woman revealed something she felt. "It's been a while, but you have a very deep insight, don't you?" The sudden compliment left the protagonist somewhat confused. Blushing at realizing her mistake, Juri blamed herself immensely for having said something so embarrassing. She bowed several times, apologizing. "That was quite awkward, wasn't it? I'm sorry." Asking the girl why she was apologizing, Black Scythe smiled slightly. "Anyway, thank you for the compliment." Minjuri smiled upon seeing that she hadn't gotten into trouble. Seeing how Black Scythe was sometimes careful and other times charismatic, she found him more and more interesting. As soon as Juri was about to ask something else, someone approached them. Seo Aren, upon seeing Black Scythe with another woman, displayed a look as if she had lost something and wondered, who is that woman? And Sangchul, who was with the actress Seo Aren, greeted Black Scythe. Curious, Aren asked him, "Is this person your partner?" The protagonist answered coldly, "I don't see any reason to answer that." Seo Aren realized she had been rude to ask such a question. She bit her lip slightly as she had seen Black Scythe smile while talking to the girl, something he never did with her. Getting straight to the point, Black Scythe asked if she wanted something. The protagonist knew she had come to him because a certain prophet had told her to form a team with Black Scythe, and Sangchul stepped forward revealing, Black Scythe, to be honest, we would like to form a team with you." Crossing his arms, Black Scythe asked why. Worried, and Sangchul tried to affirm that they would be useful. "We know we might slow you down, but we'll do our best to support you." Ryu Min decided to pretend to think about the matter because, to be honest, these two only served as numbers to complete the team. He figured that if he accepted the two into his team, Mak Yoongrok would treat him even better. Seeing Black Scythe thinking deeply, and Sangchul tried to convince him, "We're not asking to join your team for free. I have information about the 6th round. If you accept us, we will share it with you." Ryu Min frowned upon hearing the bodyguard mention information about the 6th round and decided to test them. Shaking his head, the protagonist stated that he didn't need the information, which left Sangchul confused. Why not? Doesn't knowing the strategy for the 6th round in advance help? Arrogantly, Black Scythe stated that he would handle things his own way, without needing to rely on unreliable information. Still, he showed curiosity and asked, "Where did you get this information? From what source?" And Sangchul was surprised and held back. Trying to get the information out of him, Black Scythe insisted, "You can't say, even if I let you join the team?" Suddenly, Sangchul bowed 90 degrees, shouting, "I'm sorry." The fact that Sangchul hadn't told him about the prophet showed that he was more discreet than Ryu Min had imagined. This wasn't a bad thing. With his head down, Sangchul thought that Black Scythe wouldn't accept them, but upon hearing that he would let them into the team, he stood up quickly, startled. Curious, he asked why. With a smile, Black Scythe stated, "Because you didn't reveal the source of the information, it made me believe you were trustworthy. I hate those who can't keep their mouths shut." And Sangchul thanked the heavens for not having said anything. Otherwise, they would be marked forever. The guard ended up seeing the actress Seo Aren bow in gratitude and quickly did the same as her. "Thank you for accepting us." Accepting the two, Black Scythe introduced Juri. "This is a buffer under my contract." While Sangchul wondered what a buffer was, Seo Aren questioned how the two had met. Seo Aren approached the girl, extending her hand as she introduced herself. Minjuri did the same, shaking her hand. Curious, Jury noticed something. You're not the actress Seo Aaron, are you? You changed your face's appearance to look like her, didn't you? Hearing the question, Aaron corrected her, stating that she was the real one. Unexpectedly, Jury's eyes filled with joy as she jumped and quickly shook Seo Aaron's hand. Wow, I really loved your last work. It's my dad's favorite drama. You're our favorite actress too. Faced with so many compliments, Aaron thanked her. Meanwhile, An Sang-chul asked Black Scythe if he really didn't need the information about the 6th round. The protagonist was direct in his answer. I don't need it and don't tell me. I don't want to owe anything to anyone. And Sang-chul just wanted to reciprocate, passing the information to Black Scythe. But since he was going against his plans, he wanted to at least give a hint. Thinking about something, the guard walked up to Min-huri, asking, You said your class is buffer, didn't you? What is that? Jury revealed that her class could conjure stat enhancements, something she would apply to everyone later. Feeling a similarity with Min-juri, Seo Aaron revealed that she had something similar to a buff, a fairy that could give someone a shield. Upon hearing about the fairy that could be summoned, Min-juri became extremely curious. While they excluded An Sang-chul from the conversation, the two formed a small friendship. Sang-chul tried once more to approach them, introducing himself to Jury. The girl greeted him, commenting that Sang-chul seemed to know Black Scythe because of the conversation they had earlier. Thinking about this, Sang-chul spoke of Black Scythe, revealing that he had saved their village in the past. Upon discovering that Black Scythe had saved other people in danger, Jury felt that her eyes hadn't been wrong about him. While everyone seemed to be getting along, golden wings appeared in the sky, carrying the angel Priscilla. Priscilla greeted all the humans with a smile. Greetings, humans. Have you rested well since last month? Seeing that there were 1,010 people present, Priscilla commented, This is a perfect number of participants. Should we get straight to the point? Priscilla flapped her wings and made a notification window appear in front of each person with the main mission of the 6th round. Defeat a boss in 6 hours. Black Scythe saw several people get surprised by the mission, many wondering how they were supposed to defeat a boss alone. Priscilla, however, reassured everyone. Don't worry, since it's impossible to defeat a boss alone anyway. Following Priscilla's speech, many asked how they would do it then. Flapping her golden wings, she revealed, Obviously you will have to fight together, and that's why we have prepared something for you. The team system, a system that allows players to form groups and cooperate. Revealing the system, Priscilla stated, You will need 5 people to form a group. Once formed, you will be recognized as allies and will not be able to cause damage to each other. Hearing Priscilla's words, a person asked if they still needed to worry about being stabbed in the back while fighting. Priscilla confirmed the doubt, but reminded them, attacks from other teams and monsters will still work on you. Only the attacks from allied members are nullified, don't forget. Priscilla explained a little more about the system, which was new to everyone, although very common in games. When they were in a group, the experience points and gold obtained would be divided equally for each monster eliminated, no matter which team member had killed the monster. However, she warned, if you are more than 100 meters away from the monster, the rewards will not be shared with you. Hearing about the division of experience and gold, some people still had doubts about how the items obtained from defeating monsters would be divided. Priscilla revealed that the items dropped by monsters would be distributed based on the contribution percentage, and gave an example. If 2 players contribute with 70% and 30% respectively in a hunt, they will have that same chance to get the item. A human then asked Priscilla if even with low contribution, they could still get the item if they were lucky. Priscilla confirmed, correct. Even with only 1% contribution, if you are lucky, you can get the item. She also warned them about something. The contribution was measured by the system considering everything. The greater the damage, the greater the contribution, but that wasn't the only factor. Even players who just conjured buffs could be rewarded with contribution. Min-juri, who was somewhat worried, listened carefully to the instruction, which seemed made especially for her. Black Scythe looked around upon hearing a player comment, You can get contributions just by using buffs? Wow, this makes buff classes really good. It was precisely thanks to this feature of the system that classes not focused on combat could achieve high contribution in fights. Finally, Priscilla warned them, if you are not in a group, the monster kills will not count. Once you are in a group, defeating a monster will count as a victory for all members of the group. Surprised and relieved, a player asked if all 5 would complete the challenge like that. Priscilla revealed a crucial piece of information about the round. There are currently 101 bosses scattered across the field, which means that only 505 survivors will be able to complete the challenge by defeating them. Thus, Priscilla concluded the information about the groups, and with a smile, showed everyone that the mission wouldn't be so difficult. You just need to defeat 1 boss. Speaking slowly, it's that simple. Observing how Priscilla liked to act, Ryu-min scoffed at how these beings always treated things as simple, since they were not the ones who were going to fight. Priscilla released a divine golden light announcing, Now, humans, give your best to defeat those monsters. In the end, she also reminded them, this time, there are no side missions. One of the players gritted his teeth, irritated at hearing Priscilla call the mission easy. Another one remembered that a boss was called that for a reason, as it was insanely strong. Soon, everyone began to receive notifications about the team system. To form a group, 5 people must hold hands and chant together group formation. If you are not in a group, the mission progress will not count, so keep that in mind. A 6-hour timer was started, and as Black Scythe, Minjuri, Ansangchul, and Seo Aran joined together, they discovered that they needed to form a 5-person team. Ansangchul, upon seeing the notification, confirmed that it was the same as the prediction the prophet had made. The 6th round really required a group of 5 people for the teams. He was quite relieved that they had listened to the prophet and went in search of Black Scythe before the mission appeared. Ansangchul asked Black Scythe if they should form a team yet, but the protagonist reminded him that a group needed 5 people. They still needed 1 more person. Worried, Minjuri asked who they should call for the last spot. For this decision, Ansangchul asked the girls to let Black Scythe decide, since he was the strongest. Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought of someone, wondering if he would be around. Hoping that a certain person he wanted for the team was nearby, Black Scythe tried to imagine how he could introduce him to his group in a natural way, pretending it was just a random choice. All around, players were still figuring out the rules while looking for teams. Putting shyness aside, a young woman approached a man with a small ponytail, asking if he would like to team up with her. At the same time, a man wearing armor shouted, "I am a level 20 warrior! Anyone want to be on my team?" Although some were forming teams, all eyes were on Black Scythe, eager to be with him. Soon, a warrior and his companion approached Black Scythe, greeting him. "Hello, Mr. Black Scythe. I was wondering if you would like to join our group." However, coldly, the protagonist replied, "No, go away." Seeing how Black Scythe didn't even hesitate, the duo left, embarrassed for having approached him. Despite being able to choose anyone for the last spot on his team, Ryu-min wanted someone who could grow with him in the upcoming levels. With so many people staring at him, the protagonist began to realize that his plans would not work. Soon another man approached, and Black Scythe quickly shooed him away. "Don't bother me." A girl approached, asking if Black Scythe wanted to join her team, but he promptly declined. Those who were rejected cursed Black Scythe inwardly, wondering if he even heard them. The girl who had already found someone for her team wondered if the people near Black Scythe were on his team. Her partner wished to be one of those people, and Sangchul was curious about who Black Scythe would choose as the last person. The guard wished that Lord Ma was in the same area as them to recommend him for the team. On the other side, someone had the same thought as the guard. Juri wished Ryu-min was in the same area as her, so he could be added to the team. Soon, another person approached Black Scythe. Everyone's attention was drawn to the figure, and Ansangchul wondered who the loser of the moment would be. However, the approaching person was Cho Young-ho and his team, with a big smile on his face. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Black Scythe." The protagonist shook Cho Young-ho's hand, showing concern for him because of the previous round. Laughing so brightly he shone like the sun, Cho Young-ho claimed that Black Scythe was underestimating him. "I was inspired by your battle in the last round and quickly cleared all the orcs I was hunting." Greatly thankful that Black Scythe had saved his friend last time, Cho Young-ho quickly called for Mankey. Mankey shone with enthusiasm and admiration as he approached Black Scythe and bowed slightly. "Mr. Black Scythe, thank you for taking care of my shoulder. I'm alive thanks to you." Black Scythe congratulated Mankey for completing the monster quota, even with his injured shoulder, and soon saw Mankey bow even lower, shouting, "It's all thanks to you. You are my savior." Unexpectedly, Cho Young-ho asked Black Scythe if he was looking for a group, but upon noticing his surprise, quickly corrected himself. "Oh, we're not here to ask you to join us, so don't worry. We already formed a team after all." Cho Young-ho didn't need to say that, since Black Scythe had already noticed they were in a team, as they all had a golden chain on their wrists to prove it. Despite that, the protagonist became curious and asked why they had come to him. With a smile, Cho Young-ho extended his hand, saying he just wanted to greet him and make an offer. Cho Young-ho suggested that both groups form an alliance. "We're not trying to steal your items or experience. You can defeat the boss first if you prefer. You don't have to worry. We just want to help." The protagonist looked at the expression of confidence and discipline in Cho Young-ho's group. He remained silent for a while before refusing. Cho Young-ho was surprised by the unexpected refusal and quickly asked why. "Are you worried that we'll get in your way?" Shaking his head negatively, Black Scythe explained he just didn't want to complicate things, although he appreciated the gesture they were trying to make. Downcast, Cho Young-ho murmured, "What a pity, I just wanted to help you." But Black Scythe reassured him, saying he would ask for help when necessary. Hearing such words cheered Cho Young-ho once again, and he shone brightly. Hurriedly, he asked like a child, "Then let us know if you need us, okay? You promise? Swear?" Faced with such insistence, the protagonist agreed with him. As soon as they finished greeting each other, Cho Young-ho and his group bowed 90 degrees, saying goodbye and asking Black Scythe to remember them if he needed help. After the group left, Ansangchul approached Black Scythe. He wanted to ask the Reaper to decide who would be the 5th member of the team. Black Scythe replied promptly, I've already decided. Immediately, the protagonist stretched out his arm and pointed to a place. Everyone followed with their eyes, turning their heads toward where Black Scythe indicated. He pointed to someone with a hood, and when he called out, the person shivered. Black Scythe ordered, "Come here!" The thin hooded youth approached, hiding his face shyly. His dark cloak with a purple interior concealed his identity. Staring at the boy, Black Scythe asked, "You've been watching me since earlier, haven't you?" While the youth stammered, Black Scythe wanted to know why. Lowering his head, he answered hesitantly, because I want to be in your group." Black Scythe asked the boy's level in class, who, rubbing his wrists to stay calm, said he was a level 23 dark mage. With the introduction made, Black Scythe looked at his group. "It doesn't matter much, so let's keep him." The young, disheveled-haired boy was surprised to be chosen, and Sangchul seemed confused by the choice, while the two girls watched the small boy hidden under the cloak. And Sangchul tried to understand why Black Scythe had rejected so many people just to choose someone who looked so fragile. The young dark mage was exactly as Sangchul described him. However, Black Scythe knew him well. The boy's username was No Pain, No Gain, someone who would later become the leader of a religion that would worship Black Scythe as a deity in the game world. Since the youth would become an obsessed fan, Black Scythe thought it would be good to build a good relationship with him early on. Extending his hand, Black Scythe shook No Pain, No Gain's trembling hand, and called everyone to join hands. With their hands stacked, they declared together, "Form team." Immediately, a golden glow appeared around the wrists of the five, creating chains that linked them. The hooded youth still couldn't believe what was happening. Under the hood, his maniacal smile and look of pleasure were intense, simply because Black Scythe had accepted him into his team. If you enjoyed today's recap and want more Manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.